Lin Jianchuan opened his eyes and glanced at the clock on the hospital room wall. It was 8:00 a.m., May 17, 2026. In another minute, it would be exactly 80 years was he finally about to witness this moment. He harbored a secret deep in his heart. He was a transmigrator having been reborn into this parallel world 80 years ago. Since childhood, he had known he possessed a system, but the binding countdown was a staggering 80 years. He thought the system was joking with him, yet he had waited from a babbling infant to a white-haired old man all the way until today. No one knew how he had endured these 80 years. In order to wait for the system, he dared not marry, dared not fall in love, and even dared not hold a girl's hand. And what was the result? Now he was 80 years old, lying alone and wretched on a hospital bed. The doctor said he had at most 1 month to live. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on binding the hand-holding makes you stronger system. Rules: holding hands with a high attractiveness member of the opposite sex for 10 minutes grants random rewards including, but not limited to, lifespan, money, property, luxury, cars, information, and so on. The more times you hold hands, the richer the rewards, no upper limit. System detected hosts current physical condition, 30 days of lifespan remaining. It is recommended to complete the hand-holding task as soon as possible to obtain rewards and extend life. The first completion comes with an extra gift pack. Wishing the host a successful hand-holding. Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath and trembling sat up. Grandpa Lin, why are you up? A beautiful young nurse pushed the door open and seeing him like this was startled. Lin Jianchuan turned his head, his cloudy old eyes scanning her. She was in her early 20s, fair-skinned with big eyes and an oval face. Even in her nurse uniform, her figure was still stunning. A name tag on her chest read Wang Xiao. Ding. Target detected. Wang Xiao, attractiveness score 82, meets hand-holding requirement. Host, please complete the hand-holding task as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Without thinking, he tremblingly reached out a hand. Xiao, help Grandpa up. Wang Xiao quickly stepped forward to support him. Grandpa Lin, take it easy, you shouldn't move around. Before she could finish, her hand was firmly grasped by Lin Jianchuan's rough, bark-like, large hand. Wang Xiao was stunned, looking down at her delicate hand being held. She hesitated for a moment and did not immediately pull back. After all, Lin Jianchuan was a critically ill, lonely old man, as she assumed the old man was just confused. Lin Jianchuan's hand was trembling, but he gripped it tightly like a pair of pliers. Countdown begins. 959958957. Grandpa Lin. It's nothing. Lin Jianchuan wore a kindly expression, determined not to let go. Grandpa is just thanking you for your care these days. Wang Xiao's expression became subtle. She tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't. This old man looked like he was dying. Why was his grip so strong? Grandpa Lin, please let go. Just wait a little longer. Lin Jianchuan closed his eyes, looking blissful. Let Grandpa feel the warmth of youth a bit more. Wang Xiao was speechless. She turned to glance at the ward door, then back at this childless Grandpa Lin, 1,000 possibilities flashing through her mind. Lin Jianchuan felt smug inside. Only 10 minutes, it would pass quickly. Once the reward arrived, he would be resurrected on the spot. He would conquer the Southern Mountain Nursing Home, trample the Northern Sea Kindergarten, and ascend to the peak of life. 9 minutes. 8 minutes. 7 minutes. Wang Xiao's face grew redder, and her palms were sweaty. She had just graduated this year, and was assigned to this ward to care for this lonely old man. She had always thought Grandpa Lin was quite kind. Why was he acting like this today? 6 minutes. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. Wang Xiao finally couldn't hold back. Grandpa Lin, how long do you plan to hold on? Almost there, almost there. Lin Jianchuan opened his eyes, revealing a kindly smile. Just wait a bit longer, Grandpa will be done soon. Wang Xiao bit her lip, her mind in turmoil. This old man was 80, almost dead. He couldn't be that kind of person, right? But this hand. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Lin Jianchuan's heart beat faster and faster, and his cloudy old eyes burst with unprecedented light. 39 seconds. 38 seconds. 37 seconds. Grandpa Lin, am bringing you breakfast. Another voice sounded and the door was pushed open. A slightly plump head nurse entered carrying a tray. Then she froze. In the ward, Wang Xiao stood by the bed, her hand tightly held by Lin Jianchuan, her face red as a tomato. Lin Jianchuan sat on the bed, eyes closed with a lecherous expression. The tray crashed to the floor, porridge spilling everywhere. What are you two doing? Wang Xiao was so startled, she jerked her hand back. Taken by surprise, Lin Jianchuan failed to hold on. Ding. Handholding interrupted. Countdown ended at 025. Mission failed. First handholding not completed, deducting 10 days of host lifespan. Please try again. Lin Jianchuan's eyes bulged like copper bells. 25 seconds. Just 25 seconds. He suddenly turned to the head nurse, his eyes bloodshot. The head nurse was startled and took a step back. Grandpa Lin, what's wrong? Lin Jianchuan opened his mouth, wanting to curse. But he couldn't catch his breath, his eyes rolled back, and he directly fainted from anger. Grandpa Lin. Call a doctor. Amid the chaos, Lin Jianchuan was resuscitated for half an hour and finally saved. He lay on the hospital bed staring at the ceiling, his eyes vacant. Just 25 seconds, what a tragedy. Grandpa Lin, are you okay? Wang Xiaoro carefully approached. What happened just now? You scared me to death. Lin Jianchuan turned his head to look at her. She was still so beautiful, her fair face full of concern. He tremblingly reached out his hand. Xiaoro. Wang Xiaoro instinctively jumped back a step. Lin Jianchuan's body froze. Grandpa Lin, you rest, while I'll go out first. Wang Xiaoro, like a startled deer, scurried out of the ward. Lin Jianchuan slowly lowered his hand and continued staring at the ceiling. System prompt: host lifespan remaining 20 days. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan sighed. It seemed that the path with Wang Xiaoro was no longer viable. She would definitely avoid him from now on. He would have to find someone else. He struggled to sit up, supported himself against the wall, and walked to the window looking down. The hospital was bustling with people. Young women in summer clothes, skirts, fluttering legs, pale and long. Lin Jianchuan's eyes gradually lit up. There were benches downstairs with many people sitting and resting. If he went down, lay on one, and pretended to faint, someone would surely come to help him. Then he would seize the opportunity to grab a hand. Perfect. Lin Jianchuan gave himself a mental thumbs up for his wit. He put on his hospital gown, grabbed his crutch, and walked out of the ward. Along the way, the nurses all gave him a wide berth. Obviously, the incident with Wang Xiaoro had already spread. Unbothered, Lin Jianchuan slowly made his way downstairs. Leaving the inpatient building, he crossed a small garden and with great effort arrived at a bench. Scanning around, he saw two people sitting on the nearest bench. One was a young woman in her early 20s wearing a black blouse and a pair of ultra-short denim shorts. Her two long legs, fair and glowing, were crossed. She was listening to music with earphones, quite pretty. The other was a middle-aged woman in her 50s or 60s eating sunflower seeds and spitting the shells all over the ground. Ding dong. Detected target: Zhang Xiaoqian, appearance score 84, eligible for handholding condition. Please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he strode toward the young woman. Then his foot slipped, and with a thud he fell flat on his face. He fell flat on his face right in front of the girl. It wasn't an act. He had truly slipped. Lin Jianchuan gasped in pain, struggling to turn his head. A banana peel was spinning on the ground. The girl, startled, removed her earphones and looked at the old man lying before her, unsure what to do. Lin Jianchuan felt a burning pain in his knees and palms and burst into curses. Which damned bastard threw a banana peel? May they have no sons, no daughters, and may their grandchildren inherit the habit of littering banana peels. The auntie who was eating sunflower seeds sprang up instantly. Old man, who are you cursing? Everyone passes by here, nothing happens to them, but you have a problem. Are you blind? Lin Jianchuan, seeing the auntie suddenly bristling, was so angry he saw stars. You threw it. The auntie placed her hands on her hips, righteous and unyielding. What if I threw it? I threw it for the ants to eat. The ants haven't moved it yet, and you step on it, and still you're in the right. Lin Jianchuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. But now he only thought about holding hands and had no time to argue with the auntie. He twisted his head with difficulty and looked at the young woman. The girl was still standing nearby, a look of hesitation on her face, as if wondering whether to help him up. Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up. Opportunity. He reached out to the girl. Young lady, could you give an old man a hand? My legs hurt, I can't get up. The girl hesitated for a moment, then was about to reach out. The auntie beside her immediately stopped her. Don't help. The girl was stunned. The auntie stood in front of Lin Jianchuan, looking down at him with an air of righteous indignation. Young lady, haven't you seen the news? This kind of old man can't be helped. Lin Jianchuan was speechless. The auntie argued plausibly. What if he's a fraud? If you help him, he'll lie down and say you pushed him. Can you afford to pay? Lin Jianchuan, lying on the ground, stared at the auntie with resentful eyes, wishing he could curse her entire family. But he held back. Because the girl was still watching, and he had to maintain his image. I'm not a fraud. I really can't get up. The auntie said smugly, CC. He's already saying that even before you help. If you help him up, he'll scam your money. The girl looked at the auntie, then at Lin Jianchuan lying on the ground, her expression growing more and more conflicted. Lin Jianchuan grew anxious. I really am not a fraud. I just want someone to help me up. Then why don't you ask someone else to help? Several young men passed by just now. Why didn't you ask them to help? Why insist on this young lady? The auntie retorted. Lin Jianchuan was speechless. Could he say that he only wanted to hold a young woman's hand? You what? The auntie grew more and more excited. I tell you, I've seen this trick many times. You target young girls, and once they help you latch on. You're so old, how can you do such a shameful thing? Gradually a crowd gathered around, all watching the spectacle. Unfortunately, no second girl with sufficient appearance appeared. Lin Jianchuan lay on the ground feeling utterly humiliated. In his 80 years of life, he had never been so embarrassed. He would remember this auntie. Once he extended his life, he would definitely find a way to properly thank her. He still wanted to explain, but the auntie directly pulled out her phone. Should I call the police? Let the police judge. Lin Jianchuan struggled to get up on his own, but the fall had been hard, his knees hurt badly, and he simply couldn't rise. So he lay there looking up at the crowd, pointing and whispering. Some people took photos. Some recorded videos. Others murmured, "I've seen this old man before, he's from the inpatient department. I heard he grabbed a nurse's hand this morning." Upon hearing this, the girl's face turned pale with fear, and she ran away as fast as she could. Her two fair, glowing long legs shimmered in the sunlight and disappeared around the corner. Lin Jianchuan watched his life-extending opportunity slip away, his heart bleeding. It's over. Completely over. System notification: hosts remaining lifespan 20 days. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan looked up at the blue sky and suddenly laughed. Waited 80 years only to get this. God really knows how to play tricks. Just as he was about to resign himself to fate, a beautiful voice suddenly rang out. "Mom, what are you making a fuss about again?" The crowd automatically parted to make way. A young female doctor in a white coat walked over. She was about 28 or 29, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses with a cool and elegant temperament, delicate features, a tall figure, and wavy hair. Lin Jianchuan was dumbfounded. He stared straight at her, his heart, which had not stirred in 80 years, now wildly throbbing. In all his life he had never seen such a magnificent sight. Xinqingxue. The auntie, seeing the newcomer, showed a guilty expression. "Daughter, you came just in time. I'm teaching this old man who doesn't respect his age a lesson." The female doctor looked down at Lin Jianchuan lying on the ground, then looked around, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. "Mom, you threw banana peels again." The auntie's face stiffened. "I didn't." "Then what is this?" The female doctor pointed at the banana peel on the ground. The auntie opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. The female doctor sighed, crouched down, looked at Lin Jianchuan lying on the ground, and spoke gently. "Old man, where did you fall?" Lin Jianchuan was stunned. Seeing her face up close, it was even more breathtaking than when he saw her from afar. Ding dong. Detected target: Xinqingxue. Appearance score 95. Eligible for handholding condition. Please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. 95 points. The highest score so far. "Old man?" Xinqingxue asked again. Lin Jianchuan snapped back to reality, pointing to his knee. "It hurts here." Xinqingxue gently pressed his knee and examined his leg. "It might be a soft tissue contusion. You need to get an X-ray." As she spoke, she looked up at the auntie, who was still muttering beside her. "Mom, come and give a hand. Help him up." The auntie stepped back. "I want help. What if he's a fraud?" Xinqingxue shot her mother a helpless look, then bent down herself and reached out to help Lin Jianchuan. "Old man, take it easy. He'll help you up." Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up. He slowly reached out his hand and grasped Xinqingxue's hand. Smooth, warm, soft. Ding. Timer starts. 959, 958, 957. Lin Jianchuan was so excited, he almost cried. Finally, he held her hand. Xinqingxue helped the man to his feet and was about to head to the emergency room. Lin Jianchuan, aiming to stall for time, stood still as a statue. "Old sir." "Wait a moment," Lin Jianchuan said, feigning a pained expression. "Let me catch my breath. That fall left me dizzy." The aunt beside him exploded. "Young lady, see. I told you this old man is definitely up to no good. He's taking advantage of you." Lin Jianchuan opened his eyes, looking utterly innocent. "Sister, are you even speaking human words?" "I'm 80 years old. Even if I had the desire, I haven't the strength." The aunt was left speechless, glaring. You what?" Lin Jianchuan cut her off. "If I were 50 years younger, I'd accept your accusation. But now I can't even aim straight when I pee. And you're worried I'd take advantage of your daughter. What advantage would I take? Just to catch a whiff?" Xinqingxue's face turned green. There was something distinctly off about his words. The aunt trembled with rage, then let go. "Can't let go. I fell, and now my hand's cramped," Lin Jianchuan said. "Cramped, yet you talk so fluently." "My mouth isn't cramped." 9 minutes. 8 minutes. 7 minutes. The two exchanged words, and 3 minutes slipped by quickly. Lin Jianchuan, holding Xinqingxue's delicate hand, was in high spirits, his mind brimming with a torrent of words. He rendered the aunt speechless. Feeling he had gone far enough, Lin Jianchuan finally nodded at Xinqingxue, his expression benevolent. "Miss, I think I can walk now. Let's go to the emergency room." Xinqingxue let out a long breath, relieved, and nodded. "All right, take it slow. They'll help you." "Great. Miss, you have a kind heart, much better than your mother." As he said this, he distinctly felt the aunt's gaze stabbing into him like daggers. But he didn't care. Leaving the fuming aunt behind, he followed Xinqingxue slowly toward the emergency room. At the emergency room, another 5 minutes passed. In just 2 more minutes, he would succeed in holding hands and receive his reward. Xinqingxue explained the situation to her emergency room colleagues, while guiding him to a chair. Just as she was about to let go, Lin Jianchuan, quick as a flash, tightened his grip. Xinqingxue froze, bent over to look at him, and forced a smile. "Old sir." Lin Jianchuan replied with an innocent look. "We need to take an X-ray now. You should let go." "What did you say?" Lin Jianchuan pretended to be deaf. "I said we need to take an X-ray." "An X-ray of what?" "Your knee. To see if anything's wrong." Lin Jianchuan nodded. "Oh, then we should." Just as Shun Qingxue tried to pull away, Lin Jianchuan tightened his grip further. You. It's my knee, not my hand, Lin Jianchuan said matter-of-factly. My leg hurts, I can't stand steady. Please, miss, help me during the x-ray. Thank you. The doctors and nurses in the emergency room all looked over, whispering among themselves, is this old man trying to take advantage? Now that you mention it, I recall this morning in the inpatient ward there was an old man who grabbed a young girl's hand and wouldn't let go. Could it be him? That's him. Earlier he was lying on the ground and wouldn't get up unless the girl helped him. Now he's holding on to Director Shin's hand and won't let go. At his age doing such things. An old pervert. Lin Jianchuan felt uncomfortable under the strange gazes of the others. He glanced at the time. Less than a minute remained. To gain lifespan and reach the pinnacle of life, he decided to toss aside his dignity. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself to continue. Shun Qingxue's pretty face darkened. In her 8 years as a doctor, she had never encountered an old man who refused to let go like this. At such an advanced age, he shouldn't be acting on impulse. What was going on? Her gaze at Lin Jianchuan turned peculiar. As a doctor, she knew that a small number of people had peculiar fetishes. But he was 80. Could he really have such thoughts? If not, why would he refuse to let go? Old sir, she said, trying to keep her voice gentle, please let go first. I promise I won't leave. He'll stay right beside you during the x-ray. Is that all right? Lin Jianchuan shook his head. Miss, after that fall my head is still buzzing. I need something to hold on to feel secure. Then hold the armrest. The armrest is too hard and cold. Your hand is soft and warm, and it conveys the care of an angel in white. It's very beneficial for recovery. Shun Qingxue took a deep breath, clearly growing angry. Lin Jianchuan saw her impatience. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The last few dozen seconds, he had to hold on. Suddenly he thought of a brilliant idea. He slowly rose to his feet, clasped her small hand in both of his face full of gratitude, and announced loudly, Miss, thanks to you today. I want to present you with a banner to thank you for stepping up in my moment of crisis and helping me, an old man. Shun Qingxue was taken aback. A banner. Yes, that's right. And he'll write a letter of gratitude to the hospital thanking them for nurturing a beautiful, kind-hearted doctor like you. Holding your hand makes patients feel warmth and care. Such medical ethics and warmth deserve to be emulated throughout the hospital. Shun Qingxue's mouth fell open, her expression stirred. Was he really going to present a banner? That would be a huge face-saver. The others in the emergency room exchanged glances. Could it be that they had misjudged the old man? Lin Jianchuan glanced at the time. 19 seconds. 18 seconds. 17 seconds. He decisively turned sideways, leaning close to Shun Qingxue. Miss, what's your name? I need it for the banner. Shun Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed. My name is Shun Qingxue. Qing means pure and Xue means snow. Beautiful name. I'm Lin Jianchuan. Pleased to meet you. Then he turned to the others. Could someone take a photo of us? I want to capture this moment. A young nurse raised her phone. I'll take it. Lin Jianchuan wore a benevolent smile, and Shun Qingxue also smiled. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Click. The moment the shutter sounded, the most beautiful sound Lin Jianchuan had ever heard echoed in his mind. Ding. Handholding successful. Congratulations, host, for completing the first handholding task. Reward lifespan 5 years, first task completion bonus, additional gift package. Do you wish to claim? Yes. Gift package claimed successfully. Reward 1, cash 1,000 yuan, already transferred to your bank account. Reward 2, a car parked in the hospital parking lot. Reward 3, 1 health boosting pill improves physical constitution after consumption. A series of chimes rang out and Lin Jianchuan was completely electrified. 5 years of lifespan. 100,000 yuan. A car. And a health boosting pill. After 80 years his spring had finally arrived. A dozen minutes later Lin Jianchuan stepped out of the emergency room. He waved at Shun Qingxue and said, Qingxue, since there's nothing serious you'll be going now. I plan to check out of the hospital today and will definitely bring you a banner tomorrow. Grandpa Lin, you don't really need to bring a banner. After all, your fall was partly because of my mother. Shun Qingxue said with embarrassment. How can that be? One thing is one thing. You did a good deed, and it must be praised. Let's exchange contact information. He'll contact you when I come tomorrow. Lin Jianchuan took out his old-fashioned phone and immediately noticed an unread notification. Opening it, he saw a bank message. XX Bank, your savings account ending in 0371 received a transfer of RMB 100000 on May 17th at 8:43 a.m. Current balance 101253. 60 yuan. Lin Jianchuan stared at the numbers, counting them one by one. It really was 100,000. His hands trembled slightly, and he almost dropped the phone. Shun Qingxue opened WeChat and said, Grandpa Lin, let's add each other on WeChat. If anything comes up, we can chat there. Well, this phone doesn't have that feature. Lin Jianchuan felt a bit awkward. Before this, he had been strapped for cash, living on government subsidies. He rarely used a phone. The old phone he had was bought just in case he needed to call an ambulance as he grew older. He had heard of WeChat, but was told it required a smartphone that cost several thousand yuan. He couldn't afford it before, but now with 100,000 he could go buy one. Qingxue, how about you leave me your number? I'll get a new phone after I check out of the hospital. No problem, Qingxue said, suppressing a smile. She took out a pen and paper from her pocket and scribbled down a string of numbers. This is my phone number and also my WeChat ID. You can call me directly when you come tomorrow. All right. Lin Jianchuan put away the note and left satisfied. Qingxue watched his retreating figure, her brows slightly furrowed. Strange, I feel like Grandpa Lin's back is straighter and his walk is faster than before. But she didn't dwell on it and shook her head before returning to work. Lin Jianchuan didn't return to the ward, but headed straight for the parking lot. Though he didn't have a driver's license as a man who didn't harbor a car dream. When he was young driving a tractor on the production team, the rumbling roar could excite him for hours. Later when he moved to the city, he couldn't help but stare at the cars on the street. As he grew older, those thoughts gradually faded. How could he dream of a car when he couldn't even afford a meal? But now things were different. The system had rewarded him with a car, he had to go see it. Even if he couldn't drive it, just touching it would be fine. As he walked, he felt his body was indeed much better than before. His steps were lighter, his back no longer ached, and even his eyes seemed brighter. The most noticeable change was his teeth. He had only 3 left before, but now he had 8. Though they hadn't fully grown in, he was already overjoyed. As long as he held hands a few more times, a full set of pearly whites was within reach. Arriving at the parking lot faced with a sea of cars, he was momentarily at a loss. With so many cars, which one was his? He instinctively reached into his pocket. The moment his hand went in, he touched 2 hard objects. Pulling them out, he saw a car key and a small pill. Lin Jianchuan was stunned. He remembered clearly that he only had his phone and the note from Qingxue. The car key and the pill were definitely not things he had before. The key had a shield emblem on it, heavy and substantial. The pill was ordinary, a deep blue, looking like a medicine tablet. So this is the car key and the body-strengthening pill. He murmured to himself. It felt magical. Not wanting to take the pill at that moment, he put it back in his pocket and began wandering around the parking lot with the key. The key had an unlock button which he assumed was for opening the car. So every few steps, he pressed the button waiting for a car to respond. But after walking most of the way and pressing it a dozen times, not a single car acknowledged him. Lin Jianchuan wasn't worried. The system's car had to be in the lot. He would find it eventually. As he walked, a sudden continuous honking came from behind. Beep, beep, beep. The car horn was harsh and abrupt, startling him. He turned around and saw a brand new black car, honking frantically right behind him. The car's badge had 4 rings, and it looked expensive. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a beer belly stuck his head out of the window, his face dark, and began cursing, "Old fool. Are you deaf? Blocking the road and not moving aside. What are you doing wandering around the parking lot instead of staying in the ward at your age?" In the passenger seat, a heavily made-up young woman immediately chimed in, her voice syrupy. "Old man, our Vice-Dean's car is very expensive. If you so much as scratch the paint, you couldn't afford to pay for it, even if you sold yourself." After saying that, she shot a flirtatious glance at the balding man. Anyone could see that the two were having an affair. Lin Jianchuan's temper flared. In the past, he would have swallowed his anger. An 80-year-old man with no children or family living on government subsidies. Why bother arguing? If he got sick from anger, there would be no one to send him to the hospital. But now things were different. He had just gained 5 more years of life, his back no longer ached, his legs didn't hurt, and his eyes were brighter. Most importantly, he had 100,000 yuan in his pocket and a car key in his hand. His backbone was straighter than ever. "Who are you calling an old fool?" Lin Jianchuan turned around, standing his ground right in front of the car. "Didn't your parents teach you how to speak to your elders?" The balding man was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting the old man to talk back, and his anger grew. "Old fool, you're asking for trouble, aren't you? Do you know how much this car costs? It's an Audi A6, brand new, 40,000 on the road. Can you afford to pay if you scratch it? And in the vice dean of the hospital. Are you going to move or not? If not, I'll call security right now." Lin Jianchuan dropped to the ground in a swift, decisive motion. He then began yelling at the top of his lungs, "Ouch. The vice dean is running over an old man with his car. Help!" The balding man and the heavily made-up girl in the passenger seat were instantly dumbfounded. What are you doing?" The man panicked, quickly pushing open the door and getting out. "I haven't even hit you. Don't try to scam me." The girl also scrambled out of the car. "Don't worry, Dean, just call the police. We have a dash cam, so we're not afraid of his scam." "Shut up. The car is new, we haven't installed the dash cam yet." The man was sweating profusely. He glanced around and realized this spot was a blind spot for the surveillance cameras. Worse, a few passers-by had already gathered, and some were pulling out their phones to record. "Get out of here. Don't let anyone see us together." The man hissed at the girl. "Oh." The girl's face turned ugly, but she didn't dare argue. She hurried away in her high heels, stopping about 10 meters away, far enough that no one would suspect anything. Lin Jianchuan lay on the ground, continuing to shout on his own. "Everyone come and see. The vice dean ran over someone with his car." "Stop shouting. I'm wrong, I apologize, is that enough?" The man said in a low voice, his tone full of helplessness. Lin Jianchuan glanced at him sideways. Apologize. When you called me an old thing, why didn't you apologize? When that little vixen in your passenger seat said selling me wouldn't cover the damages, why didn't you apologize? The balding man was choked speechless. Lin Jianchuan raised a finger. Also, you said you'd have security throw me out. I remember that too. The balding man's face turned the color of pig liver. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Old man, what exactly do you want? Say it straight. Lin Jianchuan spoke, slowly simple. You said I was faking a fall. Well, today I'll make it real. Unless you cough up 2,000, this isn't over. The balding man was livid. 2,000. Why don't you just rob me? Lin Jianchuan raised his voice half an octave. Ouch. The vice dean is trying to drive an old man to death. More people gathered around. Some were already pointing and whispering. Is this guy really the vice dean? This Audi, did he buy it with embezzled funds? Bullying an old man, how despicable. Film this and post it online, let everyone see. The balding man panicked. His reputation was already in tatters. If this blew up, could he still be the vice dean? He was at his wit's end. Fine, 2,000. Just stop shouting. He pulled out his wallet, counted out 2,000 in cash, and shoved it into Lin Jianchuan's hand. Take the money and get lost. Meeting someone like you is the worst luck of my life. Lin Jianchuan took the money and counted it. Exactly 2,000. He pocketed it and stood up slowly. With a smile on his face, he said, Thank you for your generosity, Vice Dean. Don't worry, I won't breathe a word about you and that little vixen. With that, he dusted off his hands and walked away. The onlookers dispersed. A young woman standing nearby hurried over and cooed, Dean Yo, don't get too upset. Just think of it as giving 2,000 to a beggar. That old man is probably so poor he can't even afford a meal. Consider it a good deed. The balding man's expression finally softened. He looked up at the old man and saw him walk up to a black Panamera. He pulled out a key fob and pressed it. Beep beep. The Panamera's lights flashed twice and the doors unlocked. The balding man's eyes went wide as saucers. The girl's mouth dropped open. Thighs. How is this possible? She rubbed her eyes. The old man, who was just lying on the ground faking a fall, drives a Panamera. That's over $1.5 million RMB on the road. Several times more expensive than the Vice Dean's Audi A6. A wave of regret washed over the girl. This old man is this rich. She had just called him a beggar, said selling him wouldn't cover the damages. Now he's in a luxury car, and she looks like a fool. She looked at the white-haired Lin Jianchuan, then at the brand-new Panamera, and a bold idea suddenly surged in her mind. With her looks and figure, if she got close to him, she could easily win the old man over right. He's so old. Any day now he might kick the bucket. Then, as his legal wife, wouldn't all his inheritance be hers? That would save her decades of struggle. She glanced at Vice Dean Yo beside her. He was all flash, treating her to the cheapest 10 yuan spicy hot pot. And she had to pay for the hotel room. The promised head nurse position was still nowhere in sight. She made up her mind, clicked her heels, and hurried after Lin Jianchuan. Vice Dean Yo was stunned. Where are you going? The girl didn't even look back. None of your business. Vice Dean Yo trembled with rage. You money-grubbing bitch. Before he could finish, the girl had already reached the Panamera. Lin Jianchuan was excitedly getting into the driver's seat, about to close the door. The girl grabbed the door, beaming like a flower. Grandpa, is this your car? Lin Jianchuan frowned at her. If it's not mine, is it yours? The girl was taken aback, but quickly flashed an even sweeter smile. Grandpa, you're so funny. I just thought this car is so beautiful, it matches your style perfectly. Lin Jianchuan looked her up and down. Heavily made up, pretty enough. But the system gave no notification, meaning her looks didn't meet the standard. A woman who doesn't meet the standard is as cheap as grass. He had no need to waste words on her. He said expressionlessly, something you need. The girl bent over, pulled down her collar to reveal a bit of cleavage, and said in a syrupy voice, Grandpa, I'm really sorry about earlier. I didn't mean to call you names. You forced me. Actually, I really like old folks like you. You seem so warm and familiar. Lin Jianchuan said, so what? The girl bit her lip. Grandpa, do you have a wife? I'm single, no children my whole life. The girl's eyes lit up, her heart racing. No wife. No children. That means he's all alone. If she married him, there'd be no one to fight over the inheritance. All his assets would be hers. Her smile grew even more radiant, as if she wanted to jump into the car right then. Grandpa, you must be so lonely with no one to talk to. What do you think of me? I'm the best at keeping old folks company. Lin Jianchuan watched her performance. She leaned in closer and whispered, Grandpa, I'm young, pretty, and know how to handle things. If you're willing, I don't need a bride price. I'll marry you and be your wife. I'll stay with you every day, cook and do laundry for you, and see you through your final years. Lin Jianchuan smiled. See me through my final years. The girl nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Don't worry, I'll take great care of you. All right, then it's a deal. Lin Jianchuan agreed readily. But since we're getting married, there are some things I need to make clear. He patted the car. This car is rented, just for a day. I have to return it today. If you can accept that, we can go get the marriage certificate right now. The girl's smile froze instantly. Rented? She stared at the brand new Panamera, then back at Lin Jianchuan. Lin Jianchuan nodded. The rental company had a deal, 300 a day. I rented it just to keep up appearances. The girl's face turned green. What about the house? An old rundown place, 300 a month in rent. Leaks in winter, drips in summer. And your pension? None. I'm on government assistance, a few hundred a month. The girl was completely dumbfounded. She stepped back. You're messing with me? Messing with you? Didn't you come to me on your own? I didn't call you, didn't beg you. You grabbed my door and insisted on being my wife. How's that my fault? The girl rolled her eyes, broke ass, and turned to leave. She had offended Vice Dean Neo badly, if she needed to go back and make amends. Looks like tonight she'd have to put in some serious effort. Lin Jianchuan closed the car door, gripping the steering wheel with a foolish grin plastered across his face. The car was truly magnificent with a luxurious interior and plush seating. Recalling the sudden shift in the young woman's attitude earlier, he could only guess that this vehicle must have cost a small fortune, likely several $100,000. It was a pity though. This beautiful car was one he couldn't drive. He never learned how, and he didn't have a license. At 80 years old, he wasn't even sure if he could still apply for one. Would he need to hire a driver? He mused, running his hands over the leather and trim. His fingers accidentally popped open the center console. Inside lay 3 booklets, one large, 2 small. Startled, Lin Jianchuan picked them up. He opened the larger one, first a vehicle registration certificate. Flipping it open, the owner's name read Lin Jianchuan. He blinked, certain he was seeing things. He leaned closer, but it was unmistakably his name. Further down, the vehicle model was listed as Panamera 40T, with details on displacement, horsepower, and a string of numbers. The final line showed the purchase date, May 17th, which was today. He then picked up the 2 smaller booklets. One was a driver's license, the other a vehicle license. He opened them to find his name, ID number, and his own photo staring back at him. The vehicle information matched the certificate exactly. Lin Jianchuan stared at the driver's license for a long time. He was utterly dumbfounded. Was the system this impressive? It had even procured his driver's license for him. A wide, elated grin split his face. The system truly delivered. After sitting in the car for a full 10 minutes, Lin Jianchuan reluctantly got out. He hurried back to the inpatient department to handle his discharge. The nurses still cast him strange looks. Unfazed, Lin Jianchuan returned to his room to pack his belongings. He then found his attending physician to state his intentions. The doctor was straightforward, offering earnest advice. Uncle Lin, once you're home, eat whatever you crave, go wherever you wish. You don't have many days left, don't shortchange yourself. The words grated on him, but Lin Jianchuan knew they came from a place of goodwill. He smiled and nodded. Don't worry, doctor. My spirits are high. Goodbye. The doctor waved him off, thinking to himself that this was likely a farewell for good. Back in his room, Lin Jianchuan gathered his things and prepared to head downstairs. But Nurse Wang Xiaoro suddenly walked in, her eyes rimmed with red. Grandpa Lin, I heard you're being discharged. Lin Jianchuan offered a gentle smile. Yes, my condition won't improve by staying. It's better to go home early. Wang Xiaoro's eyes grew even redder. She knew his prognosis. He only had a month left. He was always so kind and gentle, it was hard to believe had be gone so soon. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. Ding. Target detected. Wang Xiaoro. Appearance score 82. Meets handholding requirements. Host is advised to complete the handholding task as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback. Why was the system prompting him again? Looking at Wang Xiaoro's welling eyes, he decided to give it another try. But he needed to think carefully about how to phrase it. Xiaoro, I owe you an apology. Please don't hold this morning's handholding against me. Wang Xiaoro quickly waved her hands. Grandpa Lin, please don't say that. I've already forgotten about it. Lin Jianchuan let out a sigh, a trace of melancholy on his face. That's good. I was just worried you might feel uncomfortable. It's all my fault. In all my years, I've never even held a girl's hand, so I lost control for a moment and offended you. He wore a look of deep regret. But I don't blame you. It's only natural for a young girl like you to not want an old man like me holding your hand. Xiaoro, this is goodbye. Once I leave, I doubt we'll ever see each other again. I hope you'll always be happy and healthy. With that, Lin Jianchuan picked up his belongings and, trembling, made his way to the door. Watching his desolate figure, Wang Xiaoro was consumed by guilt. Grandpa Lin is 80 years old. What harm was there in him holding her hand? She must have been out of her mind, not only being inconsiderate, but even suspecting his motives. How wrong she had been. Grandpa Lin, wait. Wang Xiaoro rushed forward to stop him. Lin Jianchuan stopped and turned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Xiaoro, what's the matter? Is there something else? Wang Xiaoro bit her lip, a flicker of struggle on her face before resolve set in. She closed and locked the door, then reached out and took the initiative to hold his rough, bark-like hand. Grandpa Lin, I'm sorry. I misjudged you. If you want to hold my hand, go ahead. Hold it for as long as you like. Lin Jianchuan was stunned. A beautiful chime sounded in his mind. Timer started 959958957. Just like that. She was holding his hand. And she had made the first move. Ecstasy surged within Lin Jianchuan, but he dared not show it. Xiao, you are truly a wonderful girl. I was right about you. You fulfilled an 80-year dream of mine. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's reasonable, I'll buy it for you. Lin Jianchuan's words came from the heart. All he had to do was hold a hand to get a reward. Spending a little money was a bargain. He was even prepared to make a significant dent in his savings. He currently had 100,000. If she asked for something within 50,000, he'd agree without hesitation. Wang Xiao shook her head, her face flushed. Grandpa Lin, I don't want anything. As long as you're happy, that's enough for me. Lin Jianchuan was deeply touched. What a genuinely good girl. Who says modern women only care about material things? They just haven't met the right ones. You can't paint everyone with the same brush. Wang Xiao was considerate, worried he'd get tired standing, and helped him to the bedside to sit down. Holding her hand, Lin Jianchuan felt a warmth in his heart. It wasn't because of the impending reward, but because of her sincerity. This girl truly had a kind heart. Whoever married her would be incredibly lucky. Lin Jianchuan sat on the edge of the bed, holding her hand, unsure of what to say. Wang Xiao kept her head bowed, her face as red as a ripe apple. Despite her mental preparation, she still felt nervous having her hand held for so long. The room fell silent, so quiet that the ticking of the wall clock was audible. 6 minutes. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. Lin Jianchuan cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Xiao, where is your hometown? What do your parents do? Do you have any siblings? A boyfriend? Lin Jianchuan made small talk. My family is from the countryside. My parents are farmers. We have a few greenhouses, and we sell vegetables for a living. I'm an only child. After graduating, I came straight to the hospital. I haven't been in a relationship yet. Wang Xiao's voice grew softer as she spoke, her face still flushed. She wondered to herself why Grandpa Lin was still holding her hand after all this time. But she felt too embarrassed to say anything. Lin Jianchuan's impression of her improved even more. A girl from the countryside, down-to-earth, hardworking, and not vain. That was a rare find. Time continued to tick by. Lin Jianchuan's anxiety grew with every second. He feared someone would knock on the door, or some other interruption would ruin his moment. But his worries were unfounded. No one came to disturb them until the chimes sounded. Ding. Handholding successful. Congratulations, host, on completing your second handholding task. Reward 1, 5 years of lifespan. Reward 2, King Tier driving skills. As the voice faded, Lin Jianchuan felt his back straighten instantly. His mind was suddenly flooded with automotive knowledge and driving techniques. He was overjoyed. Now he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to drive. As Wang Xiao was lost in thought, the hand she was holding was suddenly released. Lin Jianchuan was in a good mood and thanked her sincerely. Xiao, you're a good girl. Grandpa thanks you for fulfilling my wish. It's getting late, I must be going. Wang Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Grandpa Lin, don't mention it. It was the least I could do. She looked at Lin Jianchuan, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Somehow Grandpa Lin seemed to have gotten younger. His back was straighter, the wrinkles on his face seemed shallower. He looked different. She couldn't help but speak. Grandpa Lin, you seem to be in much better spirits. Lin Jianchuan's expression remained unchanged. Is that so? Perhaps it's because my wish has been fulfilled and I feel at ease. When one is happy, they tend to look more spirited. Wang Xiao nodded, finding the explanation reasonable. She took out a pen and paper from her pocket, wrote down a phone number, and handed it to Lin Jianchuan. Grandpa Lin, this is my number. If anything urgent comes up, you can call me. Lin Jianchuan took the note, looked at the neatly written digits, and felt a warmth in his heart. All right, Grandpa will keep this. He carefully put the note into his pocket, placing it next to the one from Xinxingxue. Their handwriting was different, so there was no risk of mixing them up. Xiao will be off now. Don't worry, he'll come visit you when I have the time. Lin Jianchuan said with a smile. Wang Xiao nodded silently, tears glistening in her eyes. She knew that once he left, their chances of meeting again were slim. Lin Jianchuan opened the ward door and walked out with Wang Xiao. A group of nurses stood at the door, staring at them with expressions full of gossip and shock. Wang Xiao's face flushed instantly. Lin Jianchuan, however, remained impassive. He turned to bid Wang Xiao farewell, picked up his belongings, and headed downstairs. Once his figure disappeared around the corner, the nurses immediately swarmed around her. Xiao, what were you and old man Lin doing in the ward? Yeah, why did you lock the door for no reason? That's right, were you up to something? Wang Xiao, surrounded in the middle, blushed deeply. We didn't do anything. Don't get any ideas. I was just saying goodbye to Grandpa Lin. After saying this, she lowered her head, dodged the crowd, and continued with her work. Lin Jianchuan reached the first floor to handle his discharge procedures. Besides the insurance reimbursement, the cost was 1,250 yuan. In the past, this would have pained him greatly. But now, with 100,000 in hand, this amount was nothing. He took out his bank card and swiped it without a second thought. After collecting the receipts and his belongings, he strode out of the inpatient department. The sun outside was just right. He walked straight to his Panamera. He tossed his things into the trunk, got in, started the engine, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator, all in one smooth motion. With the newly acquired king-level driving skill, driving was incredibly easy. After paying a 5 yuan parking fee, Lin Jianchuan drove the brand-new car onto the road. Within 5 minutes, he was completely familiar with the vehicle. Thanks to the influx of automotive knowledge in his mind, he now knew the price of this car. It was the top-tier fuel version, costing over 1.8 million yuan all-inclusive. Before obtaining the system, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a luxurious car, even in his wildest dreams. 1.8 million was an astronomical figure he could never have saved in several lifetimes. But now this car was right under him. The vehicle registration, driver's license, and ownership certificate all bore the name Lin Jianchuan. Lin Jianchuan drove to a mobile phone store. The salesperson was very enthusiastic, whether because of his age or the Panamera, it was hard to tell. Not knowing much about phones, he took the salesperson's strong recommendation and bought a latest model Huawei phone for 8,900 yuan. He also switched his old 8 yuan senior plan without data to a 199 yuan unlimited data plan. With the salesperson's help, he downloaded WeChat and registered an account. The first thing he did was, of course, add Xinxingxua. When sending the friend request, he made sure to write Lin Jianchuan. Then nothing happened. After thinking for a moment, he took out the phone number Wang Xiaoro had given him. He tried entering the number and searching. An account with the WeChat name Zyra popped up. The profile picture was a cute cartoon girl. Lin Jianchuan clicked Add Friend and noted Grandpa Lin as the remark. It was approved almost instantly. Wang Xiaoro, hello, which Grandpa Lin are you? Lin Jianchuan smiled and sent a voice message, Xiaoro, it's me. I just got a new phone and you're the first one I added. Wang Xiaoro sent a shy emoji. Then she sent a text message, Grandpa Lin, it's getting busy now. They'll chat with you during the lunch break. Lin Jianchuan quickly replied, alright, you go ahead and work. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Jianchuan stopped in his tracks. He suddenly remembered that Wang Zyra's phone seemed quite old. Back at the hospital, he had heard her complain that her phone was a bit laggy. Now that he had money and she was such a kind-hearted person, he naturally felt he should do something. With this in mind, he found the salesperson again. He bought an identical new phone. He planned to give it to Wang Xiaoro tomorrow when he went to present the banner to Xinxingxua. After swiping his card without hesitation, Lin Jianchuan asked the salesperson, is there a place nearby that makes banners? The salesperson enthusiastically pointed across the street. What a coincidence. There's an advertising and print shop right across the street that makes banners. Lin Jianchuan nodded, took the phone, and went to the print shop across the street. He spent 200 yuan to customize a banner. He arranged to pick it up tomorrow morning at 8:30. When it came time to pay, he took out his bank card again. The shop owner looked troubled. The card machine is broken. You can pay with cash or use WeChat or Alipay. WeChat is for chatting, isn't it? Can you pay with it? And what is Alipay? Lin Jianchuan was completely confused. The owner was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Grandpa, have you just come out of the mountains? Who doesn't use WeChat or Alipay to scan codes these days? Lin Jianchuan felt a bit embarrassed. I've been using a senior phone until now. I don't know about these things. I just got a new phone today. That's easy, I'll teach you. The owner was very enthusiastic. He took Lin Jianchuan's phone, quickly downloaded Alipay for him, and taught him how to link his bank card. After a few minutes of operation, it was all set. Alright, now you can scan codes to pay too. Both Alipay and WeChat work. Just scan my QR code. Lin Jianchuan took back his phone and, following the owner's instructions, opened WeChat's scan feature. Beep. He entered the payment amount, entered his password. Payment successful. Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up. So simple. Technology truly changes life. He would never have to worry about losing money or cards again. He thanked the owner, confirmed he would pick up the banner tomorrow morning, and walked out of the print shop. From a distance, he saw two beautiful women in skimpy clothing standing by his car across the street. His eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace towards them. Lin Jianchuan approached his car. Two young women were taking photos around it, posing in turns one after another. Though they had decent figures, their looks were ordinary, one with a square face, the other round. Naturally, the hand-holding task wasn't triggered. Pleased that his car was well-liked, Lin Jianchuan stood by with a smile. After a dozen shots, they prepared to film a video to boost their followers. Then they noticed him standing there, seemingly in the way. The square-faced woman who was filming sneered with contempt. An old man with one foot in the grave, shamelessly gawking at us for ages. Don't you feel disgusted? Lin Jianchuan froze, his smile stiffening. He looked around and pointed at his own nose. Are you talking to me? The round-faced woman rolled her eyes. Who else? Is there another man here? Old man, we're filming a video. Could you please move? If you scratch our car, can you afford to pay for it? Lin Jianchuan had already been about to pull out his keys and drive off. He was old and didn't want to argue with two young girls. But upon hearing that he withdrew his lifted foot, he turned around, staring at them with a strange expression. Your car? Of course. If not ours, then yours. Exactly. Old man, if you're leaving, go. Don't block our video. Their eyes were full of disdain. Lin Jianchuan was momentarily speechless. He had seen shameless people, but never anyone so thick-skinned. It was his car, yet they claimed it as theirs. Their confident tone almost made him doubt himself if not for the car keys still in his hand. What if this car is actually mine? Lin Jianchuan said. Uff. Both women laughed. The square-faced woman looked him up and down with even more contempt. Old man, you sure know how to joke. Your clothes and shoes together don't cost $100. This Porsche is worth millions. Can you afford it? Exactly. Lying without fear of biting your tongue, how ridiculous, the round-faced woman chimed in. Lin Jianchuan sighed, pulled out his key fob, and pressed it. Beep beep. The Panameras lights flashed. The two women were stunned, their faces flushed red. Embarrassed, they lowered their heads and scurried away. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Jianchuan felt much relieved. He then drove off. Lin Jianchuan rented a rundown apartment in the west of the city. The car couldn't even get into the alley. He parked by the roadside near the neighborhood and walked home. There was a small supermarket at the entrance. He planned to buy some noodles and cook egg noodles. But as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered he now had money. After buying a phone and having a banner made, he still had nearly 80,000 yuan in his account. No need to be frugal. So he turned and walked to a restaurant 100 meters away. It was just past 11 and the place was empty. Lin Jianchuan entered and sat by the window. A waiter approached. Sir, what would you like to order? Lin Jianchuan looked at the menu, ready to splurge. They'll have stir-fried eggs with chili, smashed cucumber, a plate of fried peanuts, 2 bottles of beer, and a bowl of beef noodles. The waiter's eyes widened in surprise. Sir, are you sure you can finish all that? Our portions are quite generous. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand. No problem, just bring it on. I have a good appetite. The waiter nodded. Please wait a moment, I'll be right up. A little while later, the dishes arrived one after another. Lin Jianchuan picked up his chopsticks and ate with relish. Just then his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. He opened it and saw that Shun Qingxue had accepted his friend request. Smiling, he sent her a message. Hello Dr. Shun, this is Lin Jianchuan. Shun Qingxue replied instantly. Hello Grandpa Lin, I was busy this morning and just saw your request. Lin Jianchuan responded with a smile. No worries, I know you're busy. Just letting you know this is my WeChat. He'll be at the hospital at 9 tomorrow morning sharp. Okay Grandpa Lin, I'll wait for you at the hospital. Rest well, and don't forget to take your medicine. She ended with a heart emoji. Seeing the red heart, Lin Jianchuan's heart pounded wildly. The image of Shun Qingxue's wavy hair flashed through his mind again. A generous bosom reveals a noble mind. The ancient spoke truly. As Lin Jianchuan mused, a graceful figure entered. Boss, 1 egg fried rice to go, came a familiar voice. He looked up instinctively, meeting the newcomer's gaze. Their eyes locked and both froze. Grandpa Lin. Little Qin. Standing at the door was Lin Jianchuan's neighbor across the hall, Qin Yaru. She wore a white tank top under a beige shawl and faded blue jeans. 30 years old with jet black shoulder-length hair, she kept a nice figure. Curves in all the right places. She was the neighborhood beauty. Originally from out of town, she worked here and was always kind to Lin Jianchuan, greeting him with a smile whenever they met in the hallway. On holidays, she would occasionally bring him some food to try. But today her face looked troubled. Her eyes were red as if she had been crying. Her hair was a bit messy and she radiated a weary, disheveled air. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback. In his memory, Qin Yaru always stepped out looking neat and tidy. This was the first time he had seen her so distraught. Little Qin, what's wrong? Did something happen? He asked instinctively. Qin Yaru realized her state was too obvious. She quickly wiped the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. No, nothing Grandpa Lin. I'm just a bit tired. Lin Jianchuan comforted her. Little Qin, if anything's wrong, be sure to tell me. If you need money, I can lend you some. Qin Yaru felt grateful, but looking at Lin Jianchuan's shabby clothes and the meager dishes before him, she swallowed the words on her lips. Grandpa Lin was barely getting by himself, and he had just been discharged from the hospital. How could he have spare money to help her? Even if he did, it would be his retirement savings. How could she ask? Grandpa Lin, I'm fine really. Qin Yaru forced a smile. Lin Jianchuan was about to say more when the waiter approached with the packed egg fried rice. Miss, your egg fried rice is ready. That's 12 yuan. Qin Yaru took the box, paid via her phone, and bid farewell to Lin Jianchuan. Grandpa Lin, take your time eating. I have things to do, so we'll go first. With that, she turned and left. Lin Jianchuan sighed and said no more. Suddenly a pleasant chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Target detected. Qin Yaru attractiveness score 80 meets handholding condition. Host, please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. What kind of garbage system is this? Why did it only alert after she left? Lin Jianchuan muttered inwardly. Then upon second thought, he roughly understood. It was probably because Qin Yaru's looks were just barely meeting the threshold, causing the system to react sluggishly. 80 points indeed not high. Compared to Shun Qingxue's ethereal and aloof aura, she was a whole tier below. But Xiao Qin had a gentle, pleasing appearance and a good personality. She had been so considerate to him, an old man, before. She was definitely the type to be a virtuous wife and loving mother. Lin Jianchuan initially wanted to chase after her to see if there was a chance to hold her hand. But then he recalled Qin Yaru's expression, clearly indicating something was troubling her. It didn't feel right to pursue her at that moment. He sighed and continued eating. The 3 dishes and a bowl of beef noodles he ordered were devoured cleanly. The waiter came to settle the bill and gave a thumbs up. "Old man, you have a good appetite. That's 73 yuan in total. Cash or scan?" Lin Jianchuan took out his phone and waved it scan. The residential complex he lived in was over 30 years old with 1 elevator and 2 households per floor 4 stories high and old-fashioned staircases. The floors were separated by hollow slabs which thudded when walked on. To save money, he lived on the top floor. A 1-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom apartment of 30 square meters with a monthly rent of only 300 yuan. Usually it took him at least 5 minutes to walk from the first floor to the top. But now after gaining 10 years of life, he reached the 4th floor in less than a minute. He didn't go home, but knocked on the door opposite. After waiting for a long while, no one answered. Xiaoqing didn't come home, so where did she go? Lin Jianchuan stood at the door and knocked again, but still no response. He wondered if something had happened to her family. He turned and went back to his apartment. He washed his face and took out his phone. Wang Xiaoro had said she would chat with him at noon, and he was afraid of missing her message. Unlocking the screen, he saw there was indeed a WeChat message. "Wang Xiaoro, Grandpa Lin, I've started lunch. Have you eaten?" Attached was a picture of rice noodles. Lin Jianchuan smiled and replied, "I just finished eating too. Are you going to work tomorrow morning?" Wang Xiaoro replied instantly, "Yes, Grandpa Lin." "What's up?" "Nothing major, I need to ask you something." "See you tomorrow." "Okay." The two quickly ended the chat. Lin Jianchuan had a low tolerance for alcohol. After 2 bottles of beer, he felt dizzy. He simply laid down on the bed and drifted into sleep. When he woke up, the sky was already dark. He took out his phone and saw it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Drinking really caused trouble. He hurriedly found paper and pen from home and swiftly wrote a thank you letter. After finishing, it was already 9:30. Usually at this time he would be extremely sleepy. But now, perhaps due to the increased lifespan, he felt remarkably energetic. Moreover, his stomach was growling non-stop. He tidied up, went to the opposite door, and knocked again. Still no one answered. Qin Yaro hadn't returned yet. Lin Jianchuan stood at the door frowning. It was already 9:30 in the evening. Why hadn't she come back? He decided to come back tomorrow to knock. Holding hands, or not, was secondary, but he hoped nothing had happened to her. He slowly went downstairs, grabbed a quick bite at a stall near the community entrance, and hurried home. He was in such a rush because there was an important matter to attend to. The body-strengthening pill was still in his pocket. Now in the dead of night, it was the perfect time to take it. Something that could improve one's physique. He didn't know if it was real, but he was very excited nonetheless. Lin Jianchuan took out the cerulean pill, and fearing he might choke, poured a glass of water. After everything was ready, he prepared to take the pill. Suddenly from below came the sound of a wooden bed rocking. Creak, creak. The sound was crystal clear, even including the extremely suppressed gasps. Lin Jianchuan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the pill. He shook his head with a wry smile. Before, his hearing was somewhat poor, and he hadn't realized how bad the soundproofing of this old building was. Now that his lifespan had increased, his hearing had also improved, and he could hear every single noise. Was this a happy trouble? But unfortunately, even though his lifespan had increased, his actual age was still 70. Even if he was an old virgin, he was more than willing, but lacked the strength. No, he simply didn't have the desire. Lin Jianchuan sighed, placed the pill on the table, and decided to wait until the noise downstairs subsided. But the sound not only didn't stop, it grew more brazen. The creaking of the bed, the gasps, and even a woman's urging voice were especially clear in the silent night. Lin Jianchuan couldn't take it anymore, so he walked to the window and pushed it open to get some fresh air. The night breeze blew in, carrying a hint of chill. He looked at the pitch-black sky outside, but an old saying crossed his mind. In youth one doesn't know the value of health. In old age one gazes at the bed and weeps with emptiness. He wondered if by increasing his lifespan further he might regain his ability. The commotion from below came and went quickly. After about 2 minutes the noise finally stopped. Lin Jianchuan let out a sigh of relief, closed the window, and returned to the table. He took a deep breath, placed the cerulean pill in his mouth, and swallowed it with water. Immediately a sharp pain surged through him, and he blacked out. He didn't know how long passed before he slowly regained consciousness. Outside the window, a faint fishbelly white was appearing, weak light filtering through the old window into the room. Was he still alive? He moved his fingers. They could move. He moved his toes. They could move too. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, realizing he had slept on the floor all night. Looking down, he saw a layer of black sticky substance on his body, emitting a foul odor. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that he discovered the part of him that had been unused for 80 years, almost on the verge of retirement, had actually perked up. Shocked and delighted, he quickly got up and went to the bathroom. He turned on the light and looked in the mirror. Lin Jianchuan startled himself. The person in the mirror was still him, but the wrinkles were gone, the eye bags were gone, and all the age spots had vanished. His skin was firm and rosy, his eyes bright and clear, and even his hair had turned mostly black. He looked at most 50 or so. Lin Jianchuan touched his face then pinched his arm. Muscles. He actually had muscles. He quickly took off his clothes, turned on the shower, and scrubbed himself thoroughly from head to toe. After washing, he stood in front of the mirror, and 8-pack abs were clearly visible. He reached out and touched them. They were indeed hard. For most of his life, his belly had always been soft and flabby. He had never had 8-pack abs, not even one. Now he had them. He turned around and looked at his back. It was also full of muscles with smooth lines. He looked left and right, up and down, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This was no 80-year-old man. He was clearly a handsome middle-aged man. The body-strengthening pill was truly extraordinary. After showering and dressing, Lin Jianchuan picked up the thank you letter he had written the day before and headed out. He knocked on Qin Yaris' door again, but there was still no answer. This was within his expectations. He turned and descended the stairs, his steps light and steady, a completely different person from yesterday. Though his heart still harbored concern for Qin Yaris, the transformation of his body filled him with excitement. After breakfast at the entrance of the neighborhood, he drove to the print shop to pick up the silk banner. It was rush hour, and despite the traffic, he remained calm, driving while listening to music. Envious glances came from cars nearby, for his was a luxury car worth over $1 million, a rare sight on the road. When he arrived, the print shop owner had been waiting for a while. Seeing him, the owner's eyes widened. "Old man, did you get some kind of spa treatment yesterday? You look at least 20 years younger than yesterday." Lin Jianchuan smiled calmly. "Boss, you have a sharp eye." "You guessed it right." After exchanging pleasantries, he took the banner and left. He arrived at the hospital parking lot at exactly 8:20. He sent a WeChat message to Shun Qingxue. "I'm at the hospital. Which floor are you on?" Shun Qingxue replied promptly, "Grandpa Lin, come to the 5th floor of the administrative building. I just finished a meeting and will wait for you at the elevator." Lin Jianchuan replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." Putting away his phone, he took the banner and letter and got out of the car. After asking for directions to the administrative building, he strode over. The building was behind the inpatient department, accessible via a corridor. A security guard at the entrance, after hearing his purpose and seeing the banner, let him through readily. The elevator reached the 5th floor, and as the doors opened, he saw Shun Qingxue. She wore a white coat over a nude-colored top with a hint of black stockings visible below. Her delicate features, cool demeanor, gold-rimmed glasses, and wavy hair made her appear exceptionally mature and intellectual. As Lin Jianchuan observed Shun Qingxue, she was also looking at him. Surprise filled her eyes as she hesitated. "Grandpa Lin, is it really you? How did you?" Lin Jianchuan quickly explained, "Don't be too surprised. I had a treatment yesterday, and this is the result. So what do you think? Do I look a bit younger?" "A bit. It's like you've become a different person. If you hadn't spoken, I might not have recognized you." Shun Qingxue looked at him, her gaze shifting slightly. Grandpa Lin really looks spirited now, at most in his mid-50s. What a transformation. As she pondered, Lin Jianchuan took out the silk banner. On it was written, "Miraculous hands cure stubborn ailments. Benevolent heart warms the soul." The inscription read, "Respectfully presented by patient Lin Jianchuan to the most beautiful Dr. Shun Qingxue. Dr. Shun, thank you for your kindness. You've shown me the warmth of this world. If you hadn't helped me yesterday, I don't know how long I would have been lying on the ground." A faint blush colored Shun Qingxue's cheeks. "Grandpa Lin, you're too kind. It was my duty. Besides, if my mother hadn't thrown that banana peel, you wouldn't have fallen." Lin Jianchuan waved his hand with a smile. "That's one thing, this is another. You helped me, so this banner is well deserved. And please don't call me Grandpa anymore, it makes me feel old. If you don't mind, call me Uncle Lin. It sounds younger." "All right, Uncle Lin." As they chatted, a familiar male voice suddenly interjected, "Director Shin, I heard someone brought you a banner. This is great news. The hospital needs exemplary figures like you. We must promote this widely so all our doctors and nurses can learn from you." A middle-aged man with a slightly balding head, dressed in a white coat, approached quickly. As soon as he saw Lin Jianchuan, clearly his expression changed drastically. "It's you." Lin Jianchuan frowned upon seeing the man. It was the same man he had clashed with in the parking lot yesterday. "What a surprise meeting again, Vice President Niu," Lin Jianchuan said coldly. Shun Qingxue looked between them. "You two know each other?" "Of course we do," Niu Fubo sneered. "Qingxue, this is the old man I told you about yesterday, the one who tried to extort 2,000 yuan from me in the parking lot." Shun Qingxue's expression shifted slightly, looking at Lin Jianchuan with confusion. "I extorted you? Mister Niu, don't flatter yourself. Should I recount what happened yesterday and let everyone judge?" Niu Fubo's face turned a spectacular shade at these words. He had been pursuing Shun Qingxue, and if she found out he had been with a nurse at a hotel, it would be disastrous. He instinctively stepped forward, getting close to Lin Jianchuan, and hissed under his breath, "What nonsense are you talking? This is a hospital, not a place for you to cause trouble." "Nonsense. Yesterday in the parking lot, who was it that kept honking the horn? Not only did you not apologize, but you started cursing. And that woman in the passenger seat, she wasn't much better, all done up in heavy makeup." Before Lin Jianchuan could finish, Niu Fubo clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him aside. Old man, please I beg you stop talking. I was wrong alright. I apologize. I won't say you were trying to extort me anymore, and you don't bring up yesterday again. Niu Fubo was seething with anger and would have loved to hit the man if Shun Qingxue weren't there. Lin Jianchuan glared at him. You just accused me of extortion. We're not settling this so easily today. I'm an idiot, a beast, I have a foul mouth. Please be merciful. Just treat my words as a passing fart, and let me off this once alright. Niu Fubo was nearly in tears. If he had known the banner was for this old man, he would never have come. Seeing him so pathetic, Lin Jianchuan couldn't be bothered to argue further. Alright. Stop this undignified tugging in public. Niu Fubo, as if pardoned, quickly released him, his face breaking into a sycophantic smile. Yes, you're right. I got carried away. As he spoke, he secretly watched Lin Jianchuan's expression, fearing the old man might change his mind. Lin Jianchuan straightened his clothes and walked back to Shun Qingxue. Dr. Shun, the banner is delivered. They'll be going now. Shun Qingxue felt apologetic. Uncle Lin, I'm sorry for what happened today. Let me make it up to you. They'll contact you later to treat you to a meal. Lin Jianchuan smiled and declined. No need for a meal. You're busy with work, don't waste time on such a small matter. I insist. You came all this way to deliver the banner and got insulted. I feel terrible. I must treat you to dinner. Seeing her sincerity, Lin Jianchuan couldn't refuse. Alright then, contact me when you're free. He'll be off now. He waved and walked away with long strides. Once he was far off, Niu Fubo finally breathed a sigh of relief and approached Shun Qingxue with an eager look. Qingxue, don't misunderstand. I just gave a nurse a ride to work. That's all. Shun Qingxue gave him a cold look. Vice President Niu, you don't need to explain yourself to me. If I remember correctly, you've been married for years now. I hope you'll stop bothering me. Thank you. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving him standing there. Watching Shun Qingxue's retreating figure, Niu Fubo's face turned grim. An old woman pushing 30 playing hard to get. Shun Qingxue, I will have you. And as for that old man, if I don't make him suffer, my name isn't Niu. A ruthless glint flashed in Niu Fubo's eyes. He pulled out his phone, found a number, and dialed. Hey Biaozi, I need you to take care of something. Lin Jianchuan returned to the parking lot, picked up the bag containing the phone from the car, and was about to go find Wang Xiaoro. He had only taken a few steps when a masked young nurse stopped him. Are you that old man from yesterday? Lin Jianchuan looked bewildered. Do we know each other? Old sir, don't you remember me? The nurse took off her mask, revealing a heavily made-up face. It was the girl who had been sitting in the passenger seat of Vice Dean Niu. So it's you. Lin Jianchuan curled his lips. What a small world. Among so many people in the hospital, he had to run into her again. Old sir, how did you become so young? I saw you get out of the car just now, and almost didn't recognize you. The nurse stepped closer, scrutinizing Lin Jianchuan from head to toe, utterly astonished. Old sir, where did you get your beauty treatment? Can you introduce me to it? I want to become more beautiful too. Lin Jianchuan's face darkened upon hearing this. No comment. He turned to leave, but the nurse reached out and stopped him. Old sir, don't be in such a hurry. The nurse cooed again, making Lin Jianchuan's skin crawl. Didn't you say the car was rented? Why are you driving it again today? You were lying to me yesterday, weren't you? Actually, this car is yours. You're a rich man. Miss, whether I have money or not has nothing to do with you. If you're looking for a sugar daddy, I suggest you find someone else. I have things to do, so I'm leaving now. With that, he quickly broke free and walked toward the inpatient building without looking back. The nurse stomped her feet in anger as she watched him walk away coldly. She glanced back at the brand new Panamera, and a crazy idea surged in her mind. Lin Jianchuan went upstairs with practiced ease and arrived at the nurse station. Hello, is Wang Xiaoro here? A round-faced nurse didn't even look up. She's changing a patient's dressing in the ward. Please wait a moment, I shall be right back. Okay, Lin Jianchuan replied, and stood quietly nearby. In less than 2 minutes, a familiar petite figure hurried over. Xiaoro, Lin Jianchuan called out, as Wang Xiaoro walked past him. She paused and turned around. When she saw Lin Jianchuan, clearly she froze. Grandpa Lin. She could hardly believe her eyes. The old man with white hair and wrinkled face from yesterday had turned into this spirited middle-aged uncle standing before her. His skin was firm, wrinkles gone, and even his hair had mostly turned black. He stood there with a straight back and a steady demeanor. If not for the same shabby clothes as yesterday, she wouldn't have recognized him. Seeing Wang Xiaoro's shocked expression, Lin Jianchuan felt a secret thrill. Don't be surprised. After I was discharged yesterday, I went to a beauty salon and got a treatment. I see. Wang Xiaoro suddenly understood. No wonder he had changed so much. A smile appeared on her face. Grandpa Lin, with your appearance, if you said you were 40, people would believe you. You look so young. Really? Is it that exaggerated? Lin Jianchuan beamed with joy, his mood greatly improved. Of course. That's a conservative estimate. Wang Xiaoro nodded seriously. By the way, Grandpa Lin, is there something you need? Lin Jianchuan lifted the bag in his hand. I'm giving you a gift. What gift? Open it and see. Wang Xiaoro took the bag and gently opened it. She instantly froze. Inside was a brand new Huawei phone of the latest model. She quickly shoved the bag back into Lin Jianchuan's hands, waving her hands repeatedly. No, Grandpa Lin, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Lin Jianchuan pushed the phone back, his tone gentle but firm. I bought this especially for you to thank you for taking care of me these past days. If you don't accept it, just throw it in the trash. I have things to handle now, so we'll be going. We'll keep in touch on WeChat. With that, he turned and left, giving Wang Xiaoro no chance to refuse. She held the bag at a loss for what to do. The other nurses nearby, unable to contain their curiosity, swarmed around her. Xiaoro, who is that guy? He looks kind of familiar. What did he give you? Let me see. Wow. The latest Huawei. That must be 8 or 9,000. Sister Xiaoro, when did you meet such a rich uncle? Introduce us. Wang Xiaoro blushed at their teasing and quickly stuffed the phone box into the bag. Don't talk nonsense. You all know him. It's Grandpa Lin, who was discharged yesterday. What? Lin Jianchuan. That 80-year-old man. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Jianchuan had successfully given away the phone, and his mood was splendid. He hummed a tune as he went downstairs. But when he reached the car, his smile vanished. On the hood of the car, someone had scratched a large heart shape, and the culprit stood beside him, looking at him with a defiant expression. It was the heavily made-up nurse from earlier. Lin Jianchuan's face darkened. Pointing at the scratch on the car, he said, "You did this." The nurse didn't panic. Instead, she smiled smugly. "Old sir, are you surprised?" "Shocked. It was me, and I have no money. If you think you're at a loss, I can compensate you with myself. No betrothal gift needed, and I can even serve you for your daily needs to offset the repair costs. What do you think?" Lin Jianchuan was almost amused by her words. "Are you out of your mind?" "Yes, I am. Anyway, the car is scratched, and I have no money. It's up to you." Lin Jianchuan didn't waste words. He pulled out his phone and dialed. "Hello, is this 110? Someone deliberately scratched my car. The address is..." The nurse froze upon hearing this. "Old sir, you're calling the police. You scratched my car. Should I marry you instead of calling the police? Have you watched too many TV dramas?" The nurse panicked. "Old sir, I'm sorry. I really know I'm wrong." Lin Jianchuan sneered. "It's too late. Just wait patiently. The police will be here soon." The nurse's tears started flowing. "I was just joking. I wanted to get to know you. He'll pay for the car damage. Can you cancel the call?" Lin Jianchuan couldn't be bothered to argue with her. 10 minutes later, a police car drove into the parking lot. 2 police officers got out, looked at the scratch on the car, then at Lin Jianchuan and the nurse. "Who called the police?" Lin Jianchuan stepped forward. "I did. She deliberately damaged my vehicle. There's surveillance over there, it should have captured it." One officer went to retrieve the surveillance footage while the other questioned the scene. The nurse had completely lost her earlier arrogance. She hung her head, sobbing and repeatedly apologizing. The footage was quickly retrieved, showing clearly how she used a key to scratch a heart on the car. The evidence was conclusive. The officer looked helplessly at the nurse. "Come with us to the station." Then he turned to Lin Jianchuan. "Sir, please go to a 4S store to get the damage assessed, then come to the police station." "No problem." Lin Jianchuan nodded in agreement. When he came out of the station, it was already 6 in the evening. There was an extra 20,000 yuan in his card, the compensation transferred by the nurse named Zhou Tingting. Rules are rules, one must pay for their mistakes. With his car still at the 4S shop for repairs, Lin Jianchuan grabbed a shared bike and pedaled home. Halfway there, he decided to stop at a roadside barbecue stall for dinner. Chewing on a skewer of meat, he began to mull things over. How can I quickly succeed in holding hands with a stunningly beautiful woman? He had already held hands with Wang Xiaoro and Shun Qingxue, and the rules forbade repeats. Xiao Qin was a suitable candidate, but she was nowhere to be seen, so she was out of the question for now. Lin Jianchuan's brow furrowed deeply as he racked his brain, but no solution came to mind. Stunning beauties weren't just encountered on a whim. In the past 2 days, he had only seen 3 or 4. He sighed and looked up aimlessly. Before him lay a small street glowing with pink neon lights. He knew this place well, the city's infamous red light district lined with foot massage parlors and massage shops. As his gaze swept over the dim, alluring lights, Lin Jianchuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Finding a beauty wasn't hard if you knew where to look. This street might lack many things, but it certainly wasn't short on pretty girls. After all, in this trade, one had to be good-looking to survive. If he just visited a few places, he was bound to find someone who fit the bill right. Head flashed the cash, and this third hand-holding would be in the bag. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He abandoned his food and hopped back on his bike, heading deeper into the street. The neon lights grew denser, a dizzying mix of pink, red, and purple. In front of each shop sat a few young women in scant, figure-flattering clothing. They were either playing on their phones or cracking sunflower seeds, occasionally glancing up at passersby. As Lin Jianchuan cycled along, a voice called out to him. "Hey, big guy, come have some fun. We just got fresh goods, so beautiful it's unreal, guaranteed to satisfy." He followed the voice and saw a woman in her 30s waving at him from the entrance of a foot massage parlor. She was the epitome of a madam. her face caked with makeup thick enough to scrape off her smile as fake as a plastic flower. At the sight of her, Lin Jianchuan pedaled faster, eager to leave. If this was the one doing the recruiting, how good could the girls inside be? He wasn't stupid. But before he could get moving, the woman reached out and stopped him. Don't be in such a hurry, big guy. We really do have a gorgeous girl here. Great figure, even better face, and the best part is it's her first day. I swear she's the prettiest one on this whole street. The prettiest? You sure? Lin Jianchuan felt a flicker of interest. Positive. Absolutely positive. The woman vowed, thumping her chest. If I'm lying even a little, you don't pay a cent. Lin Jianchuan couldn't shake the feeling that this was too good to be true. But then he thought he was already here, a quick look wouldn't hurt. What if? It was his first time at such a place, and he didn't know the rules, so he asked, is this place legit? I'm not going in if it's not. The woman gave him a knowing smile. Don't worry, big guy, we're completely legit here. Alright, then I'll take a look. Lin Jianchuan followed her inside through a narrow corridor and into a dimly lit room. Have a seat, big guy. The therapist will be right with you. With that, the woman turned and left. Lin Jianchuan sat on the sofa and surveyed his surroundings. It was a small room of about 10 square meters, furnished with a sofa, a small tea table, and a single bed. A tacky painting of a semi-nude beauty hung on the wall, and the air was thick with a pungent perfume scent. After about 5 minutes, the door finally opened. A girl with an excellent figure walked in, carrying a foot basin. Due to the dim lighting, he couldn't make out her face. It was impossible not to be nervous on his first visit to such a place. As the door clicked shut, the room grew even darker, and Lin Jianchuan's heart began to pound wildly. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. It's just a foot bath, what's there to be nervous about? The girl placed the basin at his feet, knelt down, and clumsily began to pour water. Thighs, guess what service would you like? We have everything here as long as the price is right, any service is available. Hearing her voice, Lin Jianchuan's expression changed drastically. Xiao Qin Yaru. What was she doing here? As if to confirm his suspicion, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Target detected. Qin Yaru beauty score 80 meets handholding criteria. Please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. It really was Xiao Qin. Lin Jianchuan was completely stunned. After speaking, Qin Yaru waited for the guest on the sofa to respond. This was her first day working at such a place, and her first time doing anything like this. She was terrified, her palms slick with sweat, and her eyes burning with unshed tears. But thinking of her mother lying in a hospital bed, and the 1,000 yuan gap in treatment costs, she gritted her teeth, forced herself to look up, and put on a professional smile. Dear guest, what service would you like? We have. She stopped mid-sentence as she recognized the man sitting on the sofa. Her smile froze on her face, and her eyes widened in shock. Lin Jianchuan gave a wry smile. Xiao Qin, you. Why are you in a place like this? What's happened at home? Grandpa Lin. Is it really you? Seeing him, Qin Yaru could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face as she covered her mouth, collapsed to the floor, and wept silently. After a long while, she took the initiative to hold Lin Jianchuan's hand, and between sobs began to tell him about the troubles at home. Timer started. 959, 958, 957. Looking at the heartbroken Qin Yaru before him, Lin Jianchuan couldn't care less about the countdown. He focused solely on being a listener. Qin Yaru held his hand, crying as she spoke. She told him how her mother had suddenly fallen ill, how she had begged and borrowed from everyone she knew, and how she had run out of options. By the end, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Grandpa Lin, I really truly have no other way. I've maxed out my credit cards, exhausted all the online loans, and am still 1,000 yuan short. When I walked into this foot massage parlor today, I didn't expect to leave the same. I told myself that whoever could come up with the money, I would be his woman and treat him well for the rest of my life. After uttering those words, Qin Yaru seemed to have all her strength drained from her, nearly collapsing to the floor. Lin Jianchuan watched her trembling shoulders, and his heart felt as if it were being squeezed hard. What kind of desperation had life driven this girl to for her to say something like that? Xiao Qin, stop crying, it's alright. They'll cover the 1,000 yuan for you. You don't have to be anyone's woman. You're just going through a rough patch, and this difficulty will pass. Qin Yaru looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, and cried, even harder. Grandpa Lin, please don't comfort me. I know your situation. How could you possibly have 1,000 yuan? Lin Jianchuan's mind raced. I didn't before, but things are different now. You know the lottery. I won the jack. Qin Yaru's sobbing abruptly ceased. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with a mixture of doubt and belief. A lottery ticket. Winning a huge prize. A plotline only seen on TV, now unfolding in real life. Grandpa Lin, a man like him, would actually buy a lottery ticket. She found it impossible to believe. Lin Jianchuan perceived her hesitation and resolved to transfer the money on the spot. A flicker of relief passed through him. Fortunately, he had received the 20,000 compensation from Zhou Tingting today, otherwise he wouldn't have enough for the 100,000. Though after the transfer he would be broke again, it was all worth it if it could save a life. Just then the system voice he had been ignoring chimed in again. Ding. Handholding successful. Congratulations, host, on completing the third hand-holding task. Reward 1, lifespan 2 years. Reward 2, 1 piece of intelligence. The lottery shop 40 meters east of the footbath shop will reveal a $1 million prize in 2 minutes. Lin Jianchuan froze, his pupils contracting. $1 million prize. In 2 minutes. Though it didn't explicitly state the prize would fall into his hands, the intelligence precise to the minute and location was clearly a golden opportunity for him. Time was pressing, he had no time to make the transfer. Xiaoqin, listen to me. Pack your things and go home right now. I have something important to do. He'll be back to see you within an hour, understand? With that, without waiting for her reply, he turned and left the room. Before he could exit the footbath shop, the woman on watch blocked his way. Uncle, you haven't paid yet. How much? Given your short time, just 200. Lin Jianchuan, without a second word, pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code to pay. Then he mounted the bicycle outside and pedaled eastward with all his might. Sure enough, a sports lottery shop came into view. He hurriedly dismounted, checked the time. 1.5 minutes had passed. Only half a minute remained before the $1 million prize would be scratched out. He practically charged into the lottery shop. There were no customers inside. Only a woman in her 30s, presumably the shop owner, was scratching lottery tickets herself. In front of her lay a pile of already scratched tickets, and her expression was grim. Clearly she had lost money. Only a dozen seconds remained. The $1 million prize was definitely the ticket right in front of her. Hold it! Lin Jianchuan roared, his voice shaking the entire small shop. The female shop owner, who was about to scratch the ticket, flinched and stared at him in fright. What are you doing? Scaring me to death. Lin Jianchuan immediately put on a smiling face. I want to buy scratch-off tickets. How many do you have left in the store? He'll take them all. Really? Uncle, you're not kidding me. The shop owner's face lit up with surprise. That's right. Go ahead and tally it up. Lin Jianchuan forced himself to stay calm. The shop owner, without hesitation, took out the tickets from the counter and counted. Only 3 full sheets left. 600 per sheet, total 1,800. Lin Jianchuan pointed to the pile of loose tickets on the table and said casually, he'll take these too. How much altogether? You want the loose ones too? The shop owner looked surprised, but quickly smiled. No problem. 8 tickets left, 20 each. That's 160 plus 1,800, total 1,960. Lin Jianchuan took out his phone and quickly paid. He then tucked the scratch-off tickets close to his body and turned to leave. Once outside by the roadside, Lin Jianchuan let out a long sigh of relief. He had the tickets in hand. Soon, he would be a millionaire. A grin spread across his face as he mounted the bike and pedaled back to the neighborhood, humming a tune. Arriving at the 4th floor, he first knocked on the door opposite. No answer. Qin Yara must not have returned yet. He went back to his own apartment, locked the door, found a coin, and took out the 8 loose tickets. His heart pounding with excitement, he began to scratch. Sure enough, a $1 million symbol appeared prominently before his eyes. He stared wide-eyed at the string of zeros behind it. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. 1 million. Truly 1 million. After deducting 200,000 in taxes, he would still have 800,000. To him, it was an absolute fortune. Lin Jianchuan sat at home, smiling foolishly, lost in fantasy. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a door opening. He grabbed the lottery ticket and went out. It was Qin Yaru returning. Xiaoqin, you're finally back. When Qin Yaru saw Lin Jianchuan, a look of embarrassment crossed her face. Only after Lin Jianchuan had left earlier did she realize how she had broken down, crying in front of Grandpa Lin. It was utterly inappropriate. Though she thought his words were likely false, she still quit her job at the footbath shop and took the bus home. Grandpa Lin, don't worry about me. I've had a good cry and am not that sad anymore. As for the money, you don't need to bother. He'll figure something out. Hearing this, Lin Jianchuan understood immediately. This girl still didn't believe him. She didn't believe he could really come up with 100,000, let alone believe he had won the big prize. She said she'd figure something out, but what could a young woman in her 20s or 30s do? She would only push herself deeper into the fire. Lin Jianchuan didn't rush to explain. Instead, he walked straight into her apartment. He gestured for her to lock the door, then pulled out the lottery ticket. Xiaoqin, take a look at this. Qin Yaru looked down. It was a scratch-off ticket. The pattern below matched the one above, and the prize amount was clearly marked 1 million. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked up at Lin Jianchuan. Grandpa Lin, you really won the big prize. Lin Jianchuan nodded proudly. Of course. Now do you believe me? Go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow come with me to claim the prize. Once I get the money, I'll give it to you. Don't worry about anything. Just focus on getting your mother treated. With that, Lin Jianchuan didn't linger any longer. He turned and went back to his own apartment. Qin Yaru stood there staring blankly at his retreating figure, unable to speak for a long time. That night, Lin Jianchuan slept soundly. It was the best sleep he had had in days. He didn't wake up until 7 the next morning, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Looking down, his old face flushed with embarrassment. At 80 years old, to still have such a reaction, no one would believe it if he told them. After washing up, he changed into a clean set of clothes and checked himself in the mirror. With the additional 2 years of lifespan added yesterday, he felt even more energetic and his complexion was rosier. Carrying the winning scratch-off ticket, his ID card, and bank card, Lin Jianchuan knocked on Qin Yaru's door. Soon the door opened. Dressed in fresh attire, Qin Yaru stood gracefully at the entrance. She wore a white t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts, her legs showing a healthy wheat color radiating youthful vitality. Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help glancing at her thighs before looking away a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself, this girl looks quite pretty when she dresses up. Good morning, Uncle Lin, Qin Yaru said with a smile, her spirits much better than the night before. She reached out and hooked her arm through Lin Jianchuan's. Lin Jianchuan shuddered as if jolted by electricity, his old face instantly turning bright red. In his 80 years of life, no woman had ever held his arm with such warmth and familiarity. Especially not a beautiful young woman in her 20s or 30s dressed in shorts that revealed a pair of long, stunning legs. Thighs. Lin Jianchuan stammered, his aged face flushing crimson. Qin, what are you doing? And why are you calling me uncle? Qin Yaru, however, seemed oblivious to his discomfort, still holding his arm as she said, Uncle Lin, you look so much younger now, at most in your 40s. Calling you grandpa would age you. I've decided from now on I'll call you uncle. Before Lin Jianchuan could react, she continued, I thought about it all night. Since you gave me that 100,000 yuan, I'm yours from now on. Once my mother gets better, I'll take good care of you, tend to your every need, and be good to you for the rest of my life. Lin Jianchuan's expression changed. Qin, I lent you the money without any thought of repayment. I know, Uncle Lin. You're a good, kind man. You see us as neighbors and think helping is normal. But to me, this is an immense kindness. I've exhausted every option I could think of and still couldn't gather enough money. Since you lent it to me, my earlier words still stand. Lin Jianchuan grew anxious. Qin, don't be impulsive. I did it because you're filial and sensible, not to bind you for a lifetime. You're only 30, your life is just beginning with wonderful days ahead. How can you tie yourself to an old man like me? Qin Yaru tried to speak, but he stopped her. That's settled. Don't entertain such thoughts. I truly don't mean anything by it, understand? With that, he dared not linger and quickly went downstairs. Watching his flustered, retreating figure, Qin Yaru couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. She wiped her tears and quickly followed. They had breakfast at the entrance of the neighborhood, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the sports lottery center. Everything went smoothly. At 11 in the morning, Lin Jianchuan walked out, holding an 8,000 yuan check from China Construction Bank, accompanied by Qin Yaru. The bank was just across the street. They went and transferred the check to his card within minutes, and activated large sum transfer services. After leaving the bank, Lin Jianchuan looked at Qin Yaru. Qin, the money is in hand. Tell me the truth, how much do you owe in total? Qin Yaru froze, the smile on her face stiffening. She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes. Uncle Lin, why do you suddenly ask that? Because I'm going to help you pay it off. I heard you yesterday, your credit cards are maxed out, and you've exhausted all the small loans. Tell me, how much do you owe in total? I'll lend it all to you. Qin Yaru's lips trembled and her eyes reddened. Uncle Lin, you've already agreed to lend me 100,000. How can I possibly take more from you? Why not? Lin Jianchuan interrupted her, showing a rare moment of firmness. Tell me, what's the interest rate on those credit cards and loans? What's your monthly salary? How much is left after paying the interest? Can you even afford to live? The barrage of questions left Qin Yaru speechless, her mouth opening and closing without a sound. Seeing her like this, Lin Jianchuan softened his tone. Girl, I've lived 80 years. What storms haven't I seen? I've seen plenty of debts that snowball. If you don't plug this hole today, it will swallow you whole tomorrow. Then you won't even be able to care for your mother, you'll be ruined yourself. Qin Yaru's tears fell in a steady stream. After a long moment, she finally spoke. I owe 4,200 yuan plus the 1,000 yuan shortfall for the medical expenses. It's 5,200 yuan in total. Lin Jianchuan drew in a sharp breath. Though he had braced himself, the number still tightened his heart. Girl, what illness does your mother have? How could it cost so much? Qin Yaru wiped her tears with her sleeve, her voice still choked. My mother has leukemia. The doctor says she needs a bone marrow transplant. At the word leukemia, Lin Jianchuan's expression changed. He had heard of this disease. It was more troublesome than cancer, draining money like water with no guarantee of a cure. Has a match been found, he asked. Qin Yaru nodded. The doctor said my match with my mother is very high. I'm the ideal donor. But the surgery and follow-up treatment will cost 6,000 yuan. I have 8,000 in savings, and with credit cards, small loans, and money borrowed from others, I'm still 1,000 short. And my mother's condition can't wait much longer. He sighed. What a truly unfortunate girl. Lin Jianchuan looked at Qin Yaru, sighing inwardly. He took out his phone and transferred 6,000 yuan to her. Staring at the number on her phone screen, Qin Yaru was stunned. Uncle Lin, why? Why did you transfer me 6,000 yuan? This is too much, I really can't accept it. It's not too much at all. Consider the medical expenses alone from me. And with the rest, you'll need to hire a caregiver, right? You have to eat right. All of that costs money. Don't dawdle. Let's add each other on WeChat, and you go pay the fees right away. Remember, pay off all the credit card small loans and debts to other people. Understand? Lin Jianchuan put on an expression that brooked no refusal and displayed his WeChat QR code. Qin Yars stared blankly, scanned the code, and added the contact. Before she could even react, Lin Jianchuan had already scanned the code on a shared bike and ridden away. Watching his figure retreat, Qin Yars stood there for a long while. Then she hailed a taxi and hurried to the hospital. Meanwhile, Lin Jianchuan was cycling looking for a place to have lunch when his phone suddenly rang. He stopped to check and saw a message from Wang Xiaoro. Uncle Lin, this is Wang Xiaoro. Thank you for the phone you gave me. Do you have time for lunch? I'd like to treat you to a meal. It ended with 3 touching emojis. Lin Jianchuan smiled and replied, no problem. Where should we eat? They'll head over now. Can it be near the hospital? I have to work in the afternoon. Of course. Then let's go to Heo Yunlai Hunan restaurant 100 meters east of the hospital. It's affordable and delicious. Alright, I'm free anyway. I'm on my way. Lin Jianchuan put away his phone, turned his bike around, and pedaled towards the hospital. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of Heo Yunlai Hunan restaurant. From a distance, he saw a graceful figure waiting by the roadside. It was Wang Xiaoro. Spotting him, her eyes lit up, and she immediately smiled and walked over. Uncle Lin, you're here. Her smile was brighter than the sun. She wore a light blue tank top and white shorts, revealing a stretch of straight legs with a pair of white sneakers on her feet. Lin Jianchuan's old face flushed again. He quickly averted his gaze, muttering inwardly, these young girls nowadays, why do they wear so little? Aren't they afraid of getting sunburned? Lin Jianchuan parked his bicycle and followed Wang Xiaoro into the restaurant. It was the dinner rush, and the place was buzzing with noise, the pungent aroma of stir-fried dishes and the fragrance of cooked rice mingling together as they wafted into his nostrils. Wang Xiaoro, familiar with the place, found a seat by the window and handed him the menu. Uncle Lin, what would you like to eat? Order whatever you like, don't be polite. Lin Jianchuan took the menu, glanced at it, and handed it back. You order. I'm fine with anything. He had been living on subsistence allowance, and the number of times he had eaten at a restaurant could be counted on one hand. How would he know what was good? Then I'll order. Wang Xiaoro didn't decline. She lowered her head, seriously flipping through the menu, murmuring to herself, this spicy diced chicken is good, the sizzling beef plate is also nice, and let's get a green vegetable. After ordering, she handed the menu to the waiter, then rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Jianchuan. Uncle Lin, you look even better today than yesterday. Really? Probably because I was so happy last night, I slept well. What made you happy? Can you tell me? Wang Xiaoro leaned in curiously. Lin Jianchuan lowered his voice, looking mysterious. Of course, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Wang Xiaoro nodded emphatically with an air of you can trust me, and even leaned her ear closer. Only then did Lin Jianchuan whisper, I won the lottery. A big prize, over $1 million. Really? Wang Xiaoro was stunned, her eyes wide as saucers, her mouth forming an O shape. That such a windfall from the blue had actually happened to Uncle Lin. Lin Jianchuan raised a finger to his lips, shushing her, signaling her not to make a fuss. Wang Xiaoro blushed, realizing she had gotten too excited. There was no jealousy in her heart, only genuine delight. She knew how destitute Uncle Lin had been before. Now that he had won the lottery, his days would finally improve. She naturally assumed that Lin Jianchuan buying her a phone was because of his winnings. With that thought, her earlier embarrassment dissipated, replaced by heartfelt happiness for him. Uncle Lin, you truly reap what you sow? I suggest you go buy some new clothes first so certain people won't look down on you. As she spoke, she shot a fierce glare at a nearby table. Lin Jianchuan followed her gaze. At the next table sat 3 women in their 30s, dressed in flashy attire. Their glances kept drifting towards him, their faces bearing expressions of disdain and contempt. Wang Xiaoro, like a mother hen protecting her chick, glared back fiercely. While it hadn't yet escalated to angry words, the atmosphere between the two parties was already tense. Annoyed by the glare, the woman in the middle with permed curls and a floral dress deliberately raised her voice. Oh dear, the social atmosphere is really getting terrible these days. A young woman in her 20s not doing honest work, dating a man in his 40s or 50s every day. I wonder what she's after. The woman with the thin face immediately chimed in, casting a sidelong glance. Isn't that right? Those shameless old men at their age, they should take a look at themselves. Everything they own isn't even worth $100, yet they still have the nerve to hang around young girls. Finally, the woman wearing glasses who looked refined covered her mouth and chuckled, her voice sharp and thin. Maybe he has some special skill. Older men, they're experienced, good at coaxing. Young girls nowadays fall for that. A few sweet words, a bit of playing pitiful, and they get everything they want. The 3 of them laughed shrilly. Slap. Wang Xiaoro slammed the table and stood up, ready to charge over and argue. Lin Jianchuan grabbed her arm. Sit down. Uncle Lin, did you hear what they said? There are plenty of people with foul mouths. Why bother arguing with them? This remark made the 3 women unable to sit still. They sprang to their feet. Who are you calling foul-mouthed? A grown man, and you're picking a fight with us women. He looks decent enough, but why is his tongue so vicious? Lin Jianchuan looked up, his gaze as calm, as if he were observing 3 fleas. Whoever responds is who I'm talking about. A bunch of foul-mouthed trouts can't even take a bit of criticism. The 3 trembled with rage. The thin-faced woman pointed directly at Lin Jianchuan's nose and yelled, "What do you have to be so proud of? A man in his 40s or 50s dressed in rags, and you still have the face to act like a big shot here. Aren't you embarrassed?" Lin Jianchuan looked down at his clothes, a faded gray shirt, a pair of ordinary black trousers, and worn-out sneakers that cost over 20 yuan. He smiled and said unhurriedly, "What I wear doesn't matter. What matters is that I earn my keep honestly. I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't gossip. My conscience is clear. You 3 are dressed in fine clothes, but your mouths are filthy. It's a pity such nice outfits are wasted on you. You?" The 3 women were left speechless, their faces flushed red. The bespectacled woman adjusted her glasses, trying to regain the upper hand. "You say our mouths are dirty. Are our deeds dirtier than yours? What's your angle in protecting this little girl so fiercely? Isn't it just because she's young and pretty? You're after her body, aren't you? And now you have the audacity to lecture us." Lin Jianchuan's weathered face reddened. Before he could speak, Wang Xiaoro couldn't hold back any longer and exploded. "Bullshit. What's it to you whether I sleep with Uncle Lin or not? Uncle Lin might be older, but he's 1,000 times better than you foul-mouthed hags. At least he doesn't gossip behind people's backs. At least he doesn't spew filth from his mouth." "Who are you calling a spewer of filth?" the bespectacled woman shrieked. "I'm talking about you." Wang Xiaoro stuck out her neck, refusing to back down. The other patrons in the restaurant all turned to look, some frowning, some whispering among themselves. Just as it looked like a brawl was about to break out, the restaurant owner rushed out of the kitchen, still holding a spatula. He took one look at the 3 women, and his brow furrowed. "You again?" The curly-haired woman was taken aback. "What do you mean, you again?" The owner sneered. "Last time you were in my restaurant gossiping and spreading rumors about a young lady. And now you're back? What do you think this place is, eh?" The 3 women's faces changed. The thin-faced woman said awkwardly, We were just having a normal conversation." "Normal conversation? Do you think I'm deaf? I've been listening from the kitchen since you started." He pointed towards the door without any politeness. "Get out. My restaurant doesn't welcome you. Don't come back, and even if you do, I won't serve you." The bespectacled woman sprang up, her face ashen. The owner's smile was full of sarcasm. "Customers come here to eat, not to gossip. If you want to eat, shut up and eat. If you want to gossip, get out and do it somewhere else. My restaurant doesn't cater to your kind. Fine, well, leave. Who wants to come to this dump anyway? We wouldn't come back even if you begged us on your knees." The 3 women stormed out of the restaurant, pulled out their phones, and took a flurry of pictures of the storefront. Then they posted a thread on Little Green Book, "Ladies, avoid this place. The owner here is awful, kicked us out for no reason, and even let an old man bully us 3 helpless women. It's a travesty this place hasn't gone out of business yet. Location is pinned here, everyone stay sharp and don't go there." Inside the restaurant, Lin Jianchuan sincerely thanked the owner. "Thank you so much for today. You offended those customers for our sake." The owner waved his hand dismissively with a hearty laugh. It was the right thing to do. Those 3 were gossiping and complaining the last time they were here too. I've had enough of them. You 2 just enjoy your meal. He'll throw in one of my signature dishes. Wang Xiaoro's eyes lit up. "Really? Then I want braised pork." "Hi, you're certainly not shy, girl." The owner laughed heartily and turned into the kitchen. The commotion dissipated without a trace. Settling back into their seats, Wang Xiaoro was still fuming, but excitement gleamed in her eyes. "Uncle Lin, that was so cool. When you called them foul-mouthed, it was so satisfying." Lin Jianchuan took a sip of his tea, his expression calm. "It's not worth getting worked up over people like that. Think about it. 3 women in their 30s not going home at noon. What does that tell you?" "What does it tell me?" Wang Xiaoro asked curiously. "It means they're not married. Past 30 and still unwed, it means nobody wants them. They're just a bunch of bitter, unwanted women with pent-up frustration. We should be understanding." Wang Xiaoro was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, doubling over, until tears almost sprang from her eyes. "Uncle Lin, you're terrible. But I love it." Lin Jianchuan glanced at her and cautioned, "You're a young lady, don't let such words slip out so freely. Some words are said without thought, but the listener takes them to heart, understand." Wang Xiaoro blushed slightly and stuck out her tongue. "I was just so angry. I couldn't stand them talking about you like that. Even if you can't stand it, you must endure. With your small frame, if you charged at them for a fight, do you think you'd win?" Wang Xiaoro snorted in defiance. "Even if I couldn't win, I'd still fight. I won't let them badmouth you." A warmth spread through Lin Jianchuan's heart. He wanted to advise her further, but the dishes began to arrive one after another. The spicy diced chicken was brilliantly red and fiery, the sizzling beef on the iron plate crackled, and the braised pork glistened temptingly. Just looking at them was enough to whet one's appetite. Wang Xiaoro swallowed hard, signaling with her eyes, "Uncle Lin, hurry up and taste it." Lin Jianchuan picked up a piece of the spicy chicken with his chopsticks. It was numbing, spicy, fragrant, and bursting with flavor. "Good, right. Wang Xiaoro watched him with a beaming smile. Delicious. Lin Jianchuan nodded. The taste was indeed exceptional, better than any restaurant had ever been to. See, I told you this place was good. Whenever I don't know what to eat alone, I come here for the spicy chicken rice bowl. Lin Jianchuan picked up another piece and asked, you usually eat alone? Most of the time, Wang Xiaoro said, taking a bite of rice. You know how it is with nursing. We work in 3 shifts, so our schedules never match anyone else's. As her words trailed off, her chopsticks were already heading for the braised pork. As soon as a piece entered her mouth, her eyes sparkled. So good. Uncle Lin, try it. Lin Jianchuan chuckled and picked up a piece himself. The meat was braised to perfection. Rich, but not greasy, tender, but not dry, with a deep savory aroma. The two fell silent, focusing on their meal. Soon the only sounds were the gentle clinking of chopsticks against bowls and occasional sighs of satisfaction. Wang Xiaoro finished a small bowl of rice, and then stopped on her own. Lin Jianchuan could tell she wasn't full yet. Why aren't you eating more? I'm about done. I need to watch my weight, can't overeat. Wang Xiaoro used sheer willpower to tear her gaze away from the food. Lin Jianchuan urged, food is the foundation of life. You'll feel weak if you skip a meal. Why would a young girl like you need to diet? You're perfect the way you are. Wang Xiaoro shook her head, her face resolute. No way, all the girls in my department are as thin as sticks. And the fattest one, I don't even photograph well. Nonsense. You're the prettiest one in your department. Lin Jianchuan wasn't lying. Had seen all the nurses there, and Wang Xiaoro was the only one who passed his assessment. The others were either too thin, too short, or lacked curves. Each had their flaws. Only Wang Xiaoro had both a lovely face and a great figure. His words filled Wang Xiaoro with joy, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Uncle Lin, did you have honey for breakfast? I never knew you were so smooth with words before. Lin Jianchuan's own face reddened. I'm just stating the facts. He then tried to probe further. Xiaoro, where do you like to hang out usually? Any hobbies? Wang Xiaoro's face grew even redder, and she stole a glance at Lin Jianchuan. She wondered why he was asking such a question. Could it be, as others had hinted, that he had feelings for her? But the age gap between them was just too large. No, absolutely not. Wang Xiaoro's mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, but she still answered honestly, I don't really go anywhere special. I like jogging in the morning and occasionally hiking or swimming. But with my shift work, I don't have much time. Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up. Jogging, hiking, swimming. Weren't those exactly the places where beautiful women gathered? He used to wake up early and stroll through the park, where he'd often encounter stunningly attractive women. Maybe he could find a suitable candidate who met the system's criteria. The thought of receiving various rewards upon successfully finding a partner made Lin Jianchuan's heart burn with excitement. The two quickly finished their meal, and Lin Jianchuan rushed to pay the bill. Wang Xiaoro felt even more embarrassed. Uncle Lin, I said I was treating you. If you keep doing this, I'll be too ashamed to go out with you next time. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand with an air of authority. I won the lottery, so isn't it only right that I treat you to a meal? How about this? Next time we eat together, I won't fight you for the bill. Deal? All right. Wang Xiaoro agreed shyly, then checked the time. It was almost 1:30 p.m. Uncle Lin, I have to get back to work now. Let's chat on WeChat and arrange another meal another time. Okay, take care on the way. Got it. Watching Wang Xiaoro's figure disappear around the street corner, Lin Jianchuan prepared to head home as well. He had only walked a few steps when his phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, he saw a WeChat message from Xinqingxue. Uncle Lin, are you free at 7 p.m. tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner as an apology for the whole banner incident. Would that be convenient? Seeing how she addressed him, a smile spread across Lin Jianchuan's face. Convenient, very convenient. Great, see you at 7 p.m. at the Heoxianglai Western Restaurant in Wanda Plaza. No problem. After confirming the time, Lin Jianchuan put away his phone. He glanced down at his own clothes, then recalled the mocking words of the 3 women from earlier. Resolute, he hailed a taxi and headed to Wanda Plaza ahead of schedule. 10 minutes later, Lin Jianchuan stepped out of the taxi and looked up at this massive mall, so familiar, yet so foreign. He used to pass by this place often, but had never set foot inside. After all, had heard people say the prices inside were exorbitant. His meager allowance couldn't even afford a decent outfit. But things were different now. He patted the bank card in his pocket, straightened his back, and strode confidently through the entrance. An hour later, Lin Jianchuan, completely transformed, came downstairs carrying 4 or 5 shopping bags. He was now clad head to toe in domestic sportswear brands, looking at least 5 years younger. As he exited the mall, he checked his reflection in the glass door and nodded with satisfaction. Clothes indeed make the man. He looked at most in his mid-40s now. His hair, however, was a bit long. Glancing at his disheveled locks, he turned and headed into a nearby barber shop. Welcome. A haircut or a styling, sir? A young man with dyed blonde hair greeted him. A haircut, Lin Jianchuan replied, looking around the empty shop. All right, please come this way to wash your hair first. The young man led him inside. Do you have a preferred stylist? If not, shall I arrange for our teacher June? Sure, arrange it as you see fit. After his hair was washed, Lin Jianchuan was seated before a mirror. A young man in a tight black t-shirt with tattoos on his arms walked over holding a comb and scissors. Uncle, how would you like it cut? Lin Jianchuan thought for a moment. Just make it shorter and neat. Teacher Jun sized him up and suggested, Uncle, that new outfit is quite trendy. Your hairstyle should match. How about I design one for you? All right, do as you see fit, Lin Jianchuan agreed, then asked specifically, how much is a haircut here? It's not expensive, just 69 yuan. Okay, let's do it. Lin Jianchuan was relieved. Under 70 yuan was more than street-side stalls, but this place was nicely decorated, so the skill should be decent. Teacher Jun had just picked up his scissors when he began his sales pitch. Uncle, your hair is a bit dry. We have a German imported shampoo. Care to try it? Lin Jianchuan refused. No need, I'm not that fancy. How about some conditioner? No need. Hair wax. It's not expensive after the discount. I'm allergic to hair wax. How about an eyebrow trim? We have a promotion today. No need. Then how about a shave? I'll do it myself at home. Teacher Jun quieted down for a moment, but then he started again. Uncle, with that new outfit you must have a date today, right? How about getting a membership card? We have a promotion, now spend 5,000 get 1,000 free, spend 10,000 get 3,000 free. You'll need regular maintenance for your hair anyway. A card is a good deal. Lin Jianchuan said, I just want a decent haircut. Can you please stop talking? The smile on Teacher Jun's face froze completely. He pursed his lips, fell silent, and his movements became perfunctory. Snip, snip, snip. Clearly not as meticulous as before. Lin Jianchuan noticed, but couldn't be bothered to argue. 15 minutes later. Done. Teacher Jun put down his scissors, impatience evident in his voice. Lin Jianchuan looked at the mirror. His brows furrowed instantly. The hairstyle in the mirror was... Well, it wasn't exactly ruined, as his hair was indeed shorter. But to say it was good would be dishonest. The sides were cut unevenly, and the layers on top were a mess. This skill wasn't even worth the 8 yuan street side level. Lin Jianchuan turned to look at Teacher Jun. The man was tidying up his tools, but when he met Lin Jianchuan's gaze, he didn't flinch, just stared back with a hint of defiance, as if to say, you didn't buy anything, so what more do you want? Lin Jianchuan felt a bit uneasy, but said nothing. He stood up and walked to the cashier. How much? The young girl at the register didn't even look up. Haircut is 16, styling is 3,600. Total is 3,669. Card or cash? Lin Jianchuan was stunned. How much did you say? The girl enunciated slowly. The total is 3,669 yuan. Lin Jianchuan laughed in disbelief. In 2026, there were still shady places like this. He suppressed his anger. I just got a haircut, where did the styling come from? Teacher Jun sauntered over, lazily leaned against the counter, and crossed his arms. Uncle, didn't I say before cutting that your clothes were trendy and I'd design a hairstyle? Isn't that styling? Lin Jianchuan's face darkened. I asked you the price, and you said 69. Now you pull this on me. Unfazed, Teacher Jun pointed to the wall. I said the haircut wasn't expensive, just 16, but I never said how much the styling was. We have clear pricing here, no cheating. Lin Jianchuan followed his gaze. On the wall hung a price list. At the top in large letters was written haircut 69 yuan. Below was a line of small text, so tiny one had to squint to read it. Styling design starts at 3,600 yuan. He stared at the small print for a long time, then looked back at the large print, finally understanding. This was the classic big print for the bait, small print for the trap. Your text is so small, who can see it? Teacher Jun smirked and said sarcastically, whether the text is small or not is the shop's rule. Whether you can see it is your business. We've posted what we need to post, you can't just pretend it doesn't exist. Besides, the hairstyle I designed for you was done with care. Look at the texture, the layers, the gradient. This is skilled work. You cut the two sides unevenly, and you call that skill? Teacher Jun's face stiffened, but he insisted, that's because you don't understand. This is the latest asymmetric design. A stylist at my director level is worth this price. Just pay up. Lin Jianchuan looked at this shameless display and suddenly smiled. Since they wanted to cheat him, they couldn't blame him for playing the age card. He pulled his ID card from his pocket and slapped it on the counter. This is fraud. I'm warning you, I'm 80 years old this year. If you anger me into a health crisis, you'll be responsible. As he spoke, he clutched his chest, his face instantly contorting in pain. Ouch, I was fine a moment ago, but now my heart feels a bit sore. Teacher Jun was taken aback, pointing at him. What are you talking about? You don't look a day over 40. Lin Jianchuan ignored him, glanced at the floor, saw it was carpeted and clean, so it wouldn't dirty his new clothes. He promptly lay down on the ground, pulled out his phone, and dialed 110. Hello, is this 110? I'm at a barbershop on the ground floor of Wanda Plaza. I've been scammed by this shady place, and they're threatening and intimidating an elderly man. Yes, that's right, I'm 80 years old. I'm lying on the ground now, and my heart is feeling very uncomfortable. Please hurry, and also call an ambulance for me. I'm afraid I won't make it through this. Beside him, the cashier girl curiously glanced at Lin Jianchuan's ID card, and her face immediately changed. Brother Jun, this is bad. This old man. He really is 80. Teacher Jun snatched the ID card, stared at it wide-eyed for a long moment, and his face turned green. Jun braced himself and sidled up to Lin Jianchuan, forcing a smile. Grandpa, the ground is so cold. Please don't lie there. If something happens to you, we can't bear the responsibility. Lin Jianchuan didn't even lift his eyelids. Now you remember to call me Grandpa? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Jun's smile grew even more sycophantic. Just now I failed to recognize your greatness. You're a magnanimous person. Please get up first, okay? It's not good for others to see. Lin Jianchuan didn't move. Get up for what? So you can swindle me out of another 3,600. Jun quickly waved his hands. No, not a single cent. Today's bill is on me. I apologize to you. You can leave now. Want me to leave? Too late. Lin Jianchuan lay there calmly, clutching his chest and groaning. My heart aches terribly and my head is spinning. He'll just wait here for the ambulance. Grandpa, don't scare me. Why would I scare you? I'm really in pain. I'm 80 years old. It's normal to have some heart disease and cerebral infarction, isn't it? Under this stress, my blood pressure is shooting up. Now I'm dizzy and my heart is racing. I'm probably about to die. Jun's legs went weak and he nearly knelt on the spot. Grandpa, I was wrong. You are my real grandpa. Let me kowtow to you, okay? Spare me this once. The store manager, who had been hiding, also panicked. He rushed out from somewhere, sweating profusely. Sir, how are you feeling? Would you like a drink of water? Lin Jianchuan waved his hand. No, if I drink and something goes wrong, who's to blame? The manager was almost in tears. Then what exactly do you want? Lin Jianchuan glanced at him and said feebly, I've already called the police. When the officers arrive, if I'm still alive, we'll talk it over. If I'm gone, you can talk to the king of hell. Just as he finished, the sound of a police siren came from outside. 2 officers pushed the door open. Who called the police? Lin Jianchuan lay on the ground, raising his hand weakly. I did. The officers saw a man lying on the floor, and their expressions immediately darkened. Sir, what's wrong with you? Officers, thank goodness you're here. Lin Jianchuan clutched his chest, looking pained. I came here for a haircut, and after it was done, they tried to charge me 3,600. I got so upset that my heart couldn't take it. 3,600. The officer frowned, turning to the manager. What's going on? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The manager was drenched in cold sweat and glared fiercely at Jun. The officer ignored him, crouched down, and asked Lin Jianchuan, Sir, do you have your ID with you? Lin Jianchuan nodded, and the cashier girl quickly handed over the ID card. The officer took it and was stunned on the spot. You're 80 this year. 81 by Chinese reckoning, Lin Jianchuan said. The officer's gaze instantly turned icy. You dare to swindle an 80-year-old man. The manager was so scared he kept stammering excuses. We really didn't know he was 80. Just then the ambulance arrived as well. Doctors and nurses rushed in to lift him. The manager's cold sweat dripped. If the old man went to the hospital and something was actually found wrong, it would be a huge disaster. He hurried over to block them. Doctor, wait. Don't lift him yet. The doctor frowned. Are you trying to obstruct treatment? No, I want to discuss with the old gentleman whether we can avoid going to the hospital. Lin Jianchuan lay on the stretcher. Not go to the hospital. What about my heart disease, high blood pressure, and cerebral infarction? The manager gritted his teeth. Sir, let's settle this privately. Name your price. I'm not short of money. Besides, if I take your money, wouldn't that be extortion? I don't do shameless things like that. An officer beside him advised. Old man, if you feel your body is fine, it's best to settle amicably. With us here, taking money for a settlement isn't illegal. The manager nodded frantically. Yes, the officer is right. Sir, name your price. As long as it's reasonable. Lin Jianchuan thought for a moment. Then 3,600. Pay me back what you tried to swindle. Sir, could you make it a little less? After all, we still have to pay for the ambulance. Forget it, it'll go to the hospital then. No. 3,600 it is. Lin Jianchuan took out his phone, opened the payment code. With a beep, 3,600 arrived. He broke into a smile, patted his butt, and stood up. He signed the police record, picked up his shopping bag, and walked out the door. Behind him came the manager's roar. Jun, this 3,600 will all be deducted from your salary. Hearing that angry shout, Lin Jianchuan's mood improved even more. He glanced at his phone. It was only 3:30. It was still early for 7 o'clock, so he took a taxi back to the entrance of his residential complex. He spent 8 yuan to get his hair trimmed, checked himself in the mirror, neat and refreshed, and was very satisfied. After returning home, he watched a few videos on how to eat Western food, took a nap, and when he opened his eyes again, it was 6:30. He didn't dare waste any time. He washed his face and headed out. By the time he arrived at Wanda Plaza, it was exactly 6:58. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Shun Qingxue Dr. Shun, I've arrived at Wanda Plaza. Have you arrived yet? Uncle Lin, am near Gate 1. Where are you? Lin Jianchuan looked around and replied, I'm also at Gate 1, but I don't see you. Just as he sent the reply, his gaze was fixed on a stunning figure not far away. It was Shun Qingxue. Shun Qingxue also saw him and walked over somewhat surprised. Uncle Lin, you've changed so much I almost didn't recognize you. Lin Jianchuan felt pleased but downplayed it. I just bought a few clothes and got a haircut. Looks a bit more energetic. A bit. If someone didn't know you, they'd think you're at most 40. A charming middle-aged gentleman. Shun Qingxue looked him up and down, and her heart inexplicably beat a little faster. She loved watching Korean dramas, and the handsome, dashing middle-aged male leads were her favorite. Uncle Lin before her seemed like a real-life version that had stepped out of the screen. Tall and upright with a composed demeanor and eyes that were clear yet deep. Shun Qingxue was so captivated that her mind couldn't help racing. If only he were really 40. With his looks and aura, she would definitely pursue him actively. But the thought that he was older than her own mother made her quickly suppress that absurd notion. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at the Western restaurant. The table Shun Qingxue had reserved was by the window, offering a view of the night scenery outside. Bright lights sparkled, people were taking photos by the fountain, and some were strolling with children, a lively scene. The waiter handed them the menu. Shun Qingxue smiled and said, "Uncle Lin, today I'm treating you as an apology. Order whatever you like." Lin Jianchuan didn't stand on ceremony and ordered a steak set. Shun Qingxue ordered pasta and a vegetable salad. While waiting for the food, Shun Qingxue looked at him curiously. "Uncle Lin, what made you suddenly decide to buy clothes and get a haircut today? The style change is so dramatic." Lin Jianchuan smiled. "I had some business here this afternoon, and since I was going to have dinner with you tonight, I tidied up a bit. Actually, you looked fine before." She paused then laughed, "But now you're definitely more handsome. I really didn't recognize you at the door." I froze for a few seconds. Lin Jianchuan blushed at the compliments and waved his hand. All right, stop praising me, or you'll get embarrassed." The food arrived quickly. The steaks sizzled, the pasta looked tempting, and the salad was refreshing. They ate and chatted. Lin Jianchuan noticed that Shun Qingxue, though she seemed aloof, was actually quite talkative. Moreover, she spoke with discretion. She didn't ask inappropriate questions or say unnecessary things. Talking with her was very relaxing. The meal was light and pleasant, and before they knew it, the plates were empty. Shun Qingxue insisted on paying, and the two walked out of the restaurant side by side. Lin Jianchuan was about to say goodbye when out of the corner of his eye he spotted 3 tattooed men standing behind the fountain a few meters away, staring at them with malicious intent. Lin Jianchuan took one look and knew they had run into trouble. Instinctively, he shifted closer to Shun Qingxue, subtly shielding her behind him. Unaware of the danger, Shun Qingxue stared at her phone and said, "Uncle Lin, let me book a ride-hailing car for you. It's hard to get a taxi at this hour." "No rush," Lin Jianchuan said in a low, urgent voice. "Don't look around, but there are 3 men in the distance who've been staring at us. They don't look like good people." Shun Qingxue's face turned pale as she stammered, "Well, what should we do? Should we call the police?" "It won't help," Lin Jianchuan replied, scanning the surroundings. "They haven't done anything yet, so the police can't do much either, and it would only tip them off." The square was bustling with people and the taxi stand was a mere 50 meters away, but a long queue had formed there. Just then a ride-hailing car slowly pulled up in front of them. "Uncle Lin, my ride is here," Shun Qingxue whispered. Lin Jianchuan was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at her phone screen, which indeed displayed a notification, "Driver has arrived." The girl had managed to book a car while chatting. "Get in." Lin Jianchuan opened the door and slid into the back seat with Shun Qingxue. The driver, a middle-aged man, glanced in the rearview mirror. "What's the last 4 digits of your phone number?" 8916, Shun Qingxue replied. The car pulled away, merging into the traffic. Lin Jianchuan looked through the rear window and saw the 3 men standing on the curb frantically making phone calls. "Driver, please step on it," Lin Jianchuan urged. The driver acknowledged and pressed down on the accelerator. Shun Qingxue slumped back in her seat, breathing heavily, and it took her a while to calm down. "Uncle Lin, did they follow us?" she asked. Lin Jianchuan looked back again, scanning the traffic behind them. "No suspicious cars," he confirmed. "Not for now." Shun Qingxue let out a sigh of relief, her body going limp in the seat. The car fell silent, broken only by the soft hum of tires on the road. "Uncle Lin, I can't thank you enough for today. I don't know what I would have done without you." She believed she was the one who had attracted the trouble. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand dismissively. "Don't say that. If you hadn't invited me to dinner, we wouldn't have run into this mess." A few minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of an alley, and they both got out. "Come on, let me walk you back," Lin Jianchuan said. Shun Qingxue felt a warmth in her eyes. "Uncle Lin, I'm really putting you out." "It's nothing," he replied. They walked side by side into the alley. It was narrow, flanked by old residential buildings with dim, widely spaced streetlights casting a weak glow. Some sections were pitch black, forcing them to rely on faint ambient light to see the path. Walking beside Lin Jianchuan, Shun Qingxue felt a strange sense of security. "Uncle Lin, do you have any family at home?" she asked casually. "Just me," Lin Jianchuan said calmly. "Never married, no children." "Really?" Shun Qingxue was incredulous. "Really," Lin Jianchuan affirmed with a faint smile, a trace of melancholy in his heart. He had wasted 80 years of his life waiting for this system. But now it had finally arrived. With the system's power, his life was bound to improve. Perhaps he could even experience the touch of a woman. The thought made his old face flush, and he quickly banished the lewd idea from his mind. Shin Kingsu's curiosity was piqued. But Uncle Lin, don't you get lonely living alone? I've gotten used to it, he said. Besides, I've met you now, haven't I? A blush crept onto Shin Kingsu's cheeks. As her mind wandered, 3 dark figures suddenly darted out from the shadows, blocking their path. Shin Qingxue flinched, instinctively grabbing Lin Jianchuan's arm. Lin Jianchuan squinted, and in the dim light, he recognized the 3 thugs from the Wanda Plaza. The one in the middle was bald, in his early 30s, wearing a loud floral shirt, and a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding a thuggish air. To his left was a lanky man with dyed yellow hair, holding a baton. To his right was a short, stocky man with a buzz cut clutching a dagger. Ha, what a sight. The esteemed Dr. Shin is hooking up with an old geezer. Truly an eye-opener. Who are you? I'm warning you, this is illegal. You better leave now, and we can pretend this never happened. Shin Qingxue said, trying to sound brave. Miss Shin, why's your voice shaking? Scared? Helpless? About to cry? The bald man laughed boisterously. The other 2 also leered, and the stocky man made a show of swishing his dagger through the air with a menacing whistle. At that moment, Lin Jianchuan moved. His body, enhanced by the body-tempering pill, was incredibly fast. To Shin Qingxue, it was just a blur. In 2 strides, Lin Jianchuan was in front of the stocky man. Startled, the man immediately thrust his dagger forward. Lin Jianchuan's body shifted a mere half-inch to the side, the blade whistling past his clothes and hitting nothing but air. The stocky man froze in shock. The next second, Lin Jianchuan's hand clamped onto his wrist. The grip seemed gentle, but it felt like a vice, and a strange force yanked him forward. He stumbled, unable to stop himself, lurching headfirst. At the same time, his foot caught on something, sending him flying through the air. He crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, the dagger skittering away. Up! The stocky man let out a pained cry, trying to get up, but finding half his body numb and useless. The yellow-haired man was stunned. The bald man was stunned. Shin Qingxue was stunned too. Damn it! The yellow-haired man cursed, swinging his baton as he charged. Lin Jianchuan stepped forward instead of back, and with a slight shift of his body, the baton whizzed past his shoulder. At the same time, his palm connected with the yellow-haired man's chest. It was a gentle push, yet the yellow-haired man felt as if had been hit by a speeding car. He flew backward a full meter, landing hard on the ground, unable to get up. The bald man's cigarette dropped onto his crotch, the burn making him flinch. He looked at his subordinates, one writhing on the ground, the other lying motionless. It had all happened in mere seconds. You son of a... He stammered, fumbling frantically in his pocket for a switchblade. In his panic, it got caught on the fabric of his pocket. Lin Jianchuan closed the distance in 3 quick strides. Don't come any closer, the bald man yelled in terror. Lin Jianchuan reached out and grabbed his wrist. The bald man felt a bizarre force guiding his arm. He had meant to pull out the knife, but his arm was twisted outward against his will, spinning him around until his back was to Lin Jianchuan. Then he felt a kick to his rear. Bam! He flew forward, landing face first on the ground, and sliding half a meter, blood gushing from his nose. The 3 arrogant thugs were now sprawled on the ground, groaning like beaten dogs, their earlier bravado completely gone. Shin Qingxue stood rooted to the spot, her heart pounding wildly. Her eyes, fixed on Lin Jianchuan, were filled with shock, admiration, and a hint of something more. Uncle Lin, that was incredible. You took on 3 guys all by yourself. Lin Jianchuan offered a faint smile. I happened to learn some Tai Chi in my younger days. I didn't expect it to still come in handy at my age. Let's go. Forget about them. They'll walk you home. With that, he took Shin Qingxue by the hand, and quickly. It wasn't until they had walked over 100 meters that Lin Jianchuan finally released Shin Kingsu's hand. His brow, however, remained tightly furrowed. Qingxue, have you offended anyone recently? Shin Qingxue shook her head in bewilderment. No, I haven't. I just go back and forth between the hospital and home every day. I haven't had any conflict with anyone. That's strange. Those 3 men just now knew your surname. Who could have sent them? Shin Kingsu's face turned pale. Uncle Lin, do you mean those 3 were acting on someone's orders? Exactly. There's no other explanation. They knew you were a doctor, followed you all the way to Wanda, and even knew the route you take home. It just doesn't add up unless someone is behind this. Shin Qingxue fell silent. The more she thought about it, the more unnerving it became. If someone had orchestrated this, that person must know her, perhaps even be quite familiar with her. Suddenly, a greasy face flashed through her mind. Uncle Lin, I can think of someone. Vice Director Nyo. Shin Kingsu's eyes widened. How did you know? Lin Jianchuan sneered. Because I have a grudge against him too. He had someone follow you, probably just to teach me a lesson. Remember, when you mentioned treating me to a meal that day? He overheard it. Lin Jianchuan recounted the grudge from the hospital parking lot, emphasizing the young nurse in the passenger seat. Shin Kingsu's expression darkened further upon hearing this. That Neo Fubo is an absolute scumbag. Just from what I know, he's been involved with several women. She looked at Lin Jianchuan, her eyes filled with worry. Uncle Lin, you beat up those 3 men today? What if Niu Fubo flies into a rage and retaliates against us? Lin Jianchuan's tone was firm. He wouldn't dare? Think about it. He's a vice director established and respectable. People like him are most afraid of their dirty secrets being exposed. Right now he's probably trembling under his covers. How could he dare to retaliate? Shen Qingxue bit her lip, still a bit uneasy. Lin Jianchuan reassured her, don't worry. They'll find time in the next couple of days to have a talk with him, make him see the situation clearly, and warn him to drop any improper thoughts he has about you. Shen Qingxue's eyes lit up and most of the worry on her face melted away. Really? That's wonderful. She stepped forward excitedly and gave him a hug. Lin Jianchuan stiffened. Holding her soft warm form, the faint scent of her shampoo drifted straight into his nose. He could clearly feel her softness and his heart rate instantly shot up to 180. Fortunately, Shen Qingxue quickly let go, her cheeks flushed as she whispered then. They'll leave it to you, Uncle Lin. Lin Jianchuan coughed dryly to cover his fluster. It's nothing. Come on, let me walk you home first. The two continued walking. Soon they arrived at the entrance of an old residential area. Uncle Lin, I'm home. Shen Qingxue said, her face slightly red. Oh, then go on in. They'll be off too. Don't overthink things. Go to work as usual. They'll handle everything. Goodbye, Uncle Lin. Be careful on your way back. Shen Qingxue gave a sweet smile. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand and walked away calmly. When he returned to where he had knocked down the 3 men, the place was already empty. The only thing left on the ground was a discarded baton. Those 3 ran off pretty fast. What a pity. Lin Jianchuan sighed and hailed a taxi. Leaning back in the seat, he replayed the moment Shen Qingxue hugged him. Soft, fragrant, warm. A silly grin couldn't help but spread across his face. Slap. He slapped himself. It hurt. He admonished himself silently. You're an old man of 80. Don't go ruining a young woman's life. By the time he got back to his shabby little house, it was already 10:30 at night. After washing up, Lin Jianchuan fell straight into bed. The next morning at 6 o'clock, he woke up full of energy. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and changing into a tracksuit, he stuffed a pack of tissues into his pocket and headed out the door with great enthusiasm. The reason he got up so early was, of course, to take a stroll in the park. He wanted to see if he could find a suitable beauty to complete his hand-holding task. By the time he arrived at the park, it was already 6:30. People were everywhere exercising. Old men and women practicing Tai Chi, groups of middle-aged women doing square dancing, and young people jogging around the lake. He wandered around the park, his eyes darting everywhere. After circling most of the park, he still hadn't spotted a suitable candidate. Just as he was starting to feel disappointed, a perfectly proportioned figure appeared up ahead. A wasp waist, a perky rear, and long legs. A textbook goddess figure. His eyes lit up, and he quickly caught up. Hello, beautiful. Nice to meet you. My name is... He stopped mid-sentence. Because he got a clear look at her face. Huge nostrils, thick eyebrows, a face full of freckles, and protruding buck teeth. At that very moment, she was expertly picking her nose with her little finger, looking utterly ridiculous. She was the spitting image of Sister Ruhua. Hello there, handsome uncle. My name is Ahua. Nice to meet you. She grinned, revealing a mouthful of crooked teeth. Lin Jianchuan's scalp prickled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I think I mistook you for someone else. Sorry. With that, he turned and ran. Seeing this, Ahua refused to let it go and chased after him, stomping her feet and cursing, You bastard. I wasn't even bothered by your old age, and you dare to be disgusted by my looks? We're all the same once you cover our faces. Try it if you don't believe me. Hearing this, Lin Jianchuan ran even faster. 3 minutes later, he sprinted deep into the park's woods, leaning against a tree and gasping for air. Phew. I'm exhausted. Finally lost her. As soon as he caught his breath and turned his head, he froze. 3 meters away, a beautiful woman in a black one-piece yoga suit was staring at him, her face flushed. She was tall, with a graceful, curvaceous figure, her black hair elegantly pinned up, revealing a snow-white neck. She exuded the mature charm of a fully blossomed woman. But at this moment, her expression was peculiar. Her legs were tightly pressed together, her body trembling slightly, her face so red it seemed ready to drip blood, and a fine sheen of sweat had broken out on her forehead. Ding. Target detected. Zhao Jingxiang, appearance score 85, qualifies for handholding condition. Please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up. The 4th handholding task had finally arrived. He immediately straightened his back, put on a friendly smile, and stepped forward to greet her. Hello, miss. Could I get to know you? My name is Lin Jianchuan. I'm 40 years old and a doctor. He had stayed up late last night coming up with this self-introduction, all to make himself more appealing. With his current appearance, he did look about 40. And with all the medicine had taken over the years, he had picked up some medical knowledge, making the doctor persona a perfect fit. Zhao Jingxiang's face grew even redder. Hello. My name is Zhao Jingxiang. I'm 33. After saying this, she shyly lowered her head and asked in a small voice, Brother, do you have any tissue on you? I need to use the restroom. Lin Jianchuan was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. He glanced left and right, seeing only a grove of trees, not even a shadow of a public restroom. He stammered in shock here. Zhao Jingxiang nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. Yes, I can't hold it in much longer. Lin Jianchuan quickly pulled out the tissue he carried with him and offered it readily, but just as she was about to take it, he suddenly snatched his hand back. Brother Lin, what do you mean by this? Zhao Jingxiang urged, her legs tensing up even more. I can give it to you, but after you're done, could you let me take your pulse? It'll only take 10 minutes. Seeing her suspicious gaze, he quickly explained, don't misunderstand. I just want to try my newly developed pulse-taking technique on you. Really just taking my pulse. Zhao Jingxiang was still doubtful. I swear it's only for taking your pulse. Don't worry, I'm a doctor, not a scoundrel. Lin Jianchuan said nervously. Fine, I agree. Zhao Jingxiang agreed with a blush, snatched the tissue from his hand, and bit her lip while looking at him. Feeling dazed, Lin Jianchuan walked out of the grove to a spot about 10 meters away. Behind him came the rustling sound of clothes being removed, followed by the soft trickle of a stream. About 2 minutes later, Zhao Jingxiang emerged, having dressed herself. That was fast, Lin Jianchuan said in surprise. Zhao Jingxiang blushed and murmured an acknowledgement. Then she spoke up. So where should we go for the pulse reading? Anywhere is fine. Here works too. Lin Jianchuan replied hastily, his heart brimming with delight. Today was his lucky day. He couldn't believe she had agreed so easily. This trip was definitely not wasted. Zhao Jingxiang clearly didn't want to stay there. After a moment's thought, she said, follow me. The east gate isn't far from here, and my car is parked nearby. Let's go to the car. All right, whatever you say. Lin Jianchuan nodded, repeatedly following behind Zhao Jingxiang as they headed towards the east gate. Their location was only about 200 meters from the gate. Moments later, they exited the park. Zhao Jingxiang led him to a brand new white BMW X5 and pressed the key fob. As the door opened, a faint, clean scent of perfume mixed with the smell of leather wafted out. Lin Jianchuan got into the passenger seat and couldn't help but look around the interior. It was spotless, without a single extra ornament, and very spacious, much more so than his own Panamera. Zhao Jingxiang settled into the driver's seat and shut the door. The blush on her face had mostly subsided, replaced by a more businesslike expression. She glanced at Lin Jianchuan and said coolly, I'm warning you, if you try anything funny, I will call the police immediately. Lin Jianchuan thumped his chest in assurance. Don't worry, I'm genuinely a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I've recently been researching a pulse-taking method, which is why. He felt a bit sheepish, knowing that what he had done earlier was taking advantage of the situation, which wasn't exactly honorable. But to complete the hand-holding task, he had no choice but to apologize silently. Zhao Jingxiang, however, didn't overthink it. She simply extended her wrist. Go ahead. Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath and grasped her hand firmly. A notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Timer started. 959958957. Zhao Jingxiang's face flushed crimson instantly, a mix of shock and anger flashing in her eyes. What are you doing? Taking your pulse. Is this how you take a pulse? Do you think I've never seen a TCM doctor? Zhao Jingxiang tried to pull her hand back, but Lin Jianchuan held on tight. This is a new technique, he bluffed. Traditional pulse diagnosis only uses 3 fingers, but my method uses the entire palm. By sensing the pulse information through different zones of the palm, it's more comprehensive and accurate. Zhao Jingxiang was taken aback, her pulling motion stopping. Full palm pulse contact method. Exactly. Think about it, the palm has a much larger surface area, so it can perceive far more information than just 3 fingers, right? TCM emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. This palpation shouldn't be limited to just the fingers. Lin Jianchuan spoke with such conviction that he almost believed it himself. Zhao Jingxiang stared at him for a long moment, her anger slowly turning into skepticism. Really? Of course. Lin Jianchuan nodded emphatically. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. Zhao Jingxiang bit her lip, weighing her options for a moment, then said with a red face, fine, I'll give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you tell me what's wrong with me. If you're wrong, I'll call the police and report you for harassment. Lin Jianchuan's face turned green. He didn't know a thing about TCM. Even if he had half an hour, he couldn't diagnose any ailment. But the arrow was already loosed, he had to go through with it. He could only brace himself. At worst, he'd spend half a day at the police station. After all, he was already 80 years old, even prison wouldn't take him. With that thought, he actually felt a sense of calm, and simply closed his eyes, adopting an inscrutable expression. The sensation from his palm was warm, soft, and slightly moist. Lin Jianchuan knew it was because her palm was sweating. But at this moment his mind was preoccupied with how to get out of this mess, leaving no room for such sensations. Finally, after a full 10 minutes of silence, a pleasant chime sounded in Lin Jianchuan's mind. Ding. Handholding successful. Congratulations, host, on completing the 4th handholding task. Reward 1, 3 years of lifespan. Reward 2, king-level TCM skills. Before the sound even faded, Lin Jianchuan felt a vast amount of TCM knowledge flooding into his mind. It was as if in that instant he had mastered countless medical theories, pulse patterns, herbal formulas, and acupuncture techniques all at once. The Lin Jianchuan, who was panicking a second ago, unsure how to respond, now felt an immediate sense of profound calm. Time's up, isn't it? Have you diagnosed anything yet? Zhao Jingxiang's voice now carried clear irritation, her patience wearing thin. She had already decided that if he spouted any more nonsense, she would call the police without a second thought. She was determined to have this man who took advantage of her taken to the police station. Lin Jianchuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as calm as still water. He released her hand on his own accord, and instead of speaking immediately, he lowered his head in thought, radiating an air of composure. Zhao Jingxiang was stunned. This person before her was a completely different man from the nervous wreck he was earlier. You? She opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Lin Jianchuan looked up at her and gave a slight smile. There was no hint of panic in that smile, only a steady calmness that was strangely reassuring. Ms. Zhao, have you been feeling a persistent soreness in your lower back lately, especially around your tailbone, as if something is weighing it down? Zhao Jingxiang froze, the anger on her face solidifying. You? How do you know? Lin Jianchuan didn't answer, but continued. Also, you have a habit, or rather a condition. You have trouble holding your urine. Zhao Jingxiang's face flushed a deep red. Do you know what this condition of yours is called in traditional Chinese medicine? Lin Jianchuan looked at Zhao Jingxiang, his tone slow and deliberate. Zhao Jingxiang shook her head. It's called stagnation of the liver, qi attacking the lungs with kidney damage from pent-up frustration. You've been holding a breath of suppressed anger blocked in your liver meridian. That stagnation transforms into fire, which overacts on the lung metal. The lungs are the upper source of water in the body. When lung qi is injured, it can no longer regulate the waterways. Add to that your chronic late nights, which exhaust the kidneys, weakening kidney qi and causing the bladder to lose control. That's why you can't hold your urine. His gaze held a hint of concern. This illness of yours was born from anger. Is there something troubling you at home? Zhao Jingxiang's eyes reddened instantly. Lin Jianchuan pushed the tissue box toward her. Talk to me. Once I know the root cause, I can prescribe the right medicine. Zhao Jingxiang wiped away her tears and was silent for a long moment before speaking. I've been married for 4 years and haven't had a child. My husband constantly brings it up, saying terrible things. Lin Jianchuan was curious. What kind of things? How terrible? He calls me a hen that can't lay eggs. Says he married me to carry on his family line, but ended up with a useless wife. Says all his friends' wives have given birth, but I haven't produced anything. He even says I must have been messing around outside, which ruined my body. Lin Jianchuan sighed. Whether you believe it or not, you don't actually have infertility. He made that up. Zhao Jingxiang was stunned. But he took me to the hospital for tests. The report said I was infertile with data for every item and even an expert's signature. Don't put too much faith in experts, and even less in your husband. Perhaps the problem lies with him. That's impossible. He has several women on the side. 2 of them got pregnant, but he had them abort the babies. Lin Jianchuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. The implication of her words was staggering. Seeing his expression, Zhao Jingxiang laughed instead, a bitter, desolate laugh. Surprised? I drive a BMW and wear designer labels. From the outside, I'm a glorious general manager, but in his eyes, I'm just a useless woman who can't bear children. He keeps several mistresses outside, and I don't dare complain. He sidelines me at board meetings, and I don't dare complain. He belittles me in front of relatives and friends, and still I don't dare complain. Because I believed I was the one at fault, that I failed him by not giving him a child. So you killed yourself helping your husband make money, helping him rake in a fortune. How did you know? Zhao Jingxiang's head shot up. Lin Jianchuan rubbed his brow helplessly. I'm saying, General Manager Zhao, you're a strong woman who built a whole company. Your IQ and EQ can't be low. So how is it you let your husband twist you around his finger so easily? What do you mean? Are you saying my husband has been deceiving me all along? 9 times out of 10. Lin Jianchuan was certain. Let me ask you one question. Is your husband any good at business? Is this company run entirely by you alone? Zhao Jingxiang froze, her gaze beginning to drift, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Yes. He lost money in everything he tried. Eventually, he stopped altogether and said I should manage things while he supported me from behind. What support has he given you? Has he ever closed a major deal for you? Resolved a big problem? Or offered useful advice on a critical company decision? Zhao Jingxiang opened her mouth, but could only muster. He has a lot of social engagements and knows many people. He has connections. And that's it. That's it. Zhao Jingxiang's head drooped even lower. Lin Jianchuan's words struck like a spike, piercing deep into a corner of her heart she had deliberately ignored all along. Could it be that her husband really was deceiving her? Were all her tolerance, guilt, and relentless effort merely part of a scheme to keep her willingly serving as his money-making tool? The more she thought, the more chaotic her mind became. A belated clarity slowly began to seep up from the depths of her heart. All right, it's about time. I should get going. Seeing her caught in turmoil, Lin Jianchuan knew he had made his point. He said no more and reached for the car door. Some turns can only be made when a person is ready to change course. As a return for holding her hand, he had already done more than enough. The rest was up to her own choice. Just as he was about to open the door, Zhao Jingxiang suddenly grabbed his arm. Dr. Lin, let's add each other as contacts. I might need to trouble you again in the future. Lin Jianchuan took out his phone and readily added her on WeChat. Her username was quite amusing, Kiss My Prairie My Horse. Lin Jianchuan stared at the name and couldn't help but read it aloud. Zhao Jingxiang blushed and quickly explained, that's my private account. I just made up something random. I understand. It's a good name, very vivid. At that moment someone suddenly pounded violently on the car window. Bang, bang, bang. They both turned to look. A man in a crisp suit about 35 with slicked back hair stood furiously outside the car flanked by two burly thugs. Zhao Jingxiang's face turned ashen in an instant. Is this guy insane? Why is he banging like that? It's not like I seduced his wife, right sis? Lin Jianchuan swore at the man outside, then turned to look at Zhao Jingxiang beside him. The next second he heard her trembling voice, he's my husband Wang Chong. Why is he here? Lin Jianchuan's face darkened at the words. A man and a woman alone in a car. That was indeed hard to explain. But he had done nothing wrong, and a clear conscience fears no knocking at the door. He opened the car door and stepped out. You bastard. How dare you seduce my wife? They'll fucking destroy you. The moment he got out, Lin Jianchuan heard a furious, frantic voice. Unruffled, he looked over and said calmly, Mr. Wang, is it? Which eye of yours saw me seducing your wife? Both my eyes. Wang Chong pointed at the car. Early in the morning, a man and a woman hiding in a car together. What else could it be but seduction? Zhao Jingxiang got out of the car, her face pale. Wang Chong, don't talk nonsense. Dr. Lin was treating me. Wang Chong sneered. Treating you? Looks more like a different kind of treatment to me. Did you ask him to cure your infertility, you slut? Did it work? Are you pregnant already? Wang Chong, you bastard. Watch your filthy mouth. Zhao Jingxiang's face went from white to red, then from red to green. In 4 years of marriage she had grown used to cold remarks, but never had she heard language this filthy. Wang Chong stepped forward, his alcohol-laden breath spraying onto her face. You're out here fucking some strange man in a car at dawn, and you're telling me to watch my mouth. I've had people watching you for months. Couldn't hold it in any longer, huh? Tell me the truth. How many times have you cuckolded me? As he spoke, he reached out to grab Zhao Jingxiang by the hair. Lin Jianchuan stepped in between them in one stride. Mr. Wang, I suggest you calm down. There's no need for violence and abuse. Fuck you. You think you can play the hero here? He'll beat the both of you today. In a fit of rage, Wang Chong swung his fist straight at Lin Jianchuan's face. Wang Chong, stop. Zhao Jingxiang's face turned pale as she tried to intervene, but he wouldn't listen. His fist, whistling through the air, hurtled straight toward Lin Jianchuan's face. Lin Jianchuan sidestepped, slightly dodging with ease. At the same time, his hand swiftly clamped onto the other's wrist, twisting it with a flick. Wang Chong was spun around his back to Lin Jianchuan, his arm wrenched behind him, pain twisting his face. Let go. Let me go, damn it. He struggled desperately, but Lin Jianchuan's grip was iron, holding him fast. The two burly bodyguards saw this and immediately moved to rush forward. Lin Jianchuan swept a glance over them, his tone calm. Before you act, think carefully. This is the park entrance, cameras everywhere. You strike first, that's assault. I'm 80 years old. If I drop to the ground, I could bleed you dry, believe me. After saying this, he turned apologetically to Zhao Jingxiang. Miss, I'm sorry. I lied to you to practice my pole staking. I'm not 40, I'm 80. Zhao Jingxiang was stunned. The two bodyguards were stunned too. 80. He looks so young, really. But his composed demeanor suggested he wasn't joking. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's at most 40. Wang Chong yelled. Lin Jianchuan freed one hand, pulled out an ID card from his pocket, and flashed it. The birth date on it was crystal clear, 1946. The two bodyguards exchanged a glance and took a synchronized step back. These days, who dares to mess with an 80-year-old? One touch starts at tens of thousands, and if he refuses to get up, your whole life is over. Cowards. Wang Chong's face turned green with rage. I pay you 2,000 a month. Is this how you do your job? Lin Jianchuan tightened his grip slightly, and Wang Chong let out a pig-like squeal. President Wang, shall we have a chat? Chat my ass. You seduced my wife. What's there to chat about? Zhao Jingxiang stood nearby, her face, pale lips trembling, finally unable to hold back. Wang Chong, that's enough. Dr. Lin is 80, he was just taking my pulse. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Wang Chong sneered. Does taking a pulse require hiding alone in a car? Does it require holding your hand? You? Zhao Jingxiang was speechless with fury. But Lin Jianchuan smiled. President Wang, speaking of pulse taking, I've studied traditional Chinese medicine for decades. How about I take your pulse for free today? Wang Chong was taken aback. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Lin Jianchuan applied more pressure. Stick out your hand, let me have a feel. What the hell are you trying to do? Relax, just checking for any hidden ailments. Wang Chang's face changed dramatically. Lin Jianchuan gave him no chance to struggle. 3 fingers were already on his wrist. The 2 bodyguards exchanged uneasy looks, and Zhao Jingxiang watched tensely. Half a minute later, Lin Jianchuan released his hand, his smile turning meaningful. President Wang, lately you've been feeling weak in the lower back and knees, low on energy, and especially lacking stamina at certain moments, right? Wang Chang's eyes darted away. Nonsense. I'm as strong as a horse. I haven't touched Zhao Jingxiang in 3 years, but I've slept with plenty of other women. At these words, Zhao Jingxiang's heart felt as if it were being crushed, the pain stealing her breath. Lin Jianchuan said slowly, nonsense. This condition of yours is congenital. Poor quality, extremely low vitality. To put it bluntly, you are incapable of getting a woman pregnant. Bullshit. Wang Chang, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, struggled violently. Lin Jianchuan tightened his grip, and he was immobilized again. Don't get angry. Since you say I'm full of it, how about we go to the hospital? I have a friend who's a department head. Let's get you checked out and see who's right. Cold sweat beaded on Wang Chang's forehead. I don't have time for that. The women I've been with have gotten pregnant multiple times. If I had a problem, how could they conceive? Zhao Jingxiang can't have kids. That's her issue. We've both been checked at the hospital, and we have the test reports. Lin Jianchuan leaned in close to his ear. Let me guess. Those reports were all faked by someone you hired, right? You did this so Zhao Jingxiang would believe she's infertile, that she owes you, and willingly work herself to the bone for you. Am I right? Bullshit. You're lying. Let me go right now, or I'll call the police. Wang Chang's face was frantic, his voice trembling. President Wang, don't be hasty. First tell me, when exactly did those women of yours get pregnant? Where are they now? Which hospital did the procedures? Hospitals keep records. One check, and it's all clear. Wang Chang opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Can't remember. Or too guilty to say. Lin Jianchuan's tone dripped with mockery. Zhao Jingxiang watched her husband's reaction, her heart sinking. Wang Chang, is what he said true? Of course not. Honey, you're my wife. You came with me to the hospital back, then it's all there in black and white. Don't let him fool you. Lin Jianchuan released him and turned to Zhao Jingxiang. Miss, if you want the answer, it's simple. Go to any top-tier hospital yourself and get checked. Then you'll know if it's your fault. No. Wang Chang practically screamed, his voice shrill and piercing. Why not? Zhao Jingxiang countered. Wang Chang's face flushed like pig liver, his mouth opening and closing, finally squeezing out. Because we're married. If we get checked, we go together. If you go alone and find something wrong, what's to stop you from blaming me later? Lin Jianchuan laughed out loud beside him. President Wang, your logic is truly touching. If she does find a problem, wouldn't that just confirm what you've been saying all these years? That she's the one who can't conceive, that she's the one who wronged you. Why are you so nervous? Wang Chang was drenched in sweat, fumbling as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Zhao Jingxiang looked at him and already knew the answer in her heart. But she still had to ask it out loud. Wang Chang, I'll ask you one more time. Were those test reports faked? Wang Chang wanted to say they were real, but when he met Zhao Jingxiang's eyes, the words died in his throat. Zhao Jingxiang waited 3 seconds. No answer came. She smiled, her eyes reddening. I've been with you for 4 years, guilty for 4 years, killing myself to make money for you for 4 years. And in the end, it was all a damn lie. Wang Chang finally panicked. Jingxiang, let me explain. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. Expect a lawyer's letter. I'm divorcing you. Zhao Jingxiang wept. For years of grievance, guilt, and self-doubt, all of it turned to fury in that moment. She surged forward and slapped Wang Chang hard across the face. Crack. It was sharp and resounding. Wang Chang, you bastard. Wang Chang clutched his cheek, his expression shifting from shock to fury. You bitch, you dare hit me. He raised his hand to strike back. Lin Jianchuan seized his wrist and gave a gentle push. Wang Chang staggered back 4 or 5 steps before the 2 bodyguards caught him. President Wang, I advise you to be kind. If you try that again, I'll beat you until you're picking your teeth off the ground. My decades of Tai Chi aren't for nothing. Lin Jianchuan stood protectively in front of Zhao Jingxiang, staring him down. Wang Chang glared at him venomously, then turned his gaze to Zhao Jingxiang, his eyes filled with malice. Zhao Jingxiang, who are you pretending to be? You've clearly hooked up with this guy, haven't you? Fine, let's divorce. The whole company is loyal to me. How are you going to fight me? You won't get a single cent. Divorce. Fine. You can leave with nothing but the clothes on your back. With that, he turned and climbed into a nearby Mercedes G-Wagon. The door slammed shut, and he sped off. Zhao Jingxiang stood still, trembling all over. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, but she bit her lip hard, making no sound. Lin Jianchuan walked over, pulled out a tissue, and handed it to her. If you want to cry, just cry. Let it out, and you'll feel better. The moment he finished speaking, Zhao Jingxiang suddenly threw her arms around him, burying her face in his shoulder and sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Their bodies pressed tightly together, and in that instant Lin Jianchuan felt as if he had turned to stone. 80 years, and this was the first time a woman had held him so closely. He wanted to push her away, but hearing her agonizing cries, he lowered his hands. Forget it, let her cry. Crying would make it better. Zhao Jingxiang wept until her whole body trembled, tears and snot smearing all over Lin Jianchuan's shoulder. But she didn't care. 4 years of grievances and bitterness all poured out in that moment. Lin Jianchuan stood motionless, letting her hold him. After a long while, the crying gradually subsided. Zhao Jingxiang let go, stepped back with red eyes, and noticed the large wet patch on his shoulder. Embarrassed, she said, "Brother Lin, I'm sorry for dirtying your clothes." Lin Jianchuan glanced at it and waved his hand. "It's fine. I'll wash it when I get home." Zhao Jingxiang wiped her tears and forced a smile. "I must have made a fool of myself." "Not at all. It's good to cry it out. Keeping it bottled up will only make you sick." Zhao Jingxiang nodded, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself. Lin Jianchuan looked at her, hesitated, then still asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Jingxiang lifted her head, her eyes no longer holding the fragility from before, replaced by determination. "Divorce. He'll make him pay and take back what's mine." Lin Jianchuan was relieved. "If you need help, just say the word." Zhao Jingxiang looked at him, her eyes reddening again, this time with gratitude. "Brother Lin, thank you. We've only just met, and you've already helped me so much." "Don't mention it," Lin Jianchuan said with a faint smile. "You're a good woman, beautiful with a great figure, and capable of running a big company. You deserve a better man." Hearing his praise, a blush crept onto Zhao Jingxiang's face, and her heart felt warm. This man not only helped her, but also knew how to speak. She looked up at Lin Jianchuan, and couldn't help asking, "Brother Lin, are you really 80 years old?" Lin Jianchuan laughed, and replied, "Do I look it?" Zhao Jingxiang scrutinized him carefully. His upright posture, firm skin, clear eyes, and superb skills. And when she had hugged him, she had felt his hard abs. Her face flushed, but she shook her head firmly. "No, not at all. You look at most 40. Lin Jianchuan laughed heartily. "Thanks for the compliment." Zhao Jingxiang blushed, stared at him shyly for a few seconds, then suddenly realized, "I know. Your ID is fake, right? You're actually around 38 or 39, aren't you?" Lin Jianchuan was taken aback, then burst out laughing. "Whatever you say. You decide how old I am." "I knew it." Zhao Jingxiang's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a great secret. "You must have intentionally made your age older. Lots of people do that nowadays for work or to find a partner." Lin Jianchuan was amused and exasperated. "Sister, my ID is genuine, issued by the Public Security Bureau." "Then they must have been fooled by you too," Zhao Jingxiang said with certainty. "I just don't believe you're 80. When I hugged you, your abs." She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing what she had said. Her face turned crimson, and she quickly lowered her head. Lin Jianchuan's old face also reddened slightly. This woman, how could she say everything? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Do you have paper and a pen? He'll write you a prescription." Lin Jianchuan quickly changed the subject. Zhao Jingxiang was puzzled. "What prescription?" "To regulate your body. Take it for half a month and your incontinence will be cured, plus your body will be in optimal condition, perfect for pregnancy." Zhao Jingxiang blushed again at this. Having such a private matter spoken openly by a man was still a bit embarrassing. But thinking that he was a doctor, she relaxed. "Thank you, Brother Lin." She rummaged through her bag, found paper and a pen, and handed them over. Lin Jianchuan took them and scribbled down a list of herbs. After finishing, he handed it to her. "Go to a Chinese medicine shop and get 15 doses. Take one daily, morning and evening. You'll see significant improvement in 3 days." Zhao Jingxiang took the prescription, carefully folded it, and put it in her bag. Looking up at Lin Jianchuan, her eyes held a new admiration. "Brother Lin, you're amazing. You can treat illnesses, fight, and comfort people." When she said comfort people, her cheeks began to heat up again. Lin Jianchuan coughed dryly. All right, stop praising me. There are things I don't know either. For instance, this one-piece outfit you're wearing. Since it's all connected, how do you normally go to the bathroom? That baffles me." Zhao Jingxiang looked down at her yoga jumpsuit and felt the tips of her ears burn. She had deliberately changed into this outfit this morning, thinking it looked good and showed off her figure. But one thing, it was indeed troublesome to use the bathroom. She lowered her head and explained in a small voice, "Actually, it's simple. There's a zipper in the back. You pull it down, take off the top part first, and then..." She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing she was describing to a man in detail how to undress to use the bathroom. She instantly felt it was inappropriate. Lin Jianchuan was also extremely embarrassed. Enough about that. Keep the prescription safe, remember to take your medicine on time, and if anything comes up, feel free to contact me. Goodbye." With that, he turned and walked away without any hesitation. Zhao Jingxiang stood there staring at his almost jogging, retreating figure, stunned for a few seconds. Then she burst out laughing. That guy? He had just been asking her seriously how to use the bathroom, and now he was the one running away. Could it be that he was shy? Interesting. She looked down at the prescription in her hand, then at the direction where Lin Jianchuan had disappeared. A hint of something indescribable flickered in her eyes. "Brother Lin, we'll meet again soon." She murmured softly, pulled open the car door, started the engine, and drove off toward the law firm. After leaving the park, Lin Jianchuan didn't rush home. Instead, he pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Qin Yaru. After all, with her mother so gravely ill, it was only right that he go pay a visit. Besides, he had his own reasons. He had just acquired the pinnacle-level traditional Chinese medicine technique, and he was eager to see if he could lend a hand. A reply came swiftly. Uncle Lin were at the City Central Hospital's 7th floor of the inpatient building. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback. Central Hospital? Wasn't that the very hospital where had been a patient before? What a coincidence. He replied, I'm on my way now, should be there in about half an hour. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the hospital entrance by taxi. Across the street, he bought a fruit basket for 80 yuan and picked up a carton of milk. He then made his way to the inpatient building with practiced ease and rode the elevator up to the 7th floor. As the door slid open, he spotted Qin Yaru standing in the corridor, her face etched with worry. She had her back to him, her shoulders trembling slightly. A knot tightened in Lin Jianchuan's chest as he hurried over. Xiao Qin. Qin Yaru whirled around, her eyes red-rimmed and tear-streaked. Upon seeing him, she quickly wiped her eyes and forced a smile. Uncle Lin, you're here. Lin Jianchuan frowned slightly. What's wrong? Has something happened? Qin Yaru's voice choked with emotion. The nurse just spoke to me. They said that because we were slow to pay, the surgery has been postponed for a week. But this illness needs to be treated as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan quickly reassured her, don't worry. Let me make a call and see if we can move it up. Really? Uncle Lin, do you know someone at the hospital? Qin Yaru grabbed his hand excitedly. I know a couple of people. Not sure if it'll help, but let me try. Lin Jianchuan took out his phone and called Wang Xiaoro. She answered almost instantly, her voice cheerful. Uncle Lin, I was just about to call you. Great minds think alike. Are you busy right now? I'm on the 7th floor. I need to ask a favor. Wang Xiaoro immediately replied. Wait right there, I'm coming up. Qin Yaru, listening nearby, perked up. Lin Jianchuan explained with a smile. I was a patient on the 3rd floor before. I got to know a young nurse, not sure if she can help. As soon as he finished speaking, the stairwell door burst open. Wang Xiaoro in her nurse's uniform rushed out, panting heavily. Seeing Lin Jianchuan, she trotted over. Uncle Lin, I'm here. Why did you take the stairs? The elevator's too slow. I was afraid you'd be waiting, so I ran up. Silly girl, 2 minutes wouldn't have mattered. Wang Xiaoro noticed Qin Yaru beside him, gave her a once-over, and smiled. Hello, I'm Wang Xiaoro, a friend of Uncle Lin's. Qin Yaru quickly nodded. Hello, I'm Qin Yaru, Uncle Lin's neighbor. I'm so sorry to trouble you. Wang Xiaoro waved her hand dismissively. No trouble at all. Uncle Lin's business is my business. She turned to Lin Jianchuan. Uncle Lin, what's this all about? Spill it. Lin Jianchuan briefly explained the situation. After hearing it, Wang Xiaoro lowered her head apologetically. Surgery scheduling for hematology is under the department head's control. I've only been at this hospital a short time, they wouldn't listen to me. Then she added, maybe I could ask my department head to put in a good word. Lin Jianchuan stopped her. No need. I know someone else. Who? Her name is Xue. I think she's a department director. Wang Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Xue. She's the head of the emergency department, quite famous here. Pretty and very capable. Uncle Lin, how do you know her? Lin Jianchuan was vague. Last time I had a fall at the hospital, she helped me up. That's how we got acquainted. He pulled out his phone and sent Xue a WeChat message. Xue, I'm at the hospital right now. I need to ask you for a favor. His phone rang almost the instant the message was sent. Xue called directly, her tone slightly tense. Uncle Lin, why are you at the hospital? Has something happened? Lin Jianchuan gave her a brief rundown. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue said, wait there, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lin Jianchuan looked at Wang Xiaoro and Qin Yaru. She says she's coming right over. Qin Yaru nodded excitedly. Wang Xiao's expression, however, was somewhat complicated. Xue, the head of the emergency department. When did Uncle Lin get so chummy with her? A strange tightness gripped her chest. 3 minutes later, the elevator doors opened. Xue in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses strode out, her eyes finding Lin Jianchuan immediately. Uncle Lin. Xue, let me introduce you. This is my neighbor Qin Yaru. Her mother is a patient here. And this is Wang Xiaoro, a nurse from the 3rd floor, who came up to see me. Xun Qingsu's gaze swept over the 2 young women. One in a nurse's uniform, innocent and cute. The other in casual clothes, looking a bit haggard, but with fine features, a true beauty. She thought to herself, I didn't realize Uncle Lin was so popular with the ladies. He's always surrounded by young, pretty girls. The thought stirred a strange feeling within her, but she kept a smile on her face. Wang Xiaoro quickly spoke up, Director Shun. I'm Wang Xiaoro. I've heard so much about you, it's an honor to finally meet you in person. Xue smiled. Don't be so formal. We're colleagues. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to the ER and find me. Okay, thank you, Director Shun. Qin Yaru also chimed in, Dr. Shun, thank you so much for coming all this way. I really appreciate it. Don't mention it. Uncle Lin is a good friend of mine, his matters are my priority. She deliberately stressed the word good, feeling a bit awkward about it only after the words left her mouth. Did that sound like she was staking a claim? A faint blush crept onto Xun Qingsu's face, and she quickly changed the subject. So you want to move the surgery up, right? Qin Yaru nodded eagerly. Yes, I want to get the bone marrow transplant done for my mother as soon as possible. Alright, you two wait here. I'll go speak with Director Li. With that, Shun Qingxue headed to the department head's office. Less than a minute later, she emerged with a smile. A doctor in his 50s followed behind her, his hair half-gray, with a name badge pinned to his chest. Li Jianguo, Director of Hematology. Shun Qingxue made the introductions. Li Jianguo looked at Qin Yaru. Are you the patient's family? Yes, Director Li, am her daughter. Li Jianguo nodded. I've just reviewed your mother's chart. Her current condition is stable enough. Since Director Shun has spoken up, let's schedule it for tomorrow morning. They'll have someone notify you of the exact time. Qin Yaru's eyes welled up instantly, and she bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Director Li. Thank you. Li Jianguo waved his hand. Don't thank me. Thank Director Shun. She rarely goes to bat for patients. With that, he turned and left. With Qin Yaru's surgery issue resolved, Lin Jianchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then led Shun Qingxue and Wang Xiaoro to the ward to see Qin Yaru's mother. The woman, a rural villager, lay weak in the hospital bed. Lin Jianchuan took her pulse and let out a soft sigh. Traditional Chinese medicine had no real cure for leukemia. The only path was the bone marrow transplant, followed by gradual recuperation. Uncle Lin, you know medicine. Shun Qingxue couldn't help but ask after he finished. Lin Jianchuan nodded. I studied TCM for a few years. I know the basics. Just as he spoke, a sarcastic voice echoed from the doorway. Well, if it isn't Director Shun. Why aren't you in the ER? What brings you to the hematology ward? Everyone turned to look. Vice President Niu, with his beer belly hands in the pockets of his white coat, ambled. Vice Dean Niu stepped into the ward and froze upon seeing Lin Jianchuan. He had received a call from Biaozi the previous night and knew that this man, despite his age, possessed formidable skills, having easily dispatched Biaozi and his men in a fight of 1 against 3. Regret washed over him. Had he known Lin Jianchuan would be present, he would never have rushed over to give Shun Qingxue a hard time. Lin Jianchuan, noticing Niu Fubo's sudden appearance, quickly deduced that the man was here for Shun Qingxue. It seemed the beating those 3 thugs received yesterday had not served as a lesson. Shun Qingxue spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Vice Dean Niu, am here, visiting a friend's family member. This doesn't violate hospital rules, does it? No, of course not, Niu Fubo said with a dry chuckle. I was just passing by. Well, you all carry on. He'll be going now. As he turned to leave, Lin Jianchuan spoke up. Vice Dean Niu, since you're here, there's no need to rush off. Niu Fubo halted, his back stiffening slightly. Lin Jianchuan looked at him and said, those 3 men yesterday were your friends, weren't they? I was thinking of calling the police, but then I figured we're all adults. We can settle things ourselves. Niu Fubo slowly turned around, forcing a smile onto his face. Mr. Lin, I don't understand what you're talking about. What 3 friends? I really have no idea what you mean. You know exactly what I mean. There are no outsiders here, so we'll be blunt. If you dare to make things difficult for Shun Qingxue or Wang Xiaoro, I will definitely come and have a serious talk with you. And when that happens, it won't end with just a beating. The words were spoken lightly, but they struck Niu Fubo like a heavy hammer to the chest. His smile froze on his face before he forced himself to appear composed. Mr. Lin, are you threatening me? I'm the vice dean of this hospital. Believe me, I can call the police right now and have you arrested. Lin Jianchuan took a step forward, his gaze unwavering. Go ahead and try. Let's see who ends up regretting it. Niu Fubo instinctively stepped back, his face turning pale and then red. Finally, without another word, he slunk away in defeat. Shun Qingxue watched his retreating figure and sighed softly. Uncle Lin, you've completely made an enemy of him now. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand dismissively. So be it. With people like that, the more you give and the more they push. Wang Xiaoro, unaware of the previous night's events, asked curiously, Uncle Lin, what exactly happened last night? I get the feeling Vice Dean Niu is quite afraid of you. Qin Yaru remained silent, but perked up her ears, her eyes full of curiosity. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand. This is adult business. You kids shouldn't worry about it. Just focus on your work. And remember, if anyone at the hospital gives you a hard time for no reason, let me know, alright? I'm already 22. I'm not a kid. Wang Xiaoro pouted, looking displeased. Lin Jianchuan didn't say more. After exchanging a few words with Shun Qingxue, he sent her and Wang Xiaoro back to work. Once they had left, he turned to Qin Yaru. Xiao Qin, have you found a caregiver yet? Your surgery is tomorrow, and you'll need to rest in bed afterward. Qin Yaru lowered her head. Uncle Lin, I didn't look for one. Why not? Who's going to take care of you two after the surgery? Lin Jianchuan frowned. I asked the doctor. After donating bone marrow, I should be able to move around freely within 1 to 3 days. I can still take care of my mom then. Nonsense. That's just what the doctors say as a formality. Everyone's constitution is different. You're a young woman. After donating bone marrow, you'll be at your weakest. Instead of resting properly in bed, you're thinking about taking care of a patient. Do you think you're made of iron? Lin Jianchuan frowned deeply, his tone stern. Seeing Qin Yaru with her head bowed like a child who had done something wrong, he let out a sigh, realizing she was trying to save money. Alright, you stay here and look after your mother. They'll go find someone and also pick up some herbal medicine for recovery. With that, Lin Jianchuan left. He first went to a traditional Chinese medicine shop and spent over 2,000 yuan on 3 large bundles of herbs for replenishing qi and blood. Then he visited a labor agency and hired 2 diligent female caregivers in their 40s, each to be paid 10,000 yuan per month to care for Qin Yaru and her mother for a month. He then hailed a taxi and took the 2 women directly to the hospital. When Qin Yaru saw that Lin Jianchuan had hired 2 caregivers and had already paid a month's wages up front, her eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. Uncle Lin, 1 caregiver is enough. How much did these 2 cost? She felt a pang of guilt. Lin Jianchuan explained, 2 is just right. 1 for your mother, 1 for you. Once you've recovered, they can both look after your mother, and you can get proper rest. Anyway, the money's already paid. There's no getting a refund now. Qin Yaru tried to protest, but Lin Jianchuan had already turned to give the caregivers their instructions. Sister Zhou, you'll be in charge of the old lady. The surgery is tomorrow morning. Keep her diet light. No greasy food, no spicy food. Turn her over morning and evening to prevent bed sores. I've also bought some herbal medicine. Give it to her twice a day, morning and evening. If anything comes up, let me know right away. Sister Zhou nodded. Don't worry, boss. I've been in this line of work for over a decade. I know all this. Lin Jianchuan then turned to the other woman. Sister Li, you'll take care of Xiaoqin for now. She's donating bone marrow tomorrow and will be quite weak afterward. Make sure she stays in bed and doesn't wander around. Cook her some nourishing soups to boost her blood and energy. Once she's recovered, you and Sister Zhou can both look after the old lady. Sister Li smiled and agreed. Okay, boss, don't worry. We'll take good care of them. Qin Yaru stood nearby watching Lin Jianchuan meticulously explain every detail to the caregivers, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. This man who had no blood relation to her cared so deeply. She vowed to repay his kindness one day. Lin Jianchuan didn't stay long. After giving the instructions, he told Qin Yaru to notify him of the surgery time and left the hospital promptly. After he left, Qin's mother called her daughter over and whispered, "Daughter, tell me the truth. What exactly is your relationship with this boss Lin?" Qin Yaru's face flushed, and she quickly waved her hands. Mom, don't overthink it. Uncle Lin is just my neighbor. He lives across from me. Qin's mother was unconvinced. What neighbor would go this far to help? Lending you hundreds of thousands for surgery, arranging the operation, hiring 2 caregivers, and buying herbal medicine. He must have feelings for you. Qin Yaru's face grew even redder. After a long pause, she said, Mom, don't misunderstand. Uncle Lin just doesn't want to see me suffer. He's a good man. Are you hungry? He'll go get you something to eat. With that, she ran out of the ward before her mother could respond. Leaning against the corridor wall, Lin Jianchuan's figure surfaced in her mind again. At the thought of something, her cheeks burned even hotter. Lin Jianchuan left the hospital in the afternoon. The sunlight cast long shadows of people and vehicles across the street. He grabbed a quick meal at a roadside diner, then unlocked a shared bicycle and pedaled leisurely back to his rented apartment complex. He climbed to the 4th floor, unlocked the door, and was greeted by a wave of stale, suffocating heat. His cramped apartment was on the top floor, and the afternoon sun made it the hottest time of day. Without air conditioning, summer was a brutal ordeal. He used to be too broke to afford a better place, but after giving Qin Yaru 600,000, he still had a hefty 300,000 left. It was definitely time for a change of scenery. As for buying a house, he didn't even dare to dream about it. Lecheng, his city, was a second-tier metropolis. Though housing prices had dropped from their peak, the city center still demanded 20 to 30,000 per square meter. His savings couldn't even buy a decent bedroom. Lin Jianchuan opened the window and lay down on the bed, his mind churning with ways to meet high-quality women. He had gone to the park and met Zhao Jingxiang, which was a pleasant surprise. But he had also run into Ahua. The memory of her chasing him still made his scalp prickle, and he knew he wouldn't be going back there for a while. Besides the park, his options were hiking and swimming. Hiking was a weekend activity, and today was only Wednesday, so there was plenty of time. Swimming, however, was something he could try on a whim. He could get a monthly pass and swim for an hour whenever he was free, which would be good for his health and give him a chance to spot a potential partner. Also, when he had gone to look for a caregiver today, he noticed a red sign reading marriage introduction outside an agency. It sparked another idea. He could use a professional matchmaking service to find a suitable partner. These agencies had a large pool of single women, some of whom were quite attractive. All he had to do was tell them his requirements, and they should be able to find the right person. If he could successfully connect with a dozen or so women, he'd be on easy street. Lost in these thoughts, his eyelids grew heavy. The day's exertions had taken their toll, and he drifted off into a restless sleep. When he woke up, it was already 6 in the evening. There were 2 unread WeChat messages on his phone. One was from Qin Yaru, the other from Zhao Jingxiang. He tapped on Qin Yaru's first. Uncle Lin, the surgery time is set for tomorrow morning at 9. A wave of relief washed over him. He quickly replied, okay, Xiaoqin, I'll come early tomorrow to be with you for the surgery. Hang in there, everything will be fine. He ended the message with 3 fist pump emojis. Then he opened the other message, Brother Lin, I went to the law firm after you left. It's going to be a tough process, but I'm not afraid. Meeting you was my blessing. Thank you. A long row of little red hearts followed. Lin Jianchuan stared at those little red hearts, feeling a warmth creep up his neck. What did this woman mean by sending red hearts? He thought for a moment, and replied, what did the lawyer say? Any chance of winning? Let me know if you need any help, don't be shy. As soon as he sent it, he wondered if it sounded inappropriate. But then he thought, she sent me red hearts, why should I be so formal? Zhao Jingxiang replied almost instantly, the lawyer says the evidence chain will take time, but we're on the right track. Brother Lin, thank you for caring so much. I feel a bit embarrassed. Another message followed, I drank the herbal medicine and it really works. This afternoon I didn't have to run to the bathroom as often as before. Brother Lin, your medicine is amazing. A long string of thumbs up emojis came after. Lin Jianchuan couldn't help but smile as he read it. He replied, it's a family recipe. Glad it works. Come back for a follow-up when you're done. After sending that, he added, oh, and you need to watch your diet with that medicine. No cold, spicy, or raw food. Definitely no iced drinks. The reply came, got it. I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately, so I can't have cold drinks anyway. A salute emoji followed. Lin Jianchuan stared at the message, puzzled. Under the weather. Can't have cold drinks. He instinctively started typing, where do you feel uncomfortable? He was halfway through typing when it suddenly hit him. When a woman says she's feeling under the weather, what else could it mean? He froze, completely at a loss for how to respond. As he was mulling it over, another message came in, no, I mean my stomach is uncomfortable. My stomach. Brother Lin, don't get the wrong idea. A facepalm emoji followed. Lin Jianchuan burst out laughing. This woman protesting too much. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away in Siyuan Garden Residential Complex. This was one of Wolfchang's more upscale neighborhoods, boasting a 45% green coverage rate, separate pedestrian and vehicle access, and round-the-clock security. Zhao Jingxiang lived here. Before her marriage, she had bought an 80 square meter 2-bedroom apartment in this complex with full payment. No one else knew about this apartment. It was her safety net. Right now she was burying her face in her blanket, her ears burning red. She stared at her phone screen, wishing she could retract that under the weather message. But it had been sent over 2 minutes ago, and she couldn't take it back. Her mind had just gone blank at that moment. He had told her to watch her diet, and she could have just said got it, and been done with it. Why did she have to add that extra sentence? And why did she have to say she was feeling unwell? Anyone hearing that would jump to the same conclusion. The more she thought about it, the more foolish she felt, and she quickly sent another message to clarify. But as soon as she sent it, she realized it made things worse. Wasn't she just digging herself a deeper hole? Brother Lin hadn't replied yet. Was he thinking she was careless with her words? Or did he think she was hinting at something? Oh heavens, she really wasn't. Just then her phone buzzed with a WeChat message, if your stomach is upset, you need to be extra careful. Stay away from cold and spicy food. Get some rest early. Zhao Jingxiang stared at the message, let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile unconsciously spread across her face. So he hadn't read too much into it. Good. Lin Jianchuan put down his phone, about to step out for some fresh air, when a sudden chime echoed in his mind, ding dong. Host has completed 4 handholding tasks. Complete the 5th within 72 hours to receive an additional 5 million yuan in cash on top of the regular reward. Countdown begins now. 71 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. 71 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Lin Jianchuan sat bolt upright, as if struck by lightning. 5 million. He pinched his thigh hard. A sharp sting shot through him. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. He hadn't expected the system to have hidden features. A bonus reward for the 5th task. What about the 10th? Would there be one too? It was a time-limited mission, but at least he had plenty of time. Lin Jianchuan grinned like a fool. 5 million. With that kind of money, he could buy a big house in the city center, fully furnished with appliances. No more renting this cramped, dilapidated top-floor unit, sweltering in summer and freezing in winter. Lin Jianchuan was really about to take off. At 7 in the morning, Lin Jianchuan woke up punctually. As his body grew significantly stronger, he now faced a new vexation. Every morning upon waking, he had to wait 3 to 5 minutes for the blood to recede from a certain area. Only then could he dress and wash normally. Alas, my brother, you have followed me for 80 years, truly suffering. All this time you haven't even tasted a bit of meat. I owe you an apology. Lin Jianchuan looked down, his tone tinged with guilt. In the past, circumstances didn't allow it, but now it was different. He had made up his mind, once the 5 million was in hand, he would go out and have some fun no matter what. He wanted to personally experience what it felt like. 10 minutes later, he left the residential community without even eating breakfast and rushed to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital at exactly 7:40, he entered the ward only to find Sister Li there. Boss, you're here. Miss Qin and her mother have already gone into the operating room for preparation. She was afraid you wouldn't find them, so she asked me to wait for you here. Lin Jianchuan was surprised. Isn't the surgery at 9? Why are they in the operating room so early? The nurse said they need to be anesthetized early. The top floor of the inpatient building was the operating room. He and Sister Li took the elevator upstairs. The elevator doors opened, and they walked down the corridor to the end. The 3 red characters, in surgery, were already lit. The benches in the corridor were already full, not even an empty seat. Boss, over here, I saved a spot for you. Sister Zhou saw them, and quickly waved. Lin Jianchuan walked over, and asked, how is it going? Nothing bad, right? It's fine, they're being anesthetized now, everything is normal. Lin Jianchuan nodded, and sat down to wait patiently. At 850, a doctor in a white coat passed by him. It was Director Li Jianguo. Lin Jianchuan looked up, and met Li Jianguo's gaze. Li Jianguo paused for a moment, nodded at him as a greeting. Lin Jianchuan was about to ask something, but Li Jianguo had already walked quickly toward a small door next to the operating room, and pushed it open to enter. He had to swallow his words. Sister Zhou whispered beside him, Director Li is the chief surgeon for this operation. He must be going to prepare for the surgery. Lin Jianchuan hummed an acknowledgement, and leaned back into his chair. Time passed second by second. At 930, Wang Xiao sneaked up for a visit. The young girl was youthful and beautiful, drawing many sidelong glances. She was holding a breakfast, and shoved it into Lin Jianchuan's hands without explanation. Uncle Lin, I guessed you might not have eaten breakfast, so I bought this for you. Don't worry too much. Director Li's medical skills are excellent. Sister Qin and her mother will surely be fine. Lin Jianchuan didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the breakfast, and began eating ravenously, saying between bites, thank you, Xiao. Once this is done, I'll treat you to a big meal. Wang Xiao smiled, her eyes curving like crescents. It's a deal then. I want hot pot. Alright, whatever you say. Lin Jianchuan patted his chest in assurance. Wang Xiao didn't stay long. She said a few more words, and then quickly slipped away. Another hour passed, and Shun Qingxue also arrived. Although she was wearing a white coat, her irresistible, stunning figure and aloof aura made most people in the corridor stare in awe. Why are you here too? Asked Lin Jianchuan. Shun Qingxue glanced at the unfinished soy milk in his hand. Has Wang Xiao been here? Did she bring you breakfast? Yes, she came around 9. Hey, how did you know she brought me breakfast? Lin Jianchuan was surprised. Didn't you just say the word also? Besides Wang Xiao, who else could it be? Shun Qingxue said with a tone of irritation. For some reason, she suddenly felt agitated. Especially when she saw Lin Jianchuan occasionally taking a sip of soy milk, it made her even more irritable. Qingxue, you came just in time. How long will the surgery take? What are the chances? I'm feeling nervous right now. The surgery itself won't be long, only about an hour, but the preparation time is lengthy. Be patient, and wait, it should be done around 1 or 2 o'clock. Shin Kingsu's eyes were fixed on the soy milk cup. The soy milk was almost finished, yet he was still sipping through the straw. Unable to hold back, she said, if you're done, throw it away. Stop sipping. Lin Jianchuan was stunned, and looked up at her. Huh? What? Shin Qingxue reached out, and snatched the empty cup from his hand, throwing it into the nearby trash can. Alright, I have things to do. I'm leaving now. With that, she turned, and walked away, leaving Lin Jianchuan with a perfect silhouette. He was a bit bewildered. What was wrong with that woman? Was she in a bad mood for no reason? Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was noon. Lin Jianchuan told Sister Zhou and Sister Li to go eat first. They were indeed hungry, and didn't refuse much, heading downstairs together. Just a few minutes after they left, the door of the operating room opened. Li Jianguo walked out looking exhausted. Lin Jianchuan rushed over with a jolt. Director Li, how did the surgery go? The surgery was very successful. Qinyaru will be out soon. Her mother needs to stay in the sterile ward for 2 weeks. During this time, a nurse will be on 24-hour care. If you want to see her, you can only look through the glass. Lin Jianchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the words, the surgery was very successful. Thank you, Director Li, thank you. He grasped Li Jianguo's hand, and shook it vigorously. Director Li smiled, and said a few words of comfort before leaving. Is Qin Yara's family here? The little nurse's voice came out. Yes. Lin Jianchuan quickly stepped forward. The patient's anesthesia has just worn off, and she's not fully awake yet. Push her back to the ward, and when transferring her to the bed, be gentle. Once she wakes up, she can eat some light food. The little nurse instructed. Lin Jianchuan nodded, and walked over to the mobile bed. Qin Yaru lay quietly like a sleeping beauty with closed eyes and lashes that occasionally fluttered. He pushed the bed into the elevator, went down to the 7th floor, and returned to the ward. Now he needed to move Qin Yaru onto the hospital bed. In the past, he certainly wouldn't have been able to carry her, but now it was different. After the transformation by the body-strengthening pill, his body was comparable to a young man's. Lifting over 100 Jin was effortless. But when he lifted the thin blanket, he was stunned. Qin Yara's upper body was actually bare. At that moment, the ward door was still open. He hurriedly closed the door and locked it. Then he turned around, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over her. Very white, very large, very dazzling. Lin Jianchuan's old face instantly flushed crimson, and he quickly turned his head away. In his 80 years of life, he had never seen such a scene, not even in his dreams. He could control his eyes not to look, but his mind couldn't help but think. Lin Jianchuan exerted great willpower to convince himself. He closed his eyes and tremblingly extended his hands. His touch met smooth, warm, and moist skin with an indescribable springiness. He didn't even know how he had managed to carry her to the hospital bed. Only after fumbling to pull the blanket over Chinyaru did he dare to open his eyes. Immediately, he saw Chinyaru looking at him with sparkling eyes, a slight smile curving at the corners of her lips. Lin Jianchuan's soul nearly flew out of his body in fright. He stammered, "You. When did you wake up?" Chinyaru looked at him, the curve of her smile widening. "Just now, Uncle Lin. What did you see? Why has your face turned so pale?" I didn't see anything." Lin Jianchuan denied it outright, but his voice was weak. "Really, I had my eyes closed the whole time. I had no idea you weren't wearing anything on your upper body." Hearing this, the amusement in Chinyaru's eyes deepened. "Is that so? Then Uncle Lin, if your eyes were closed, how did you know I wasn't wearing any clothes? Answer me." Lin Jianchuan was rendered speechless. He opened his mouth to explain, but finally hung his head in defeat and made an honest confession. "I was wrong. I truly didn't mean to. I just wanted to carry you to the bed. I never expected you not to be wearing anything on your upper body. It's fine. I don't mind you looking." Chinyaru said, her face blushing. Lin Jianchuan thought he must have misheard and looked up in shock. He met her beautiful eyes. Chinyaru looked at him gratefully. "Uncle Lin, I told you before, from this day forward, I am your woman. It's just a glance, it's nothing. Once I'm better. Let's talk about the future when it comes." "Well, we'll just push the mobile bed out now." Lin Jianchuan quickly cut her off, opened the ward door, and pushed the mobile bed into the corridor. He stood outside, his mind in a whirl. Chinyaru was a good woman, filial and kind, and had always been very attentive to him, her old neighbor. Now that she was in trouble, if he took advantage of her, he would feel like a beast. Even as he thought this, he couldn't help but recall the scene from just moments ago. Lin Jianchuan shook his head forcefully, trying to shake the image away. But it seemed etched into his mind. The more he tried to forget, the clearer it became. "This isn't right. At my age, how can I have such thoughts about Xiaoqin?" Lin Jianchuan muttered to himself, trying to suppress those chaotic ideas with morality. But a voice in his head immediately retorted, "You might be older, but you're strong, and you look young. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. A woman is offering herself to you on a silver platter. Why not take it? Besides, Xiaoqin is just 30, in the prime of her womanhood. Are you really willing to let this choice piece of meat slip away?" He instinctively glanced down at himself. Indeed, after taking the body-strengthening pill, his vitality was extraordinary. But doing so would be too immoral. Others might be old cows eating young grass, with an age gap of 10 or 20 years. He was like an old coffin nail gnawing on a tender sprout, a gap of 50 years that would make anyone laugh their head off. The voice in his head tried to speak again. Slap. He slapped himself directly across the face. Having lived for 80 years, he absolutely must not act like an animal. He had to hold on, persevere. "Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Is everything all right?" Sister Zhou and Sister Li stood nearby, lunchboxes in hand, staring at him in shock. "Cough, it's nothing. Just a mosquito," Lin Jianchuan said awkwardly, not even daring to enter the ward. He told Chinyaru through the door to rest well, and then hurriedly slipped away. After he left, Chinyaru asked curiously, "Sister Li, Sister Zhou, what was Uncle Lin doing outside just now?" "It seemed he slapped himself," Sister Li said uncertainly. "Mr. Lin said there was a mosquito on his face." "Strange, it's only May, there shouldn't be many mosquitoes." Sister Zhou was puzzled. Chinyaru, hearing their words, found it both amusing and exasperating. She could probably guess why. A smile appeared on her face as she thought, Uncle Lin, you can't escape my grasp. In this life, I've set my heart on you." Lin Jianchuan left the hospital, had lunch at a restaurant, then scanned a shared bike and started cycling around the city. Yesterday, he had received a limited-time handholding mission. Complete the 5th handholding to receive, in addition to the normal rewards, an extra 5 million. To him at this moment, this was a huge temptation. He planned to visit several matchmaking agencies to see if there were any suitable candidates. Within a few minutes, he stopped in front of a shop named Heartbeat Matchmaking. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he walked straight in. It was a small shop, only about a dozen square meters. The decor was simple, a basic desk and computer, and just 2 chairs. Behind the computer sat a woman in her 30s cracking sunflower seeds. Seeing Lin Jianchuan walk in, her eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up to greet him warmly. "Big brother, are you here to find a match for your child, or a partner for yourself?" Lin Jianchuan coughed dryly. "For myself." The woman looked him up and down, her smile growing even brighter. "Don't worry, big brother. My shop may be small, but we have plenty of beautiful women. How old are you? I can recommend some suitable ones." Lin Jianchuan straightened his back. 80. The woman's smile froze on her face, and she nearly choked on a sunflower seed shell. Cough, cough. "How much?" 80. Lin Jianchuan, fearing she wouldn't believe him, even took out his ID card. "See, born in 1946. The woman took the ID card, examined it back and forth 3 times, then looked up at Lin Jianchuan, her expression shifting from shock to questioning her own existence. "Big brother, is this ID card fake?" Lin Jianchuan was taken aback. How could it be fake? It's as real as it gets. Impossible. The woman was full of disbelief. If you're 80, then I'm 18. Look at your energy, your build, your eyes, your demeanor. You're 40 at most. Are you here to cause trouble? Lin Jianchuan was caught between laughter and tears. I really am 80. How about you call 110 and have the police verify? The woman returned the ID card with a mix of doubt and belief, muttering under her breath, what the hell? An 80-year-old who looks like this. How are those 30-year-olds who are already balding supposed to cope? She sat back down, cracked open a sunflower seed to calm her nerves, and then opened a thick notebook. All right, 80 it is. What's your surname, Grandpa? Lin. Grandpa Lin, let's go through the process. What are your requirements for the woman? Age, height, weight, education, income, retirement, pension. Can she do square dancing? Lin Jianchuan thought for a moment and said, no other requirements. My only requirement is that she's beautiful, preferably the kind that's stunning at first glance. The woman was stunned. If that's the case, then the woman wouldn't be too old, at most in her 30s. That's fine. I don't mind that they're younger. Lin Jianchuan said with a smile. The woman rolled her eyes. You're missing my point. If she's that beautiful, why would she choose an old man like you? What for your advanced age? Lin Jianchuan frowned. This was a question he hadn't really considered. However, he currently had 300 in his bank account and a car worth over $1 million. Those should count as advantages, right? He hesitated and spoke. I know traditional Chinese medicine and I have money. Do those count as advantages? Hearing this, the woman perked up as if injected with adrenaline and jumped straight up from her chair. How much money do you have? The woman's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Lin Jianchuan. Sir, do tell me more. Lin Jianchuan was startled by her enthusiasm. Well, I have some savings. How much? 100,000. 500,000. Or $1 million. He hesitated, then raised 3 fingers. 3 million. Her voice shot up, and the look in her eyes grew fervent. Lin Jianchuan had meant to say 300,000, but seeing her reaction, he nodded as if possessed. Besides that, I also have a Panamera worth over $1 million. The woman's voice trembled. A Panamera? Really? And housing? What's the size? In what area? Lin Jianchuan gritted his teeth and continued his fabrication. There's a 180 square meter penthouse in the city center and a 120 square meter 3-bedroom in the east of town. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly stood up and poured him a glass of water. After he took it, she coyly brushed her hair back, thrust out her chest, and cooed, Sir, what do you think of me? I'm 32, had a brief marriage, no kids, single now. If you're willing, we can get married anytime. I can still bear children. The water Lin Jianchuan had just drunk sprayed out. He choked, his face flushed, and water splashed all over him. The woman, unbothered, leaned in and reached out to wipe him. Sir, take it slow. Don't choke. Lin Jianchuan quickly dodged. No, I'll do it myself. As he wiped the water off, he was filled with regret. If he had known she would be this forward, he wouldn't have bragged. The woman persisted, sitting on another chair, holding her chin and staring straight at him. Sir, you haven't answered me yet. What do you think of me? Lin Jianchuan felt extremely uncomfortable under her gaze. He coughed dryly. Aren't you a matchmaking agency staff member? Yes, but staff also have the right to pursue happiness. Besides, with your excellent conditions, good fortune shouldn't go to outsiders. Lin Jianchuan's mouth twitched as he looked at the woman. She was about 1.5 meters tall, ordinary looking, with an out-of-shape figure and a mediocre demeanor. He looked at her at a loss for words. After thinking, he carefully said, I'm sorry, I appreciate your kindness and you're quite pretty, but my requirements for a partner are quite high. I need someone exceptionally beautiful. The woman's face stiffened, but she forced a smile. All right, I was too forward. Don't worry, sir, I understand your requirements. Leave your number, and I'll contact you when I find a suitable match. But first you'll need to pay a service fee, so I can find the right person for you. Huh, I have to pay. Lin Jianchuan was dumbfounded. Of course, sir. It's the rule in this business. You can ask around. Everyone pays first, then gets the service. Lin Jianchuan pondered and found it reasonable. Why would they introduce someone for free? It's not charity. He nodded. All right, how much is the service fee? 5,000 yuan. The woman beamed like a flower. I guarantee I'll introduce you to at least 3 suitable matches within half a month, all stunningly beautiful at first glance. Lin Jianchuan felt it was a bit expensive, but for the sake of his grand plan, he had to spend it. 5,000 is fine, but I need to meet the first match within 2 days. The woman was taken aback. 2 days? Sir, are you in such a hurry? Lin Jianchuan thought, of course I'm in a hurry. The sooner I hold hands, the sooner I get 5 million. But he kept a calm demeanor. Time is money. I'm usually very busy. I only have time these 2 days. If it works, I'll pay now. The woman quickly calculated. 2 days was tight, but she happened to have a high-quality decoy for such urgent orders. A stunningly beautiful woman. She was said to be a KTV hostess who wanted to turn over a new leaf and had left her information. They had become acquainted over time. They had cooperated several times before smoothly. The woman agreed. All right. Since you're so straightforward, I'll be frank. I do have a ready candidate. 29, unmarried, looks like a celebrity. I was saving her for a regular client, but since you're in such a hurry, I'll arrange a meeting for you two first. She turned the computer screen to show him a photo. The woman in the photo was indeed beautiful. Oval face, big eyes, high nose bridge, long hair, in a red dress, smiling with charm. He was satisfied. Great, when can we meet? Don't be impatient. Pay first, then I'll arrange it. He'll contact you by phone. She pointed to the payment code on the table. Lin Jianchuan didn't hesitate and paid on the spot. He urged her to arrange the meeting as soon as possible. Finally, he took the receipt and left the shop. Next, he visited 4 more matchmaking agencies. Using the same tactic, he portrayed himself as a millionaire, and to avoid trouble, he claimed to be 40 years old. When the women at those agencies heard about $3 million in savings of Panamera and 2 properties and saw Lin Jianchuan in person, their eyes gleamed with greed. The owner of the second agency, a plump woman in her 50s, immediately wanted to call her divorced younger sister after hearing his introduction. Brother, my sister is 4'3" with a very alluring figure, and she can still bear children. How about I have her come meet you? Lin Jianchuan quickly waved his hands. No, I need someone exceptionally beautiful. The plump woman sighed, but still enthusiastically collected a service fee of 6,000 yuan, promising to arrange within a month. The third agency had a young girl about 25 or 26 who stared at Lin Jianchuan from the moment he entered. Uncle, what do you think of me? I won't charge you a service fee. Let's just date directly. Lin Jianchuan nearly spat out again. Were young girls these days always so forward? Although she was decent looking, she didn't meet the system's requirements. No way around it. He politely declined, paid the fee, and left. The fourth agency was a high-end matchmaking service with an opulent interior, crystal chandeliers, and leather sofas. The receptionist in a professional suit looked quite legit. But after hearing Lin Jianchuan's conditions, she couldn't resist and secretly slipped him a note with her WeChat ID. Lin Jianchuan broke out in a cold sweat. He paid 10,000 yuan for 3 model-level spots and fled in panic. The fifth agency was quite normal. They listened to his requirements, collected the fee, and politely saw him out. After visiting 5 agencies, he had spent a total of 37,000 yuan on service fees. Looking at the deduction records on his phone, his heart ached. But thinking of the 5 million, he felt it was worth it. When he came out of the last agency, it was already dusk. Just as he was about to head home, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Zhao Jingxiang calling. As soon as he answered, a trembling, tearful voice came through. Brother Lin, where are you? Someone is following me. Over the phone, Zhao Jingxiang's voice was clearly terrified. Lin Jianchuan's heart tightened, and he quickly comforted her. Don't panic. Speak slowly. Where are you now? Who are they? I'm driving on the road right now. I don't know who's behind me. A car has been following me closely. No matter which way I turn, it stays behind. I'm scared to death. Knowing that Zhao Jingxiang was still relatively safe for now, Lin Jianchuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Don't stop the car under any circumstances. They'll send you my location now. Navigate to me, and we'll talk when we meet, okay? Zhao Jingxiang also snapped out of her panic, her tone gaining a hint of composure. Okay. They'll come right away. After hanging up, Lin Jianchuan quickly sent the location and then stood by the street waiting anxiously. More than 10 minutes later, Zhao Jingxiang's white BMW X5 finally appeared in the distance. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Jianchuan pulled open the door and jumped into the passenger seat. Go. Don't stop, he urged while turning his head to look at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, a black sedan was following unhurriedly behind. Wherever they went, the other car followed, crossing several intersections without being shaken off. Seeing Lin Jianchuan, Zhao Jingxiang's tense mood finally eased a bit. With a tearful voice, she said, Brother Lin, how about we call the police? It must be people sent by Wang Chang. Lin Jianchuan frowned. Calling the police probably won't help. They're just following, not doing anything excessive. The police won't be able to do much about that. Then what should we do? I'm too scared to go home now. Zhao Jingxiang's tears fell again. Don't be afraid. I'm here for everything. Tell me the details. Zhao Jingxiang nodded, wiping her tears while driving. This afternoon I took a lawyer to the company to negotiate a divorce with Wang Chang. He immediately turned hostile, accusing me of cuckolding him, saying I had been involved with you for a long time, and that he wouldn't give me a single cent. He wants me to leave with nothing. Everything was normal when I left the company. After parting with the lawyer, I drove home, and suddenly noticed someone following me. I drove through 3 streets, and they kept close behind. I was terrified, so I called you. After hearing this, Lin Jianchuan instantly understood everything. No need to guess. It must be your husband's doing. He wants to scare you, make you afraid so you won't ask for more assets. Then what do we do? He deceived me for 4 years. I don't want to let him off so easily. After all, the company's assets are worth several hundred million. Lin Jianchuan's eyes nearly popped out. How much? Several hundred million. He swallowed hard, his voice changing tone. Although he now had the system's several hundred million was still an astronomical figure to him. He had no idea when he could earn that much. Zhao Jingxiang replied. Yes, the company has been doing well in the past 2 years. Assets are growing. Conservatively, it should be around 500 million. Lin Jianchuan slapped his thigh, righteous and indignant For a scumbag like your ex-husband, we can't let him off easy. Jingxiang, don't worry. With me here, I'll protect you. Zhao Jingxiang was moved by his words, her expression greatly easing. So what do we do now? Lin Jianchuan thought for a moment. Keep driving. It's rush hour now. At the next red light, we'll switch seats. He'll drive and shake off the car behind us. Okay. Zhao Jingxiang focused on driving. In less than 2 minutes they reached a large intersection. The red light came on, and the car stopped steadily. Now, Lin Jianchuan quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, and Zhao Jingxiang simultaneously released the steering wheel. The two exchanged positions in the cramped cabin, their bodies inevitably pressing together. As Zhao Jingxiang stepped over him, they were closely aligned front and back. A faint scent of her hair drifted into Lin Jianchuan's nose, strands brushing against his face, tickling. Her hand rested on his shoulder, his hand on her waist. Through the thin fabric, they could clearly feel each other's warmth. Zhao Jingxiang's cheeks flushed red all the way to her ears. Lin Jianchuan was no better. His face burned and his heart pounded wildly. Are you done? He cleared his throat. Yeah. Zhao Jingxiang fumbled as she squeezed into the passenger seat, struggling to fasten her seatbelt several times. Neither spoke. The atmosphere in the car was incredibly delicate. Just then the light turned green. Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath and floored the accelerator. The BMW X5 shot forward like a waking beast. Before Zhao Jingxiang could react, the force slammed her into the seat. Brother Lin slowed down. Before she could finish, another sharp turn sent her body lurching to the side. She quickly grabbed the handrail with both hands. The car behind also accelerated, and the two vehicles raced wildly through the city streets. Lin Jianchuan stared at the black sedan in the rearview mirror, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had received the system's reward of king-level driving skills. Shaking off a car was child's play. Ahead was a complicated highway entrance with 3 ramps leading in different directions. Lin Jianchuan deliberately sped up, and the black car behind also floored it. The two cars were only about 10 meters apart. Just as they were about to enter the middle ramp, Lin Jianchuan jerked the steering wheel, and the car swerved into the rightmost ramp, almost scraping the guardrail. The black sedan behind couldn't react in time, and shot into the middle ramp. They successfully shook off the tail. Yeah, we really lost them. Brother Lin, your driving is amazing. Zhao Jingxiang shouted excitedly, and in her thrill, she leaned over and gave Lin Jianchuan a big kiss on the cheek. Lin Jianchuan was completely stunned. The warm sensation on his face shot through him like a current from his cheek straight to the top of his head, then exploded throughout his body. His mind went blank. His hands still gripped the steering wheel, his foot still on the accelerator, but he was frozen stiff, as if his pressure points had been sealed. Zhao Jingxiang was also stunned. She had been too excited and in her thrill. When she realized what she had done, her face instantly turned as red as a cooked shrimp from her cheeks to the base of her neck, her whole body burning hot. She opened her mouth to say something, but found her tongue tied, unable to utter a single word. The air in the car seemed to freeze. Only the low hum of the engine and their rapid heartbeats remained. After a few seconds, Lin Jianchuan finally turned his head with difficulty to look at Zhao Jingxiang. Her face was so red it looked like it might bleed. She lowered her head, wringing her hands together, her fingers twisting into knots. Lin Jianchuan cleared his throat. I didn't mean to. Zhao Jingxiang abruptly lifted her head, explaining frantically. I was just so happy, and in my excitement Brother Lin, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything else. The more she spoke, the more flustered she became, and the less clear her explanation. Finally, she simply covered her face, too afraid to look at him. Seeing her look as if she wished she could burrow into the car seat, Lin Jianchuan's nervousness actually faded considerably. With a smile he said, I was just about to say, for safety's sake, perhaps you shouldn't go home tonight. You could just stay at a hotel for the night. What do you think? A hotel, Zhao Jingxiang's body trembled slightly, her head dropping even lower. Finally, in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, she asked, And what about you, Brother Lin? He was taken aback for a moment before instinctively replying, I'm going home, of course. Zhao Jingxiang looked up, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Is your wife waiting for you at home? My apologies, I was being presumptuous. Lin Jianchuan found it both funny and annoying. Don't talk nonsense. I'm single. No wife, no girlfriend. Where would a wife come from? Zhao Jingxiang's eyes lit up instantly. You're not married. That's right. Just a lone man, not even a single relative to speak of. Lin Jianchuan let out a sigh, thinking of his parents. When they had passed away, their greatest regret was not living to see him start a family. So many years had slipped by since then, and he was still alone. Seeing the fleeting melancholy in his eyes, Zhao Jingxiang felt her heart soften. Brother Lin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked about that. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, it's all in the past. He hesitated for a moment, then added, But now that I think about it, leaving you alone in a hotel really isn't safe. If Wang Chong brings his men looking for you, it could be a problem. Zhao Jingxiang nodded emphatically. That's exactly what I meant. How about this, Brother Lin, you stay at the hotel too? We could book 2 adjacent rooms. That way if anything happens I can reach you right away. What do you think? Lin Jianchuan looked into those expectant eyes, and his own hesitation melted away. All right, he'll stay with you. A smile blossomed back onto Zhao Jingxiang's face, and she immediately began giving directions. 20 minutes later the car pulled up in front of an upscale hotel. The two walked into the lobby together. Welcome to Wanhao Hotel. How may I assist you? The front desk clerk asked with a professional smile. Zhao Jingxiang pulled a black membership card from her bag and placed it gently on the counter. 2 adjacent executive suites, please. Upon seeing the card, the clerk's demeanor immediately grew more respectful as she picked it up with both hands. Certainly, ma'am. One moment, please. She quickly began typing on her computer, but a troubled expression soon crossed her face. Lowering her voice, she said, I'm terribly sorry, Miss Zhao. We have an important business reception at the hotel tonight, and there's only 1 executive suite left. Would you like to upgrade to a deluxe 2-bedroom suite instead? It has 2 separate rooms and 2 separate bathrooms completely private from one another. Even more convenient than 2 adjacent suites. A blush crept across Zhao Jingxiang's pretty face. She glanced back at Lin Jianchuan, who was taking in the lobby, then steeled herself and walked over to him, speaking in a low voice. Brother Lin, they only have 1 executive suite left. How about we share a room? What? Lin Jianchuan thought he must have misheard, his eyes widening in shock. Seeing his misunderstanding, Zhao Jingxiang quickly explained, don't get the wrong idea. I mean, we stay in that 2-bedroom suite. It has 2 rooms and 2 bathrooms, so we won't disturb each other. Is that okay? Lin Jianchuan suddenly understood, though a faint trace of disappointment lingered. He nodded readily. As long as you're fine with it, I have no problem. Hearing his affirmative answer, Zhao Jingxiang felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. She took a deep breath and quickly completed the check-in formalities. There was a small hiccup when she checked his ID. The front desk clerk held Lin Jianchuan's ID card, glancing back and forth between it and his face several times before finally returning it to him with a look of astonishment. The two took their room cards and boarded the elevator. After swiping the card and turning on the lights, Lin Jianchuan marveled at the luxurious interior, clicking his tongue in admiration. The living room alone was at least 50 or 60 square meters, furnished with genuine leather sofas, solid wood coffee tables, and an oversized television. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a piano, and a dazzling crystal chandelier bathed the entire space in brilliant light. This decoration is absolutely incredible. Lin Jianchuan looked left and right, looking every bit the country bumpkin. Zhao Jingxiang smiled. It's all right, nothing special. The corner of Lin Jianchuan's mouth twitched. Surreptitiously, he pulled out his phone, opened a hotel booking app, and searched. 6,800 per night. He swallowed hard, feeling his heart bleed. Even though it wasn't his money, seeing that number still made him wince. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhao Jingxiang spoke up. Brother Lin, have you eaten yet? Not yet. Perfect. Me neither. This suite comes with 2 complimentary buffet meals. Let's go grab something to eat. With that, she took him by the hand and led him out the door. They arrived at the 5th-floor restaurant, where the ambience was elegant and the crowd sparse. Each of them took a plate and went to select their food. Faced with the dazzling array of food, Lin Jianchuan's eyes went wide. King crab legs, freshly sliced salmon, Australian steak, a variety of seafood. This wasn't just any buffet, it was a veritable feast. In all his years, he had never eaten at such a magnificent buffet. He wasted no time piling his plate into a towering mountain. Glancing over at Zhao Jingxiang's plate, he saw a few leaves of lettuce, some cucumber slices, and 2 tomato wedges, sparse and plain. You're eating just this? Lin Jianchuan asked incredulously. Eating too much at night makes you gain weight. Lin Jianchuan gave her a look. With a figure like yours, what does weight have to do with anything? You can't keep eating like this. Being too thin is bad for your health. A warm feeling spread through Zhao Jingxiang's heart. Brother Lin, are you worried about me? Lin Jianchuan was caught off guard, a hint of heat creeping up his face. It's just, I think you eat too little, he said, changing the subject. Besides, since we're at a buffet, it'd be a waste not to eat your money's worth. Seeing him try so hard to cover up his concern, Zhao Jingxiang couldn't help but laugh. After dinner, the two returned to their room. Zhao Jingxiang pointed to the bedroom on the left. Brother Lin, you take the left one, and he'll take the right. Is that okay? No problem. Lin Jianchuan gave a thumbs up and headed straight into the left bedroom. The bedroom was over 30 square meters, even larger than a standard hotel room. A king-sized bed, sofa, round table, and bathroom. Everything was provided. Looking around the room, Lin Jianchuan felt his desire to move into a new place grow even stronger. He stripped off his clothes and hummed a tune as he headed into the bathroom. Having been out in the heat all day, he was drenched in sweat, and a shower was just what he needed to relax. Warm water cascaded down from above, washing away the day's exhaustion. Standing in the shower, Lin Jianchuan let the hot water run over his face. The limited time hand-holding mission had already passed 24 hours, leaving less than 2 days remaining. He had to hurry. He couldn't rely entirely on the matchmaking agency, he needed to take action himself. He resolved to go to the swimming pool tomorrow to buy a monthly pass and see if he could meet a suitable partner. After finishing his shower, he dried off and realized he'd forgotten to bring a change of underwear. Since no one else was around, he simply opened the bathroom door and walked out nonchalantly. And then he saw Zhao Jingxiang fully dressed sitting on the edge of his bed, turning her head to look at him. Their eyes met and both of them were utterly stunned. Zhao Jingxiang was the first to react. She let out a startled shriek, covered her face with both hands, and quickly turned around. You, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Lin Jianchuan snapped back to his senses and bolted toward the bathroom, but his foot slipped, and he crashed to the floor, landing flat on his back. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet and slammed the bathroom door shut. Only then did he begin to gasp for air. How humiliating. Utterly humiliating. He had been seen completely naked by a woman. How could he ever face anyone again? From outside the door came Zhao Jingxiang's concerned voice. Brother Lin, did you hurt yourself? Are you alright? Lin Jianchuan replied grumpily, I'm not dead yet. Why did you barge into my room in the first place? You nearly scared me to death. Zhao Jingxiang covered her mouth to stifle a giggle, the image from moments ago replaying in her mind. His robust physique, his firm abdominal muscles, and that. She shook her head violently, feeling her entire body burn with embarrassment. The water in my room is cold. I came to check if yours was warm. If the water's cold, call the front desk. Why come to me? I'm not a repairman. Lin Jianchuan sat on the floor, naked, his voice laced with embarrassment and irritation. A hint of grievance crept into Zhao Jingxiang's voice. I did knock several times, but you didn't answer. When I came in, I heard the water running and thought you were washing your face. How was I supposed to know you were taking a shower? Lin Jianchuan was at a loss for words. Faced with this situation, he could only chalk it up to bad luck. He couldn't very well get angry at a woman. After a moment, he finally spoke. Pass me my underwear, then wait outside. He'll come check on it once I'm dressed. Oh. Zhao Jingxiang responded obediently, her gaze sweeping the room until she spotted the pair of underwear. Blushing, she picked it up and mustered the courage to walk to the bathroom door. Brother Lin, opened the door a bit. Lin Jianchuan slowly opened it a crack. A slender, fair wrist slipped through. He quickly took the garment and locked the door again. Once he had his underwear on, he realized he had overlooked a problem. The rest of his clothes were still on the bed in the other room. He scanned the bathroom and finally spotted a neatly folded bathrobe. He put it on, tied the sash, took a deep breath, and opened the door. The room was empty. Zhao Jingxiang must have gone to the living room. He locked the bedroom door, dressed quickly, and then pushed the door open. Zhao Jingxiang was sitting on the living room sofa, head bowed and face flushed, looking like a schoolgirl who had done something wrong. Hearing his footsteps, she looked up, glanced at him briefly, then quickly lowered her head again. Is the water not hot? Let me go take a look for you. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Jianchuan walked briskly into Zhao Jingxiang's bedroom. The layout was similar to his, just a bit smaller. He entered the bathroom and turned on the hot water. It ran for a long while yet remained cold. Brother Lin, is it ready? Zhao Jingxiang asked from the doorway. No, there might be a problem. Why don't you use the shower in my room? I'm done anyway. We can just swap rooms for the night. It's no trouble. Zhao Jingxiang was taken aback, her cheeks flushing even deeper. Swap rooms? Yeah, don't worry. I haven't even sat on that big bed. It's perfectly clean. That's not what I meant. Zhao Jingxiang waved her hands. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. All right, let's do it your way. With that, she gathered her things and went into the room on the left. After she left, Lin Jianchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. A man and a woman alone in a room, even if it was a suite, still made him feel a certain tension. He closed the door and lay down on the bed. A faint, pleasant fragrance drifted into his nostrils. It was the same scent that clung to Zhao Jingxiang. Lin Jianchuan stared at the ceiling, his mind in a whirl. Too much had happened today. The hospital, the matchmaking agency, the street race, being kissed, being seen naked in the shower, falling flat on his back, and now swapping rooms. One thing after another. He felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness, wondering if something else might happen in the dead of night. But his ingrained habit of early to bed and early to rise was stubborn, and drowsiness quickly washed over him. Lin Jianchuan yawned and soon fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Zhao Jingxiang tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The image of Lin Jianchuan kept flashing through her mind. Her face burned with heat. She glanced at the time. It was already 12:30, and she still felt wide awake. She sat up and started scrolling through Douyin. Ladies, what do you do when you can't sleep because of worries? Today I'll teach you a great trick. Got some red wine. Down half a bottle in one go, and if you still can't sleep, come find me. The blogger in the video spoke with absolute confidence. Zhao Jingxiang hesitated for a moment, then got up, threw on a disposable nightgown, and tiptoed out of her room. The living room was pitch dark and empty. Zhao Jingxiang felt a wave of relief. She pulled out her phone for light, retrieved a bottle of red wine and a glass from the liquor cabinet in the living room, and quickly retreated back to her room. She opened the bottle, poured a small amount of wine, and took a gentle sip. It was tart yet sweet, and the taste was quite pleasant. She walked to the window with her glass. The moon hung alone in the sky as solitary and forlorn as she felt. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. The wine burned its way down her throat. Her pale cheeks gradually grew warm, and her gaze began to glaze over. Her mind was filled with Lin Jianchuan's image. This man whom she had only met twice had given her a sense of security she had never known. Compared to Wang Chang's selfishness and scheming, Lin Jianchuan's sincerity and reliability seemed especially precious. Before she knew it, the bottle of wine was empty. The alcohol went to her head, burning away all her remaining reserve. It had been 3 years. 3 years since she had been with a man, but she had almost forgotten what it felt like. She set down the empty glass, her gaze piercing through the wall toward the room next door. She bit her lower lip, her eyes hazy and glistening. A wild thought suddenly took root in her mind. Once it had taken hold, she couldn't suppress it. Lin Jianchuan was awakened by a pressing need to urinate. He grabbed his phone and checked the time, just 1:30 in the morning. He rolled out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and padded to the bathroom. After taking care of business, he felt a bit parched. He remembered there was complimentary bottled water on the coffee table in the living room. As soon as he pulled open his door, he heard the bedroom door opposite creak open, followed by the sound of unsteady footsteps. Startled, he scrambled back onto the bed and lay down. Moments later, the door was pushed open and Zhao Jingxiang stumbled in. Peering through half-closed eyes, he saw she was wearing the disposable nightgown, its hem impossibly short, revealing 2 long, fair legs. Before he could get a clear look, she had already thrown herself onto him. Her arms wrapped around him, and she began to kiss him clumsily and frantically. The scent of alcohol mixed with her perfume flooded his senses. Lin Jianchuan was stunned, his mind a complete blank. It took him a long moment to finally choke out, "Jingxiang, you're drunk." Zhao Jingxiang panted, "Brother Lin, don't talk. Kiss me." Looking at Zhao Jingxiang's flushed cheeks and dazed, seductive eyes, Lin Jianchuan felt like he was about to explode. To hell with reason. He didn't care anymore. 40 minutes later, Lin Jianchuan lay on the bed looking at Zhao Jingxiang beside him, who was fast asleep. He felt a mix of shock and delight. He was shocked that he had actually been intimate with her, yet delighted that at his advanced age of 80 his vigor remained undiminished. But after the initial excitement, a wave of anxiety washed over him. She was only 33 and still legally married. How could he have lost control of his desires? Such behavior was undoubtedly immoral and carried enormous risk. Although she had come to him of her own accord, she had been intoxicated. What if she regretted it once sober? What if she accused him of taking advantage of her, or even threatened to press charges? The more he pondered, the more troubled he became, his brow furrowing deeply. Despite his vast life experience, he was utterly inexperienced in matters of the heart. Though he could sense Zhao Jingxiang's fondness for him, he had never been in a romantic relationship and truly couldn't fathom a woman's mind. He lay in bed lost in tumultuous thoughts, not even remembering when he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright daylight. Turning his head, he found the space beside him empty. Zhao Jingxiang was gone. His heart sank, and a chilling thought crossed his mind: could she have gone to the police? Panic seized him, and cold sweat beaded on his back. He hastily dressed and rushed out of the bedroom. Upon reaching the living room, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Jingxiang was fully dressed, sitting silently on the sofa staring into space. She didn't even notice his arrival. Seeing her so dejected and lost, Lin Jianchuan felt a pang of guilt and unease. A man must own his actions. He steeled himself and stepped forward to confess. "I'm sorry, Miss Zhao. Last night was entirely my fault. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you while you were drunk. Rest assured I will take full responsibility. I'll go to the police station and turn myself in and accept whatever punishment comes. I hope you can forgive me." Having said this, he quickly lowered his head, bracing for her wrath. To his surprise, instead of scolding him, Zhao Jingxiang let out a soft chuckle. "Brother Lin, you're quite amusing. Who asked you to turn yourself in? Don't worry, what happened last night was my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. I won't blame you." "Really?" Lin Jianchuan looked up surprised and met Zhao Jingxiang's clear gaze. Their eyes locked for a brief moment before quickly darting away. A faint blush crept onto Zhao Jingxiang's cheeks as she nodded. "Of course. I, Zhao Jingxiang, am a woman of my word. Consider last night a dream. I need to focus all my energy on filing for divorce now. Once these troublesome matters are resolved, we can have a proper talk. Is that acceptable?" Lin Jianchuan breathed a sigh of relief. "No problem, I'll do as you say. Also, do you need me to protect you during this time? I wouldn't want Wang Chang to cause you any trouble." Zhao Jingxiang seemed tempted, but ultimately declined. "Thank you, Brother Lin, but that won't be necessary for now. I'll hire some professional bodyguards today. With their protection, Wang Chang wouldn't dare act recklessly." Lin Jianchuan was taken aback. Even after what had happened between them, she still refused his help. Women, what were they thinking? He didn't press the matter. Not having to protect her was fine. It would give him ample time to complete his hand-holding missions and earn rewards. They soon left the hotel. Zhao Jingxiang got into her car and looked calmly at Lin Jianchuan. "Take a taxi back. I won't see you off. If you need anything, just give me a call. Without waiting for his reply, she pressed the accelerator and sped away. Watching the car recede into the distance, Lin Jianchuan sighed with admiration. Just like a true CEO of a major corporation, so rational and decisive. Cut clean and swift. He let out another sigh, hailed a taxi, and headed for the hospital. He arrived at the hospital at 9 in the morning. Lin Jianchuan went straight to the 7th floor ward and pushed the door open. Qin Yaru was lying in bed eating breakfast with Sister Zhou and Sister Li attending to her. Xiaoqin, how are you feeling? Lin Jianchuan asked with concern. Much better. I think I can even get out of bed now. Absolutely not. The doctor said you need to stay in bed for at least 3 days. After that you can start moving around slowly. You mustn't rush, understand? Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Yaru nodded obediently. How is the old lady? Lin Jianchuan asked further. The doctor says she's in stable condition. Since she just had surgery, she needs to be observed in the sterile ward for half a month. If she recovers well, she can be moved to a regular ward. That's good. We'll just have to wait patiently. Lin Jianchuan then turned to the others. Sisterly Sister Zhou, they'll need you both to work a bit harder these days. Check on the old lady often and report back to Yaru so she can feel at ease. Also, don't stop the herbal medicine I prescribed for the old lady. Make sure the nurse continues to feed it to her. Those herbs will help regulate her body and boost her immune system, which is very beneficial for her recovery. Don't worry, boss. We'll take good care of her, Sister Zhou and Sister Li assured him. Good. Rest assured, if you take good care of her, you'll each receive a generous red envelope when you leave. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou and Sister Li beamed with joy and immediately promised to do their utmost. Lin Jianchuan chatted with Qin Yaru for a while longer before taking his leave. Once in the elevator, he pondered for a moment, then pressed the button for the 3rd floor, intending to have a word with Wang Xiao. However, before he even reached the nurse's station, he overheard a strange man's voice. Xiao, are you free this afternoon? I'd like to treat you to lunch. I know a great new hot pot place just behind the hospital. The food is authentic. I'm sure you'll love it. Following the voice, Lin Jianchuan saw a young doctor in a white coat standing at the nurse's station entrance, smiling at Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao refused without hesitation. Sorry, Dr. Li, I already have plans for lunch. Thanks for the offer, but you should go ahead and enjoy it yourself. The doctor clearly wasn't ready to give up. How about dinner then? We could have a meal and then catch a movie. Wang Xiao refused again. No need, I have plans for dinner too. What about tomorrow? Surely you're free tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow and the day after that. In fact, I'm busy for the foreseeable future. So you should probably ask someone else. The doctor, frustrated by her cold rejection, became a bit flustered and angry. Wang Xiao, I'm asking you out sincerely. Don't be so ungrateful. The whole hospital knows about your little secret. So you found yourself a sugar daddy, huh? Just a few thousand yuan for a phone and you're bought. Wang Xiao, you really are cheap. Lin Jianchuan stood at the corner, his brows furrowed deeply. He had no intention of meddling in others' affairs, but Dr. Li's final remark was simply too harsh. Calling someone a gold digger and cheap wasn't just a quarrel, it was a blatant personal attack. The crucial point was that he was the one who had given Wang Xiao the phone. It seemed his gift had brought her considerable trouble. Sure enough, upon hearing the other's words, Wang Xiao's face instantly turned pale. Li Hao, watch your mouth. Who's a gold digger? Besides, what does it have to do with you, who I befriend? Her voice trembled slightly, but she struggled to maintain her composure. If they weren't in the hospital, she would have already lunged at him. Li Hao sneered. None of my business. I chased you for 3 months, and you wouldn't even have a meal with me. But when some old geezer gives you a cheap phone, you just cling to him. Wang Xiao, have some shame, will you? You jerk. Wang Xiao trembled with rage. Just then a voice came from the side. Doctor, don't you think you've gone too far? Lin Jianchuan walked over slowly. Li Hao turned and saw a plainly dressed man in his 40s and sneered disdainfully. Who are you? This is an internal hospital matter. What's it got to do with you? Seeing Lin Jianchuan, the tears Wang Xiao had been holding back finally fell. Uncle Lin. Lin Jianchuan patted her head affectionately, then turned to face Li Hao with a stern expression. Who says it's none of my business? That phone was a gift from me to Xiao. Li Hao perked up upon hearing this. So you're the old perv. How old are you? 40. At least 38. You gave her a phone. What are you up to? An old cow eating young grass. Lin Jianchuan snorted. You keep accusing me of having ulterior motives for giving her a phone. Let me ask you as her uncle, is there anything wrong with giving my niece a phone? Li Hao's smile froze on. Uncle. Lin Jianchuan glanced back at Wang Xiao, his tone affectionate. I was hospitalized here last month. Xiao was my nurse, taking care of me every day. Seeing a young woman struggling to make it on her own, I took her as my honorary niece. When I was discharged, I noticed her old phone and bought her a new one as a casual gift. So as her uncle, do I need your permission to buy my niece a phone? Li Hao's face turned pale and red. He opened his mouth to retort, but Lin Jianchuan cut him off. Dr. Li, let me ask you, in the 3 months you chased Xiao, how many meals did you treat her to? What gifts did you give her? How many times did you show you cared? Li Hao fell silent. Wang Xiaoro said with contempt. He treated me to a bowl of spicy hot pot once. I didn't want to go, but he was so persistent I felt I had no choice. When it came time to pay, he claimed he had a stomachache and slipped away, leaving me to foot the bill. Later we went out for milk tea. He ordered 2 cups, and when it was time to pay, he had a stomachache again and vanished, leaving me to pay once more. From that point on, I knew he wasn't reliable, so I stopped going out with him. Upon hearing this, the surrounding patients and their families burst out laughing. Stomachache twice. What a coincidence. Coincidence, my foot. He just didn't want to pay. How much does a bowl of spicy hot pot cost? How much is a cup of milk tea? And he still dodged the bill. Tisk, Dr. Li has terrible character. My God, and he dares to pursue Nurse Xiaoro. And he calls others cheap. Who's really cheap? How ridiculous. People around them pointed and whispered. Li Hao's face turned the color of pig liver, veins bulging on his forehead. He stomped his foot in frustration. Wang Xiaoro, stop your nonsense. My stomach really hurt that day. I have a weak stomach, you know that. Oh, a weak stomach. Then Dr. Li, why is it that you've never had a stomachache when eating at the hospital cafeteria? Does your condition only act up when you're outside? Wang Xiaoro seized the opportunity to counterattack. You? Li Hao opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words, feeling utterly humiliated. He turned to look at the nurses nearby. Their eyes were filled with mockery and contempt. He knew his reputation was ruined. Faced with the aggressive Wang Xiaoro, he couldn't argue back. He could only snort coldly and slink away. But deep inside he was raging. Wang Xiaoro, just you wait. Someday he'll make you pay. Seeing the drama was over, the crowd dispersed. Wang Xiaoro, having won the round, was in high spirits. She pulled Lin Jianchuan to the end of the corridor. Uncle Lin, what are you doing here? Looking for me. Lin Jianchuan shook his head. I just came down from the 7th floor and thought I'd stop by to see you. Wang Xiaoro's expression turned complex upon hearing this. Uncle Lin, is that Sister Qin Yaru really just your neighbor? Why do you care so much about her? You came yesterday for her surgery, and you're here again today. I feel like there's something more between you two. Lin Jianchuan hastily explained, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Qin and I are just ordinary neighbors. She's been very kind to me. Now that she has troubles, it's only right for me to repay her kindness. He quickly changed the subject. Xiaoro, I didn't expect giving you that phone would cause you so much trouble. Wang Xiaoro's attention was successfully diverted. She waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Just some jealous people spreading rumors. No big deal. She looked at Lin Jianchuan and winked. If you really feel bad about it, why not treat me to hot pot? You promised yesterday anyway. Lin Jianchuan checked the time. It was already past 10. He nodded readily. No problem. When do you get off work? Soon he'll be off in half an hour. Alright, I'll wait for you downstairs. Send me a message when you're done. After making their plans, Lin Jianchuan went downstairs. The hospital was bustling. Noticing an empty bench downstairs, he headed over to sit for a while. But just as he reached the bench, a middle-aged woman darted over from the side and plopped herself down. She placed her plastic bag on the other half of the bench. Then she happily took out a banana, ate it, and casually tossed the peel aside. Next, she pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds from her bag, crossed her legs, and started cracking them, spitting the shells everywhere. Lin Jianchuan looked at the familiar figure, and his mouth twitched. This woman was none other than Shun Qingsu's mother. As he watched her, she watched him. She seemed startled for a moment, then looked at him with uncertainty. Haven't I seen you somewhere before? Have we met? Lin Jianchuan said. Don't you remember? Last time right here I stepped on your banana peel. Shen Mu's eyes widened instantly, and she said with utter disdain. Oh, it's you, the scammer who tried to frame me. You're still alive. Why are you here again? Before Lin Jianchuan could speak, Shen's mother spat sunflower seed shells onto the ground and launched into a sarcastic tirade. What's the matter? Regret not getting any money out of us last time. So you're here to try again. Let me tell you, there's no way. If you dare lie down on the ground this time, I'll call the police directly. Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. After all, this was Shun Qingsu's own mother, and he had a good relationship with Qingxue, so he could endure. He tried to keep his tone calm. Sister, what you're saying is not right. First, I didn't stage a fake accident to extort money. You threw the banana peel carelessly, causing me to fall. It was only right that your daughter accompanied me for an x-ray. Second, I left right after the x-ray, didn't ask for a single cent, and even sent your daughter a banner of gratitude. Third, I just wanted to sit here for a while. This bench is public property. Is it appropriate for you to occupy 2 seats by yourself? Shin's mother rolled her eyes, moved the plastic bag further aside, and stubbornly held onto the other half of the bench. So what if it's public? I got here first, so it's mine. You're a grown man arguing with an old woman over a seat. Have you no shame? Lin Jianchuan laughed in exasperation and pointed at her nose, threatening. Don't be ungrateful. Do you think I'm being too nice? I can send your daughter a banner of gratitude, but I can also ruin her reputation. Do you believe I can make her lose everything within a week? At these words, Shen's mother immediately changed color. She could care about no one else, not even herself, but she could not care about her daughter. Her daughter had finally become a department head, her pride and joy to flaunt in front of others. She could not afford any misstep. Shin's mother did a complete 180. She quickly picked up the plastic bag from the bench, forced a smile, and said cautiously, "Oh, big brother, don't be angry. I was just joking earlier. Come have a seat." She even wiped the bench surface with her hand. Lin Jianchuan snorted coldly, not moving an inch. "I'm not used to sitting with certain people." Shin's mother's face turned green, but for her daughter's sake, she gritted her teeth and stood up, squeezing out a smile. "Then I want sit. I've been sitting too long anyway, my back aches." Big brother, you sit." Lin Jianchuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He sat down without hesitation, crossed his legs, and stretched out his hand toward Shin's mother. She was startled for a moment, then quickly understood and opened the bag to hand it over. Lin Jianchuan grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and began cracking them with a crunching sound. However, he didn't spit the shells on the ground, but caught them in his other hand. "Oh, I'm a bit thirsty. Is there any water?" Shin's mother grimaced. "I didn't bring water. How about I go buy you a bottle?" Lin Jianchuan said nothing more. Shin's mother was fuming, but eventually went to the small shop. A moment later, she returned with a bottle of mineral water. Lin Jianchuan took it, opened it, and took a sip. Suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up and saw a WeChat message from Wang Xiao. "Uncle Lin, I'm off work. He'll change clothes and come down." Lin Jianchuan replied, "Okay, he'll wait downstairs." He put down the phone, glanced at Shun's mother, who was angry but dared not speak, and said calmly, "You performed well today. I'm satisfied. As a reward, I'll give you a prescription." Shin's mother was taken aback. "What prescription?" Lin Jianchuan said impatiently, "A Chinese herbal prescription, of course. Do you have trouble falling asleep every night? Do you feel lethargic and fatigued during the day?" Shin's mother's eyes lit up. Yes. "How did you know?" Lin Jianchuan said proudly, "I am not talented, but I know a little about Chinese medicine. The culture of Chinese medicine is profound. Observing, listening, questioning, and pulse taking are the basics. I could tell at a glance. You have deficiency of both heart and spleen deficiency with fire hyperactivity and liver depression with qi stagnation. In common terms, you have severe neurasthenia. They'll give you a prescription. Have Qingxue get a few doses. You'll feel better in 3 days and be fully recovered in half a month." Shin's mother was skeptical. "Can this prescription really work? I've seen several Chinese medicine doctors before, but none of them were effective. Take it or leave it. It's up to you." Lin Jianchuan didn't want to waste words. He was only doing this for King's sake. Otherwise, he couldn't care less. He'll take it, of course he'll take it." Shun's mother quickly nodded. She had been tormented by this condition for years, taking both Western and Chinese medicines without improvement. Hearing Lin Jianchuan's words, hope rekindled in her heart. Lin Jianchuan had no paper or pen, so he simply took out his phone, opened Shin King's WeChat, and sent the prescription. After sending it, he instructed Shin's mother, "Eat lightly these days. Avoid spicy food and seafood. Also no sunflower seeds or peanuts. I've sent the prescription to Qingxue. Ask her to get the medicine when she's free. Take it once in the morning and once in the evening." Shun's mother nodded, somewhat grateful. "Big brother, thank you so much. If this illness can really be cured, it'll definitely spread the word about your medical skills. Spreading the word is unnecessary. Just don't speak ill of me behind my back." Shin's mother felt awkward. How could that be? "I want." As they were talking, Wang Xiao approached. She wore a form-fitting ice blue short cotton t-shirt paired with light gray high-waisted denim hot pants, flaunting her long straight legs and white canvas shoes, looking youthful and vibrant. Her figure was already excellent, and this outfit made her even more striking. "Uncle Lin, let's go," Wang Xiao said cheerfully. "Okay, let's go." Lin Jianchuan nodded and walked away side by side with Wang Xiao. Shin's mother stared at their backs, her gossipy nature bursting. This old guy. How did he get to know such a pretty young girl? Could there be something going on between them? But he's so old. Can he even manage? She muttered to herself as she sat back on the bench, crossed her legs, and continued cracking sunflower seeds. The shells were scattered all over the ground again. 10 minutes later, Shin Qingxue walked over in casual clothes. Seeing the mess on the floor, she couldn't help frowning. "Mom, how many times have I told you? Please don't litter. It's unsightly and could cause someone to slip." Shun's mother pursed her lips. I know. They'll be careful next time. Besides, others aren't blind. How could they slip? How could they not? Have you forgotten last time?" Luckily, Uncle Lin didn't make a fuss, or would be in big trouble. Hearing this, Shun's mother perked up. "Daughter, I saw that old man just now. He said I'm sick and gave me a Chinese herbal prescription. He sent it to you on WeChat." Shin Qingxue was startled and quickly took out her phone. Sure enough, there was a message from Lin Jianchuan on WeChat. Looking at the prescription, she couldn't help but smile. Just then, Shin's mother spoke again. "Daughter, you don't know. This old Lin may be old, but his heart is young. He just left with a young and pretty girl. Tisk tsk. The two of them walked side by side. If you didn't know, you'd think they were a couple." "You mean Uncle Lin went out with a young girl?" Shin Qingxue said. Yes. That girl also called him Uncle Lin. She's quite pretty. The way they looked, they seemed close." Shen Qingsu's expression stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Yet deep in her eyes a faint trace of sourness quietly flickered by. Wang Xiaoro walked beside Lin Jianchuan, her steps light and brisk. Uncle Lin, who was that elderly woman just now? I often see her in the hospital. A friend's mother, sharp-tongued, but not a bad person at heart. As Lin Jianchuan spoke these words, the image of Shen Qingxue surfaced in his mind. Oh, Wang Xiaoro replied, then asked, where are we going to eat? You know this area better than I do. You decide. Wang Xiaoro tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, I have a place in mind. Come follow me. They wound through the streets and alleys, soon arriving at the street directly behind the hospital. They stopped in front of a smiling mutton hot pot restaurant. Lin Jianchuan stared at the flower baskets and the grand opening banner at the entrance, his eyes widening in disbelief. You're not telling me this is the hot pot place Li Hao mentioned, are you? That's right. It's here. Let's go in. My colleagues say the food is great and the prices are reasonable. Wang Xiaoro pushed Lin Jianchuan through the door. They found a seat by the window, ordered the broth and dishes, and she went off to prepare the dipping sauces. Just then Lin Jianchuan's phone rang. He took it out and saw a WeChat message from Shen Qingxue. Uncle Lin, thank you for the prescription you gave my mother. Where are you right now? I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Lin Jianchuan's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, don't mention it, Qingxue. I'm out running some errands right now. Is that so? What kind of errands? Can you share? Lin Jianchuan hesitated for a moment. Nothing major, just meeting an old friend to catch up. Male or female? Male, of course. At my age, why would I be meeting a female friend to chat? Don't you think so? Huh. Oh, I see. Uncle Lin, lift your head and look to the left. Lin Jianchuan looked up in confusion, turning left. Outside the window the sun was shining brightly, and not far away stood two people. Shen Qingxue smiling, and her mother. Their eyes met, and Shen Qingxue waved at him with a smile. Lin Jianchuan was dumbfounded, at a loss for what to do. At that moment Wang Xiaoro returned with 2 bowls of dipping sauce, grinning as she sat across from him. Uncle Lin, I made you a mix of sesame paste and chai flour sauce. What do you think? She looked at him with a smile, but noticed he was staring out the window. Following his gaze, she saw Shen Qingxue and her mother. Director Shen. Hello there. Wang Xiaoro waved enthusiastically toward the window. Shen Qingxue smiled and nodded in return, then quickly led her mother inside. Lin Jianchuan was utterly bewildered. Why had Shen Qingxue come here? How could it be such a coincidence? Had she been testing him with that WeChat message just now? To make matters worse, he had lied to her. How awkward. His heart was in turmoil. He quickly stood up and waited with Wang Xiaoro for the two to approach. Soon Shen Qingxue and her mother walked over. Shen Qingxue smiled and greeted Wang Xiaoro warmly. So Xiaoro is here too, what a coincidence. I was just telling my mother I didn't know where to eat, and then I saw Uncle Lin here. How about we all sit together? It'll be more lively. You don't mind, do you, Xiaoro? Though Wang Xiaoro felt a bit reluctant, she kept a smile on her face. Of course not. You're too polite, Director Shen. Please have a seat. Uncle Lin and I have already ordered. Take a look at the menu and order whatever you like. Today Uncle Lin is treating us, so don't hold back. Shen Qingxue smiled at Lin Jianchuan. Uncle Lin, you're really something. You invite Xiaoro to dinner, but not me. Does that mean you see me as an outsider? Lin Jianchuan's face stiffened, and he awkwardly explained, Qingxue, you misunderstand. I happened to run into Xiaoro when I went to the 7th floor today, and I was going to invite you, but I sent you a WeChat message, and you didn't reply, so. Oh, I see. I misunderstood. Shen Qingxue smiled apologetically, then led her mother to a sofa on one side. My mother and I will sit here. Uncle Lin, you and Xiaoro sit over there, okay? Xiaoro is so beautiful. You're truly lucky today, Uncle Lin. Lin Jianchuan gave a wry smile, at a loss for words. Wang Xiaoro, however, sat down beside him with poise. Then I'll take you up on that. Thank you, Director Shen, for giving me the chance to be close to Uncle Lin. He'll make sure to do my best. With that, Wang Xiaoro and Shen Qingxue exchanged a smile, but there was a subtle implication behind it. Shen's mother looked at the scene before her, a hint of suspicion crossing her face. She glanced at Wang Xiaoro, then at Lin Jianchuan, and finally at her daughter. She lowered her head and remained silent. The rest of the time became a showcase for Wang Xiaoro and Shen Qingxue. They chatted and laughed, trading remarks back and forth, appearing harmonious on the surface, but seething with underlying tension. Lin Jianchuan sat on pins and needles, finding even the hot pot unappetizing. He kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, wishing the meal would end soon. Halfway through the meal, he couldn't take it anymore. Excusing himself to go to the restroom, he left the table. At the bathroom entrance, he took a deep breath and muttered to himself, what's gotten into those two women today? Why are they so hostile to each other? It's so strange. Could it be because I lied to Shen Qingxue? Lin Jianchuan couldn't figure it out and decided to stop overthinking. He had already resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would explain to Shen Qingxue that he hadn't meant to deceive her. He washed his face and was about to return when his phone rang. It was a call from a landline. As soon as he answered, a familiar female voice came through. Is this Brother Lin? I'm the owner of Heartbeat Matchmaking. I've arranged a blind date for you. Do you have time this afternoon? Lin Jianchuan was overjoyed. Of course I have time. Thank you, ma'am. What time and where? 3 o'clock at the Starbucks on Huban Road. Be there or be square. No problem. They'll be there on time. Lin Jianchuan hung up the phone, his heart racing with excitement. If he could successfully hold hands this afternoon, his 5 million would be as good as won. But he had to figure out a reasonable way to hold her hand and keep it there for 10 minutes without letting go. When Lin Jianchuan returned to his seat, he could clearly sense a subtle change in the atmosphere. Wang Xiaoro picked up a piece of tripe with her chopsticks and placed it in his bowl. Try this tripe, it's just been blanched and is very fresh. Shun Qingxue unhurried poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward him. Have some tea to cut the grease. I asked the waiter to brew this pure especially. Lin Jianchuan looked at the tripe and the tea, unsure which to go for first. Thanks, but I can serve myself. He touched neither, instead picking up a piece of lamb with his own chopsticks. Shin's mother, breaking her usual demeanor, ate in silence, her eyes darting between the three of them from time to time. Feeling the time was right, Lin Jianchuan cleared his throat. I think we've had enough. How about we call it a day? Wang Xiaoro immediately chimed in. Fine by me. I'm full and happy. What a great day, right, Director Shun? Shin Qingxue calmly wiped her mouth and nodded with a smile. Indeed. I had a wonderful time chatting with you today, Xiaoro. Let's get together again another time, just the two of us. Deal. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Lin Jianchuan bid farewell to Shin Qingxue, and Wang Xiaoro scanned a shared bike and rode away. Shin Qingxue had the afternoon off, so she walked home with her mother. After they had gone about 100 meters, Shun's mother finally couldn't hold back and asked, Dear, tell me the truth. Do you have your eye on that old man, Lin? Shun Qingxue's steps faltered, a flicker of unease crossing her face. Mom, what are you talking about? Look how old he is. How could I possibly be interested in him? Hearing this, her mother finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. That's good, that's good. You scared me half to death back there. Dear, you don't understand. When I saw the look in your eyes at the hot pot restaurant, my heart skipped a beat. I thought you had feelings for that old man. Shin Qingxue lowered her head and said nothing. Her mother took her arm and spoke earnestly. Let me tell you, I will never agree to you being with an old man. The oldest I can accept is someone 7 or 8 years older than you. Anyone older than that is absolutely out of the question. I'm laying it on the line today. If you ever dare to be with someone much older, it'll cut off our mother-daughter relationship. Shin Qingxue's body stiffened, and she looked up at her mother. The expression on Shun's mother's face was not a joke. Her brows were furrowed and her eyes held a serious look. Mom, is this really necessary? Shin Qingxue said, feeling a bit helpless. It is. How could it not be? Her mother stopped and turned to face her. Dear, you're my only child. I've always let you do as you please. You wanted to study medicine, so you studied medicine. Whatever you wanted to do, you did it. I never stopped you. But this matter, I need to be upfront about it. Shin Qingxue pressed her lips together and said nothing. Her mother sighed, her tone softening. I'm not an unreasonable person. If you found someone 7 or 8 years older, I wouldn't have a word to say. But that old man Lin is 80 years old, older than me. I don't know how he looks so young, but his age can't be faked. You marry someone to have a partner to walk through life together, not to find an old man to wait on hand and foot. I've been through it. Your good-for-nothing father was 20 years older than me, and he left us alone all too soon. With that lesson before us, I can't watch you jump into a fire pit. Shin Qingxue's expression changed slightly. Her father had passed away when she was very young, and her memories of him were vague. She only knew her mother had raised her single-handedly, enduring much hardship. Her mother rarely spoke of her father, and whenever she did, it was with complex emotions, resentment, bitterness, and a faint, indescribable longing. Mom, Dad died of an illness. What does that have to do with age? How is it not related? If he had been a dozen years younger and in better health, he wouldn't have left so soon. You were only 6 when he passed. I had to be both father and mother to you. Do you think that was easy? She wiped the corner of her eye. Dear, I'm doing this for your own good. That old man Lin is 80. He can barely aim his own piss straight, let alone anything else. Are you ready to live like a widow? Besides, he's broke. A grown man riding a shared bike. How embarrassing. No, I absolutely will not allow it. Shin Qingxue's face turned bright red. Mom, what are you saying? Her mother remained dead serious. I'm saying this for your own good. What do you, a young girl, know? When a man gets old, his performance in that area declines. It's a natural law. You're at the prime of your desires. What will you do then? Shin Qingxue was both mortified and exasperated. Mom, you're getting more and more ridiculous. There's nothing between us. How did you even get onto that topic? I need to make things clear for you so you don't make a foolish mistake and ruin your whole life. Her mother kept rambling, and Shin Qingxue followed behind, feeling a heavy weight in her chest. She was puzzled. Why did she feel so upset? Could it be that she had actually developed feelings for him? No, that was impossible. Absolutely impossible. There was a 50-year gap between them. If word got out, how could she ever show her face again? She shook her head, trying to banish the absurd thought from her mind. But why did the thought of impossible only make her heart feel even heavier? Shin Qingxue couldn't explain it herself. Meanwhile on the other side, Lin Jianchuan pedaled his shared bike with great effort, arriving at the Starbucks on Huban Road as agreed. He checked the time. It was just past 2. He was an hour early. The coffee shop was nearly empty. He had never had coffee before, so he went to the counter and ordered an Americano, then found a seat in a corner away from the window and sat down to wait patiently. He chose the corner because he really didn't want to be seen by anyone he knew again. The chances were slim, but what if? The scene at the hot pot restaurant earlier today had been more than enough. If Shun Qingxue or Wang Xiaoro happened to catch him on a blind date at Starbucks, he would never be able to show his face again. Lin Jianchuan picked up the Americano and took a cautious sip. Bitter. Really bitter. He frowned and set the cup down, wondering what was so great about this stuff. It cost him 30 yuan. He'd rather have plain water. Still, the seat was quite comfortable. He leaned back in the soft chair, and before he knew it, dozed off. Sometime later, he was roused by the ringing of his phone. He took it out and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? Is this Mr. Lin Jianchuan? This is the Porsche after-sales service. A sweet female voice came through the receiver. Yes, it's me. Is the car fixed? Lin Jianchuan sat up with a jolt. That's right, the car has been repaired. We can deliver it to your door for free. Could you please provide us with an address? Huban Road in front of Starbucks, is that okay? Of course. It will arrive in about an hour. Is that acceptable? No problem. Give me a call when you arrive. Alright, have a pleasant drive. Goodbye. Lin Jianchuan hung up and checked the time. It was already 2:50. The appointed time was drawing near. He went to the restroom, splashed some water on his face, and tidied his clothes before returning to his seat. Time ticked by minute by minute. At 3 o'clock sharp, no one had arrived. At 3:05, still no one. Lin Jianchuan began to feel restless. He pulled out his phone and checked. No calls, no messages. Maybe she's stuck in traffic, he reassured himself. At 3:10, a girl walked in. Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up, but she walked straight to the counter, ordered her coffee, and sat on a high stool scrolling through her phone. Not her. Another 20 minutes passed. Lin Jianchuan's coffee had long gone cold, and the beautiful woman still hadn't shown up. Just as he was wondering whether to call the matchmaking agency owner, the door was pushed open and a woman walked in. She appeared to be around 30, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, an oval face, large eyes, a high nose bridge, and wearing a red slip dress, high heels, and carrying a small handbag. Lin Jianchuan recognized her at a glance. She was the beauty he had seen on the computer screen at the matchmaking agency. He quickly stood up, put on a smile, and waved at her. Hello, miss. I'm over here. The woman's eyes lit up at the sight of him, and she walked over briskly. Hello, are you Mr. Lin? Yes, I'm Lin Jianchuan. And you are? My name is Chen Nana. Sorry the traffic was terrible. I hope you haven't been waiting long. Ding. Target detected. Chun Ling appearance score 80 meets the handholding requirement. Host, please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Jianchuan's mind at the prompt. She said her name was Chun Nana, but the system called her Chun Ling. Could she be using a fake name? He didn't let it show, however, and smiled as he spoke. Hello, Miss Chun. I just got here myself. Please have a seat. What would you like to drink? He'll go order. A cappuccino, please. Thank you. No problem. Lin Jianchuan went to the counter, ordered 2 cappuccinos, and returned to his seat. Miss Chen looked him over from head to toe and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, we're both adults here. Let's get straight to the point, shall we? Of course. I heard you're 40 this year, have 3 million in savings, a Panamera, and 2 apartments. As she spoke, she studied his expression. Lin Jianchuan raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected the matchmaking agency owner to have made him sound younger, but he didn't really care. After all, this blind date was just for show. His main goal was to find a chance to hold hands. His expression calm, he nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Then Mr. Lin, if you have such good conditions, why haven't you gotten married at your age? You shouldn't have any trouble finding a girlfriend. Lin Jianchuan sighed. It's a long story. I'm a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I was so devoted to my craft, studying diligently every day, that I missed the best age for marriage. Later, once I had mastered my medical skills, work kept me too busy and I kept putting it off. And so I've remained single until now. I see. So which hospital do you work at, Mr. Lin? And what's your income like? Miss Chen asked, curious. Since he had no intention of getting married anyway, Lin Jianchuan made things up on the spot. I don't work at a hospital currently. I run my own traditional Chinese medicine clinic. The income is just so around 200,000. Miss Chen frowned. 200,000 a year. That's a bit low, but I guess it's acceptable. You might have misunderstood. I meant 200,000 a month, Lin Jianchuan added. What? A month? Miss Chen gasped, quickly covering her mouth. Then she became visibly excited. Could she have really met her Prince Charming today? She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Leaning in, she lowered her voice and asked, Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth? 200,000 a month. That's 2,400,000 a year. Can you really earn that much? Lin Jianchuan was fairly pleased with her reaction. Of course it's true. I only started my clinic 3 years ago. In 3 years, I went from having nothing to having a car, a house, and savings. Doesn't that speak for itself? Miss Chen was thrilled. If what he said was true, she had hit the jackpot. If she could marry him, she could turn her life around completely. Just as she was about to speak, a waitress approached and gently set 2 cups of coffee on the table. Lin Jianchuan took a sip of his cappuccino. It was much better than the Americano he had earlier, bitter with a hint of sweetness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. He set the cup down and looked over. Miss Chen, I know you must have your doubts. Please ask me anything. He'll tell you everything I know, holding nothing back. Miss Chen nodded and asked again, I'm still a bit confused. Say you earn 200 from one patient. With 10 patients a day, that's only 2,000. In a month, that's just 60,000. And that's before deducting rent and other costs. How could you possibly make 200,000 a month? Lin Jianchuan smiled slightly. Miss Chen, you might have a misunderstanding about high-end traditional Chinese medicine. I don't usually treat ordinary people. I mainly cater to a high-end clientele. My consultation fee is around 10,000 per patient. On a busy day, I might see 3 to 5 patients. On a slow day, 1 or 2, or none at all. On average, after deducting all costs, my net income is about 200,000 a month. Why your consultation fee is that high, eh? Miss Chen's eyes sparkled. Of course. I'm a master of Chinese medicine. Ordinary people can't even get an appointment with me. Lin Jianchuan changed the subject and finally got to the point. Miss Chen, it's fate that we've met. Since we have the time, how about I take your pulse for free? That way you can see for yourself if my skills are real or fake and have a better basis for judgment. What do you say? Miss Chen readily agreed, extending her right hand and placing it on the table. Lin Jianchuan was secretly delighted and eagerly reached out to grab it. Ding. Timer started. 959958957. Feeling her hand firmly grasped, Miss Chen was a bit confused. Mr. Lin, isn't taking a pulse supposed to be done on the wrist? You wouldn't understand. This is my full palm pulse diagnosis method. By sensing the pulse through the entire palm, it's more comprehensive and accurate than the traditional method. Lin Jianchuan said with a perfectly straight face. Oh, is this a new method you developed? Exactly. Miss Chen, you're truly brilliant. You catch on right away. After saying this, Lin Jianchuan fell silent. He held her hand firmly and closed his eyes, concentrating. Seeing his focused expression, Miss Chen quickly fell silent as well, not daring to disturb him. Time ticked by and Lin Jianchuan remained silent. Miss Chen began to feel uneasy. Why isn't he saying anything? Could he have found something wrong with my pulse? Her mind raced with wild thoughts, and worry was written all over her face. With his eyes closed, Lin Jianchuan counted silently in his head. 957, 958, 959. Finally, the time was up. Ding. Handholding successful. Congratulations, host, on completing the 5th handholding task within 72 hours. Reward 1, 3 years lifespan. Reward 2, lumbar strength increased by 50. Bonus reward, 5 RMB cash, transferred to your bank account. Lin Jianchuan was ecstatic. The 5 million was finally his. From today on, he was truly a wealthy man. But what did lumbar strength increased by 50 mean? Before he could ponder it further, he felt a wave of warmth surge through his hips and lower back. The heat started at his tailbone and climbed up his spine vertebra by vertebra. Everywhere it passed, his bones and muscles felt sore and swollen. As the soreness faded, his waist felt as light as a feather, as if a heavy shackle had been removed. It felt incredibly agile, like it was fitted with a spring ready to bounce at any moment. He couldn't resist twisting his waist. A series of loud cracks and pops emanated from his bones, startling Miss Chen across the table. Mr. Lin, are you alright? Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath, his expression returning to normal. He waved a hand dismissively. It's nothing, just stretching my muscles. Miss Chen sighed in relief and quickly asked, Mr. Lin, did you find anything from my pulse? How is my health? At this question, Lin Jianchuan's expression darkened slightly. During those 10 minutes, just now, although he spent most of the time counting down, he had still diverted a sliver of attention to read her pulse. And he had discerned quite a lot. Yet what he discovered made him feel uneasy. Miss Chen, I have a few questions for you. Go ahead. What do you do for work? How old are you this year? How many boyfriends have you had? Have you ever been pregnant? Miss Chen's face stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing her features. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Don't misunderstand. We're here for a blind date. My situation is simple: single, never married, no dating history. I just want to understand your situation now. Is that too much to ask? Of course not. Miss Chen's expression softened. I'm 29, unmarried, and no children. As for work, I'm an office worker, though it requires frequent late nights and overtime. I've been in love once, it ended after 6 months. As for pregnancy, absolutely not. Is that so? But your pulse tells a different story. Mr. Lin, I don't understand what you mean. Then let me spell it out for you. Lin Jianchuan began slowly. From your pulse, your qi pulse is deep, thin, and rough. Your guan pulse is weak and floating. If I'm not mistaken, you've not only had an abortion, but you didn't properly recuperate afterward, leaving a chronic condition. Do you often feel lower back soreness? Cold hands and feet? Irregular menstruation? Miss Chen's face changed completely. She shot up, her voice distorted. Nonsense. You can tell all that just from feeling my pulse. Who do you think you are, a deity? Lin Jianchuan took a sip of his coffee unhurried. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse taking. Although your heavy makeup hides your complexion, your voice lacks vitality, your tongue coating is pale and thin with teeth marks on the edges, and the veins under your tongue are dark purple and twisted. Combined with your pulse, this isn't hard to deduce. I can even tell that you drink alcohol regularly, and quite a bit. Of course, if you insist on denying it, there's nothing I can do. Miss Chen stood there, her chest heaving violently. Patrons at nearby tables were staring and whispering. She gritted her teeth, sat back down, and lowered her voice. What exactly do you want? Lin Jianchuan set down his cup. I don't want anything. Blind dates are about honesty. You used a fake name and hid your past. That's fine, everyone has their secrets. But you can't deceive people and expect them to be completely open with you in return. You? How did you know I used a fake name? If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Am I right, Miss Chen? Exposed on the spot, Miss Chen was furious. She stood up abruptly and stormed off. Lin Jianchuan initially thought about stopping her to split the coffee bill, but then reconsidered. He was a man with 5 million yuan in assets now. What was the cost of a single cup of coffee? So he generously said nothing, pulled out his phone, scanned the code, and paid. Outside the shop, he noticed Miss Chen was still waiting by the roadside for a taxi. She saw him too, and snorted coldly without speaking. Lin Jianchuan walked over to a shared bike, adeptly scanned the code, and prepared to ride off. Miss Chen, as if discovering a huge secret, spoke with schadenfreude. Oh, Mr. Lin, don't you have a Panamera? Why are you riding a shared bike? Don't tell me you were lying all along. I knew it, you men are all the same. Your mouths are made for deceiving women. Lin Jianchuan had already swung his leg over the bike. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered that the Porsche after-sales team was supposed to deliver his car. He got off the bike, glanced at the gloating Miss Chen, and then stood patiently by the roadside. Within less than a minute, a brand new black Panamera pulled up in front of the Starbucks. At the same moment, Lin Jianchuan's phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Jianchuan? The car has arrived. Where are you? I'm standing right by the road. I can see you. He waved at the car. A middle-aged man in work attire got out from the driver's seat, holding a document bag, and walked over to him with a beaming smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the after-sales manager from the Porsche Center. My surname is Zhou. Your car is repaired. Here are the keys and the paperwork. Please check them. Lin Jianchuan took the keys and pressed a button casually. The lights on the Panamera in front of him flashed. Thank you for making the trip personally, Manager Zhou. It's my duty, Mr. Lin. If everything is in order, please sign the confirmation form. Lin Jianchuan signed his name. Beside him, Miss Chen was stunned. She had seen him on a shared bike and assumed all his earlier claims were lies. She had even prepared her mockery. But now a brand new Panamera sat right there, and the staff member was bowing and scraping, calling him Mr. Lin, handing over the keys and documents. It was like a resounding slap across her face. She watched helplessly as Lin Jianchuan finished signing, and Manager Zhou respectfully took his leave. He even snagged the taxi she was supposed to take. Seeing that Lin Jianchuan was about to leave, she quickly took a deep breath, walked to the driver's side, bent deeply, and put on a warm, radiant smile. Mr. Lin, are you leaving? Could you give me a lift? It's so hard to get a taxi around here. As she spoke, she deliberately pulled her collar down lower. Already bent over with her cleavage subtly visible, the gesture made it even more alluring. Lin Jianchuan's gaze swept calmly over her chest. Miss Chen, what's the meaning of this? Mr. Lin, I was wrong earlier. I said terrible things. Please don't take it to heart. I have a proposal. Are you interested? What proposal? Give me 30,000 yuan a month, and it'll be yours. It'll be your quiet, kept woman, and I won't interfere with your marriage or having children. How about it? Lin Jianchuan's eyes nearly popped out in shock. You want to be my mistress? Miss Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. Don't make it sound so harsh. I need money, you need a companion. Think of it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. 30,000 a month. Yes. So that's about 1,000 a day. Exactly. 1,000 a day, roughly 41.6 an hour. How about this? It'll give you 50 rent you for an hour first. If I'm satisfied, it'll renew. What do you think? At these words, the seductive smile on Miss Chen's face froze instantly, and she trembled with rage. She gritted her teeth, cursed him as a lunatic, and turned away, storming off. Lin Jianchuan watched Miss Chen's retreating figure, a smile spreading across his face. This woman, relying on her modest charm, had attempted to seduce him. In his past life, he might have been tempted, but now, having beheld the beauty of Zhao Jingxiang, such women only seemed utterly dull. He took out his phone to check the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. The sky was still bright, making it the perfect time for house hunting. With 5 million in hand, his desire to purchase a home had reached its peak. 20 minutes later, the car came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the Zhangsi Liju sales office. This was the nearest residential complex to the central hospital, less than a 5-minute walk away. He had often passed by here before. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even glance at the unit advertisements at the entrance. Now he straightened his back and strode in. The moment he stepped inside, a saleswoman greeted him with a smile. She had just spotted Lin Jianchuan's luxury car and knew he was a potential client. Her smile was brighter than if she had seen her own father. "Hello sir, are you here to look at apartments?" Lin Jianchuan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the hall. It was filled with female sales representatives, all quite attractive, but the system gave no prompt, meaning none of them met the criteria. He felt a slight regret, but quickly regained his composure. His eyes settled on the saleswoman before him. She had a good figure, and her made-up face was pretty. Her professional attire outlined a slender waist, and when she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared. "I was passing by and thought I'd drop in. Do you still have any units available? What are the prices? Are they rough or finished?" The saleswoman's eyes lit up. "Yes, we still have units, sir. Please come this way, and he'll give you a briefing." She led Lin Jianchuan to a scale model and handed him a glass of warm water. Xiangsaliju is the most upscale residential complex nearby. It's only a 5-minute walk to the central hospital, and the supporting facilities are top-notch. We're currently promoting Phase 2, which is ready for occupancy, with fine decoration. The unit price ranges from 23,000 to 25,000 per square meter, depending on the floor and layout. Now is the perfect time to buy. Prices are low and interest rates are favorable. Lin Jianchuan took the glass, silently calculating in his mind. At 23,000 to 25,000 per square meter, a 150 square meter apartment would cost between 3.45 million and 3.75 million. His money was more than enough, and he would still have a surplus after buying furniture and appliances. Feeling confident, he asked with a more composed demeanor, "Do you have any recommendations for a 3 or 4 bedroom unit around 150 square meters?" The saleswoman's smile grew even brighter. "Sir, you're in luck. We've just released a batch of excellent units in Phase 2. She pointed a laser pen at the scale model. Building 6 is 11 stories high, with 1 elevator per unit. The 158 square meter 3-bedroom layout is in the prime location, not facing the street, with a building spacing of 100 meters. It enjoys full-day sunlight and an excellent view. Plus, we're offering 2 free parking spaces with the purchase, a great deal." Lin Jianchuan, unfamiliar with these details, interrupted directly, "Can I see the actual apartment?" "Of course, follow me." The saleswoman led him into the complex. Building 6 stood at the center of the community, its beige facade exuding an air of grandeur. The elevator arrived at the 8th floor. The door of Unit 801 was open. Inside, there was an entryway with the kitchen on the left. Further in, the living and dining areas were connected with large floor-to-ceiling windows flooding the room with sunlight. Lin Jianchuan was pleased with what he saw. It was indeed a finely decorated unit. After purchasing, he only needed to buy furniture and appliances to move in. The layout is nice, but how's the soundproofing? In his previous cramped rental, he had been kept awake by the noisy neighbors downstairs. Now that he was buying a place, he had to consider this. "That's a great question. We've put a lot of effort into this. The floor slabs and walls have been thickened, and the windows are all triple glazed. However, if you need an exceptionally quiet environment, I'd recommend a hidden gem unit." "A hidden gem?" Lin Jianchuan was intrigued. "Yes, come with me. Let's take a look at the top floor." The saleswoman led him to the 11th floor. The top floor is a duplex. The titled area is 185 square meters, but the actual usable area is over 220 square meters. When she opened the door of Unit 1101, Lin Jianchuan felt the difference immediately. The lower level was a standard 3-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom layout similar to the 8th floor. Ascending the internal staircase to the 2nd floor, he first saw a terrace of about 40 to 50 square meters with anti-corrosion, wood flooring, and pre-installed drainage pipes in the corner. "Sir, this terrace is a complimentary addition. It's not included in the area. You can transform it into a sky garden or build a sunroom. It's wonderfully comfortable to bask in the sun here during winter." Lin Jianchuan stood on the terrace, feeling the gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness, exceptionally pleasant. Moreover, the view stretched endlessly into the distance. "There's also a bedroom on the 2nd floor," the saleswoman said, guiding him further inside. When she pushed open the bedroom door, Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up. The bedroom was over 30 square meters with its own private bathroom and walk-in closet, perfectly square in shape. This bedroom is the quietest spot in the entire complex. There's no neighbor above. The floor below is your own home, and the terrace and staircase on both sides act as buffers. Lin Jianchuan stepped inside and felt the tranquility. He was thoroughly satisfied. "How much is this unit?" "Sir, the total price is 4.58 million. Good'll take it. Swipe the card." Lin Jianchuan directly handed over his bank card. The saleswoman was stunned, almost incredulous. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy it?" "Of course, please hurry. I need to get home soon." The saleswoman was dumbfounded. She looked from the card to Lin Jianchuan, her face flushing red. Her voice turned soft and coy. "Did someone refer you here?" "Don't worry, big brother, since you're so straightforward, I won't let you down." Lin Jianchuan was puzzled by her words. Referred. Won't let me down. What did she mean? Before he could react, the saleswoman hurried downstairs, and he heard the sound of a door locking. Moments later, her footsteps returned, and she stood before him with a flirtatious smile. Big brother, how do you want to do this? Lin Jianchuan was completely taken aback. He opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Seeing his dazed expression, the saleswoman assumed he was shy and proactively stepped closer to unbutton her clothes. Big brother, don't be shy. You're buying a 4 million plus apartment with cash, and you're so decisive. I know what's expected. How about you lie down, and let me show you what I can do. With that, she slipped off her black business suit, revealing lacy lingerie underneath. Wait. Lin Jianchuan's face flushed. He took a large step back, putting distance between them. The saleswoman looked confused. What's wrong, big brother? Do you have a particular preference? You've misunderstood. I just want to buy a house, honestly. If you really want to help, just give me more discounts. Hearing this, the saleswoman's expression shifted from sultry to awkward, then from awkward to mortified, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Lin Jianchuan looked at the other's embarrassed expression, almost on the verge of tears, and felt a twinge of reluctance. He cleared his throat and turned to look at the terrace. You should put your clothes on first. Let's just talk normally. The saleswoman fumbled to put her professional attire back on, buttoning it up, her face flushed to the tips of her ears. She had been in the industry for 3 years, but what kind of client hadn't she seen? There were those who took advantage, those who made blatant demands, and those who pretended to buy a house, but were really after her. As long as they were men, none of them could resist the temptation. But someone like this who turned down what was freely offered was a first for her. Sir, I'm sorry, I thought. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I just want to buy a house to live in, no other intentions. Give me a fair price, and that's better than anything else. The saleswoman took a deep breath to steady herself. This feeling of being respected made her nose tingle slightly. Brother, you are a good man. Don't worry, I'll give you the biggest discount possible. After saying this, she ran off to make a phone call. The conversation was intense, even turning into an argument. I don't care. This client is my cousin. The price must be lower than the lowest one. Otherwise I quit. Yes, I'm threatening you today. I'm the top salesperson here. You better think about the consequences of losing me. Damn it, this price won't work. Lin Jianchuan listened to her cursing, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Arguing with her boss just for a discount showed she genuinely wanted to help. After about 10 minutes, the saleswoman returned to him beaming. Brother, it's done. The final price is for 25 million, and we're throwing in an extra parking space. Lin Jianchuan was secretly astonished. The original price had been for 58 million, and now it was directly for 25 million, a full 3300 less plus an additional parking space. This was an unexpected delight. He extended his hand to reintroduce himself. My name is Lin Jianchuan. What's your name, miss? The saleswoman was pleasantly surprised. My name is Su Qing. Miss Su, I'll remember this favor. Let's add each other on WeChat. We're friends now. If you ever run into any trouble, just say the word. If I can help, I will. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Su Qing's eyes reddened. This was the first time she had met a male client who had no ulterior motives towards her. They exchanged WeChat contacts and then headed to the signing room to handle the purchase procedures. It was already 8 p.m. when they left the sales office. Lin Jianchuan now held a set of keys to his new home. He invited Su Qing to dinner, but she hesitated and declined. Brother, I can't. I have things to do back home. All right, then, see you around. Lin Jianchuan waved goodbye. After dinner, he returned to his rented apartment. It was past 9 p.m. He took a cold shower and stood before the mirror scrutinizing himself. This was the 5th successful handhold, granting him another 3 years of life. Compared to before, there were indeed changes. His hair was darker than before, the few streaks of white had vanished without a trace. The fine lines at the corners of his eyes were much fainter, and his skin was tighter. He looked like he was in his early 30s. He opened his mouth, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. If he didn't tell anyone, no one would know his actual age. He glanced down, feeling vigorous, and was satisfied. He didn't go to sleep immediately, but started tidying up the apartment. Since he had bought a new house, there was no need to keep renting this place. There wasn't much to pack, mostly restoring the place to how it was when he first moved in. As for the old clothes and shoes, he just stuffed them into bags and tossed them into the dumpster downstairs. At 10:30 p.m., everything was done. He called the landlord to inform him he would be moving out tomorrow. When he had first rented this place, the landlord had taken pity on him and hadn't even asked for a security deposit, only 1 month's rent. Upon hearing he was moving out, the landlord readily agreed and told him to just leave the keys under the doormat. Lin Jianchuan thanked him a few times, hung up, and stared at his phone screen for a moment. The landlord was a good person. He hadn't raised the rent a single cent over the years, and was even this accommodating when he moved out without even needing to meet. He sighed, feeling that there were still many good people in this world. The night passed without incident. The next day, Lin Jianchuan woke up promptly at 7 a.m. After washing up, he took a few bags and headed out. Before leaving, he took one last look at the apartment he had lived in for years, then locked the door and left. He placed the keys under the mat and went downstairs, exiting the compound. After a quick breakfast, he drove to the hospital. Arriving at the 7th floor ward, neither Sister Zhou nor Sister Li was there. Only Qin Yaru was lying on the bed scrolling through Douyin. Seeing Lin Jianchuan enter, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. "Uncle Lin, you're here. How are you feeling? Where are Sister Li and Sister Zhou?" Lin Jianchuan placed some fruit on the bedside table. "I feel completely fine now, no problems at all. Aunt Zhou and Aunt Li went to see my mom." Qin Yaru looked him up and down, then said in surprise, "Uncle Lin, why do you look so much younger than before? Even your hair is all black now." "Oh, I got it dyed yesterday, and also had my teeth fixed up," Lin Jianchuan said without changing his expression. "I see," Qin Yaru said, suddenly enlightened. "Now you look like you could pass for 30. Uncle Lin, if we go out together, we'd look like siblings. I'm not calling you uncle anymore. They'll call you brother." "That's decided." Lin Jianchuan couldn't help but laugh. "Nonsense. I'm your elder. It's only proper for you to call me uncle." "What elder?" Qin Yaru pouted. "You look the same age as me. It's weird to call you uncle. Besides, what's wrong with calling you brother? Are you disgusted with me?" "No, how could I be?" Lin Jianchuan waved his hand. "Well, then it's settled. They'll call you Brother Lin from now on." After saying this, Qin Yaru suddenly blushed and said, "Brother Lin, lock the door." Lin Jianchuan was taken aback. "Why lock the door?" "I need to use the restroom." Lin Jianchuan was puzzled. "Then just go. The bathroom has a door too, you can lock it." "I can't. My legs are weak. I can't stand up on my own after squatting down. I need someone to help me." Qin Yaru's face grew even redder. "Aunt Zhou and Aunt Li aren't here. You have to help me." Lin Jianchuan's face immediately flushed. It's a bit inconvenient. "Wait here, I'll go find a nurse." "No, I'm shy around strangers. It has to be you." Lin Jianchuan turned back to look at Qin Yaru. The girl was lying in bed, her face flushed to the base of her neck, but her eyes were stubborn with an expression that said, "If you don't agree, I'll get angry." He felt a headache coming on. He knew the principle of maintaining boundaries between men and women. "Xiao Qin this." He tried to reason with her. "Brother Lin." Qin Yaru interrupted, her voice pleading. "Just help me, okay? I promise I won't move. Just support me, all right?" Looking at her pitiful state, he could only agree. "All right." Lin Jianchuan locked the hospital room door from the inside. When he turned around, Qin Yaru had already thrown off the blanket and was reaching out her hands toward him. He stepped forward to carefully help her up, slowly guiding her to the restroom door. "Can you manage on your own?" Qin Yaru shook her head, looking at him with pitiful eyes. "My legs feel weak. If I sit down on the toilet, I definitely won't be able to get up." Lin Jianchuan found himself in a dilemma. As a grown man, was he really supposed to accompany her to the restroom? It was utterly embarrassing. Seeing his hesitation, a flicker of cunning passed through Qin Yaru's eyes, but her voice remained even more pitiful. "Brother Lin, you're not going to make me go in alone, are you? What if I fall?" Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath, thinking that at this point, what else could he do? "They'll help you in, but I won't look." Qin Yaru rejoiced inwardly and nodded hastily. With a helpless expression, Lin Jianchuan supported her to the toilet, then held her arm with one hand while turning his head away. Behind him came the rustling sound of removing pants, followed by the sound of the toilet seat being lowered, and then the trickling sound of water. Lin Jianchuan stared at the tiles in front of him, counting the patterns on them, his face turning bright red. Having lived this long, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was utterly mortifying. The whole ordeal lasted half a minute, yet every second felt like a year. Finally, the sound of water ceased, followed by the flush and the rustling of clothes being straightened. Lin Jianchuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally made it through. "Brother Lin, I'm done." Qin Yaru's voice came through, carrying a faint, barely perceptible hint of amusement. Lin Jianchuan turned around, saw that she had tidied her hospital gown, and quickly helped her back to the bed. The first thing he did was open the door. He took a few deep breaths before returning to the ward. They had barely exchanged a few words when Sister Zhou and Sister Li returned together. Seeing Lin Jianchuan there, they both smiled and greeted him. Lin Jianchuan responded with a smile, but inwardly he felt a lingering sense of dread. Fortunately, the two had returned just a minute too late, otherwise he would have been discovered, and the awkwardness would have been unbearable. "Auntie Liani Zhou, how is my mother?" Qin Yaru asked hastily as they came in. Sister Zhou smiled and said, "Her spirits are very good. I heard from the nurses that they've never seen a patient recover this quickly." Sister Li chimed in, "That's right. Director Li Jianguo suspects it's due to the traditional Chinese medicine. He said that at this rate, she might be transferred to a regular ward in less than 2 weeks. Qin Yaru's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. "Really? That's wonderful." She looked at Lin Jianchuan. "Brother Lin, thank you for the medicine you prescribed for my mother." Lin Jianchuan was also delighted. "Don't mention it, it's the least I could do. Since everything is normal, I'll be heading off now. Xiao Qin, I have some things to take care of for the next couple of days, so I won't be able to visit. But after that I'll have a surprise for you." "What surprise?" Qin Yaru asked curiously. "It's a secret for now. You'll find out soon enough. With that, Lin Jianchuan hurried out of the ward. This time, he didn't go looking for Wang Xiao or Xinqingxue. Instead, he drove directly to the city's largest Macaline home furnishing mall. Since he needed to move in soon, he wanted the best furniture and appliances, and naturally these quality items came with a hefty price tag. However, he still had over $1,000,000 in his bank card, so he wasn't overly pained by the spending. He browsed from the first floor to the fifth, then back down from the fifth to the first. He wanted a 100-inch television, an imported genuine leather sofa, and a bed that was wide, soft, and comfortable. Besides furniture and appliances, he also set his sights on some fitness equipment, and even specifically purchased a professional outdoor boxing heavy bag. By the end of the day, he had walked over 30,000 steps and finally purchased all the furniture and appliances he needed. Looking at the barrage of deduction notifications on his phone and the remaining balance of just around 100,000 yuan, he felt a mix of pain and joy. It took a day to buy everything, but 2 days for delivery and installation. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that all the furniture and appliances were finally installed. Gazing at his completely transformed new home, a wave of emotions washed over Lin Jianchuan. He had finally acquired his very first house in this city. Such a momentous occasion certainly called for a celebration. But who should he share it with? His first thought was Wang Xiao and Xinqingxue, but he quickly dismissed it as the events at the hot pot restaurant that day were still vivid in his mind. If he brought them together and they started arguing again, it would be a real problem. Forget it, head, just go see Qin Yaru and check on her recovery. Having made up his mind, Lin Jianchuan grabbed his car keys and headed out. The elevator he was in stopped at the 10th floor, and a short-haired beauty wearing sunglasses stepped in. She wore a white high-waisted top that was stretched taut over her ample chest. She was dressed in denim overalls, shorts revealing a pair of long straight legs, and wore a pair of sky-high heels. Ding. Target detected. Lu Shiqi appearance score 90 meets handholding criteria. Host, please complete the handholding task. As soon as possible, hearing the notification in his mind, Lin Jianchuan's eyes instantly gleamed. He never expected his neighbor from downstairs to be a stunning beauty who met the hand-holding criteria. What incredible luck. He couldn't help but take a closer look at the beauty before him. They were the only two in the elevator, and she naturally noticed his gaze. The beauty frowned, feeling slightly displeased, and turned her back to him. Lin Jianchuan wasn't offended, instead a grin spread across his face, and he shamelessly sidled up to her. Hello, miss. I'm your neighbor from upstairs. My name is Lin Jianchuan. Pleased to meet you. As he spoke, he extended his hand. But the beauty didn't even glance at him, completely ignoring his gesture. Lin Jianchuan awkwardly withdrew his hand, thinking to himself, this beauty is truly aloof. The hand-holding is probably out of the question. I'll just have to rely on fate. The elevator descended directly to the basement level. The beauty quickly stepped out with Lin Jianchuan leisurely following behind her. They walked one after the other into the underground parking garage. Lin Jianchuan's 3 parking spots were right by the elevator in a prime location. He only used one, leaving the other 2 empty and secured with wheel locks to prevent others from using them. But now one of his empty spots was occupied by a Tank 300 off-road vehicle. Seeing this, Lin Jianchuan was immediately furious. Who was so inconsiderate as to take his spot? It was utterly infuriating. He needed to take a photo and send it to the property management. Just as he was about to walk over, he noticed the beauty who had come down with him walking straight to the off-road vehicle, opening the door and getting inside. Lin Jianchuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately strode over to the driver's side, his expression fierce. The beauty was just changing her shoes when she was startled by Lin Jianchuan's sudden appearance. She looked at him warily. What do you want? I'm telling you, there are cameras everywhere here. If you try anything you want, get away. Lin Jianchuan was so exasperated he laughed. He pointed at the ground beneath his feet, suppressing his anger. This parking spot is mine. Who told you to park here? I even installed a wheel lock to keep people from parking here. You can't just do whatever you want just because your car has high ground clearance. The beauty was taken aback. She looked down at the parking spot and a flicker of embarrassment crossed her face, but she quickly recovered. This is your parking spot. Who else's would it be? Oh, I didn't notice. She pointed to the empty spot next to it. That one's mine. I wasn't looking when I parked. It won't happen again, okay? Lin Jianchuan glanced in the direction she pointed. Are you sure that parking spot is yours? The beauty raised an eyebrow. What, you don't believe me? Lin Jianchuan unhurriedly took out his phone, pulled up the purchase contract, and held the screen towards her. Miss, take a good look. These 3 spots, 016, 017, 018, are all mine. The one you're pointing at is 017, which is also mine. The beauty leaned in for a look and her expression froze. There was a moment of silence. She let out a soft cough, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and quickly regained her composure. I must have been mistaken. My spot isn't here. After a pause, she looked at Lin Jianchuan and spoke in a bold tone. I've taken a liking to this spot of yours. I'll rent it starting today. Name your price. Lin Jianchuan rolled his eyes and straightened his clothes. Miss, do I look like someone who's short on cash? You're insulting me. The beauty gave him a once-over. Aligning top-step pants, 361 shoes, and not even a watch on his wrist. The corner of her mouth twitched as she said, "How about 3,000 a month for the parking fee?" Lin Jianchuan feigned outrage. "What do you mean by that? Trying to throw money at me? They'll have you know the thing I hate most is being insulted by money." 10,000 a month, the beauty said coolly. Lin Jianchuan's heart skipped a beat, but he remained stubborn. "What do you take me for? Do I look like someone who's swayed by money?" The beauty looked at him, a smile playing on her lips. 20,000. Lin Jianchuan's breath hitched for a second. 20,000 a month, 240,000 a year. Only a fool would turn that down. He instantly broke into a smile. "Deal." He then pulled up his payment QR code. "Miss, please scan." The beauty let out a disdainful humph, took out her phone, and completed the scan. "Ding, your Alipay account has successfully received 20,000 yuan." Hearing the payment notification, Lin Jianchuan was quite pleased. He straightened up and said with a smile, "Thank you for your generosity, miss. Actually, I would have rented it to you for 10,000. Consider the extra 10,000 of bonus you gave me." With that, he got straight into his Panamera and sped off with a roar. The beauty stood frozen, staring at the taillights as they disappeared, unable to snap out of it for a long time. "Lin Jianchuan." She gritted her teeth, uttering his name slowly and deliberately. Lu Shiqi hates being taken for a fool more than anything in this world. "Just you wait." Humph. She turned and got into her tank 300, started the engine, and roared out of the garage. Lin Jianchuan's community was only a 5-minute walk from the hospital, yet driving took him a full 10 minutes. "I really shouldn't drive to the hospital anymore. The traffic is insane." He muttered to himself, parked the car, and walked towards the inpatient building. Halfway there, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. Wavy hair, tall and slender, even in a camisole and shorts he recognized her at a glance. "Qingxue," he called out in surprise. Qingxue, about to leave work, heard the familiar voice. Her body trembled, and she slowly turned around. Seeing Lin Jianchuan, her heart stirred with excitement. She hadn't seen him for 3 whole days. In that time, she had visited Qin Yaris ward no fewer than 5 times, hoping to accidentally run into him, but had left disappointed each time. Out of those 5 visits, she had run into Wang Xiao 3 times. When she learned that Wang Xiao also didn't know where Lin Jianchuan was, she felt less anxious. Just moments ago, she had been debating whether to take the initiative and message him on WeChat. But then she remembered how had lied to her last time, claiming he was chatting with a friend about recent events. It was clearly a hot pot dinner with Wang Xiao, yet he insisted it was with someone else. Thinking about this, Qingxue felt her anger flare up all over again. Lin Jianchuan had no idea about the storm brewing in her mind. He walked up quickly and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, Qingxue. Are you off work? What's it to you? Do you need something? If not, I'm leaving." Her tone was sharp, leaving Lin Jianchuan stumped. Seeing Shun Qingxu's attitude, he knew she was angry. He had been in the wrong last time, and as a man, bowing his head to a woman wasn't a big deal. "Qingxue, since I ran into you here today, I want to apologize." His tone was sincere, his eyes earnest. "I did lie to you at the hot pot restaurant last time. I was just afraid you'd misunderstand, so I made up a story. That was wrong of me, and I apologize." Hearing this, a large part of Shun Qingxu's anger melted away, but she still put on a front. "What does your apology have to do with me? Who you eat with is your business. Do I care?" With that, she turned to leave. Lin Jianchuan quickly grabbed her. "Don't go. I came to the hospital today specifically to apologize to you. Do you have time now? How about we go get a bite to eat?" Feeling his grip on her wrist, Shun Qingxu's heart skipped a beat, but she remained stubborn. "I'm not going. Go find your Wang Xiao. I'm going home to be with my mom." Lin Jianchuan gave a wry smile, and without further ado pulled her towards the parking lot. Inwardly, he thought, "I'll deal with finding Xiaoqin another day. Today I need to appease this princess first." Qingxue, pulled along by Lin Jianchuan, protested verbally, telling him to let go, but her feet unconsciously followed him. They quickly arrived at the parking lot. "Lin Jianchuan, why are you dragging me to the parking lot? I want to go home." Qingxue was still fuming. "I'm taking you out to eat." "Eating? Then why are we here? Shouldn't we be hailing a cab or getting a ride?" Qingxue thought he didn't have a car. To her surprise, Lin Jianchuan pulled a car key from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. Beep beep. The headlights of the gleaming Panamera beside them flashed in response. Shun Qingxu's expression instantly froze. She stared wide-eyed, looking from the Porsche to the key in his hand, and then to his innocent face. A million question marks raced through her mind. Shun Qingxu's mind was swirling with wild conjectures. Where did he get the car? Rented? Borrowed? Or, is this your car? Lin Jianchuan nodded, his expression calm. "Yeah, I just bought it." Shun Qingxue circled around him, scrutinizing him from head to toe several times. "Lin Jianchuan, what exactly have you been up to? Where did this car really come from?" Lin Jianchuan had anticipated this question and had already prepared a story in his mind. He smiled, opened the passenger door, and made a gesture of invitation. "Get in first, and he'll tell you all about it." Shun Qingxue shot him a glare, but still got in. The leather seats, the luxurious interior, the distinct scent of a new car, all of it felt surreal to her. Lin Jianchuan got and started the engine and slowly drove out of the parking lot. Spill it, Shen Qingxue said looking at him. Where did this car come from? Don't tell me you won the lottery. Lin Jianchuan chuckled. Pretty much actually. What do you mean? He organized his thoughts and began to recount the story he had fabricated. I have an uncle on my father's side. Before liberation, he mistakenly joined the Nationalist Army and went to Taiwan. He never married and had no children. A while ago his lawyers suddenly contacted me saying I was his sole heir and that he left me a huge inheritance. I was gone for 3 days to handle the matter. Shen Qingxue was stunned. Really? You have a relative like that? Lin Jianchuan cleared his throat. This excuse was something he had thought up while scrolling through Douyin the past 2 days, otherwise it would be too hard to explain the source of the house car and huge fortune. He had originally planned to tell Qin Yara first, but who would have thought he'd run into Shen Qingxue? Still, it didn't matter. They'd all find out eventually. He nodded firmly. When I first found out, I was dumbfounded too. It wasn't until they deposited a huge sum into my account that I believed it. Shen Qingxue's eyes widened, and she was speechless for a long moment. Is everything you're saying true? Of course would I joke about something like this. Then how much inheritance did your uncle leave? Lin Jianchuan held up one finger. 1 million. He shook his head. 10 million. He shook his head again, then slowly said, 100 million. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Qingxue nearly choked on her saliva, coughing violently, staring at him in shock, her expression screaming, Are you kidding me? 100 million. Are you sure you're not joking? I thought it was a joke too, but the lawyer showed up with the documents black and white, clear as day. So are you a billionaire now? Lin Jianchuan shook his head. Not yet. The inheritance is divided into 3 installments. The first installment was 8 million, which I've already received. The second and third installments will be available after I complete some procedures over time. Shen Qingxue was completely bewildered. You've already got 8 million. Yeah, I bought the car with that money. Besides the car, I also bought a house for over 4 million, and with furniture, appliances, and other odds and ends, the 8 million is almost gone. Shen Qingxue took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. So you'll still get over 90 million in the future? Yes. Shen Qingxue fell silent. She looked at Lin Jianchuan with a complex expression, shock, envy, and a hint of indescribable emotion. Lin Jianchuan looked at her expression, feeling a bit anxious, wondering if this story would hold up. After a long while, Shen Qingxue looked at him suspiciously. Wait, even if you inherited the money, how did you become so young? In such a short time you look like a completely different person. What's going on? Lin Jianchuan's heart skipped a beat, his mind racing, but the words tumbled out. You know, my uncle was very wealthy. He invested in a foreign company that specializes in some anti-aging black technology. Before he passed away, he sent me the latest product from that company. I just tried it casually, and I never expected it to be so effective. Anti-aging black technology. Does such a thing really exist? Lin Jianchuan nodded earnestly. Of course, what do you think those rich people in their 70s and 80s looking like they're in their 40s or 50s rely on it? Isn't it just these high-tech products? Shen Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. What is it? Something you eat or apply. It's a pill, only one. It's said to contain some repair components. I don't really understand it either, but after taking it I turned out like this. Shen Qingxue listened dumbfounded, then suddenly her face flushed as if she had thought of something. You mean your body functions are now about the same as a middle-aged man around 40? Exactly. And as time goes on, my physical condition will continue to improve until I'm like a vigorous young man in his 20s. Really? Shen Qingxue's eyes lit up. Lin Jianchuan was making up nonsense with a straight face. Theoretically, yes. My uncle said in his letter that this pill works gradually, slowly, improving bodily functions until it stabilizes at the optimal state of a 20-something. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a very famous restaurant. The two entered a private room and sat down, and only then did Shen Qingxue snap out of her daze. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Jianchuan. It was truly hard to imagine that just a few days ago he was struggling financially, and now he was driving a $1 million luxury car, holding a massive inheritance, and even his appearance had been rejuvenated. But then would he still be interested in someone like her? She suddenly felt a wave of agitation. The meal was awkward. Shen Qingxue was silent and preoccupied while Lin Jianchuan wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. After the meal, they left the restaurant. Finally she spoke. Thank you for the treat today. It's my pleasure to have dinner with a beautiful woman like you, Lin Jianchuan quickly replied. Take me home. I'm a bit tired. Oh. He agreed, drove Shen Qingxue to the alley entrance where they had encountered the thugs earlier. Pulling over, he got out and opened the door for her. They'll walk you back. Shen Qingxue didn't object and walked straight into the alley. The alley was quiet, lit only by a few dim streetlights in the distance. They walked in silence. Halfway through, Shen Qingxue suddenly stopped. Lin Jianchuan, not paying attention, bumped into her back, soft and springy, as if hitting cotton. His mind raced with wild thoughts, and he instinctively reached out to steady her by the waist. The next second she turned around, wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. Shun Qingsu's kiss was sudden, yet it felt as if it had been brewing for a long time. Feeling the sweet fragrance and the warm, soft touch, Lin Jianchuan's mind went blank, his body frozen, completely dumbfounded. Just as he came to his senses and began to awkwardly respond, she quickly stepped back, grinning. That's far enough. I'm going back now. Bye. With that she turned and ran off happily like a little rabbit. Lin Jianchuan. Women. Sometimes they're just so inexplicable. Shun Qingxue hurried all the way home, and it wasn't until she shut the door and leaned back against it that her heart finally began to slow its frantic pounding. Standing in the dim light of the entryway, a smile slowly crept onto her lips. She tried to force it down, but moments later it bloomed again, impossible to suppress. Crazy Shun Qingxue, you've truly lost your mind. She murmured to herself, covering her burning cheeks, yet the joy in her eyes was impossible to conceal. From the moment she saw that car, her heart had been in disarray. And when she heard he had inherited a vast fortune, her mind had gone completely blank. At that moment, only one thought consumed her. Now that he's so wealthy and has become so young, could he possibly still see her as worthy? Once this thought surfaced, it grew like wild weeds, refusing to be suppressed. That was why she had been so restless all evening. It wasn't until he escorted her back to the alley that she recalled the night he had risked everything to save her. Casting aside all shame, she leaned in and kissed him, wanting to gauge his reaction. If he didn't respond, or if he pulled away, she would know they weren't meant to be, and she would harbor no further hopes. But he responded. It was a bit clumsy, his body stiff, but he genuinely responded. That proved he held a place for her in his heart, and that was enough. At the thought, Shun Qingsu's face flushed crimson once more. Click. The living room light flicked on. Her mother, hearing the noise, poked her head out from her room. Sweetie, didn't you text that you were having dinner with your colleagues? Why are you back so early? Startled, Shun Qingxue instinctively dropped her hand from her warm face and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a little flustered. Oh, we finished and came home. Her mother gave her a once-over, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. It's still so early. You usually don't get back until after 10. Only then did Shun Qingxue notice the clock on the wall. It was only 8:30. It was indeed early. One of my colleagues has an early shift tomorrow, so we called it a night early. She fabricated a quick excuse and made a beeline for her room. Mom, I'm a bit tired, I'm heading to bed. Wait. Her mother called out. Shun Qingxue halted, a wave of inexplicable guilt washing over her. Her mother walked over and circled her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Why is your face so red? Is it a... Shun Qingxue touched her cheek, which was indeed still warm. Maybe I was just walking too fast. Her mother narrowed her eyes. It's only a few steps from the alley entrance to our door. Could that really make you this flushed? You haven't been to see that Lin Jianchuan, have you? No, we haven't been in contact for 3 or 4 days, Shun Qingxue denied quickly. Alright then. Sweetie, I'm only saying this for your own good. That Lin Jianchuan may be highly skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, but he's far too old for you. You must never get involved with him, do you hear me? I know. I'm tired, I'm going to rest. Not wanting to argue, Shun Qingxue tossed out the words and quickly retreated into her room. Just as she locked the door, her phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw a WeChat message from Lin Jianchuan. Are you home safely? A warmth spread through her heart, and she quickly replied, Yes, I'm home. He responded instantly, Good. Get some rest and have a good sleep. I'm off. Something stirred within Shun Qingxue, and she hurried to the window, looking towards the entrance of the residential complex. Sure enough, a familiar figure was receding into the distance under the dim glow of the streetlights. So he had been secretly following her all along, ensuring she got home safely. Shun Qingsu's heart felt as if it had been struck by something powerful, and her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. That night she had a beautiful dream. In it, she and Lin Jianchuan walked hand in hand through a meadow of wildflowers. They gazed into each other's eyes, then kissed, and then everything else fell naturally into place. The next day, the sun rose in the east. Lin Jianchuan sat up energetically from his comfortable bed. It had been 8:30 by the time he saw Shun Qingxue home yesterday. It was too late to visit Qinyaru, so he had simply returned home and turned in early. With the air conditioning on and the temperature just right, he had slept exceptionally well. He picked up his phone and checked the time, exactly 7:00 a.m. There was an unread message from Shun Qingxue, Are you awake? He saw it had been sent at 5:10 a.m. and was taken aback. He quickly replied, Just woke up. Why are you up so early? Sending messages at 5:10. After waiting for a while with no response, he set the phone aside and went to freshen up. He hadn't noticed it while sitting, but as soon as he stood up, he felt a familiar discomfort. He glanced down and let out a helpless sigh. It seemed having such a robust body had its own drawbacks. Every morning, he had to wait a while before he could move about normally. He gave a wry smile, turned into the bathroom, turned on the cold tap, and splashed his face vigorously. Icy droplets trickled down his cheeks, finally quelling that burning sensation. After washing up, he changed clothes and checked his phone again. There was no reply from Shun Qingxue, but a message from Wang Xiao. Uncle Lin, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you come to the hospital to see your neighbor? Lin Jianchuan smiled and replied, I had some things to take care of at home. They'll be at the hospital today. Are you working? They'll come and see you then. Wang Xiao replied instantly, her tone cheerful. Really? I'm working today? You better not be lying, Uncle Lin. Liars are puppies. Lin Jianchuan couldn't help but laugh at the message. This girl, already 22 or 23, still talked like a little girl. He replied, I'm not lying. They'll be there in the morning. What do you want to eat? They'll bring it for you. I want the candied chestnuts from that shop across from the hospital. Okay. And the roasted sweet potatoes from the place next door? That works too. And also, what else? Tell me everything at once. There was a brief silence on the other, and then a message came through. There's more, but not for today. They'll tell you when I want them in the future. Lin Jianchuan shook his head with a smile. This girl had certainly learned how to be coy. He replied, all right, today I'll bring you the candied chestnuts and the roasted sweet potatoes. See you there. At 730, Lin Jianchuan left his apartment. As he took the elevator down, he wondered if he might run into the beautiful neighbor from yesterday. But he was overthinking it. He didn't see her all the way to the ground floor. Shaking off a faint, inexplicable sense of disappointment, he walked out of the complex and headed towards the hospital. The May weather was oppressively hot. Even though it was just past 7 in the morning, the sun hung blazing in the sky, baking the entire city like a giant steamer. Beads of sweat had formed on Lin Jianchuan's forehead before Head even walked far. He bought the candied chestnuts and roasted sweet potatoes at the hospital entrance along with a breakfast for Xiaoqin and carried them into the inpatient building. He knew his way to the third floor well. Not wanting to cause a fuss, he didn't go to the nurse's station to look for her. Instead, he sent Wang Xiao a WeChat message telling her Head wait for her in the stairwell. Within a minute, the stairwell door was pushed open. Seeing him, Wang's Zyrus eyes instantly curved into crest. Uncle Lin. Wang Xiao hurried over to him, reaching out to take the items from his hands, but suddenly froze. She looked him up and down several times, her eyes widening with each pass. Uncle Lin, how are you younger than before? Your hair is completely black and your wrinkles are gone. No one would doubt it if you said you were 30. Lin Jianchuan calmly handed her the sugar-roasted chestnuts and baked sweet potato. I dyed my hair and had some treatments done. Also, something else happened, but I'll tell you when the time is right. Wang Xiao didn't think much of it, nodded and softly hummed in agreement. All right, it's a deal. Uncle Lin, my shift is about to end. I'll contact you on WeChat later. With that, she took the items and ran off cheerfully. Lin Jianchuan breathed a sigh of relief. That girl's eyes were truly sharp. She noticed his transformation at a glance. He composed himself, turned, and entered the elevator ascending to the 7th floor. Arriving at Qin Yera's ward, he found the door closed and knocked. Come in, came Qin Yera's voice from within. Lin Jianchuan pushed the door open and entered. Qin Yera, dressed in a light blue hospital gown, stood by the window with her hair casually draped over her shoulders. She looked much more spirited than a few days ago. The moment she saw Lin Jianchuan, her eyes lit up instantly. Brother Lin, you finally came to see me. She rushed over to him, threw herself into his arms, wrapping her own tightly around his waist, and buried her face in his chest. Lin Jianchuan stiffened entirely. Yara, don't be like this. What if Sister Zhou and Sister Li see us? It's fine, they just went upstairs to see my mom. They won't be down anytime soon. Hearing this, Lin Jianchuan's tense heart eased slightly, but his body remained as rigid as a wooden plank. Qin Yera's body was soft. So soft it seemed boneless, pressed against him, her curves distinctly outlined. He could feel places he shouldn't, pressing firmly against him. The faint scent of shampoo drifted into his nostrils, not strong, yet strangely alluring. Her hair brushed against his chin, tickling him. This feeling was maddening. A wave of heat uncontrollably rose from his lower abdomen. Lin Jianchuan cursed inwardly. This damn body. Becoming younger was a good thing, but this reaction was too sensitive. The worst part was the embarrassment. Yet Qin Yara didn't pull away, instead she kept rubbing against him. The more she rubbed, the redder his face became, and the heavier his breathing grew. Lin Jianchuan felt as if he were holding a ball of fire that was burning wildly across him, igniting every inch of his skin and every nerve. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly a cough sounded from outside the door. The two sprang apart in a fluster as if shocked by electricity. Lin Jianchuan quickly composed his expression and turned to look at the door. A female nurse stood at the entrance holding a bed-sweeping brush, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I'm here to clean the bed. I didn't know you were. She glanced back and forth between Lin Jianchuan and Qin Yera, her expression shifting from awkwardness to curiosity. Qin Yera's face flushed as red as a boiled shrimp. She hastily smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, trying to appear normal. It's fine, it's fine. Please come in. The nurse nodded and wheeled her card inside, though her eyes kept stealing glances at Lin Jianchuan. Feeling uneasy, Lin Jianchuan stepped aside to give the nurse some space. In less than a minute, she finished tidying up. As she was leaving, she suddenly remarked, "You two can continue. I don't think anyone else will be coming by for a while." With that, she walked out and closed the door behind her. Qin Yera's face grew even redder, so red it seemed ready to drip blood. Lin Jianchuan, also feeling awkward, coughed and quickly changed the subject. So, Xiaoqin, how's your recovery going? Qin Yara nodded. Recovering very well, completely fine now. The doctor says I can be discharged anytime. That's good. And your mother? How is she? She's doing well too. She should be transferred to a regular ward in 3 or 4 days. Speaking of her mother's condition, Qin Yara's emotions visibly stabilized. A smile graced her face, and she seemed to be in high spirits. Lin Jianchuan felt gratified and got straight to the point. Xiaoqin, remember I mentioned I had a surprise for you last time? Do you still remember? Of course I do. I've been losing sleep and hair thinking about it. Brother Lin, what surprise do you have for me? Qin Yara looked at him with sparkling, expectant eyes. Lin Jianchuan smiled. Come with me later. He'll take you somewhere. Where to? Qin Yara asked curiously. To my new home, it's right near the hospital. At this, Qin Yara's eyes widened in shock. Brother Lin, you rented a place near the hospital? You're half right. I did get an apartment nearby, but I didn't rent it. I bought it. Qin Yara's eyes widened even further, and she stood frozen in place, speechless. Bought it? Brother Lin, where did you get the money? Properties around here aren't cheap. Lin Jianchuan had anticipated this question and recounted the same story he had told Shin Qingxue. After hearing the story, Qin Yara was dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Lin Jianchuan, her mouth opening and closing repeatedly, unable to utter a single word. Brother Lin had inherited a fortune of 100 million, and with that inheritance he had bought a house and a car. Although over 90 million was still pending, once the paperwork was complete the funds would gradually arrive. This news was like a bombshell, shattering all her thoughts into pieces. Seeing her like this, Lin Jianchuan couldn't help but laugh. What? Surprised? Qin Yara snapped back to reality and swallowed hard. Brother Lin, is what you're saying true? Of course it's true. Lin Jianchuan pulled the house keys from his pocket and dangled them before her eyes. Where else do you think this house came from? Qin Yara's mind was in a whirl, feeling as if she were dreaming. Brother Lin had just won $1 million from a scratch-off ticket a few days ago, and now he receives a massive inheritance from his uncle. His luck was simply extraordinary. However, she felt not a trace of jealousy. Instead, she was genuinely happy for him. A good man like Brother Lin deserved such fortune. Good people indeed received good rewards. Despite thinking this, she still found it hard to believe. Lin Jianchuan saw right through her and immediately called Sister Zhou and Sister Li, informing them that he was taking Xiaoqin to handle her discharge and run an errand. They naturally had no objections. After hanging up, Lin Jianchuan was ready to drag Qin Yara downstairs. Come on, let's get your discharge paperwork done, and he'll show you the new place. Wait, Brother Lin, Qin Yara pointed at herself. I'm still in my hospital gown. Then go get changed. He'll wait outside. Lin Jianchuan's face flushed, and he hastily retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. Watching his fleeing figure, Qin Yara couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. She thought to herself, Brother Lin truly is a gentleman. I wouldn't have minded if he watched, yet he left on his own. But it didn't matter. Once they were at his new place alone together, she would block the door and see how he could escape. Qin Yara changed her clothes and opened the door. A white t-shirt, jeans, sneakers, and shoulder-length hair. She looked as fresh and clean as a newly graduated high schooler. The moment Lin Jianchuan saw her, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but let his gaze wander over her a few times. Feeling a little uneasy under his gaze, Qin Yara blushed slightly. Brother Lin, what are you looking at? Nothing. Lin Jianchuan coughed to cover his embarrassment. Let's go. The two went downstairs, completed the discharge procedures, and walked out of the hospital side by side. Lin Jianchuan crossed the street, bought a bag of sugar-roasted chestnuts, and handed them to Qin Yara. Try these. I think you'll like them. Qin Yara took the bag, picked one up, and popped it into her mouth. The sweet, soft, and sticky flavor melted on her tongue. Delicious. Her eyes curved into crescents. She picked up another chestnut and held it to Lin Jianchuan's lips. Brother Lin, you try one too. Lin Jianchuan paused for a moment, then opened his mouth to accept it. Watching him eat it, Qin Yara felt a wave of sweetness wash over her heart. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of the Xiangxia Liju residential complex, chatting and laughing. Seeing the grand and elegantly decorated gate, Qin Yara felt a sense of unreality surge within her once again. What are you standing there for? Come on in. Lin Jianchuan swiped his face for access and turned back, beckoning her. Qin Yara took a deep breath and quickly followed him. This complex has facial recognition. Once we've seen the apartment, we'll go to the property management office to register your information, and then you can come and go freely. Qin Yara's body trembled. Register her information. Let her come and go freely. Could it be that Brother Lin had finally made up his mind to live with her? Brother Lin, why do I need to register at the property office? What exactly do you mean? Lin Jianchuan looked at her seriously. Yara, I know better than you how hard it is to care for a patient. The accompanying bed at the hospital is impossible to sleep on, and your rental is too far from the hospital. You're wasting time running back and forth. So I've decided. You should move in here. Go to the hospital during the day to care for your mother, and come back here for a good night's rest. This is the surprise I have for you. Hearing these words, Qin Yaru was so moved her eyes reddened. So you bought an apartment in this complex just to make it closer for me to get to the hospital? A fleeting image of Shun Qingxue and Wang Xiaoro flashed through Lin Jianchuan's mind. Feeling a pang of guilt, he waved his hands in denial. Don't overthink it. I had many considerations when buying this place, not just for you. Seeing him flustered and trying to explain, Qin Yaru's heart felt even warmer. That's just how Brother Lin is. He clearly does things for her yet refuses to admit it. Alright, I'll stay then. She nodded obediently. Lin Jianchuan breathed a sigh of relief and led her into the lobby of Building 6. He casually pressed the elevator button and began to introduce the place while they waited. This is Building 6. Our place is on the top floor. It's a duplex. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened. Inside stood a familiar figure. It was the sunglasses beauty who had paid him a staggering 20,000 yuan for the parking space yesterday. Ding. Target detected. Lu Shiqi appearance score 90 qualifies for handholding condition. Host, please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. Hearing the notification in his head, Lin Jianchuan could only smile wryly. This one wasn't easy to deal with. He could only wait for an opportunity. He smiled and greeted her. What a coincidence we meet again. Are you heading out? I need to go up to get my car keys. Are you coming or not? If not, step aside. Don't waste my time. Lu Shiqi was still fuming inside, remembering how he had treated her like a fool. Lin Jianchuan was left speechless by her retort, but Qin Yaru couldn't stand it anymore. What kind of attitude is that? We greet you with good intentions, and instead of showing any gratitude, you're just angry. Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Me angry? Why don't you ask him what he did? He swindled me out of 20,000 yuan yesterday. I'm being generous by not punching him. Swindled you out of 20,000. Qin Yaru was stunned, turning to look at Lin Jianchuan. Lin Jianchuan gave a wry smile. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Lu Shiqi took off her sunglasses, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. Let me ask you, how much does a parking space in this complex normally rent for per month? Lin Jianchuan rubbed his nose. A bit over 1,000. And how much did you charge me? 20,000. If that's not a scam, what is? That's not how it works. I don't lack money. I didn't even want to rent out my space. You're the one who begged me to let you park there, and you were the one who offered 20,000 a month. Why are you blaming me now? Enough. I don't want to argue with you. 20,000 is nothing to me. Consider it money thrown to the dogs. The elevator stopped on the 10th floor, and Lu Shiqi rushed out, as if fleeing from a plague. She even turned back to warn Qin Yaru. Miss, you better keep your eyes wide open and see this man for what he really is. Don't let a bad guy deceive you. With that, she walked away without looking back. Lin Jianchuan gritted his teeth in anger. This Lu Shiqi, she actually badmouthed him right in front of Yaru. Forget it, Brother Lin. Don't lower yourself to her level. Just think of it as her talking nonsense. Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath, figuring she was right. The two arrived on the 11th floor. He took out his keys, unlocked the door, and made a welcoming gesture to Qin Yaru. Go on in and have a look. You can pick any of the 3 rooms downstairs. Whichever one you want is yours. Qin Yaru stepped into the apartment and began exploring with great enthusiasm. After seeing the downstairs, she went up to the 2nd floor. The moment she saw the terrace, she fell completely in love with the place. Brother Lin, this terrace is amazing. We can watch the stars at night, and on weekends we can have barbecues and soak up the sun. Just thinking about it feels so nice. Lin Jianchuan broke into a smile. I'm glad you like it. After seeing the terrace, Qin Yaru went into his bedroom. Upon seeing the bedsheets spread on the bed, she frowned. Brother Lin, why is your bedsheet so small, but the bed is a bit big? Oh, I thought the bed was 1.8 meters when I bought it, but it turned out to be 2 meters. So the sheet is a little small. A sheet that doesn't fit properly will make it uncomfortable to sleep, and you'll feel tired the next day. No, we have to change it. Now, yes, since we have time during the day, we should see what else is missing and buy everything we need. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lin Jianchuan didn't want to dampen her spirits. All right, let's go then. Qin Yaru pulled him back. Wait a moment, Brother Lin. I need to take a shower first. These past few days in the hospital, I could only do quick wipe tones. I feel like I'm starting to smell. No problem. Let me show you to the downstairs bathroom. The two went downstairs, and Lin Jianchuan pushed open the door to the 1st floor bathroom and stepped in. Qin Yaru peeked inside, and her eyes lit up. The bathroom was very spacious with a separate shower area, and it even had a bathtub big enough for 2 people. The vanity counter was made of marble, the mirror was huge and backlit. There was also a smart toilet and an aroma diffuser. Brother Lin, your bathroom is way too luxurious. It came with the developer's fine decoration. I haven't changed a thing. See anything missing? We can talk about what's missing later. For now, let's start the bath. Qin Yaru walked into the bathroom and directly locked the door behind her. Lin Jianchuan was stunned. Yaru, why did you lock the door? We're alone here, don't scare me. Since the day you gave me the money to save my life, I've been your woman. Now it's time for me to repay you. With that, she reached out, pulled off her t-shirt, and unbuttoned her jeans. Lin Jianchuan was completely dumbfounded, his blood pressure skyrocketing. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Yara, you need to calm down. Qin Yara didn't say a word, just cast him a glance. Inwardly she was delighted. Brother Lin's reaction is so strong, it means he does like me. So from now on I'll just be brave and be myself. An hour later, Lin Jianchuan leaned against the headboard, gazing at Qin Yaru, who was deeply asleep, with tear stains at the corners of her eyes, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He truly hadn't expected that Xiao Qin was still a virgin. This made him feel both guilty and secretly delighted. Slap. He gave himself a harsh slap. What a beast. She's only 30 and you're 80, yet you're an old ox eating tender grass, swallowing it down forcefully. How shameless. Lin Jianchuan cursed himself severely in his mind. But then again, after this incident, he finally understood the benefits of enhanced waist strength. His originally somewhat stiff and not very flexible lower back now felt as if it had been fitted with a spring, incredibly powerful. However, this meant that Qin Yaru had suffered. Lin Jianchuan carefully sat up, put on his clothes. Just as he was hesitating whether to wake Qin Yaru, she turned over and opened her beautiful eyes. Yara, how are you feeling? Do you need to go to the hospital? Qin Yaru's cheeks flushed instantly. Brother Lin, no need to go to the hospital. As long as I don't do strenuous exercise, it's fine. That's good. Yaru, why don't you rest at home this afternoon? We'll go to the mall to buy things. What do you think? No, Brother Lin, a man like you buying bed sheets and quilt covers is not appropriate. Let me go, Qin Yaru said as she sat up. The blanket slipped off. Lin Jianchuan glanced, his heart raced, and he quickly turned and left the room. Qin Yaru revealed a faint smile. She got up, graciously stood in front of the mirror to admire herself for a moment, then began to dress. 20 minutes later, the two went downstairs together and arrived at the underground parking lot on the first basement level. Apart from being a little unnatural when walking, Qin Yaru was otherwise fine. Lin Jianchuan finally felt relieved, took out the car key, and pressed the unlock button. Qin Yaru's eyes lit up at the sight of the brand new car. Brother Lin, your car is a Panamera. This car is really expensive. I remember it costs over $1 million. Lin Jianchuan was a bit surprised. You recognize this car? Of course it's a luxury car. When I was learning to drive, a boss drove this car. At that time I thought I would never be able to drive such a car in my life. I didn't expect you, Brother Lin, to buy one. Lin Jianchuan directly handed the key to her. Perfect, you drive. Brother Lin, I haven't touched the steering wheel for a long time. I'm afraid I won't drive well. It's okay as long as you know how to brake. Get in, I'll give you directions. After saying that, Lin Jianchuan opened the passenger door and sat in. Qin Yaru hesitated for a moment, then excitedly sat in the driver's seat. Fasten your seatbelt, step on the brake, shift into gear, and start. It's very simple. Lin Jianchuan instructed from the side. Qin Yaru nodded and followed his instructions. As the engine ignited, the car started smoothly and slowly drove out of the parking lot. She was a bit nervous at first, but soon relaxed and drove more steadily. Lin Jianchuan was completely relieved and just gave her directions. About half an hour later they arrived at a large commercial supermarket's parking lot. The first and second floors here were a supermarket, the third floor was a gym and swimming pool, and the fourth floor was a cinema. Looking at the promotional poster of the swimming pool on the outer wall of the mall, Lin Jianchuan felt a surge of joy. He had wanted to get a swimming card before, but never had the time. Today was a perfect chance to check it out. Yara, how are you feeling? Can you go shopping by yourself? Qin Yaru nodded obediently. Yes, Brother Lin, just go ahead with your business, don't worry about me. Lin Jianchuan pointed at the swimming pool poster. It's getting hotter. I'll go ask about the price of a membership card. If it's reasonable, I'll get one, and I can come swim for exercise when I'm free. More exercise is good for you. Go ahead, I'll go to the supermarket alone. Okay, I'll call you later. After they spoke, they each went their separate ways. Lin Jianchuan took the elevator to the third floor. Turning right after exiting the elevator, he saw a spacious gym. He approached the front desk, where two attractive young ladies in cool work uniforms greeted him. Hello sir, welcome to Longting Fitness Center. How may I help you? I'd like to get a swimming card. How much does it cost? Hello sir. Our swimming cards come in 3 types, monthly, quarterly, and annual. The prices are 1,888 yuan, 4,888 yuan, and 13,888 yuan respectively. Lin Jianchuan was a bit surprised. So expensive. I thought it was quite cheap. That's because Sir Longting Fitness is a high-end national chain brand. All facilities including the swimming pool are top-notch, so the price is a bit higher. However, you might consider a combined fitness and swimming card. It's only slightly more expensive, but includes both facilities, which is very cost-effective. Lin Jianchuan thought to himself that there should be plenty of attractive women in the gym, so he asked, how much is the combined card? Monthly card, 2,500 yuan, quarterly card, 6,000 yuan, an annual card, 15,000 yuan. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand grandly. He'll get a monthly combined card. He'll try it first and renew if it's good. No problem. The front desk beauty quickly wrote up the receipt. Lin Jianchuan scanned the QR code to pay, received the card, asked for the location of the swimming pool, and headed straight there. Arriving at the swimming pool, he looked at the brand new pool and nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps because the weather wasn't hot enough yet there was no one in the pool hall. Gazing at the azure pool water, he felt an irresistible urge. He was an excellent swimmer. Back in the countryside, he often swam freely in the river. After coming to the city, whenever he wanted to find a place to swim, either he was short on money or the place was too crowded. Now facing an empty pool, he immediately headed to the changing room with great excitement. It must be said this place was expensive for a reason. The changing room was luxurious and clean, and he could even get a free pair of swim trunks which were of good quality and fit well. He changed into the swim trunks, walked to the edge of the pool, and plunged in with a dive. He was swimming happily in the pool. Suddenly he heard a woman's scream followed by a plop. Someone had fallen into the water. Startled, he quickly looked over. He saw a short-haired beauty flailing about in the water. She couldn't swim. Moreover, she was in the deep end where the water was about 2.5 meters deep. Lin Jianchuan's heart tightened. He held his breath and swam over quickly. Although he swam fast, the distance was too far, and by the time he reached her, over 10 seconds had passed. By now she had almost drunk her fill of water, and her struggles were growing weaker. He circled behind her, hooked one arm around her neck, and used his other arm to paddle vigorously toward the shore. Just then a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding dong. Detected target Lu Shiqi, appearance score 90, it meets the handholding condition. Host, please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. Hearing this voice, Lin Jianchuan was stunned. Lu Shiqi, his downstairs neighbor. The sunglasses beauty who drove a tank 300. The thought flashed through Lin Jianchuan's mind, but this was clearly not the time to dwell on it. He quickened his pace, dragging Lu Shiqi toward the shore. Hearing the commotion, the staff rushed over and helped pull her ashore with frantic haste. Lu Shiqi lay sprawled at the pool's edge, coughing up water, unconscious. Lin Jianchuan crouched beside her, studying her carefully. Her short hair clung wetly to her face, despite her disheveled state, her delicate features, fair skin, and curvaceous figure, accentuated by those long straight legs, were still evident. It was indeed the beauty who rented his parking space. She was his hand-holding target. While she was unconscious, if not now then when. Without hesitation, Lin Jianchuan laid her flat on the ground, took her hand in his left, and began pressing on her chest with his right to help expel the water. The countdown began. 959, 958, 957. The staff paced anxiously. Call an ambulance. No need. Lin Jianchuan quickly interjected. I'm a doctor. She just swallowed water. She'll be fine once she gets it out. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Lin Jianchuan continued his compressions. Time ticked by. Lu Shiqi spat out a good amount of water and finally opened her eyes. She gazed at the person before her in a daze for a few seconds before her memory slowly returned. She had come to the gym today to learn swimming, but her foot slipped and she fell straight into the deep end. She thought she was done for, never imagining someone would save her. You're awake. Lin Jianchuan sighed in relief. 9 minutes of hand-holding had already passed. The reward was almost his. Lu Shiqi coughed twice more and regained full consciousness. She looked at Lin Jianchuan, then at the hand on her chest, and her face flushed instantly. Your hand. Only then did Lin Jianchuan realize his right hand was still on her chest. Though it was for saving her, the situation was undeniably awkward. He quickly withdrew his right hand, but his left remained firmly clasped around hers. Don't move. I'm taking your pulse. Just give me a minute. Lu Shiqi felt it didn't quite seem like a pulse check, but since he had saved her, she said nothing. She just stole glances at him from time to time, her cheeks growing redder without her realizing it. Ding. Handholding successful. Congratulations, host, on completing the 6th handholding mission. Reward 1, lifespan 5 years. Reward 2, king tier art appraisal skill. Lin Jianchuan was ecstatic. This time he not only gained lifespan, but also the art appraisal skill. Though he didn't know what use it would be, since it was a system reward, he wouldn't refuse it. As he pondered, a flood of information surged into his mind. It included appraisal methods for various antiques and calligraphy, bronzes, ceramics, paintings, jade coins, and miscellaneous items. An overwhelming, dazzling array that encompassed nearly everything. Lin Jianchuan's head buzzed as if he had personally seen thousands of genuine artifacts and forgeries and handled countless rare national treasures. It took him a while to digest all this information. As he was lost in thought, Lu Shiqi's voice sounded beside him. Brother Lin, are you alright? He snapped back to reality, finding Lu Shiqi staring at him with wide eyes, a faint blush still coloring her cheeks. I'm fine. Just making sure you're okay. He smiled and released her hand. The moment he let go, a faint sense of loss unexpectedly welled up in Lu Shiqi's heart. But she quickly suppressed the feeling and propped herself up to sit. A staff member hurriedly handed her a bath towel, which she wrapped around herself. I really have to thank you today. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have made it. Lu Shiqi looked at Lin Jianchuan and said solemnly. Don't say that. It was nothing. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand, but his gaze unconsciously swept over a bracelet on her wrist. He froze. Jade. And it was top-grade imperial green. Worth at least several million. He gasped inwardly. It seemed Lu Shiqi's family was no ordinary one. He was secretly astonished, but showed nothing on his face. No need for thanks. I happen to be here for a swim too. What a coincidence. Lu Shiqi looked at him speaking with slight embarrassment. Brother Lin, are you alone? Could you give me a ride home? Well, Lin Jianchuan hesitated. After all, Qin Yaru was still at the supermarket. He couldn't just abandon her to take another girl home, could he? That would be too heartless. But seeing Lu Shiqi's still weak legs and her pitiful pleading face, he couldn't bear to refuse. Hold on, let me make a call. Lin Jianchuan quickly returned to the locker room and called Qin Yaru. Hey brother Lin, have you gotten your membership card? No, I just wanted to ask how much longer you'll be. I might be a bit late. I've only just started. You'll need at least another hour. Alright, I'll call you when I'm done. Okay. Lin Jianchuan hung up the weight lifting from his shoulders. Qin Yaru still needed an hour, so taking Lu Shiqi home was more than feasible. He returned to the poolside where Lu Shiqi had already changed and was waiting. Let's go. They'll take you home. Lu Shiqi beamed. Great, thank you brother Lin. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Lu Shiqi, 21, a senior in the management department at Green City University. Lin Jianchuan was stunned looking her over. You're a college student? Then why do you live downstairs from me? I rent an apartment off campus, she said. Lin Jianchuan suddenly understood. I see. I'm Lin Jianchuan, age undisclosed, unemployed. Lu Shiqi covered her mouth with a delicate giggle. I didn't peg you for the humorous type. As she spoke, she suddenly stumbled. Lin Jianchuan quickly reached out to steady her. Careful. Lu Shiqi took the opportunity to loop her arm through his. Brother Lin, my legs are a bit weak. Let me borrow your arm for support. Thanks. Lin Jianchuan instinctively wanted to pull away, but seeing her expectant gaze, he inexplicably nodded. Alright, take it slow. The two headed downstairs to the parking lot. Lu Shiqi tossed him the keys directly. You drive? My legs are weak, I need to rest. Possessing king-tier driving skills, Lin Jianchuan was naturally unfazed. He opened the door and got in. After fastening his seatbelt and starting the engine, a deep rumble filled the air. He felt a bit awkward. Did you modify the exhaust? Yeah, cool, right? Not cool at all. Makes you look like a complete fool. Lu Shiqi was so annoyed, she gritted her teeth about to retort when she heard Lin Jianchuan's voice. Hold tight. We're moving. With that, he floored the gas pedal, and the car shot forward instantly. Caught off guard, Lu Shiqi was pressed firmly into her seat by the force of inertia. She gasped and instinctively grabbed the grab handle. Lin Jianchuan held the steering wheel steadily with both hands, his gaze calm as he shifted gears, accelerated, and took the corner in one fluid motion. The tires screeched against the asphalt. Lu Shiqi's eyes widened as she watched the streetlights and trees blur past the window, a surge of excitement welling up inside her. Lu Shiqi had loved off-roading and street racing since she was young. She had modified this tank 300 to conquer mountains, rivers, and racetracks. But today, sitting in the passenger seat, she truly understood that there was always someone more skilled. Brother Lin, are you a professional race car driver? Your driving is incredible. She stared at Lin Jianchuan, her eyes gleaming with intensity. No, I've just been driving for decades. Practice makes perfect. Lu Shiqi didn't believe him. Decades? He looked at most just over 30. Where would decades come from? 5 minutes later, the car came to a smooth stop in the underground garage of Xiangxialiju. Lin Jianchuan killed the engine and turned to the passenger seat. Lu Shiqi leaned back, panting heavily, her cheeks flushed and her forehead beaded with fine sweat. The ride had been hair-raising, with several near collisions narrowly avoided thanks to his masterful driving. Brother Lin, I'm truly in awe. With skills like yours, it's a waste you're not a professional racer, Lu Shiqi said, finally catching her breath. Thanks for the compliment. We're here. You go on up. I still need to head back to pick up my friend. Lin Jianchuan said. Lu Shiqi suddenly lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. She glanced at him with a blush. Would you like to come up for some coffee? My place is empty, just me. Lin Jianchuan's heart skipped a beat at her words. What did she mean by that? Was she offering herself as a reward for saving her? Or was it just a simple invitation for coffee? His mind raced with wild thoughts, but in the end he declined. Sorry, I have things to do. I can't stay. Goodbye. With that, Lin Jianchuan turned and fled. Lu Shiqi watched his flustered, retreating figure and stamped her foot in frustration. Lin Jianchuan, why are you running? I'm not a tiger, I'm not going to eat you. Her voice echoed through the underground garage, but the man didn't even look back, running even faster. Only after he had exited the residential complex did Lin Jianchuan finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was 80 years old, and she was only 21. He was older than her grandfather. Even though his body was in prime condition comparable to a 30-year-old, that mental hurdle was just too hard to overcome. He already had Qin Yaru now, he couldn't afford to be greedy. He hailed a taxi and returned to the supermarket parking lot. He took out his phone and called Qin Yaru. The phone rang for a while before it was answered. Qin Yaru's voice sounded a bit hoarse, as if she had been crying. Brother Lin, are you done with your errands? Lin Jianchuan's heart sank. Yes, all done. What's wrong, Xiao Qin? Has someone been bullying you? No, I just ran into some former co-workers. I'm at the northwest corner of the second floor in the supermarket. Okay, wait there, I'm on my way. Lin Jianchuan hung up and rushed into the supermarket, taking the escalator to the second floor and heading straight for the northwest corner. From a distance, he saw Qin Yaru standing beside a row of shelves surrounded by 4 people, 1 man and 3 women, all plainly dressed. Even from over 10 meters away, Lin Jianchuan could hear the shrill voices of the 3 women. Qin Yaru, don't be so ungrateful. My brother lent you money because he wanted to marry you, but you just paid it back and turned your back on him. You won't even answer his calls. Have you no conscience? That's right, Xiao Qin. We all know Jigang likes you. That's the only reason he lent you money when you were in trouble. When you meet someone who treats you this well, what are you hesitating for? Just marry him. You two can work together and earn at least 12 or 13,000 a month. It's a great deal. Don't be so picky. Exactly. Young people nowadays go for bare-bones weddings anyway, no bride price needed. Jigang is even willing to give you 18,000 as a bride price. You should be over the moon. You can't be too greedy, you know. The 3 women surrounded Qin Yaru's, spittle flying as they spoke, looking at her as if she were rejecting a fantastic opportunity. The only man stared at Qin Yaru, his gaze roving over her body without restraint, practically drooling. Yaru, I know your mother is seriously ill. Don't worry, as long as you marry me, I'll give you 20,000 to treat her. Think of it as a son-in-law's filial piety. Also, I'll add 2,000 more to the bride price, making it 20,000 in total. Is that good enough? Just say yes and I'll transfer the money to you right now. Qin Yaru pushed her shopping cart, her fingers turning white from gripping it so hard, her whole body trembling slightly. Neo Jigang, you only lent me 5,000, and I've already paid you back with interest. What's the meaning of bringing these people to corner me? What does it mean? Jigang likes you, but is too shy to say it. We're just helping him make it clear. Jigang is such a good man, Qin Yaru, you need to seize this opportunity. Since Jigang is such a good man, why don't you marry him? A deep voice cut in. Lin Jianchuan pushed through the 4 of them and walked to Qin Yaru's side. Seeing him, Qin Yaru's eyes instantly reddened. Brother Lin, are you okay? Did they lay a hand on you? Qin Yaru shook her head. They just kept blocking me, refusing to let me leave. Lin Jianchuan patted her hand, signaling her not to be afraid. Then he turned around, his gaze sweeping across each of their faces, finally landing on the plump woman. I asked you a question. Why aren't you answering? The plump woman felt a chill run down her spine under his stare, but she steeled herself. What question? I said, since Neo Jigang is so great, why don't you marry him? The plump woman's face stiffened. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. A sharp-faced woman beside her quickly chimed in. How can you talk like that? Jigang likes Qin Yaru, not her. Lin Jianchuan turned to her. Oh, so if Jigang liked you right now, would you marry him? The sharp-faced woman was also left speechless, her face turning bright red. Finally, a woman with dyed yellow hair, presumably Neo Jigang's sister, jumped out and pointed at Lin Jianchuan, cursing loudly. Who the hell are you? What business is this of yours? Lin Jianchuan didn't even glance at her. He simply grabbed her pointing finger and bent it back gently. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. The woman shrieked, clutching her hand and stumbling backward, all color draining from her face. Say one more disrespectful word, and it won't be just a gentle bend. Neo Jigang's face turned pale with fright. You dare to hit people? We'll call the police. Go ahead, call them now. There are cameras everywhere here. Let's see who ends up in trouble. Neo Jigang stood there frozen, not daring to call, not daring not to. After a long moment, he said through gritted teeth, Who exactly are you? What do you want? I'm Qin Yaru's boyfriend. What do you think I want? The 4 of them were taken aback by his words. Lin Jianchuan turned to Qin Yaru with a look of reproach. Next time you run into cockroaches or rats like these, just call the police directly. Don't waste your breath on them. It's bad luck. Neo Jigang's face instantly turned the color of pig's liver. Who are you calling cockroaches and rats? Whoever answers is who I'm talking about, Lin Jianchuan said with utter disdain. You think you're worthy of marrying Yaru? Do you have a house? A luxury car? Any savings? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror and see if you measure up. Lin Jianchuan's words cut into Neo Jigang's heart like knives. His sister retorted defiantly, as if you could afford any of that. Lin Jianchuan smiled. I'm sorry, but I actually do. He took out his phone, opened a photo, and held the screen up to them. The screen displayed a photo of a property certificate and a car key. The property was 185 square meters, and the key bore the Porsche emblem. He had taken the photo when he picked up the certificate at the property registry 2 days ago, never expecting it to come in handy today. Neo Jigang leaned in for a closer look, his eyes nearly bulging out. Chamsley C's residences. 185 square meters. A Porsche. He swallowed hard, mortified beyond words. His sister was equally stunned, her mouth opening and closing as a flush of shame crept across her face. The heavy-set woman and the sharp-chinned woman exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to utter a word. Just then Lin Jianchuan spoke again. Yaru, let me transfer you another 100,000 for pocket money. Spend it however you like, and just ask me when it's gone. Without waiting for a response, he took the worn-out phone from Qin Yara's hands and opened the payment QR code. Ding! Alipay received 10000 yuan. The crisp notification sounded like a resounding slap across the faces of Niu Jigang and his companions. It wasn't a screenshot, not a bluff, but a real transfer of 100,000 yuan. Flustered Qin Yaru said anxiously, "Brother Lin, you already transferred me 600,000 last time, and I still have money in my account. Why are you sending me more?" Lin Jianchuan silently gave her a mental thumbs up. She had played her part in this display of bravado perfectly. Keeping a straight face, he replied with feigned nonchalance, "The 600,000 was for your mother's treatment. This 100,000 is for your personal spending. They're separate matters." Qin Yaru blushed and nodded. "Oh, thank you, Brother Lin." He had given Qin Yaru 700,000. Niu Jigang's mind went blank. His monthly salary was 5,060,000 a year. It would take him nearly 12 years to save that amount, and that was without spending a single cent. He felt his dignity being ground into the dirt. The 200,000 betrothal gift he had mentioned moments ago now seemed like a colossal joke. The four of them exchanged glances and slunk away, without a word, not daring to make a sound. Lin Jianchuan watched them disappear around the elevator corner, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Brother Lin, let me transfer this 100,000 back to you." Qin Yaru said, her fingers already hovering over the transfer screen on her phone. "What are you talking about?" "I said it's for you, and it's for you. It wasn't just for show." Lin Jianchuan waved his hand dismissively. Though after the transfer he only had 2,000 yuan left on him, so what? He was now in possession of king-tier traditional Chinese medicine skills and king-tier artifact appraisal abilities. Making money was a trivial matter for him now. He took Qin Yara's hand and headed towards the first floor. "Your phone is old. Time for a new one. Come with me." She was led along by his hand, her heart swelling with warmth and worry. "Brother Lin, my phone still works really." Lin Jianchuan didn't even look back. "It lags when you open the payment code, and you call that usable?" Qin Yaru was speechless and could only follow obediently. They arrived at the Huawei store on the first floor, and Lin Jianchuan led her straight to the counter displaying the latest model. "Which one do you like?" Qin Yaru glanced at the price tag and gasped in shock. 9,999 yuan. "Brother Lin, that's too expensive. I don't need this one. A 2,000 yuan phone is fine." "How long will a 2,000 yuan phone last?" Lin Jianchuan interrupted her. "If we're buying, let's get a good one, something you'll enjoy using." He pointed to the latest model and said to the sales assistant, "Well, take the top spec pink one. Wrap it up." "Certainly, sir. You're so good to your wife." The salesgirl said, her eyes lighting up as she offered a flattering remark. Qin Yara's face flushed all the way to her ears, but she didn't correct the misunderstanding. The phone was quickly packaged, and the salesgirl handed the receipt to Lin Jianchuan. "That'll be 9,800 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash?" Lin Jianchuan pulled out his phone, scratched his head, and looked at Qin Yaru with a helpless expression. Yaru, could you pay for this? I'm a bit short on funds right now." Qin Yaru was taken aback. She leaned over and saw the balance clearly displayed on his screen, 2037. 8 yuan. He only had 2,000 yuan left. This man had given her all his money. Tears streamed down Qin Yara's face as she took out her own phone and scanned the payment code. Back in the car before Lin Jianchuan could even fasten his seatbelt, Qin Yaru, her eyes re-dreamed, threw her arms around him. "Brother Lin, why are you so good to me? You'd rather have no money for yourself than let me go without." He patted her on the back. "Silly girl, now that you're my woman, it's my duty to make sure you live a good life. Don't worry, money is just a number to me." Qin Yara's voice was muffled against his shoulder. "But you only have 2,000 left. Let me transfer some back to you." "No need. Trust me, within 10 days you'll earn 1,000,000 or even more." Qin Yaru looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. "Is the second inheritance coming through?" Lin Jianchuan coughed lightly. "That's right, the paperwork is almost done. So don't worry about me, okay? Focus on taking care of your mother and get her discharged from the hospital as soon as possible." Got it." Qin Yaru nodded, then asked with a blush, "Brother Lin, how did you know I like pink?" "Do I even need to ask? Your bra is pink, your underwear is pink, your socks are pink, even your skin has a pinkish hue. If I couldn't figure that out, I'd be an idiot." "Oh, you're so bad noticing all those details." Embarrassed, Qin Yaru raised her hand to hit him playfully. Lin Jianchuan laughed and caught her hand. "Don't hit me, I need to drive." They returned home chatting and laughing all the way. Qin Yaru had bought quite a lot: bed sheets, pillowcases, sleepwear, bathrobes, and even 2 brand new pink pillows. Her room was downstairs. After making her own bed, she went upstairs and placed the 2 new pillows on the headboard of the bed there. Lin Jianchuan noticed, but said nothing, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he silently accepted the implication. Qin Yaru called sisterly to check on her mother, and upon hearing everything was fine, she was completely at ease. She then cooked a sumptuous dinner herself. They chatted over dinner in a warm, harmonious atmosphere, even having a couple of beers each. After the meal, Lin Jianchuan went to the terrace to practice his Tai Chi, while Qin Yaru cleaned up the dishes. About 20 minutes later, as he was in the middle of a crucial movement, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Qin Yaru approaching timidly dressed in an extremely alluring nightgown. It was sheer and revealing in all the right places, a sight that was utterly captivating. A rush of heat flooded his brain as all the blood in his body seemed to surge at once, overwhelming him completely. The next morning, Lin Jianchuan opened his eyes and glanced to the side, empty. He picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 8:30 a.m. It seemed last night had been too wild, even his biological clock had failed him. He rubbed his slightly sore lower back, yet a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Everything from last night replayed in his mind like a movie. Qin Yaru's shy yet brave demeanor, her blushing cheeks under the moonlight, and the way she gritted her teeth and persevered even when utterly exhausted. All of it surfaced vividly before his eyes. Lin Jianchuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly cut off the train of thought. There were 2 unread WeChat messages on his phone, one from Wang Xiao and one from Qin Yaru. He opened Xiao Qin's first. Brother Lin, I've gone to the hospital to take care of my mom. You were sleeping so soundly I couldn't bear to wake you. Breakfast is on the table, don't forget to eat. He'll be back in the evening. Love you. A smile spread across his face. He then opened Wang Xiao's message, Uncle Lin, I'm off work now. Do you have time this afternoon? Let's go shopping. He checked the timestamp and realized it was sent yesterday afternoon. He hadn't noticed it at all yesterday because he was with Qin Yaru. He quickly replied, Xiao, sorry I didn't check my phone yesterday. Are you free today? After sending the message, he put down his phone, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and went downstairs to eat. Warm millet porridge and 2 fried eggs were laid out on the dining table. Lin Jianchuan sat down and ate slowly, a warm feeling filling his heart. So this is what having a home feels like. Not bad at all. As he was eating, his phone rang. A voice message from Wang Xiao, Uncle Lin, I'm not working today either. I can go out anytime. Lin Jianchuan replied with a voice message, where do you live? He'll drive over to pick you up. Drive. Uncle Lin, did you buy a car? When did that happen? Why didn't I know? Wang Xiao was astonished. He'll tell you when we meet. Send me your location, I'm heading over now. Okay. A location pin from Wang Xiao quickly arrived on his phone. It was an old residential complex very close to the hospital. Lin Jianchuan finished his eggs, wiped his mouth, grabbed his car keys, and headed out. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the location and spotted Wang Xiao standing by the roadside at once. Today she was wearing a goose yellow camisole top, revealing her delicate collarbones and fair skin. She paired it with a white pleated miniskirt that barely grazed the top of her thighs, her 2 straight beautiful legs glowing white in the sunlight. On her feet were a pair of simple white sneakers, showing off her slender ankles. Lin Jianchuan was completely stunned. Wasn't this girl dressing a bit too boldly? If the wind picked up even a little, wouldn't she be exposed? The car pulled up in front of Wang Xiao. Beep, beep. He honked twice, rolled down the window, and forced his gaze away from those glowing white legs. Wang Xiao's eyes widened when she saw him. Uncle Lin, she exclaimed and leaned in, peering through the window. Is this car yours? What doesn't it look like it? It's not that it doesn't look like it, it's that it's completely unbelievable. Uncle Lin, even though you won the lottery, you can't just splurge, right? As far as I know, this car costs at least over $1 million. What a waste. Wang Xiao opened the passenger door and carefully sat down, still feeling a sense of unreality. Well, I won the prize, so I wanted to treat myself. As he spoke, Lin Jianchuan couldn't help but steal a glance at her. Wang Xiao was too eye-catching today. The most distracting thing was that short skirt. It looked fine when she was standing, but now that she was seated, the hem had crept up another inch, and her fair thighs were dazzling him. Uncle Lin, what are you looking at? Wang Xiao leaned in, looking curious. Nothing. Lin Jianchuan's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat to cover it up. Where do you want to go? Let's head out now. Wang Xiao looked a bit troubled. I can't think of anything. How about we go see a movie? What's so fun about that? Since you can't decide, I'll take you somewhere. Lin Jianchuan thought of the king-level treasure appraisal skill he had just acquired and immediately had an idea. All right, wherever you say. It's not like I have anything else to do today. All right, then buckle up, we're off. Lin Jianchuan stepped on the gas, and the car smoothly merged onto the main road. Half an hour later, they arrived at the largest antique market in Green City. Wang Xiao looked at the market sign, stunned. Uncle Lin, you're not thinking of buying antiques, are you? This place is a minefield. A colleague of mine got scammed. He bought some Ming Dynasty bull, and when he had it appraised, it turned out to be a replica made just half a month ago. Lin Jianchuan was full of confidence. Don't worry, your Uncle Lin isn't so easy to fool. Wang Xiao blinked. Uncle Lin, do you know anything about antiques? A little. After parking the car, the two walked into the entrance together. Stalls lined both sides of the path, densely packed with porcelain, jade, calligraphy, paintings, bronze ware, and coins. A dazzling array of goods. Wang Xiao stayed close to Lin Jianchuan like a curious little bird, looking around in every direction. Uncle Lin, look at that vase, it's so pretty. It's a fake. What about this copper coin? It says it's from the Song Dynasty. It's a counterfeit. What about this jade Buddha? It's glass. Wang Xiaoro asked about 7 or 8 items in a row, and Lin Jianchuan rejected them all, making her a bit discouraged. Uncle Lin, are you just guessing? How can they all be fakes? Lin Jianchuan said, that's how antiques are. There are few genuine items and many fakes. To put it bluntly, it's like panning for gold in a sewer. Finding a bargain takes a keen eye. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly stopped on an unassuming stall. The owner was a man in his 40s wearing a black t-shirt and a crew cut. He looked honest, but his eyes kept darting towards passers-by, clearly a seasoned hustler. At that moment, the old hustler's attention had been captured by Wang Xiaoro, more precisely by her long legs. They were glowing white, slim, and straight enough to blind a person in the sunlight. The stall owner's eyes were practically glued to her. Lin Jianchuan frowned and subtly stepped forward, blocking the stall owner's view. Boss, how much are these items on your stall? The stall owner reluctantly averted his gaze and glanced at Lin Jianchuan. Take a look, we'll talk price once you find something you like. Lin Jianchuan crouched down and casually rummaged through the items on the stall. Broken copper coins, yellowed paintings, chipped porcelain. A quick scan revealed they were all fakes. He pretended to examine them, but his attention was entirely focused on a small palm-sized bronze artifact in the corner. The bronze piece was simple in design and covered in verdigris, looking like a modern replica that couldn't be more fake. The stall owner's attention was clearly not on business. His gaze had drifted back to Wang Xiaoro, practically drooling. Hey, beautiful, standing must be tiring. Come sit for a while. You can look at anything on my stall. They'll give you a discount on whatever you like. Wang Xiaoro frowned and moved closer behind Lin Jianchuan. Seeing her remain silent, the stall owner grew even more enthusiastic. Beautiful, those legs of yours are truly stunning. In my 40 years, I've never seen such beautiful legs. You're a model, aren't you? Simply gorgeous. Wang Xiaoro's face darkened and Lin Jianchuan couldn't help but frown. Why isn't the beauty saying anything? A job like yours must pay pretty well, right? Can you make 50,000 a month? What do you think of this bracelet? Genuine Hitian jade worth 100,000. It suits you perfectly. It'll look great on you. The stall owner picked up a fake glass bracelet and waved it at Wang Xiaoro. Come here, let me put it on for you, consider it a gift. As he spoke, he reached out, attempting to grab her hand. Wang Xiaoro's face turned pale with fright. Just as the stall owner was about to succeed, a hand shot out from the side, firmly gripping his wrist. Lin Jianchuan said darkly, Boss, what's the meaning of this? Do you take me for a dead man? The stall owner struggled, but couldn't break free. Let go. Who the hell are you? I'm talking to my girl here, it's none of your damn business. Lin Jianchuan increased the pressure slightly, and the stall owner's face contorted in pain. I'll let go, let go. Before he could finish, the pain in his wrist intensified. The stall owner began to scream, realizing he had provoked a tough opponent. He quickly apologized, brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been handsy. I won't do it again, alright. Only then did Lin Jianchuan release him. The stall owner rubbed his wrist and sat back down, cursing under his breath. Fine, you're tough. I guess I'm just out of luck today. Are you buying something or not? If not, get lost and don't waste my time. Lin Jianchuan reached for a bronze artifact in the corner. Name your price. The stall owner glanced at it. 5,000, take it or leave it. 5,000. Boss, are you trying to rip me off? The stall owner rolled his eyes. Take it or leave it. That's my price. Lin Jianchuan remained calm. 200, I'll take it. 200. Are you messing with me? The stall owner glared angrily. Just 200, Lin Jianchuan said flatly. This is a modern piece. I'm buying it to fool people. The stall owner waved his hand dismissively. 3,000 minimum, not a cent less. Without another word, Lin Jianchuan put the bronze piece down and turned to leave. Wang Xiaoro quickly followed. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when the stall owner's voice called out from behind. Hey, don't go. 2,000, how about 2,000? Lin Jianchuan kept walking. Fine, 1,000 is good, right? Lin Jianchuan turned his head. 250. The stall owner's face turned green. Brother, that's way too low. I paid more than that to get it. Then forget it. Lin Jianchuan turned to leave again. Alright, 250 it is. Consider it my first sale of the day. Lin Jianchuan walked back and paid. After the transaction, he took the bronze piece into his hands. A sneer appeared on the stall owner's face. Kid, let me tell you the truth. I bought this thing for $30 from someone yesterday. Selling it to you for $250, I'm still making a profit of $220. That's enough for a good meal. Lin Jianchuan smiled. Boss, do you know what this is? The stall owner rolled his eyes. Isn't it just a replica bronze? I've seen plenty. This isn't a replica. This is a Shang Dynasty bronze, Jew, dating back 3,000 years. Look at this Taotai pattern, the quintessential decoration of Shang and Zhou bronzes. And look at this patina, the red and green rust. That's not fake, it's naturally formed. It takes centuries to develop. The stall owner's smile froze, but he still stubbornly retorted, keep bragging. I've been in this business for years, I can spot a fake from a mile away. If that's really from the Shang Dynasty, it'll eat my entire stall on the spot. Lin Jianchuan didn't bother to explain. He simply said, believe it or not, Shang Dynasty bronzes are rare. It's normal that you can't recognize one. I really dislike you, but since you've let me score a bargain worth 1.5 million, I suppose I should say thanks. 1.5 million. The stall owner's confidence began to waver, his voice changing pitch. That's right. You sold it to me for 250. You've lost a fortune. The stall owner's face went from green to white, then from white to purple, finally, settling on a livid shade. He pointed at Lin Jianchuan, his finger trembling. You. Lin Jianchuan smiled slightly. Thank you, boss. If you get any more good stuff, be sure to save it for me. With that, he took Wang Zaira's hand and turned to leave. The stall owner, overwhelmed by rage, rolled his eyes back and fainted dead away. 5 minutes later, they arrived at a quiet corner in the market. Wang Xiaoro, who had been holding it, and finally blurted out, Uncle Lin, is this bronze really worth 1.5 million? Haha, I was just messing with him. You believe that too? Wang Xiaoro was stunned, then stomped her foot in annoyance. You sounded so convincing. All that talk about Taotai patterns and red-green patina, I actually thought it was real. Lin Jianchuan grinned. That stall owner was being a jerk to you. If I didn't teach him a lesson, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Hearing this, Wang Zaira's cheeks flushed crimson, and her gaze at Lin Jianchuan seemed to hold a pool of spring water. You didn't have to waste the money. We could have just walked away, she said shyly, lowering her head. That wouldn't do. Anyone who dares to mess with my Xiaoro, they'll make sure they regret it. Besides, this little thing might not be worth over 1 million, but selling it for over 100,000 is still doable. Wang Xiaoro was both surprised and delighted. Uncle Lin, are you saying this thing is real? Of course. Lin Jianchuan nodded, a proud look on his face. This is a Ming or Qing dynasty imitation of a Shang and Zhou bronze. It's not from 3,000 years ago, but it's still an antique from a few hundred years back. Finding the right collector, it could easily fetch 150 or 60,000. Wang Xiaoro looked at Lin Jianchuan with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Uncle Lin, you're amazing. You make over 100,000 just like that. It's so profitable. Head just lucky. Come on, it's still early. Let's walk around a bit more. Maybe we'll find some other treasures. With that, they set off again, wandering through the antique market. They continued for over an hour until the sun became scorching hot, ending their treasure hunt. Lin Jianchuan had spent all his money, even borrowing 1,000 from Wang Xiaoro. In total, he had acquired 6 items. Uncle Lin, what are we going to do with all these things? Wang Xiaoro asked curiously. Sell them, of course. Come on, let's find a well-established shop and unload them all at once. Lin Jianchuan gathered the items and led Wang Xiaoro to the largest antique store in the market, named Juzhenjai. Hello, sir, how can I help you? A beautiful woman in a cheongsam greeted them as they entered. She had delicate features and a great figure. Her dress slid up to the thigh, revealing glimpses of her legs as she walked, quite alluring. Lin Jianchuan's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her. He only managed a couple of glances before feeling a sharp pain in his side. Turning his head, he saw Wang Xiaoro glaring at him, pinching him. I'm wearing a short skirt, and you don't look, but you stare at her cheongsam slit. If you dare look one more time, I'll gouge your eyes out. Wang Xiaoro leaned close to his ear, her face flushed, and threatened him in a hushed voice. Lin Jianchuan was utterly bewildered. What did she mean by that? Was she implying something? He quickly averted his gaze and replied with an innocent look, It's an occupational habit, you know. The first thing we do in this trade is survey the environment, see what's on display, and check if there's a bargain to be had. Your eyes were practically glued to that woman's thighs, and you call that surveying. What did you observe? Tell me, what was the first item on the left? A Qing dynasty vase. What about the third item on the left? A Ming dynasty porcelain bowl. And the fifth item on the right? A Republic of China brush pot. Wang Xiaoro was stunned. She looked around carefully, her grip finally loosening as she stared at him wide-eyed. You actually remember all that? Of course. I told you I was observing, not staring at a pretty woman's legs. Lin Jianchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Luckily, after taking the body-tempering pill, his memory was much sharper. He hadn't slipped up. I'll let you off this time. The woman in the cheongsam had already walked up to them. Seeing the two whispering, she gave a sweet smile. Hello, I'm the store's sales assistant. How can I help you? Lin Jianchuan cleared his throat and regained his composure. We're looking for the owner. We have a few items we'd like to sell. Of course, please wait a moment. The sales assistant nodded and turned to walk inside. In a moment, an old man with graying hair, around 60 years old, emerged. He wore a white tank top and black shorts, holding a palm leaf fan, looking as casual as a neighbor's grandpa. It was hard to believe he was the owner of this antique shop. Hello, I'm the owner here, surnamed Zhou. The old man greeted them with a smile. What items do you have to sell, eh? Lin Jianchuan snapped back to attention and quickly placed the items on the counter. Hello, Boss Zhou. Please take a look. The moment Boss Zhou saw the items, he perked up. He set his fan aside, put on his reading glasses, and slowly picked up the items, examining them meticulously. He turned them over, tapped them lightly, held them to his ear, sniffed them, and even licked them. He spent a full half-hour examining all 6 items before finally finishing. These 6 are all quite good. I can offer a total of 1,300,000. What do you say? Lin Jianchuan shook his head. Add another 100,000. 1,400,000. and he'll leave them all with you. Boss Zhou hesitated, then picked up a few of the items again for a closer look. Finally he nodded. Deal. 10 minutes later, Lin Jianchuan and Wang Xiaoro walked out of the shop. The former wore a calm and composed expression. The latter, however, was flushed with excitement, her entire body trembling with elation. As soon as they left the antique market and got into the car, Wang Xiaoro couldn't contain her joy and cheered, awe. She bounced up and down in the passenger seat, waving her arms wildly, completely overwhelmed with excitement. Uncle Lin, 1,400,000. 1,400,000. Oh my God. Startled by her outburst, Lin Jianchuan quickly shut the car door and looked at her, half amused and half exasperated. Keep your voice down. People will think we just robbed a bank. Wang Xiaoro couldn't contain herself. She grabbed Lin Jianchuan's arm. Uncle Lin, how can you be so calm? That's 1,400,000. I've never seen that much money in my entire life. Wincing from her grip, Lin Jianchuan managed to pull his arm free, a smile spreading across his face. All right, calm down. Time to give you your share. The moment he said this, Wang Xiaoro froze. Share? What share? Your investment share? Didn't you just put in 1,000? I put in 2,000. You get a third, which is 462,000. They'll transfer you 470,000. Lin Jianchuan was about to make the transfer on the spot, but Wang Xiaoro stopped him. Uncle Lin, have you lost your mind? Wang's iris eyes were wide, staring at him as if he were an alien. Lin Jianchuan chuckled at her reaction. What? Think it's too little. How about 500,000 then? Lin Jianchuan. Wang Xiaoro was so flustered, she used his full name. Keep this up and he'll get really angry. She said seriously, that 1,000 was a loan, not an investment. No matter how much you earn, it's from your own skill. It has nothing to do with me. Then why are you so excited if you don't want the money? Can't I be happy for you? I'm warning you, if you try to force money on me, you'll cut ties with you. Got it. Lin Jianchuan looked at her earnest expression, and a strange, indescribable feeling welled up inside him. This girl truly had no greed in her. Anyone else would have been ecstatic to receive 470,000. But she not only refused it, she even got angry. All right, I understand. Lin Jianchuan raised his hands in surrender. How about this? I borrowed 1,000 from you, I'll pay you back 10,000. The extra 9,000 is interest. That should be fine, right? You can't refuse interest, can you? If you don't accept it, I'll be the one getting angry. Wang Xiaoro hesitated for a moment before finally nodding reluctantly. Fine, 10,000 it is. But I'm treating you to a big lunch, and you're not allowed to argue with me. Deal. Lin Jianchuan nodded and immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to Wang Xiaoro. He then started the car and headed for David City. David City was the largest luxury shopping center in Green City, a honest-stop destination for dining, entertainment, and shopping, and a favorite hangout for young people. They parked the car in the underground garage and took the elevator straight up to the 14th floor, which housed the upscale dining area. As the elevator doors opened, the enticing aromas of various cuisines wafted towards them. Hot pot, barbecue, Japanese, Western, Sichuan, Cantonese. There was everything imaginable, a feast for the eyes. Uncle Lin, order whatever you want. It's my treat. Wang Xiaoro declared boldly, patting her chest. Lin Jianchuan's gaze involuntarily drifted down, noticing how well endowed she was. Quite impressive indeed. He cleared his throat out of habit and quickly looked away. Anything's fine. You choose. Unaware of his brief distraction, Wang Xiaoro excitedly pulled him forward. I saw on Douyin that there's a great Western restaurant here. I could never afford it before, but now that I have money, we have to try it. Lin Jianchuan naturally didn't object and followed her into the restaurant. The prices were indeed steep. The cheapest steak set was 388 yuan per person, and the better ones were 500,600 yuan. Uncle Lin, don't look at the prices. Order whatever you want. Wang Xiaoro said with a grand wave of her hand, looking every bit the nouveau riche. Lin Jianchuan smiled and ordered a set meal for over 500 yuan, while Wang Xiaoro chose the cheapest one. She grinned and said, "I'll try the cheap one this time. Next time we come, I'll splurge on the expensive one." Looking at Wang Xiaoro before him, Lin Jianchuan felt a pang of emotion. What a wonderful girl she was. Kind, innocent, not greedy, and always considerate of others. If he could marry her, he'd surely be happy. At that thought, he broke out in a cold sweat and mentally cursed himself. Lin Jianchuan, are you getting delusional? Wang Xiaoro is such a good girl. How could she marry an old coffin like you? If you really married her and kicked the bucket early, wouldn't you be ruining her life? No, I absolutely cannot entertain this thought anymore. The meal was a delightful affair. After finishing, Wang Xiaoro insisted on paying the bill and proposed again. How about we catch a movie? Lin Jianchuan shook his head. Not yet. First, come with me to buy something. What? She asked. Just follow me, and you'll know. Afraid I'll sell you off. If I wish you would dare. Wang Xiaoro retorted with a provocative glance. Stung by her taunt, Lin Jianchuan nearly blurted out, "What's there to be afraid of?" But he swallowed the words back, cleared his throat twice, and said, let's go. Stop being cheeky. They entered the elevator. It was empty. The door slid shut, leaving only the two of them in the confined space, the atmosphere tinged with awkward intimacy. Lin Jianchuan, at a loss for words, looked down in silence. That was a mistake. The elevator floor was polished stainless steel, mirror-like, reflecting the view beneath Wang Xiara's skirt with unsettling clarity. He froze as if struck by lightning, using every ounce of willpower to tear his gaze away. But it was too late. The image was seared into his mind. A white pleated skirt, a hint of lavender. Stop it. He mentally screamed at himself. Lin Jianchuan, you can't do this. Don't let anyone think you're a dirty old man. Yet the more he resisted, the more his eyes betrayed him, drifting uncontrollably to the floor. Though the angle was skewed, it was enough to make out the general shape. Uncle Lin, are you feeling hot? Why are you sweating? Wang Xiara's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Lin Jianchuan shuddered, nearly losing his balance. He wiped his forehead. His hand was slick with sweat. Must be from eating too much at lunch. Bad digestion. Wang Xiao eyed him suspiciously. Really? Your face is red too. It's just the heat, he insisted. She hummed non-committally, her gaze inadvertently sweeping the floor. Then she froze too. 2 seconds later, a scream erupted in the elevator. Lin Jianchuan. Xiao, I didn't see anything. Don't overthink it. Wang Xiao pressed her skirt down tightly, her face flushed crimson. Glaring with a mix of shame and anger, she demanded, if you didn't see anything, why are you sweating? Why are you blushing? Lin Jianchuan was speechless. He opened his mouth, then gave up. I'm sorry. She stared at him, her chest heaving with indignation or embarrassment. How much did you see? Very little. Just a hint of lavender. Nothing else. No, from now on I won't call you Uncle Lin anymore. Wang Xiao suddenly blurted out, her face full of shyness. Lin Jianchuan was stunned. Then what will you call me? She bit her lip and shot him a glare. Old pervert. Cough cough. Xiao, maybe you should just strangle me. I'm too old to bear such shame. As they spoke, the elevator reached the first floor. Luxury boutiques lined the corridor, one after another, displaying items that would make an ordinary person gasp at the price tags. Lin Jianchuan pulled Wang Xiao into a random store. It was empty inside. A female sales assistant immediately approached with a smile. Welcome. Pick out several suitable outfits, shoes, and a bag for this young lady. Lin Jianchuan said, scanning the merchandise. The brand was foreign, one he didn't recognize, but it looked high-end. The assistant's eyes lit up. This was a big spender. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. She quickly called her colleagues. Xiaozhang, Xiaoli, come help. Instantly 3 assistants surrounded them, enthusiastic and eager. Wang Xiao was taken aback by the commotion. When she recognized the brand, she nearly fainted. Uncle Lin, this is Hermes. Are you crazy? Hermes. Is it expensive? Wang Xiao's eyes widened. Drop the is it. A bag here costs a year of my salary. Lin Jianchuan breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that his card had enough funds. He waved his hand grandly. That's not expensive. Buy it. Take her in and pick out several sets. The assistants, buzzing with excitement, ushered Wang Xiao toward the fitting area. This way, miss. We've just received new arrivals that perfectly suit your style. What style do you usually prefer? Sexy, sweet, or casual? Wang Xiao, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, looked pleadingly at Lin Jianchuan, only to see him lounging on the sofa, waving her off. She gritted her teeth and followed the assistants. Lin Jianchuan sat back, sipping tea and nibbling on pastries served by another assistant. He watched the fitting area's curtain slide open from time to time. He had to admit the person the system had chosen was truly exceptional. Though Wang Xiao's score was only 82 compared to the store's female assistants, she was still a cannon shooting mosquitoes, a head and shoulders above. Each time the curtain opened, it revealed a different scene, pure seductive or youthful and exuberant. Lin Jianchuan watched intently, a smile spreading across his face. With the assistant's flattery in full swing, his vanity swelled to bursting. He waved his hand. They'll take everything we've seen. Wang Xiao was stunned, speechless. She rushed over to dissuade him. Uncle Lin, it's too expensive and too many. I have to work. Ooh, I can't wear all this. It's fine. You can wear them to work. They won't spoil. He then bought her 3 more bags. Finally, he handed his bank card to the assistant. Check out. The password is 6/8. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The assistant respectfully took the card and headed to the register. As they waited, a man and a woman entered, followed by 2 burly bodyguards. The man spotted Lin Jianchuan, froze for a moment, then erupted into a torrent of curses. Son of a bitch. Lin, I've been looking for you for days. Finally, I've run into you. Lin Jianchuan frowned at the intruder. It was Wang Chong, Zhao Jingxiang's ex-husband. What bad luck. Wang Chong, if you spew one more word, I'll beat you so badly your own parents won't recognize you. Wang Chong nearly choked on his rage. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation at the park entrance. Even with his 2 bodyguards, he was probably no match for the man. At a loss, the woman accompanying him exclaimed in surprise, Wang Xiao. Wu Wan. Wang Chong stared, his eyes raking over Wang Xiao's long legs, swallowing hard. You know her? Wu Wan smiled coquettishly and nodded. President Wang, she's from the inpatient department at our hospital. Wang Chong looked from Wang Xiaoro to Lin Jianchuan. Lin, you made my wife divorce me. He'll get my revenge. Just you wait. He turned and stormed out. Wu Wan panicked. President Wang, weren't you going to buy me a bag? Buy your mother. I'm furious now. Come to the hotel with me. Make me happy and I'll buy it for you right away. Hearing their exchange, Wang Xiaoro was both embarrassed and flustered. Lin Jianchuan narrowed his eyes. This Wang Chong had better not court death, or he wouldn't mind showing him the true meaning of regret. As he was pondering, several store clerks approached respectfully, holding receipts, bank cards, and a dozen shopping bags. Sir, your total comes to 218,000 yuan. Here are your card and receipt, please verify. Lin Jianchuan didn't even glance at the receipt, simply pocketing the card, no need to check. Wang Xiaoro's legs went weak. 218,000. Her annual salary was only 5,000. That was over 4 years of her income spent in one go. Her heart ached as she muttered under her breath, calling Lin Jianchuan a spendthrift. 2,000. Do you know how many years I'd have to save to earn that? And you just blew it all like that. Such a waste. Her nagging gave him a headache as he carried the bags out of the store. Only after they'd walked some distance did he speak helplessly. All right, we've bought everything. Can you stop now? If you keep going, you'll throw all of this away. You wouldn't dare. Wang Xiaoro hugged the shopping bags tightly. These are all mine now. Try throwing them away and see what happens. Lin Jianchuan chuckled, then why keep nagging? My nagging is my business, your wastefulness is yours. They don't conflict. She declared confidently, I need to make you understand how wasteful this was so you won't spend recklessly next time. So you're educating me. Exactly. A profound lesson. Have you learned today's lesson? Yes, I've learned it. It'll definitely change next time. Lin Jianchuan said helplessly. To avoid being followed, he decided to take Wang Xiaoro back immediately. When he explained the situation, she looked somewhat disappointed. Aren't we watching a movie? Next time? I promise I'll watch a full movie with you next time. Then it's a deal? You can't back out next time. She extended her pinky promise. Lin Jianchuan laughed. You're this old and still doing this. Promise or not? Fine, promise. He helplessly extended his pinky and linked it with hers. Lin Jianchuan drove Wang Xiaoro safely back to the spot where Head picked her up. Only after her figure disappeared did he take out his phone and call Zhao Jingxiang. The call connected quickly, and a familiar female voice came through. Hello. Lin Jianchuan felt a surge of excitement, his mind flooding with images from that night at the hotel. He took a deep breath. Jingxiang, it's me, Lin Jianchuan. I know. What's up? I'm in a meeting right now. Oh, nothing major. I saw Wang Chong at David City today. He had a woman with him. Zhao Jingxiang's tone instantly turned tense. Did he cause you any trouble? No, he had 2 bodyguards with him, but he didn't dare make a move. How are things between you two? The divorce is finalized, but we're still negotiating over the company's shares. He wants to force me out, and I want to kick him out. He's got the upper hand right now. Things aren't looking great on my end. Lin Jianchuan's brow furrowed deeper. Do you need my help? What could you possibly do? This is a business matter. Don't get involved. He holds grudges, and I don't want him coming after you. I'm not afraid of him. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Zhao Jingxiang's voice softened. I know you're not afraid. But this is between him and me. Let me handle it first. If I really can't hold on, I'll come to you. Lin Jianchuan wanted to say something, but ultimately just nodded. All right, take care of yourself. Call me if anything comes up. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Jianchuan sat there in a daze. He was alone and powerless, able to offer only words of comfort, unable to provide any real help. The feeling gnawed at him. He possessed a powerful system, yet at the critical moment, he found himself capable of so little. Just then his phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Hello, who's this? Hello, is this Mr. Lin Jianchuan? We're from Qinshu Matchmaking Agency. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Yes, that's me. Do you have a suitable match for me? Yes. Do you have time this afternoon at 5:30? Absolutely. Great. He'll send you the meeting location and a photo via WeChat. Please be there on time. Sure. He'll be there on time. After hanging up, Lin Jianchuan's mood inexplicably improved. Though Zhao Jingxiang's issues lingered in his mind, he couldn't neglect the hand-holding task. After all, that was his livelihood. Besides, who knew? Maybe the reward from holding hands could help Zhao Jingxiang. With that settled, he went home, washed up, and dressed himself up smartly. But when he saw the meeting location the agency sent, he was rendered speechless. At 5:20, he arrived punctually at the entrance of David City. Yes, David City again. Lin Jianchuan looked at the bustling scene and couldn't help but laugh. This place really had a connection with him. Head bought over 2,000 yuan worth of stuff for Wang Xiaoro here at noon, and now he was back for a blind date in the afternoon. Time ticked by. He waited from 5:20 to 6:00, and his date still hadn't shown up. Just as he was growing impatient, a taxi slowly pulled up to the curb. A stunning woman stepped out wearing a cream silk blouse and a navy blue knee-length pencil skirt, carrying a brown leather bag. Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up. His date had finally arrived. He quickly walked over to greet her. Hello, are you Miss Gong? The beauty gave him an appraising look, nodded, and offered a faint smile. Yes, you must be Mr. Lin. Sorry for the traffic. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. No worries, I just got here myself. Have you eaten yet, Miss Gong? How about we go inside and grab a bite while we talk? Sure, I'm actually a bit hungry. Oh, by the way, my phone is dead. Could you pay the taxi fare for me? They'll pay you back later. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, no problem. He walked over to the taxi driver. How much? The driver was a young man in his 20s, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He looked at Lin Jianchuan like he was a fat sheep to be fleeced, and said in a cocky tone, 200 yuan total. Scan or cash? How much? Lin Jianchuan thought had misheard, and asked again. Are you deaf? 2080. Just give me 2100. The driver said impatiently. Lin Jianchuan was dumbfounded. Had she been in the car for days? How is it this expensive? Miss Gong explained from the side. I took a cab from my hometown this morning. You're not going to be stingy over a little money like this, are you? Lin Jianchuan turned to look at her. She still wore that faint smile on her face, but her eyes were full of scrutiny and contempt. He then looked at the taxi. The meter wasn't even on. Were they trying to scam him? And more importantly, why hadn't the system given him a notification after all this time? Just then the system's voice finally chimed in. Ding dong. Target detected. Gong Shui appearance score 80 meets the handholding requirement. Host, please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan breathed a sigh of relief. So her score was too low, which was why the system hadn't alerted him immediately. Still, at least she met the minimum threshold. A smile returned to his face. He quickly scanned the QR code to pay and discreetly took a photo of the taxi's supervision card. After Lin Jianchuan paid the fare, Miss Gong finally had a smile on her face. Mr. Lin, you're quite the straightforward man. Come on, I know a nice restaurant, let me take you there to try it. Without waiting for his reply, she led the way, her high heels clicking sharply on the ground. Lin Jianchuan followed behind, pondering how to complete the handholding task. Although their contact had been brief, he could already tell her character. She merely saw him as an easy mark to exploit with no genuine intention of forming a relationship. Since that was the case, he couldn't be blamed for resorting to less conventional methods. He quickened his pace, caught up to her, and abruptly grasped her hand. Timer starts. 959-958-957. Startled by the sudden grip, Miss Gong frowned in distaste, and instinctively tried to pull her hand back. Mr. Lin, please show some respect. I'm not that kind of woman. Lin Jianchuan didn't let go, instead flashing a harmless, innocent smile. Miss Gong, don't misunderstand. I just thought of a Hermes bag that would suit you perfectly. How about we go take a look first? If you like it, I'll buy it for you. Miss Gong's attempt to pull away ceased, and her eyes instantly lit up. Hermes. Mr. Lin, you can't be joking. Hermes isn't cheap. Lin Jianchuan's smile remained unchanged. It's our first meeting, I should show some sincerity. Besides, a beautiful woman like you deserves nothing less than Hermes. Miss Gong was overjoyed, her gaze towards Lin Jianchuan shifting noticeably. Don't flatter me like that. I know I'm pretty, but hearing it said to my face still makes me a bit shy. Haha, I'm just stating the facts. Come on, let's go see. With that, Lin Jianchuan, without waiting for her consent, pulled her towards the Hermes store. Miss Gong put up a token resistance before allowing herself to be led, her heart already singing with joy. Was she in luck today? Meeting a sucker willing to spend money on the first meeting. Lin Jianchuan walked leisurely, happy to drag things out, the slower the better. By the time they reached Hermes, 3 minutes had passed. Several sales assistants spotted Lin Jianchuan, their eyes brightening as they rushed over to greet him. Welcome, Mr. Lin. You're here again. Their faces beamed with enthusiastic smiles, even more welcoming than if they were greeting their own fathers. Miss Gong was secretly astonished by this scene. What did they mean by again? Could this man named Lin really be as wealthy as the profile suggested? Not someone who just put on a facade to deceive women. Her mind raced with wild speculation. Lin Jianchuan, however, paid her thoughts no mind, responding with a nonchalant, He'll show this young lady around myself. We'll call you if we need anything. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Take your time, just holler if you need us. The assistants tactfully retreated, though their gazes remained fixed on them, ready to spring into action at any moment. Lin Jianchuan led Miss Gong to the handbag section. A dazzling array of bags met her eyes, and Miss Gong's eyes went wide. This was Hermes. She had dreamed of owning one, but the price was too steep, so she had settled for a high-quality counterfeit. At the thought, she quickly hid her own bag behind her back, afraid the staff would notice it was fake. Miss Gong, which bag catches your eye? Lin Jianchuan asked casually. Snapping back to reality, Miss Gong excitedly pointed to a dark brown bag. I think this one is wonderful. It's gorgeous. Well, take it. Lin Jianchuan declared immediately. A nearby assistant scurried over. The lady has excellent taste. This is a limited edition, the only one in the entire city of Greenville, priced at 82,000. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand dismissively. Just wrap it up. Right away, Mr. Lin. The assistant immediately set to work, carefully picking up the bag. Miss Gong was too thrilled to speak. Want to look at some other bags? Lin Jianchuan asked. Look at more. Miss Gong's legs felt weak, and she practically leaned her entire body against him. Lin Jianchuan smiled. That's right, keep looking. If you see something you like, well, get that too. Get more. Miss Gong's voice trembled. An 82,000 yuan limited edition bag had already made her heart race. Now he wanted to buy more. She struggled to contain her ecstatic joy, her gaze sweeping over the bags. Each one seemed to sparkle, beckoning to her. That light gray one is also quite pretty, she said, pointing at a bag, her voice slightly shaky. Well, take it. Lin Jianchuan nodded without even looking. Miss Gong pointed to another. What about that cream-colored one? Well, take it. And that brown one over there? Well, take it. Lin Jianchuan refused none for every bag. She pointed at his answer was the same buy. In less than a minute, 4 bags were wrapped up. Miss Gong was utterly stunned, looking at Lin Jianchuan with eyes full of affection and tenderness. She felt like she had met her Prince Charming, buying her 4 bags without even batting an eyelid. That's probably enough, too much of a good thing. She shyly lowered her head. This is plenty, let's check out. Lin Jianchuan nodded, pulling a bank card from his pocket. Charge it. Also, we're heading upstairs for a meal. We'll leave the bags here and pick them up later. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Rest assured, we'll keep them safe. The assistant took the card with both hands, a wide smile spreading across her face. Hearing the words upstairs for a meal, Miss Gong's heart beat even faster. After the meal, what then? Would there be other arrangements? She had already mentally prepared herself for whatever might come. After all, he had spent so much money on her, she supposed she'd have to pay some price. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, feeling as if she were floating on air. The assistant quickly processed the payment and respectfully returned the card and receipt. Sir, the total comes to 176,000. Please keep your card safe. Lin Jianchuan took the card and casually pocketed it, then led Miss Gong out of the store. 7 minutes of the hand-holding time had already passed. He needed to pick up the pace. Miss Gong glanced back at the neatly wrapped bags, her heart swelling with delight. The two took the elevator to the 12th floor fine dining area. Where should we eat? Lin Jianchuan asked. Oh, just head left. There's a Michelin-starred restaurant with a wonderful ambience, Miss Gong said, pointing the way in a sweet, coquettish voice. They soon arrived at the restaurant. The decor was exquisite, the lighting dim and atmospheric, with fresh flowers adorning every table and a subtle fragrance lingering in the air. Lin Jianchuan glanced at the menu and raised an eyebrow slightly. The prices were indeed steep. Each dish cost several hundred, and the set menus easily hit 4 figures. Just then a chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Handholding successful. Congratulations, host, on completing the 7th handholding task. Reward 1, 2 years of lifespan. Reward 2, a piece of intelligence. Evidence of embezzlement is stored in the safe in Wang Chang's office. The password is 897,601. Obtaining this evidence could lead to criminal charges against him. Lin Jianchuan's heart pounded violently. Wow, embezzlement. With this evidence, Wang Chang wouldn't just be kicked out of the company, he'd be locked up for years. Finally, he could help Zhao Jingxiang. Suppressing the surge of excitement, his smile became even more sincere. Now it was time to give Miss Gong a grand finale gift. Lin Jianchuan released his grip, leaned back comfortably in his chair, and smiled at Miss Gong. Order whatever you like, don't be polite. Pick the most expensive ones. Miss Gong's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Darling, you're so good to me. I'm actually a bit hungry. Miss Gong coquettishly addressed Lin Jianchuan, then picked up the menu and began ordering without hesitation. I'll have a portion of Australian black truffle. Certainly. A serving of caviar, the most expensive kind. No problem. And this M12 Wagyu beef, too. No, 3 portions. Okay. Miss Gong ordered faster and faster while the waiter scribbled down notes, inwardly marveling. Lin Jianchuan smiled throughout, saying nothing, his fingers tapping idly on the table. After finishing her first round, Miss Gong glanced up at him, and seeing no displeasure on his face, felt even more elated. She thought to herself, this man is truly generous. He didn't even frown despite all I ordered. Still, it was understandable, she reasoned. After all, he had spent over 100,000 on bags just moments ago, so what was a meal? Darling, don't you want to see what you'd like to eat? She asked in a syrupy tone. I'm not hungry at all. You go ahead and eat. Lin Jianchuan took a sip of water. Miss Gong inwardly rejoiced. If he didn't eat, it would all be hers. How about a bottle of red wine, she ventured. Order one if you want, but I drove here so I can't drink, Lin Jianchuan said considerately. Then I'll order one for myself. Miss Gong waved at the waiter. A bottle of red wine, around 5,000 yuan. Certainly, madam. We have a 2016 Barolo at 488 yuan. Would that be acceptable? Yes, that's fine. Miss Gong made a grand gesture, her tone generous. She secretly delighted at the thought of taking plenty of photos later to flaunt on social media, showing her good friends what her real life looked like. She could already imagine the explosion of comments once she posted. Just the thought made her lips curl into a smile. The dishes arrived quickly. Miss Gong first snapped a frenzy of photos with her phone, then eagerly posted to her moments with the caption, "Just a simple dinner." Someone immediately commented, "Sister Shue, did you hit the jackpot? How can you eat so lavishly?" She replied, "Someone's treating me. He also bought me 4 Hermes bags. Next time I'll show you." This comment instantly drew a flood of sycophants. Miss Gong beamed with joy. Then she began to feast occasionally, sipping her red wine. "This Wagyu is delicious. Darling, are you sure you won't have any?" "No, I'm not hungry at all," Lin Jianchuan said gently. Miss Gong didn't press further and continued eating with gusto. She felt as if she had reached the pinnacle of life, never having felt so exhilarated. After a whirlwind of eating, most of the dishes were consumed. She leaned back contentedly, her cheeks flushed. "Are you full, eh?" Lin Jianchuan asked. "I'm so full." Miss Gong patted her stomach and cooed. "Today was so wonderful. Bags bought, delicious food eaten. Darling, you're just too good to me." Lin Jianchuan smiled and raised his hand to signal the waiter for the bill. The waiter handed over the check. "Sir, the total is 13,600 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or scan?" Without even glancing at it, Lin Jianchuan casually pushed the bill toward Miss Gong. Her smile froze on her face, a flicker of panic in her eyes. "Darling, what do you mean by this?" "Pay the bill." Lin Jianchuan leaned back, his tone flat. "Aren't you done eating?" Miss Gong's mind went blank. She jumped up from her chair, her voice shrill. "You want me to pay, eh? Otherwise, you ate the food, you drank the wine. Of course you pay. But you told me to order whatever I wanted. You said pick the most expensive ones. You said you were treating. Miss Gong, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you please. When did I ever say the words I'm treating?" Miss Gong opened her mouth, stunned. He really hadn't said that. "But you implied it. You told me to order freely, which meant you were going to treat, didn't it?" "That's your assumption. I never had that intention. Also, give me back the taxi fare I paid for you. 2080 yuan in total. I have the payment record." "You're messing with me. You planned all this, didn't you? You deceived my feelings." Miss Gong screamed loudly, instantly drawing the attention of others. The waiter frowned. "Madam, please don't shout. If there's an issue, you can call the police." "Yes, call the police." Miss Gong clung to the idea like a lifeline. "This is fraud. He tricked me into ordering and then refused to pay." She dialed 110, it briefly explained the situation, and hung up. Lin Jianchuan glanced at her phone. "Didn't you say your phone was dead? Mind your own business. Just you wait." Lin Jianchuan shrugged indifferently and waited patiently. Within 10 minutes, 2 police officers arrived. "Who called the police?" "Me. I did." Miss Gong rushed over and pointed at Lin Jianchuan. "Officers, he defrauded me. He bought me bags, ordered food, and even tried to rape me. Now that we've finished eating, he's making me pay." The 2 officers tensed up immediately. Attempted rape was a serious crime. They quickly surrounded Lin Jianchuan. Lin Jianchuan couldn't help but laugh. "Officers, I'm innocent. This woman went on a blind date with me today. The moment we met, she said her phone was dead and asked me to cover over 2,000 yuan in taxi fare. Then she made me buy her Hermes bags. After that, we came here to eat. I didn't touch a single bite. I only drank a glass of water. She asked me to pay, I refused, and then she claimed I was defrauding her and even said I tried to rape her." The 2 officers were taken aback and looked sternly at Miss Gong. "Is that true?" Miss Gong's face flushed red and she couldn't speak. Lin Jianchuan continued. "Officers, this place is covered with surveillance cameras. You can check them anytime. I originally thought she was a nice person, so I didn't mind giving her a few bags. But who knew that asking her to pay for her own meal would set her off? That's fine. I won't give her the bags anymore, and she still has to return the taxi fare." The waiter also came forward to testify. This gentleman indeed didn't eat a single bite. The lady ordered all the dishes and ate them all herself. The officers turned to Miss Gong. "Is what he said true?" "Well, that is." Miss Gong stammered and finally blurted out. "Isn't it wrong for a man to let a woman pay when they eat together? Isn't it only natural for the man to pick up the bill?" As soon as she said this, the entire restaurant fell silent. A female customer couldn't hold back. "Miss, you went on a blind date with him. He didn't eat a single bite. Why should he pay for you?" "Exactly. Do you think men's money grows on trees? They're supposed to pay for women like you." "What a joke. Sister, I'm a woman too. We've been shouting about gender equality for years, but when it comes to paying, it's not equal. You're embarrassing women across the country." Miss Gong was flushed with anger. "None of your damn business. I'm talking to the police. Why are you butting in? Why isn't it our business? We came here to enjoy a meal, and you're wailing like a banshee, ruining our dining experience." At that, other patrons chimed in agreement. The officer spoke coldly. "If what this gentleman says is true, the fault lies entirely with you. You'd better come clean now and stop wasting police resources." Miss Gong noticed someone already pulling out a phone to record and finally got scared. She didn't want to become an overnight sensation, so she immediately bowed her head and admitted her mistake. In the end, under the officer's mediation, she dutifully paid the meal bill and returned the 2080 yuan taxi fare to Lin Jianchuan. After signing the paperwork, she shot Lin Jianchuan. A venomous glare covered her face and fled. Lin Jianchuan watched the retreating figure of the other party, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. He leisurely took the elevator to the Hermes store on the first floor, and before he even stepped inside, he could hear the sound of an argument within. The bag my boyfriend bought for me is already paid for. What right do you have to refuse to let me take it? Madam, without the receipt, we truly cannot allow you to take the bag. Are you blind? I bought it with my boyfriend just now. Believe me, I will file a complaint against you. We are merely following protocol. Filing a complaint will not change the outcome. Lin Jianchuan walked into the store and immediately spotted Miss Gong, who was in a heated argument with the staff. Oh, isn't this Miss Gong? Why haven't you left yet? He leaned against the doorframe, his tone flippant. The moment Miss Gong saw him, her face darkened, and she turned to storm off. As she passed by him, she spat out, "Bastard." Lin Jianchuan, instead of being angered, smiled. "Slow down on your way out, you money-grubbing woman." Miss Gong stumbled, nearly falling, and left, while cursing under her breath. Seeing Lin Jianchuan, the store clerk immediately swarmed over with a fawning smile. "Mr. Lin, are you still certain about the bags?" "Of course. He'll take them now." Upon hearing this, the clerk visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Lin still wanted the bags, and their commission was safe. The clerk bowed respectfully as he left. Lin Jianchuan walked out of David City with 4 shopping bags in hand. The sun had already set and the neon lights were beginning to flicker on. He checked the time, it was already past 7. He got into his car, but didn't start the engine immediately. Instead, he called Zhao Jingxiang. The phone rang 3 times before she answered, her voice sounding weary. "Brother Lin, is something the matter? I just finished a meeting with my subordinates. Jingxiang, I found a way to bring down Wang Chong." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. "What did you say?" Zhao Jingxiang's voice suddenly rose. Lin Jianchuan got straight to the point. "There's evidence of his embezzlement of company assets in Wang Chong's office. If we can get our hands on it, not only can we kick him out of the company, we might even be able to send him to prison." "You? How do you know this?" "That's not your concern. My information is absolutely reliable." "Where are you?" "He'll come find you right now." "Don't rush. I'm still out right now. You tell me a location and he'll head over." "All right, I'll send you my location. When you get here, find my car. He'll be waiting inside." Zhao Jingxiang hung up. A dozen seconds later, a location pin was sent over. It wasn't too far from David City, only a little over 10 minutes away by car. He took out his phone again and sent a WeChat message to Qin Yaru. "Xiao Qin, I have something important to take care of right now. I might be back very late tonight. You go ahead and eat and sleep without me, no need to wait up." She replied almost instantly, "Okay, Brother Lin, whatever you're doing, please be safe." Seeing Qin Yaru's message, a wave of warmth washed over Lin Jianchuan. He replied with 2 words, "Don't worry." Then he started the car and drove towards the location Zhao Jingxiang had sent. 15 minutes later, he arrived at his destination and immediately spotted Zhao Jingxiang's car a few dozen meters away. He drove over, parked, and after glancing around, walked up to her car. "Knock, knock, knock." He rapped on the window 3 times. The window rolled down slowly, revealing Zhao Jingxiang's delicate face under the dim street light. She looked thinner than when had last seen her just a few days ago, her cheeks slightly sunken with dark circles under her eyes that she couldn't hide. She clearly hadn't slept well. But her eyes were still bright, especially the moment she saw him. They sparkled like a lamp lighting up the night sky. "Jingxiang, you've lost so much weight since last time." Zhao Jingxiang's face flushed instantly, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the scene at the hotel that night. "Get in the car first," she said, unlocking the door for him. Lin Jianchuan didn't stand on ceremony and took the passenger seat. As soon as the door closed, Zhao Jingxiang couldn't contain herself any longer. "What's going on? How do you know there's evidence in Wang Chong's office?" Lin Jianchuan replied calmly, "Don't worry about that. I'm certain about it. I wanted to meet with you because I'm not familiar with the inside of your company. I need you to fill me in on the specific details. You're going to break in and steal it." Zhao Jingxiang was shocked. "Don't make it sound so bad, all right? Call it gathering evidence of his crimes. How is that stealing?" Lin Jianchuan rolled his eyes. "No." Zhao Jingxiang refused outright. "It's too dangerous in there. There are security guards on duty. What if you get caught? I won't let you take that risk. Do you have a better plan? Do you have any real chance of kicking Wang Chong out of the company?" Lin Jianchuan countered. Zhao Jingxiang opened her mouth to speak, but found no words. She had already exhausted every idea she could think of over the past 2 days. The other shareholders had all shut their doors to her, unwilling to get involved in their messy affairs. Wang Chong had deep roots in the company with his people everywhere. Getting rid of him seemed nearly impossible. Lin Jianchuan saw the look on her face and knew the answer. "So let me go find the evidence of Wang Chong's crimes. That's our only chance. I can't bear to watch you fail. I want to help you." Zhao Jingxiang looked at him, her eyes welling up with emotion. "Brother Lin, why do you help me so much?" "What a question. We're friends. Isn't it only natural for me to help you? Just friends." Lin Jianchuan's expression froze, and he suddenly seemed at a loss. "Well, Isn't the moon bright tonight? Haha. Zhao Jingxiang looked up at the sky. It was pitch black. There was no sign of the moon at all. She looked at him with a resentful expression. You're avoiding the question. Lin Jianchuan coughed a couple of times and put on a serious face. This isn't the time for that. Tell me the company's internal layout right now. When it hits midnight, I'll go in and get the evidence. Seeing his resolve, Zhao Jingxiang took a deep breath. All right, I'll tell you. But I'm coming in with you. We'll face this together. Lin Jianchuan started to refuse, but seeing the stubborn look in her eyes, his heart softened, and he nodded in agreement. Fine. But once we're inside the company, you have to do what I say. Otherwise, I'd rather go in alone and search blindly. Deal. Zhao Jingxiang agreed without hesitation. She then began to explain the company's internal layout to Lin Jianchuan. They spent half an hour going over everything, learning the ins and outs, and also figuring out the security guards' patrol patterns. Afterwards, they stayed in the car waiting quietly. The car's air conditioning blew cool air, maintaining a comfortable temperature. Lin Jianchuan was mentally rehearsing his route into the company when he suddenly felt Zhao Jingxiang reach over and wrap her arms around his neck. In the next instant, her hot, fragrant lips pressed against his. The moment they made contact, Lin Jianchuan's eyes flew wide open, his mind going completely blank. The faint scent of her shampoo drifted into his nose, sending a tingle through his heart. He tried to push her away, but Zhao Jingxiang held on tight. After a few attempts, he finally stopped struggling. Instead, he carefully reached out and gently wrapped his arm around her waist. Time ticked by, and the inside of the car was filled with the soft sounds of their kiss. The two were completely immersed in the moment, unable to pull themselves away. At midnight, they got out of the car together. The night was as dark as ink, and even the dim streetlights along the road had gone out. Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath, the night air filling his lungs and dispelling most of the lingering tender thoughts from his mind. He unconsciously licked his lips where the faint taste of Zhao Jingxiang's lipstick still seemed to remain. His lips were slightly swollen, and when he turned his head, Zhao Jingxiang's were the same. Did you bite me just now, eh? Lin Jianchuan asked. No, I didn't, Zhao Jingxiang replied without changing her expression. Then why is my lip busted? Oh, don't fuss over such trivial matters. What do we do next? Lin Jianchuan's expression turned serious. First, we get into the company. We need to find a way in through the back door, but we'll need some cover. Do you have any clothes or hats in your car? Zhao Jingxiang nodded. Yes, in the trunk. She popped the trunk and began rummaging through it. She soon returned with a bundle of items and dumped them into his arms. Looking down, Lin Jianchuan saw a black lace bra, 2 pairs of black stockings, and a strip of cloth he really didn't want to identify. His face turned green on the spot. This is all you've got for me? Zhao Jingxiang looked innocent. That's all I have in my trunk. Fine, it's better than nothing. Lin Jianchuan pulled a stocking over his head. The incredible elasticity stretched his features into a distorted shape, making him look like a clumsy thief who had just robbed a convenience store. A snort escaped Zhao Jingxiang. She covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as tears of laughter welled up in her eyes. Just stop laughing. If someone hears us, we're in trouble. Zhao Jingxiang took a few deep breaths, trying desperately to contain herself, but the moment her gaze landed on his face, she burst out laughing again. Lin Jianchuan couldn't be bothered to argue. He pulled the other stocking over her head. Hey, what are you doing? This looks hideous. Zhao Jingxiang tried to pull it off, but he grabbed her hand. Don't move. You have to wear it too. What if the security guard recognizes you? Zhao Jingxiang fell silent. Ready, they hunched over and crept towards the company courtyard. Zhao Jingxiang's company was a 7-story building with a large, independent courtyard. The security booth was right next to the entrance, a nondescript little one-story room. Lin Jianchuan carefully crept to the window and peered inside. 2 security guards were playing games on their phones, completely oblivious to the outside world. He ducked back and gestured for Zhao Jingxiang to follow, then slipped into the courtyard, crouching low beneath the window. Reaching the back door of the building, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Jingxiang gritted her teeth. These security guards are way too careless. 2 grown people just walked right in, and they didn't even notice. Isn't that a good thing? Or would you rather they were more alert? Zhao Jingxiang thought about it, and felt her anger dissipate. Lin Jianchuan studied the building. The front door was locked, and the windows were shut. How were they supposed to get in? Suddenly his eyes lit up. A window on the 2nd floor was open right next to a drain pipe. He pointed to the half-open window, and lowered his voice. They'll climb up the pipe to the 2nd floor, then come down, and let you in. Zhao Jingxiang's expression changed. That's a drainage pipe. What if it can't hold your weight? Don't worry, it's only the 2nd floor. Worst case, I break something. Without waiting for her reply, he moved with fluid agility. His movements were smooth and effortless, and like an ape he easily climbed into the 2nd floor window. Soon after, the 1st floor door opened, and Zhao Jingxiang slipped inside quickly. They took the stairs up to the 7th floor, where Wang Chang's office was at the end of the hall. The hallway was carpeted in a dark gray, muffling their footsteps completely. Wang Chang never had cameras installed on this floor. That works in our favor now, Zhao Jingxiang whispered. Guess why he didn't install them? Lin Jianchuan said. He said it was for privacy. Bullshit. I bet it's for his convenience with women. Does he have a restroom in there? One with a bed? How did you know? It's obvious, isn't it? It's for his convenience. I bet there are plenty of women in the company who've slept with him. Zhao Jingxiang gritted her teeth and said nothing. She had her suspicions too, but without proof and feeling a lingering sense of guilt towards Wang Chong, she had turned a blind eye. They arrived at the office door. Lin Jianchuan was wondering how to get in when Zhao Jingxiang silently pulled a key from her pocket and handed it to him. I had a copy made secretly. Lin Jianchuan was overjoyed and gave her a thumbs up. Nice work. He unlocked the door smoothly, and they slipped inside. Lin Jianchuan used his phone as a flashlight and made his way to the safe. It was much bigger than he had imagined, standing about 1.5 meters tall and a meter wide, its silver-gray body bearing a string of English lettering. The evidence you mentioned is probably in there. But how do we open it? Zhao Jingxiang frowned. I know the password. Zhao Jingxiang was stunned. How do you know that? Don't worry about that. I have my sources. He bent down and entered the code. With a click, the safe door swung open. There wasn't much inside, and Zhao Jingxiang immediately spotted a file. She took it out and examined it closely. It was the evidence of Wang Chong's embezzlement. With this, she could reclaim her company. Lin Jianchuan meanwhile discovered a box. Opening it, he found it full of photos. He took one out and gasped. They were all intimate photos of Wang Chong with other women. Tisk tisk tsk. That Wang Chong is a real womanizer. And he even took pictures. What a scumbag. Zhao Jingxiang came over and looked at the photos, feeling a mix of shame and anger. That bastard. Cheating on me with all these women behind my back. Splitting the assets with him is letting him off easy. It's not too late. With this evidence of his embezzlement, we can put him away and make him pay. You're right, Zhao Jingxiang said, calming down. This is enough to get him over a decade in prison. Lin Jianchuan took the photos as well, and after confirming nothing else was left behind, he closed the safe. We've got what we came for. Let's get out of here. As he spoke, Lin Jianchuan turned to look at Zhao Jingxiang. The sight made his heart race and his jaw drop. At some point, she had slipped off her business blouse, revealing a tight black camisole underneath, and was looking at him with a fiery gaze. What are you doing? Lin Jianchuan's face burned, and he stammered. What are you nervous about? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Zhao Jingxiang draped her blouse over the back of a chair and walked towards him step by step. Wait, we're in Wang Chong's office. What if someone comes? Lin Jianchuan's throat went dry. The security guards won't come, and no one else will be here at this hour. Lin Jianchuan, thank you for everything you've done for me. Now it's my turn to repay you. Before she even finished speaking, Lin Jianchuan felt a wave of warm breath wash over him. They wrapped their arms around each other, breathing heavily, and stumbled onto the nearby sofa. An hour later, Zhao Jingxiang's taillights vanished into the night, and Lin Jianchuan let out a wry smile. Upstairs moments ago, he had ultimately failed to resist her allure, and something that should never have happened had occurred. A cool night breeze washed over him, sending a chill across his skin, yet his mind was already a tangled mess. Sigh. Impulse is the devil. I can never let this happen again. After all, she's still young with a bright future ahead, and I can't afford to hold her back. He admonished himself inwardly, then turned and got into his car, driving home. Upon arriving, the living room was pitch black, indicating that Qin Yaru had already gone to sleep. He tiptoed upstairs, took a quick shower in the bathroom, dried off, and slipped into bed. He slept deeply that night. When he woke again, he found the sun already hanging high in the sky. Bright, glaring light squeezed through the gaps in the curtains, painting a harsh band of light across the floor. He grabbed his phone and glanced at it. 9:47 a.m. He had actually slept until this hour, a true first for him. A note lay beside the bed, written by Qin Yaru. Brother Lin, I washed your dirty clothes and made breakfast. I've laid out change of clothes on the bed. I've gone to the hospital. Love you. A small heart was drawn at the end of the note. His expression shifted the moment he read it, and he immediately got out of bed to check. Sure enough, the clothes and pants he had worn yesterday, even his underwear, had all been washed spotless and hung neatly on the drying rack. He was stunned. If Xiao Qin had washed his clothes, could she have noticed any unusual traces? Could she have smelled a scent that didn't belong to her? If Qin Yaru ever asked about it, how would he even answer? Lin Jianchuan felt a throbbing headache racking his brain, but finding no good solution. All he could do was pray she hadn't noticed anything. After breakfast, he suddenly remembered the 4 handbags he had bought the day before. He decided to make a trip to the hospital to deliver one each to Xin Qingxue and Qin Yaru, and to gauge Qin Yaru's reaction. Grabbing his car keys, he hurried out the door. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a figure standing by the door, seemingly about to knock, which startled him. Lu Shiqi. Brother Lin. Lu Shiqi quickly took off her sunglasses upon seeing him, her voice brimming with excitement. You're home. I knew my trip wouldn't be in vain. Why aren't you in class? What are you doing here looking for me? Lin Jianchuan asked, puzzled. I'm a senior now, about to graduate. I don't have that many classes, Lu Shiqi pouted. You seem really unhappy to see me. Don't say that. That's not what I meant. Lin Jianchuan locked the door, pressed the elevator button, and turned to Lu Shiqi. You still haven't told me why you're here. I came specifically to treat you to lunch to thank you for helping me last time. Do you have time? It was nothing. Don't worry about it. I have things to do right now, so you should go about your day. As he spoke, the elevator door slid open and Lin Jianchuan stepped inside. Lu Shiqi, refusing to be dismissed, quickly followed him in. The doors closed, leaving the two standing face to face. Lin Jianchuan grew a bit impatient. Miss Lu, I really do have things to do. Could you please stop following me? Saving you is just a matter of convenience. I would have done the same for anyone. There's no need for such gratitude. Lu Shiqi pouted, looking at him with a hurt expression. Brother Lin, do you find me really annoying? No. Lin Jianchuan pressed the button for the basement level and leaned against the elevator wall. I'm genuinely busy. I'm not just brushing you off. What do you have to do? Tell me, maybe I can help. Lin Jianchuan was speechless. He pulled his car keys from his pocket and jingled them. I need to deliver something to a friend. I bought it yesterday, and I have to take it over today. Deliver what? To whom? A guy or a girl? Lu Shiqi, are you conducting an interrogation? I'm just curious. You're so mysterious, like some kind of secret agent. The elevator reached the basement level, and the doors opened. Lin Jianchuan walked out with Lu Shiqi trailing close behind him like a little tail. Can you stop following me? Please. He stopped and turned to look at her. I'm not following you. I'm heading the same way, Lu Shiqi replied with an air of righteousness. Where are you going? Central Hospital. What a coincidence. I'm going there too. I have a close friend who's hospitalized there. I was just planning to visit her. Lin Jianchuan gave her a helpless look. Lu Shiqi blinked back at him, her face a mask of innocence. Too tired to argue, Lin Jianchuan strode towards the parking lot, and she dutifully jogged to keep up. Reaching his car, Lin Jianchuan opened the trunk and took out the 4 Hermes bags to check that everything was there. Lu Shiqi leaned and spotted the orange bags and curled her lip. Why are you buying these cheap bags? They're not even limited editions. They're pretty ordinary. Lin Jianchuan's heart skipped a beat. The bags he had spent over 100,000 on were being called cheap by her. This girl's family background was certainly extraordinary. He put the bags back in the trunk and said coolly, you might think they're cheap, but I think they're fine. When giving gifts, it's the thought that counts. Lu Shiqi wanted to say more, but seeing Lin Jianchuan already seated in the driver's seat, she quickly opened the passenger door and slipped in, her movements completely natural. I don't recall inviting you to get in. You didn't say I couldn't. Lu Shiqi buckled her seatbelt and looked at him with a beaming smile. Come on, I'm heading to Central Hospital anyway to see my friend. You wouldn't mind giving me a ride, would you? Lin Jianchuan stared at her for 3 seconds, realizing this girl's audacity was far thicker than he had imagined. Too lazy to kick her out, he started the car, drove out of the parking garage, and merged into the traffic flow. Throughout the journey, Lu Shiqi chattered incessantly, while he remained stone-faced and silent. He could roughly guess her intentions. It was obvious. She felt indebted to him for saving her, thought highly of him, and wanted to get closer. But he was already 80 years old. Even though his physical condition resembled that of a 30-year-old, his actual age was what it was. Lu Shiqi, on the other hand, was only 21, in the prime of her youth. There could never be anything between them. That's why he deliberately kept his distance, refusing to show the slightest hint of ambiguity that might give her false hope. It wasn't rush hour, so the roads were clear. In less than 5 minutes, they pulled into the hospital parking lot. They got out of the car together. Lin Jianchuan took a handbag from the trunk and locked the car. He looked at Lu Shiqi and said coldly, we're at the hospital now. Go find your friend, and he'll take care of my business. The hospital isn't far from our neighborhood, so you can walk back on your own later. Goodbye. With that, he turned and walked towards the emergency room with the bag in hand. Lu Shiqi watched his retreating figure, grinding her teeth in frustration. Lin Jianchuan, you're something else. This is the first time I've been treated like this. Just you wait, I'll make you pay. After saying this, Lu Shiqi turned around in a huff and stormed off towards the inpatient building. Lin Jianchuan hadn't even reached the emergency room when his phone suddenly rang. Fishing it out, he saw it was the matchmaking agency calling. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? I'm from Chinchou Matchmaking. The lady you met yesterday, Miss Gong, came to our office today and filed a complaint saying you swindled her out of over 10,000 yuan. Would like to verify the situation with you. Lin Jianchuan's anger flared up instantly. That's slander, pure slander. Yesterday afternoon, I arrived at the David City Mall on time and met with that woman surnamed Gong. She was late, and when she finally showed up, she claimed her phone was dead and asked me to cover her taxi fare of over 2,000 yuan. She then had me spend over 100,000 yuan buying her 4 Hermes bags and finally dragged me upstairs for a meal that cost over 10,000. I have some money, but I didn't just find it lying around. I didn't even touch my chopsticks at that meal. When I asked her to pay for her share, she flew into a rage and called the police, accusing me of fraud. Luckily, the police arrived in time, and with the help of some kind bystanders, I wasn't taken advantage of. What the hell is your agency doing? Introducing a woman like that to me? Do you take me for some kind of fool? The agency staff broke into a cold sweat and apologized profusely. Mr. Lin, please calm down. This was indeed our oversight. I'll blacklist her immediately and guarantee to introduce you to only the best members in the future. Is that acceptable? Lin Jianchuan gave a cold snort. I want you to keep my financial status confidential. Just say I'm an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner earning 5,000 a month with no car or house. Can you do that? No problem, I'll update your profile right away. After hanging up, the more Lin Jianchuan thought about it, the angrier he got. He ended up calling all the other matchmaking agencies he had registered with, demanding the same update. After making the calls, he took a few deep breaths before heading to the emergency room. Shen Qingxue hadn't expected him to come. Her face flushed instantly, and she nervously pulled him to a secluded spot outside. Why are you here? Just came to see you. Did you have trouble sleeping that night? Why did you send me a WeChat message at 5 in the morning? I replied, but you didn't respond, Lin Jianchuan said curiously. Shen Qingxue's ears turned crimson with embarrassment as the memory of that night flooded back. After returning to her room that day, she had a dream of an intimate nature, and the man in it was Lin Jianchuan. When she woke up in the early hours, she changed into clean clothes, took out her phone, and plucked up the courage to send him a message. But she regretted it immediately, and by the time she wanted to retract it, it was too late. Seeing his reply the next day only made her feel more awkward, so she didn't respond. She never expected him to show up in person. I just woke up early that day and sent it on a whim. Did you need something? If not, I should get back. I can't be away for too long. Shen Qingxue turned to leave, but Lin Jianchuan was quick and grabbed her arm. Hold on, I have something for you. He handed her the bag. This is for you. Shen Qingxue looked down and froze. Is this a Hermes bag? That's right. See if you like it. I picked it out especially for you, Lin Jianchuan said with a smile. Are you crazy? Shen Qingxue's eyes widened. These bags cost tens of thousands. Why are you giving this to me? Can't friends give each other gifts? Lin Jianchuan insisted, pressing the bag into her hands. I've come into a bit of money lately. Just take it. I have to go now, and you should get back to work. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Shen Qingxue standing there in a daze. When Lin Jianchuan reached the parking lot, before he could even grab the second bag, his WeChat rang. It was a voice call from Wang Xiao. As soon as he answered, he heard her sobbing voice. Uncle Lin, Vice Dean Yo wants me to accompany him to a banquet this afternoon. I don't want to go, but he's threatening to fire me. I don't know what to do, woo-woo. Lin Jianchuan felt a surge of anger. Niu Fubo. He had let that man off easy before when he had sent people to harass Shen Qingxue. It seemed the man hadn't learned his lesson and was now picking on Wang Xiao. Don't worry, tell me exactly what happened. With Lin Jianchuan's soothing words, Wang Xiao finally calmed down and recounted the situation. She had been busy working when she suddenly received a call from Vice Dean Yo ordering her to be at room 208 of the Longshida restaurant by noon for a banquet. She refused, but he threatened that her job would be on the line. With no other options, she called Lin Jianchuan. Lin Jianchuan checked the time. It was already 1130, almost time to head out. Xiao agreed to go. Tell him you'll be there on time. Wang Xiao was stunned. Uncle Lin. You want me to go? Yes, but you won't be going alone. I'm coming with you. I want to see just what this Niu Fubo is up to. Wang Xiao's voice sounded noticeably relieved. Okay, I'll call him back right away. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Longshida restaurant. Just as they parked, Wang Xiao's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, and her expression changed slightly. It's Niu Fubo. Answer it. Put it on speaker. Wang Xiao pressed the answer button, and Niu Fubo's voice came through the speaker. Xiao, where are you? We're all here just waiting for you. Dean Yo, I'm on my way, I'll be there soon. Good. Hurry up. Remember, today's guest is very influential. When you get here, be sensible. Pour some tea, offer some toasts. If he says the word, you'll be set for life, you know. Understood. After hanging up, Wang Xiao's eyes reddened. Uncle Lin, this Niu Fubo is such a bastard. He really treats me like a bar girl. Don't worry, you'll get even for you right now. If I don't teach this Niu a lesson, he won't forget my name isn't Lin. Lin Jianchuan got out of the car and led Wang Xiao into the restaurant. As a front desk attendant approached, he said directly, room 208, we're with the party. Certainly, sir. The elevator is on the left. Go up to the second floor and turn right. They went upstairs and quickly found room 208. Even with the door closed, they could hear boasting from inside. Brother Wang, I'm not just bragging. I can have her here with a single phone call. Just you wait, she'll be here any minute. This was followed by two knowing chuckles. Lin Jianchuan launched a flying kick. The door to the private room was blasted open with a thunderous crash, the door panel slamming against the wall and making the paintings on it tremble. The room was thick with smoke. At a large round table sat only two people. In the seat of honor was a man in casual clothes with slicked back hair, his hair gelled back. It was Wang Chong, Zhao Jingxiang's ex-husband. The other man, a bald man with a beer belly, was none other than the hospital's Vice Dean Niu Fubo. Besides the two of them, four burly bodyguards in black t-shirts stood behind Wang Chong, all with imposing builds and expressionless faces. The men in the room were startled by the sudden kick. When they recognized Lin Jianchuan, Wang Chong's face darkened immediately. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes and stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. Lin, you bastard, you dared to kick my door. Lin Jianchuan ignored him and turned to the seat beside him. Vice Dean Niu, I owe you an apology. Niu Fubo was taken aback. For what? Last time I was wrong not to have given you a thorough beating. I thought that a vice dean like you might have learned some sense, but clearly you won't know fear until your bones ache. Niu Fubo hastily looked at Wang Chong. Brother, you said you'd teach him a lesson. Now's the time for you to show your might. Wang Chong sneered. Don't worry. I brought 4 bodyguards today, and one of them is a runner-up champion in Sanda. He turned to a bald man. Abing, there are no cameras here. Go all out. They'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Knock him down, and there's a 30,000 bonus in it for you. Abing's eyes lit up as he stepped out from behind Wang Chong. Standing at over 6 feet tall like a small mountain, he looked down at Lin Jianchuan with utter contempt. Kid, you'd better not resist, or else. Before he could finish, Lin Jianchuan moved. In an instant, he was right in front of him. Before Abing could react, he felt his left wrist ensnared by a gentle yet firm force. Lin Jianchuan's left hand gripped his wrist joint, while his right hand supported his elbow, twisting it to the side with a subtle motion. A searing pain exploded from the elbow joint. Abing let out a miserable scream and collapsed sideways from the agony, his massive frame hitting the ground with a heavy thud. He writhed on the floor, clutching his left arm. Wang Chong's face changed drastically as he cursed Abing for being useless and ordered the remaining 3 bodyguards to attack together. Instead of retreating, Lin Jianchuan surged forward. He grabbed another man's wrist and with a deft flick of force sent him crashing heavily into the wall, knocking him out cold. The remaining 2 exchanged a glance, too terrified to advance. They snatched up wine bottles from the table and hurled them at Lin Jianchuan. Uncle Lin, watch out. Outside the door, Wang Xiera's face turned pale with fright, and she instinctively shut her eyes. Without even looking back, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Lin Jianchuan dropped into a low crouch. The 2 bottles flew over his head and smashed against the wall, scattering shards of glass across the floor. As he crouched, Lin Jianchuan's hands grabbed the edge of the round table in front of him. Up! The solid wooden table, weighing over 200 jin, was flipped up, sending cups, plates, and bowls clattering to the ground in a shattering mess. The table now stood between him and the 2 bodyguards. They froze for a split second, and in that moment Lin Jianchuan slipped past the table, seized a solid wooden chair, and charged at them. Crash! The chair slammed down with tremendous force, splintering into pieces on impact, and both bodyguards were knocked unconscious. After all that, Lin Jianchuan gasped for breath. Although he had taken a body-strengthening pill and possessed the physique of a 30-year-old, he had never been formally trained, and taking down 4 men in the blink of an eye was his absolute limit. Wang Chong and Niu Fubo were stunned. 4 against 1, and all 4 were now sprawled on the ground. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Wang Chong especially was in disbelief. Being the Sanda runner-up he had paid a hefty sum to hire, had been taken down by Lin Jianchuan in a single move. It was utterly inconceivable. Uncle Lin, are you okay? Wang Xiao rushed into the room anxiously and grabbed his arm. I'm fine, nothing serious. Lin Jianchuan straightened his back and strode up to Niu Fubo. Niu Fubo forced a smile that looked worse than crying and opened his mouth to speak. Smack! A slap landed across his face, sending him staggering. He was completely dazed, collapsing onto the ground. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he burst into loud, pitiful sobs. Brother, it was Wang Chong who forced me to do all this. I had no choice. He's a vice dean. How could he possibly force you? Niu Fubo opened his mouth, but no words came out. Smack! A backhanded slap struck his other cheek. Final talk, I'll tell you everything. Wang Chong approached me earlier and asked me to forge a few fake medical reports for him. I took some money from him, but the bastard secretly recorded it. Now I don't dare defy him. How much money did you take? Not much, just over 100,000. You greedy bastard. You charged that much for a few pieces of paper. Are you even human? Lin Jianchuan cursed in fury. I didn't want to. At the time, I'd gotten a woman pregnant, and she was blackmailing me for 100,000. That's why I had to ask for so much. Niu Fubo covered his face, his voice full of grievance, as if he were the true victim. Lin Jianchuan was so furious he laughed. He turned back and asked, Xiao, did you record all that? Yes, I got it, Wang Xiao said softly. Send me the video. He'll need it later. Okay. Niu Fubo heard their exchange and froze in shock. Can you delete the video? What do you think? Lin Jianchuan replied irritably. Don't worry, I'm a reasonable man. As long as you stay out of my way and my friend's way, I won't come after you. Understand? Niu Fubo nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. He'll follow your lead from now on. He'll do whatever you say. Lin Jianchuan turned to Wang Chong. So you're the one who made Xiao come here to drink. Wang Chong's legs went weak with fear. No, no, no. Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to be friends with her. Smack! Another slap sent his face swelling instantly. Then like a man possessed, Lin Jianchuan rained down punches and kicks on him, and his screams filled the room. After half a minute of this, a commotion broke out outside the private room, and Lin Jianchuan finally stopped. Several waiters escorted a group of police officers into the room. "Who's Wang Chong?" "That's me." Wang Chong, thinking reinforcements had arrived, quickly raised his hand. "We're from the Economic Crime Investigation Unit. You're suspected of embezzling company assets on an especially large scale. Come with us." Wang Chong thought he must have misheard. "There must be a mistake. I never." "Ms. Zhao Jingxiang has filed a formal report accusing you of embezzling company assets," the lead officer said, showing his badge with a blank expression. "The amount involved is substantial and the evidence is conclusive." "Wang Chong, let's go." Wang Chong's face went from pale to ashen, then to gray. He tried to stand, but his legs were as weak as noodles, and he collapsed back to the ground the moment he pushed himself up. How could this be? How did Zhao Jingxiang get evidence? Only he knew the combination to the safe. No one else could open it. What the hell went wrong? Wang Chong's mind churned like a pot of thick paste. Beside him, Niu Fubo heard the words Economic Crime Investigation Unit and froze as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the floor, too terrified to even move. Just then Lin Jianchuan spoke up. "Officers, I'd like to file a report. This Vice Dean Niu Fubo accepted bribes of over 100,000 from Wang Chong, forged hospital examination reports, and threatened a female student into drinking with clients. I have complete audio and video evidence here." All the color drained from Niu Fubo's face. He glared at Lin Jianchuan in agitation. "You said you wouldn't tell? You lied. You'll rot in hell." Lin Jianchuan grinned. "I just said that to trick you, and you actually believed it. What an idiot." Despair flooded Niu Fubo's eyes as he hung his head in defeat. He knew without a doubt that this time he was truly finished. The police escorted Wang Chong, Niu Fubo, and the others away. Lin Jianchuan also tried to leave, but was stopped by a restaurant server. "Sir, you can't leave yet. You need to compensate for the damage to our private room." "How much?" he asked, his mood buoyant, and he was prepared to pay, thinking the restaurant was having a hard time. 38,000. A short, plump woman suddenly shoved her way to the front of the crowd, her beady little eyes darting over him. "How much did you say?" Lin Jianchuan was stunned. 38,000, not a cent less. "Don't play dumb with me here." The woman's tone was arrogant. "Who are you? What does this have to do with you when I'm talking to the server?" "I'm the owner. He'll have you know our Longshida is a high-end restaurant. Everything here is imported from abroad. Charging you 38,000 isn't expensive at all. You better pay up quietly, or he'll call the police," the woman threatened. Wang Xiao also saw that this woman was clearly trying to extort them, and said coldly, "The things were smashed by those people who were taken away. Go ask them for the money. It has nothing to do with us." With that, she pulled Lin Jianchuan to leave. "You can't leave. Stop right there." The owner stretched out her arms to block them, her tone fierce. "I don't care about that. You two were the only ones in that room. You have to pay for this damage." Lin Jianchuan laughed in sheer anger. "Pay my ass. Let me tell you the truth. I'm 80 years old this year, and I have a heart condition. Don't push me to lie down on the floor. You're lying to ghosts. You don't look a day over 80. The owner scoffed disdainfully. Lin Jianchuan directly pulled out his ID card and flashed it in front of her. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly how old I am. I usually don't use my age to pressure people, but today I have no choice." The owner leaned in, and after seeing the 1946 on the card, she was instantly stunned, her eyes wide with shock. He really was 80 years old. This was bad. At that age, even if she called the police, they wouldn't take him away. While her mind raced, Lin Jianchuan started walking out. She lunged forward to block him, and Lin Jianchuan fell to the ground with emotion clutching his chest and shouting, "Ouch. The owner of Longshida is hitting someone. Everyone come and see. Help." Wang Xiao didn't waste time, either pulling out her phone and starting to record video. The owner stood frozen, her beady eyes wide with sheer panic. "I didn't push you. You fell on your own. You all saw it." She looked around frantically at the servers, her voice trembling. The servers exchanged glances, but remained silent. It was the dinner rush, and many patrons, hearing the commotion, came out of their private rooms to see what was happening, quickly forming a large crowd. The owner was completely panicked. In this age of the internet, if a video got posted on Douyin, it would go viral across the country in an instant. The broken items were worth at most 2,000 or 3,000. She had hoped to extort some unexpected cash, but instead of getting money, she had brought a heap of trouble on herself. Fine, just go. They'll count my losses." "You want me to leave?" "No way. You need to give me at least 2,000. I have to go to the hospital to see a doctor." "What? I'm not asking you to pay, and you want me to give you money." The owner was hopping mad. "That's right, no money, and I'm not leaving." With that, Lin Jianchuan started making a fuss again. The owner was so furious, she nearly spat out blood. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she coughed up the money in defeat. She directly handed over 2,000 in cash to Lin Jianchuan. He took the money, scrambled up from the ground in one swift motion, and strutted out of the restaurant with Wang Xiao. As soon as they were out the door, Wang Xiao couldn't stop giggling. Uncle Lin, you were absolutely amazing. When that owner first quoted the bill, I didn't know what to do. You really know how to handle things. Of course, don't you know who I am? As the saying goes, an old man in the house is a treasure. Now you see how important I am, right? Wang Xiera's cheeks flushed instantly, and she gave him a shy glance. But you're not part of my family. How can I treat you as a treasure? Ahem ahem. Lin Jianchuan coughed, dryly, too scared to continue the conversation. They started the car and headed back towards the hospital. On the way, they stopped at a small eatery for a simple meal. Afterwards, he safely drove Wang Xiao back to the entrance of the hospital. All right, the problem's solved. You go back to work. I still have some things to take care of, so I won't stay. Lin Jianchuan said. Wang Xiao nodded, but just before getting out of the car, she suddenly turned and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Then, as if she had done something wrong, she hurriedly got out and trotted into the hospital. Lin Jianchuan was dumbfounded, frozen in his seat, touching the spot where she had kissed him, unable to snap out of it for a long time, his heart pounding wildly. After a long while, he sighed. Oh, it seems being too young and handsome isn't always a good thing. At the very least, these romantic debts are a bit hard to handle. Xiao has clearly developed feelings for me. What should I do? Should I refuse her outright, or slap? He gave himself a hard smack on the face and sternly admonished himself in his mind. Lin Jianchuan, what the hell are you thinking? She's still a young girl. You can't mess around, or you'll really be a beast. He sighed, drove into the hospital, and parked the car. He took a Hermes bag out of the trunk and sneakily made his way to the inpatient department. He was cautious the whole way, terrified of running into Wang Xiao, whom he had just parted with. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he reached the 7th floor. He walked to Qin Yaris' old ward. The door was closed, so he pushed it open directly. Inside, a strange middle-aged woman in a hospital gown was lying on the bed looking at her phone. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback and asked, "Hello, I'm looking for Qin Yaru, who was previously in this room." The woman shook her head. "I don't know. I just got here today. Sorry to bother you." He left the ward and took out his phone to call Qin Yaru. The call connected quickly, and her voice came through as cheerful as ever. "Hey brother Lin, what made you call me? I'm already on the 7th floor. Where are you? My mom has been moved out of the ICU. She's in room 803 on the 8th floor now. Okay, I'll be right up." Lin Jianchuan went straight up to the 8th floor. Qin Yaru was already waiting in the corridor. When she saw him, her face lit up with a smile, and she threw herself into his arms. Feeling her soft, warm body against him, the heavy weight in Lin Jianchuan's heart finally lifted. Given how warmly she was greeting him, it seemed she hadn't noticed the trace of evidence on his clothes. Lin Jianchuan handed the bag to Qin Yaru. "This is for you." Qin Yaru's eyes lit up instantly. "Hermes." "Yep, I passed by it yesterday, thought it suited you, and bought it." Qin Yaru's eyes reddened. "Brother Lin, you're so good to me. Come on, let's go see my mom. She's been talking about you for ages." With that, she led him into the ward. As Lin Jianchuan entered the ward, he saw Qin's mother leaning against the headboard, eyeing him with a hint of nervousness. "Hello," he forced himself to greet her. "Hello, Boss Lin," she replied, her voice trembling with obvious restraint. Seeing this, Lin Jianchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Before stepping in, he had been agonizing over what to call her. If he said sis, it would be awkward given his relationship with Qin Yaru. If he said auntie, he couldn't bring himself to be so humble. After much deliberation, he decided to say nothing at all. Now that she was so uneasy, he could drop the pretense. He plopped down casually by the bedside, crossed his legs like a leader inspecting subordinates, and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Recovering well." "Good, very good, excellent," Qin's mother replied, even more flustered by his demeanor. "Thank you for the medicine, Boss Lin. After taking it, my recovery accelerated dramatically." Even the attending physician was amazed. Of course, Lin Jianchuan nodded without modesty. "This medicine isn't easy to obtain. You only got it because of Yaru." Yes, thank you so much, Boss Lin. You're truly kind. My orphan mother and I rely entirely on your care. We wouldn't know what to do otherwise." As she spoke, her eyes reddened. "Mom, don't be sad. It's all in the past. Our days will be better from now on." Qin Yaru quickly approached and held her mother's hand. Lin Jianchuan also comforted her. "That's right. Just focus on recovering. Don't worry about anything else. He'll handle everything." He didn't stay long in the ward. After a few more words, he took his leave. Qin Yaru walked him to the elevator, where they shared a passionate kiss before reluctantly parting. "They'll be waiting for you at home tonight. Come back early if you can," she said, blushing. "Got it." Lin Jianchuan stepped into the elevator, smacking his lips, sweet and sour, a delightful taste. Humming a tune, he reached his car only to find his face fall. Lu Shiqi, wearing sunglasses, stood by the car with a pout, arms crossed in a stance, ready to interrogate. "Why are you so late? Do you know how long I've been waiting here?" "No more than half an hour." "Nonsense. I've been waiting for 2 hours. Sis, I went out at noon and came back just half an hour ago." "You said you waited 2 hours." Lu Shiqi felt a bit guilty but still insisted. "It felt like 2 hours." "Felt? I feel like you owe me 2 million. Do you?" He opened the car door and got in. Lu Shiqi unceremoniously took the passenger seat, flashing a smile. "I was joking. I just got here too. Let's go, drop me off at school." Lin Jianchuan rolled his eyes. I'm not your chauffeur, am I? Get out and take a taxi. I have no money. They'll transfer you. Alright, let's add each other on WeChat then. Lu Shiqi pulled out her phone and showed her QR code. Lin Jianchuan's lips twitched. Can't I just scan your payment code? No, there's a fee for the payment code. Transferring via WeChat friends has none. A spoiled rich girl like you cares about a tiny fee. Every little bit counts. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Lin Jianchuan helplessly scanned the code and added her as a friend. Her WeChat name was quite distinctive: I love swords and mountains. He looked up at her. She was staring out the window, as if nothing had happened, but the tips of her ears were blushing. Your name? What about it? She turned back, feigning innocence. I like swords and I like mountains. Is that a problem? Fine. Lin Jianchuan couldn't be bothered to call her out. He directly transferred 100 yuan. There, it's done. You can go now. Lu Shiqi clicked her seatbelt into place. I'm not getting out. You took the money, why aren't you leaving? I changed my mind. Take me to school, or I'm not getting out. You? Lin Jianchuan was so angry he wanted to swear. You what? Either take me to school, or we'll see who gives in first. Fine, you're my boss. I surrender. Lin Jianchuan started the car and followed Lu Shiqi's directions onto the elevated highway. Lecheng University was a prestigious national institution, and its campus was nearby. 15 minutes later, the car stopped outside the south gate of Lecheng University. Come on, to thank you for the ride, I'll buy you a coffee, Lu Shiqi said. With the money I transferred you. What's wrong with that? Your money is mine now. I'm using my money to buy you coffee. Any problem? Fine, let's go. I'm thirsty anyway. Lin Jianchuan got out of the car. It wasn't that he was truly thirsty, he mainly wanted to see if he could encounter a woman with a high enough rating to initiate his 8th hand-holding. Lu Shiqi quickly jumped out and dragged him toward the nearby coffee shop. Just as they reached the door, it swung open from inside. A group of young men surrounded an arrogant-looking youth as they stepped out. The youth, about 22 or 23, was tall with broad shoulders and long legs, standing out prominently in the crowd. The moment he saw Lu Shiqi, his eyes lit up. Shiqi, what a coincidence. Fancy meeting you here. Lu Shiqi's expression turned sour, as if she had swallowed a fly. She moved half a step closer to Lin Jianchuan in disgust. Yi Feihong, what are you doing here? Just grabbing a drink with some friends. Yi Feihong's gaze shifted to Lin Jianchuan. Seeing Lu Shiqi holding his hand, his expression darkened. And who is this? Hello, I'm Lin Jianchuan, a friend of Lu Shiqi. Lin Jianchuan. Swords. Mountains. Yi Feihong instantly connected the dots to Lu Shiqi's new WeChat name, and his face turned ugly. He stared at Lin Jianchuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then sneered. Lin, I don't know what connections you have, but it doesn't matter. Let me introduce myself, I'm Yi Feihong. You know the Yi Group. It's my family's business. I hope you'll back off and stay away from Lu Shiqi, or else don't blame me for being rude. Yi Feihong lifted his chin, waiting to see Lin Jianchuan's reaction. The group of sycophantic followers rolled up their sleeves and took half a step forward, glaring fiercely, ready to start a fight. Yi Feihong, are you insane? Lu Shiqi shoved Lin Jianchuan behind her, shielding him. What right do you have to threaten my friend? Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle? I warn you, don't cause trouble, or I'll never forgive you. Yi Feihong frowned at her. Shiqi, I'm just trying to get rid of those with ill intentions. Oh, spare me. Yi Feihong, I don't need you to get rid of anyone, and I don't need your protection. I've rejected you for 2 years. Don't you get it? It's not because of someone else. It's because I don't like your personality. We'll never be together. After listening to their exchange, Lin Jianchuan finally understood. This guy thought he was Lu Shiqi's boyfriend. How unjust. If it were someone else with a better attitude and polite words, he would have explained properly. But facing this arrogant Yi Feihong, he didn't feel like explaining. Instead, he wanted to rile him up. He straightened his chest, refusing to dodge, and pulled Lu Shiqi into his arms. Yi Feihong, right? Well, I am dating Lu Shiqi. What can you do about it? At these words, silence fell over the scene. Yi Feihong's face flushed crimson with rage. He pointed a trembling finger at Lin Jianchuan. How dare you hold her? You're asking for death. The followers behind him immediately closed, and their faces twisted with menace, awaiting the command to strike. Lu Shiqi was stunned, enveloped in Lin Jianchuan's embrace. Her nose brushed against his chest, and she could distinctly smell his masculine scent, her heart beginning to race wildly. Lin Jianchuan, observing Yi Feihong's fury, lowered his head and gave Lu Shiqi a loud, deliberate kiss on the cheek. I'm not only holding her, I'm kissing her too. What are you going to do about it? The kiss was resounding, and Lu Shiqi froze completely. Her cheeks burned like a monkey's rear, and her mind went blank, losing all ability to think. Yi Feihong's eyes bulged, veins throbbing on his forehead, as he turned bloodshot with fury. Beat him. If he dies, I'll take the blame. With a furious roar, his followers charged forward with wild yells. Lin Jianchuan pushed Lu Shiqi aside, and instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting the crowd heated. These were just college students, emboldened by their numbers, used to bullying the meek. They had never encountered someone so fierce who would willingly charge into their midst. The first one to reach him had his hair grabbed by Lin Jianchuan, who drove his knee into the man's stomach. The follower instantly doubled over like a shrimp, collapsing to the ground and retching. As another swung a punch, Lin Jianchuan dodged, seized the attacker's wrist, pulled him in, and drove his elbow hard into the man's back, sending him sprawling with a cry of pain. Despite his ferocity managing to take down two immediately, Lin Jianchuan was outnumbered. 3 or 4 men surrounded him, landing several solid blows. But to him these were mere nuisances. Spotting an opening, he used a Tai Chi cloud hands move to deflect an incoming fist, using the attacker's own force to fling him into another, sending both crashing to the ground. While the brawl raged on, Lu Shiqi finally snapped out of her shock. Yi Feihong, I order you to stop, right now. You're defending him? Yes, I am. What's it to you? 6 or 7 of you ganging up on one person, have you no shame? Yi Feihong was practically exploding with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed at his men, hit him hard, all of you, don't hold back. You bastard. Lu Shiqi was frantic and furious, her eyes welling up with tears. She turned her head and glared at several men nearby in plain clothes, shouting, how much longer are you going to pretend? Get over here and help. Otherwise I'll have my mother fire every single one of you. The men's expressions changed at her words. They approached with wry smiles. Miss, how did you discover us? I'm not stupid. You've been following me from a distance for the past 2 days. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? The lead bodyguard explained, Madam ordered it for your own good. Ever since you fell into the water 2 days ago, she assigned us to you. She also said we must not reveal ourselves unless you were in danger. This is the danger. Get in there and help now. If he gets hurt, the consequences will be severe. Hearing this, the bodyguards didn't hesitate any longer. One stayed behind to protect the young miss, while the rest, agile as tigers, joined the fray. By this time, Lin Jianchuan had almost single-handedly taken down all the followers. Apart from a few bruises, he was largely unharmed. With the bodyguards joining in, the fight became a one-sided rout. In a flash, the remaining followers were subdued and thrown to the ground. Lin Jianchuan looked at Yi Feihong, a fire of anger burning in his chest. From the very beginning, the other party had been the one at fault. He had only kissed Lu Shiqi to provoke the arrogant brat, but he hadn't expected Yi Feihong to actually order an attack. A group of them against one person. If he hadn't taken that body-tempering pill and known some Tai Chi, he'd have been lying on the ground today. He clenched his fist and advanced step by step towards Yi Feihong. You said earlier that if I died, you'd take the blame. Yi Feihong was panicking inside, but tried to maintain a tough front. So what if I did? My father is Lin Jianchuan. Just try and touch me. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the area. Yi Feihong clutched his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. You hit me. My father is. Slap. My father. Slap. Daddy. Yi Feihong burst into tears, grabbing Lin Jianchuan's sleeve and calling him daddy repeatedly, much to Lin Jianchuan's disgust. Shut up. You're not a girl, why are you calling me daddy? Say it again, and I'll beat you. Yi Feihong trembled in fear, swallowing the words he was about to say. Lin Jianchuan disdainfully shook off his hand and took a step back. Lu Shiqi hurried over, her eyes full of worry. Brother Lin, are you hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? Just a few scrapes, no problem. I can handle it. Really? Not believing him, she circled around him and reached out to lift his shirt. Let me see. I clearly saw them hit your back. Hey, Lin Jianchuan said, grabbing her hand. We're in public, don't get handsy. Watching their intimate interaction as if no one else was there, Yi Feihong was livid with jealousy and humiliation. In all his life, he had never suffered such disgrace. Not only had his girlfriend been stolen and kissed right in front of him, but he had also been slapped 3 times and had cried out for his daddy. And all of this was witnessed by his own followers. The very thought made him want to go hang himself. Just then a police car pulled up to the curb. The door opened and 2 officers quickly approached. What's going on here? Who's fighting? Seeing the police, Yi Feihong's eyes lit up. Ignoring the pain in his face, he scrambled over and pointed at Lin Jianchuan, shouting, Officers! He's the one who assaulted us. He not only injured my classmates, but also slapped me in public. Look at my face, it's all swollen. The officer looked at his face, which was indeed red and swollen, and then turned to Lin Jianchuan with a serious expression. Were you the one who did this? Yes, but they started it, Lin Jianchuan quickly explained. Save it for the station. You'll need to come with us. The officer then looked at Yi Feihong and the others. You all come along as well. Lu Shiqi immediately became anxious, stepping in front of Lin Jianchuan. Officer, they surrounded him first. 6 or 7 of them attacked him. He was just defending himself. The lead officer frowned. Miss, we'll get to the bottom of this. We're just taking statements now, not passing judgment. Lin Jianchuan tossed his car keys to Lu Shiqi. Hold on to my car for me. Have faith in justice. I shouldn't be in any trouble. Yi Feihong sneered. You injured so many of us and still think you'll be fine. Dream on. Reality is going to teach you a lesson. Lu Shiqi shot him a withering glare, then turned back to Lin Jianchuan, tears streaming down her face. Don't worry, I'll get my mother to help you. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, Lin Jianchuan felt a strange softening in his heart. He waved his hand dismissively, said nothing more, and boarded the police car without hesitation. 20 minutes later, inside the interrogation room of the police station, Lin Jianchuan sat restrained in the chair, unable to move his hands or feet. Name: Lin Jianchuan. Gender: male. Age: 80. Say that again. The officer who had been diligently writing looked up in shock, thinking he had misheard. 80, Lin Jianchuan repeated without changing his expression. The officer gave him a thorough once-over. His build was sturdy, his face smooth without a single wrinkle, and his hair thick and black. He clearly looked like a man in his early 30s. The officer's face darkened completely. He exchanged a glance with his colleague, then slammed the table and barked, Lin Jianchuan. This is a police station, not your home. This is no place for jokes. Lin Jianchuan grew anxious. Officer, I'm not lying at all. There's an ID card in my pocket. Take a look, it's all written there clearly. It's absolutely genuine. The officer, half convinced, stood up and walked over to Lin Jianchuan. He pulled the ID card from his pocket, and upon seeing the birth year, he was utterly stunned. He returned to his computer, typing away furiously for a full 5 minutes before looking up with a bewildered expression, as if had seen a ghost. Born in 46. Yes, exactly 80 this year. Then why do you look so young? I've practiced Tai Chi since I was young, plus I had some cosmetic surgery recently, Lin Jianchuan fabricated offhandedly. The officer marveled, unable to resist taking another look at him. That's incredible technology. Turning 80 into 30 must have cost a fortune, right? It was reasonable. A friend referred me, got a discount, Lin Jianchuan said without flinching. Another officer nearby listened with wide eyes, pulling out a small notebook to jot down. Which hospital? What's the doctor's name? He'll get my wife fixed up later. It was done in Korea. I forgot the specific name. Korea, huh? He disappointedly put away the notebook, muttering, no wonder the skill was so good. All right, we'll talk about the surgery later. Lin Jianchuan, tell us what really happened tonight. Lin Jianchuan recounted the entire incident from start to finish, from encountering Yi Feihong outside the coffee shop to the other party surrounding him with his men and making the first move to him fighting back. He told the truth this time, without any fabrication. After listening, the officers pulled up the surveillance footage. After watching the video, their expressions softened considerably. They approached Lin Jianchuan and released his hands and feet. Self-defense, no big deal. You can go after signing the statement. Thank you, officers, Lin Jianchuan said with a sigh of relief. Don't thank us, thank the cameras. Also, your age is a huge advantage. We wouldn't dare keep you here. They asked a few more simple questions, had him sign and fingerprint the document, and let him leave. As soon as he stepped out of the interrogation room, he saw Lu Shiqi and a beautiful woman of about 35 standing in the corridor. The beautiful woman held a small leather handbag, wore a fitted blouse with pearl buttons at the collar, a light blue pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Her figure was impeccable, her curves alluring, and her long hair flowed loosely. Even without makeup, she was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating an extraordinary aura of elegance. She bore a striking resemblance to Lu Shiqi, yet possessed a mature feminine charm that was even more captivating. Standing there, she seemed to outshine the very lights in the corridor. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback. Could this be Lu Shiqi's mother? Ding. Target detected. Lu Lingshuang, appearance rating 94, meets handholding criteria. Host, please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lin Jianchuan's heart pounded fiercely. This Bowtie's rating was incredibly high, in 94, just 1 point less than Xinqing Xue. One could only imagine how stunning she must have been in her youth. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Shiqi excitedly rushed towards him. Brother Lin, are you okay? You scared me to death. I'm fine, just had to give a statement. Lin Jianchuan quickly stepped back to put some distance between them. The beautiful woman behind them was watching him like a hawk. He dared not act rashly. If a misunderstanding arose, it would be hard to explain. Lu Shiqi stumbled forward, froze in place, and pouted in grievance. Why are you dodging? I'm not a tiger. I have some injuries. I can't be touched, Lin Jianchuan lied. Huh? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Let me see, Lu Shiqi said, reaching to pull at his clothes. Startled, Lin Jianchuan dodged to the side and lowered his voice. Stop it. We're at the police station. Mind your image. As he finished speaking, the elegant woman cleared her throat and walked over slowly. Her high heels made crisp clicking sounds on the corridor floor. Lu Shiqi immediately quieted down upon hearing the sound. The woman stopped gracefully in front of Lin Jianchuan and extended a fair, slender hand. Hello, I'm Lu Lingshuang, chairman of Shuangqi International and Shiqi's mother. Lin Jianchuan hurriedly shook her hand. Hello, I'm Lin Jianchuan, Lu Shiqi's upstairs neighbor. Countdown started. 959958957. The moment the prompt sounded, Lin Jianchuan reluctantly let go of her hand. Ding. Handshake interrupted. Timer ended at 003. He sighed inwardly. This was their first meeting, and they weren't familiar with each other. It wasn't appropriate to hold her hand for too long. But he had to admit her hand was incredibly soft. smooth and tender as if it had no bones, delicate and moist. Lu Lingshuang looked at Lin Jianchuan with an air of natural authority. Regardless, thank you for helping my daughter today. Don't mention it, it was my duty. Mr. Lin, could we speak in private? Lin Jianchuan was taken aback, glanced at Lu Lingshuang, and nodded slightly. Lu Lingshuang turned and walked towards the end of the corridor. Lu Shiqi wanted to follow, but was frozen in place by a single look. Lin Jianchuan followed her. At the end of the corridor was a window. Lu Lingshuang stopped there, took out a cigarette and a lighter from her bag, offered one to Lin Jianchuan. No thanks, I don't smoke. Lu Lingshuang didn't insist. She placed a slim cigarette between her lips and lit it with a flick. She took a deep drag and slowly exhaled, the action incredibly seductive. Lin Jianchuan was mesmerized, unconsciously swallowing. This woman was simply too alluring. She exuded a natural charm that made his heart itch, stirring a desire he had never felt so strongly before. After a few more puffs, Lu Lingshuang suddenly spoke. Lin Jianchuan, your ID says you were born in 1946. You own a house and a car. The house is at 1101 Building 6, Xiangxiliju. The car is a Porsche Panamera. You have about $1 million in savings. Am I right? Lin Jianchuan's pupils contracted slightly as he listened. President Lu, you certainly have your ways. It seems you've thoroughly uncovered my background. As the premier conglomerate in Green City, Xuanxi International can easily look up anyone's information. Although forging an ID is illegal, given that you saved my daughter, I want press charges. Lu Lingshuang exhaled another puff of smoke and stubbed out the cigarette on the windowsill. She took a check from her bag and handed it to him. Thank you for saving my daughter. Hey race, 20 million. I hope you'll leave her life. Lin Jianchuan didn't take it. He simply looked at her quietly, then suddenly smiled. I think you misunderstand. I have no feelings for Shiqi. As long as you keep her from seeking me out, I won't appear before her. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. His gaze swept over her from top to bottom and back again, finally settling on her lower abdomen. You have a chronic condition. Every time your period comes, you're in excruciating pain. Over the past 2 years, it's worsened. Insomnia, vivid dreams, cold hands and feet, and abdomen, and your temper has become increasingly uncontrollable. Lu Lingshuang looked at Lin Jianchuan with a mix of shock and uncertainty. How do you know? She had been to countless hospitals, even sought treatment abroad to no avail. She never expected him to pinpoint it at a glance. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. I read it from your face. This is a yin-yang imbalance. Too much yin energy, suppressed yang. Either you've lived alone for a long time, or there's trouble in your marital life. You haven't had a normal life for many years. Lu Lingshuang blushed for the first time. Being so bluntly told by a man she had known less than 10 minutes that she was lacking in intimacy was overwhelmingly embarrassing. She had divorced over a decade ago, and had been too busy with work and her child to consider her own needs. In the dead of night, she occasionally felt empty and cold. But her strong personality and prominent status intimidated ordinary men. She could only swallow her pride and never show weakness before others. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to judge me? Lu Lingshuang's voice turned icy. Don't misunderstand. I'm just telling you to get treatment. If you can't find a good doctor, you can come to me. They'll treat you for free. With that, Lin Jianchuan turned and left, leaving Lu Lingshuang with a handsome silhouette. She stood there watching the figure disappear down the hallway, the check in her hand crumpled. Yin-yang imbalance. Long-term solitude. She murmured, her face burning. How could this man's eyes be so sharp? She instinctively touched her lower abdomen. It was icy cold, like a piece of ice that wouldn't melt. She had tried everything over the years: Chinese and Western medicine, acupuncture, massage, even praying to gods and Buddhas. Nothing worked. Every time her period came, she writhed in pain on the bed with no one to even bring her a cup of tea. Just as she was thinking this, Lu Shiqi pouted and walked over. Mom, what did you and Brother Lin talk about? Why didn't he say goodbye to me? Lu Lingshuang looked at her daughter and felt a headache coming on. She had been too sheltered growing up. At 21, she was still like a child, wearing her heart on her sleeve. I've already spoken with him. From today on, he won't say a word to you. Before you fall too deep, cut ties with him now. Remember, your future husband is Yi Feihong. He's the most suitable match for you. Lu Shiqi's face went pale, tears welling in her eyes. Mom, I don't like Yi Feihong at all. How many times do I have to tell you? You and Dad were forced together by the family back then, and what happened? He started a new family with someone else. You've been alone for over a decade, and now you want me to follow the same path. Lu Lingshuang's face changed instantly. After more than 10 years of divorce, she thought she could face anything with a smile. But her daughter's words cut like a knife. Her face went pale, and she stumbled, nearly falling. Lu Shiqi was startled and quickly caught her. Mom, are you okay? I was just saying that. I won't make you angry anymore. Don't scare me. Lu Lingshuang took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. Looking at her daughter's tearful eyes, she sighed. Let's drop this for now. You're still young. There's time. We'll talk later. But promise me you won't go see Lin Jianchuan for now. Calm down and think it over, okay? Lu Shiqi hesitated, then nodded. Lin Jianchuan was driving, his expression more bitter than a cry. 20 million was enough to buy a villa in Green City. Yet he had tried to show off and didn't even glance at it. Lin Jianchuan, have you lost your mind? He slapped his head, wishing he could give himself 2 hard slaps. Just take it when someone offers. You're not after her daughter anyway. Take the money and be done with it. What a great deal. But no, you had to show off, hoping she'd give you a second look. What a fool. His heart ached with regret, but since had already refused, going back for the check would be too embarrassing. He glanced at the time, just past 4. Nothing to do at home anyway, so he might as well drive around. Maybe he'd run into a beauty that met the system's requirements. At a red light, he idly looked to the side. Suddenly a huge sign caught his eye. Imperial KTV. His eyes lit up. Had heard places like this were full of beautiful women, high quality. He decisively turned around and pulled into the Imperial KTV parking lot. After parking, Lin Jianchuan went straight to the 4th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a wave of loud music hit him. The lighting was dim, with occasional waiters hurrying past carrying drinks. It was his first time in such a place. He puffed out his chest and walked straight to the reception desk. Hello, sir. Are you looking for someone or a private room? The receptionist wore a sequin miniskirt and heavy makeup with long eyelashes. Ahem, well, I was wondering if you have any beautiful ladies here. Lin Jianchuan's face reddened as he spoke awkwardly. Are you referring to hostesses? Yes, that kind. We do. We have many hostesses, and they're very professional. The receptionist smiled. Great. Give me a private room and call all your hostesses over. They'll pick one, okay? The receptionist smiled even more sweetly. Of course. But sir, our hostesses are charged by the hour. Regular ones are 80 per hour, premium ones 200, and top tier ones 500. What would you like? All of that is fine as long as she's pretty. Okay, please wait a moment. The receptionist quickly processed the order and spoke into the walkie-talkie. Lin Jianchuan was led into a small private room with dark red leather sofas and a coffee table bearing a fruit platter and several bottles of beer. Within minutes, a long line of beauties in scantily clad attire filed in, instantly filling the modest space. Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up at the sight of them. He scanned the women, nodding inwardly. As expected of the Imperial Dynasty KTV, the quality was indeed top-notch. They were a diverse mix, some innocent, some alluring, and a few in short skirts and hot pants flaunting long fair legs. Yet why hadn't the system given him any notification? Sir, which one catches your eye? A server asked with a smile. None of these will do. Bring out another batch. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand in resignation. The server was taken aback, his smile stiffening. Sir, these are our most popular hostesses. Are you saying none of them appeal to you? No, Lin Jianchuan said firmly. Bring out another batch. The server spoke quietly into the walkie-talkie. The women filed out, a few glancing back at him with a hint of resentment in their eyes. Soon the second batch entered. This group was even more stunning, with a few who could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. One girl in a white dress with hair cascading over her shoulders was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Another, in a figure-hugging cheongsam, exuded an air of enchanting grace with every step. These hostesses' eyes all sparkled upon seeing Lin Jianchuan. What a handsome older man. In his early 30s, standing tall at 1.8 meters with a strong masculine face and striking features, he made their hearts flutter. They all looked at him eagerly, hoping to be chosen. Lin Jianchuan frowned, focusing on the 2 at the front. They were undeniably beautiful, so they shouldn't have failed the criteria unless. He walked up to the girl in the white dress, leaned in to examine her face closely, and suddenly asked, "Have you had rhinoplasty?" The girl's smile froze and her eyes darted away. No. Lin Jianchuan said nothing, then turned to the girl in the cheongsam, staring at her chin for 2 seconds. What about you? Did you get injections in your chin? The girl's face flushed crimson, her mouth opening and closing without a single word. The server frowned, unable to hold back. Sir, everyone appreciates beauty. It's perfectly normal for these young ladies to have a little work done. You can't be too picky. Lin Jianchuan glanced at the server without responding, then turned back to the remaining women, finally shaking his head. Another batch, he demanded. Just as the server was about to lose his temper, Lin Jianchuan spoke again. As an apology, he'll give each of these ladies 100 yuan tip. Hearing this, the server swallowed his words. The women's eyes lit up, their earlier resentment vanishing instantly. Lin Jianchuan took out his phone and transferred 3,000 yuan to the server. Give the first batch 100 each as well, and keep the rest for yourself. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. The server's smile was brighter than a blooming flower as he quickly led the women away. Then picking up the walkie-talkie, he said, "Send in another group. And this time find ones who are natural, who haven't gone under the knife." There was a 2-second silence before a female voice replied, "Natural. You're asking for the impossible. Which girl these days hasn't had a little work done? Just find one," the server said, lowering his voice. "This customer is generous. He's already tipped several thousand. If we serve him, well, there's plenty in it for you. Fine, I'll see what I can do." A full 5 minutes passed. Just as Lin Jianchuan was beginning to think this trip would be a waste, the door opened. The third batch had arrived. This time, only one person walked in. A girl with garish yellow and green-dyed hair wearing a tank top, hot pants, and flip-flops sauntered in nonchalantly. The moment she entered, a chime echoed in Lin Jianchuan's mind. Ding. Target detected. Li Qiqi beauty score 88 qualifies for handholding condition. Host is requested to complete the handholding task as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan was overjoyed. Finally someone qualified. The server, seeing Lin Jianchuan's silent, cautiously approached. Bro, what do you think of her? She's a part-timer, completely natural. If she's still not up to your standards, I'm out of options. Fine, shall do. He waved his hand grandly, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. The server sighed with relief and quickly called out to Li Qiqi, Sister Qi, this gentleman has chosen you. Give him a great show. Li Qiqi, chewing bubblegum, flashed an okay sign. No problem, I'll take good care of him. The server exited the private room, closing the door behind him. Li Qiqi tilted her head, looking at Lin Jianchuan, then casually walked over, squeezed in beside him, and crossed her legs. Uncle, what song do you want to sing? It was only then that Lin Jianchuan got a clear look at her. She was delicate yet alluring, with a fantastic figure and fair skin, an absolute beauty. However, he looked at her nose and asked cautiously, is that nose ring real? Li Qiqi touched the ring on her nose, looking proud. Of course it's real. I just got it pierced last month. Pretty cool, right? Lin Jianchuan stared at the nose ring for a long time, the corner of his mouth twitching. Why did you get a nose ring? Because my boyfriend likes it. Isn't it cool? Li Qiqi leaned in, shoving her face close to his. Look, it even has little diamonds that sparkle in the light. She was already wearing a low-cut tank top, and as she leaned in, the neckline gaped, offering an unobstructed view. Lin Jianchuan's gaze wavered. He quickly looked away, reaching out to push her back by the shoulders. Sit up straight when you talk. Li Qiqi pushed back, wasn't upset. She grinned, crossing her legs again and swinging her flip-flop. Uncle, your face is all red. It's the lighting. Liar. The light is pink, and you're blushing like that. You think I can't tell, eh? Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath, deciding not to argue with this girl. He pointed at her nose ring. You said your boyfriend likes it. How old are you to have a boyfriend? I'm 20. Is it weird to have a boyfriend at 20? Li Qiqi declared matter-of-factly. I've been an adult for 2 years. What does your boyfriend do? Do your parents know you're like this? At your age, you should be in school, not working here as a hostess. What are you, a census taker? Li Qiqi said impatiently. What's it to you? Lin Jianchuan was rendered speechless. But then Li Qiqi grinned and leaned in again. So, was I fierce just now? Don't be mad, uncle. Please don't kick me out. My boyfriend's counting on this money. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback. Your boyfriend needs money urgently. Yeah, Li Qiqi said, spitting out her gum and popping a grape from the fruit platter into her mouth. He's in some trouble and needs cash fast. Otherwise I wouldn't be caught dead in a place like this. What kind of trouble? Li Qiqi mumbled vaguely. He got into a fight and hurt someone. The guy needed 3 stitches and is demanding 20,000, or he'll go to the police. My boyfriend says if he gets locked up, his life is over. He begged me to help him scrape the money together. Lin Jianchuan frowned. He sent you to a place like this to help him raise the money? Yeah. He said the money comes fast here, so I came. Today's only my 2nd day on the job. Lin Jianchuan took a sip of his beer, speaking unhurriedly. How much have you managed to scrape together so far? Not a single cent, Li Qiqi said, lowering her head, her voice muffled. Yesterday was my first day, and none of the customers really took a liking to me. You were the first one to pick me. Lin Jianchuan thought to himself, it'd be a miracle if anyone liked you. What does your boyfriend do for a living? Doesn't he have his own money? Don't his family care about him? He doesn't have a job, and he's fallen out with his family. But he's got a dream. He wants to be a rapper. Li Qiqi's eyes lit up at the mention of her boyfriend. He's written tons of songs, they're super cool. He's gonna be famous one day. Lin Jianchuan pulled out his phone and looked at Li Qiqi. I can give you 20,000, but you have to promise me one thing. Li Qiqi's face darkened. She grabbed a beer bottle and raised it to smash over his head. But Lin Jianchuan was quick. He seized her wrist in a flash, the bottle hanging midair, a mere 3 inches from his forehead. What are you doing? He asked, exasperated. Are you blind? I'm smashing you, obviously. Why are you smashing me? You're a pervert. Giving me 20,000, you obviously want my body. Lin Jianchuan was so annoyed he laughed. What's going on in that head of yours? When did I ever say I wanted your body? Li Qiqi held the bottle aloft, full of righteous indignation. You come to a place like this, offer me 20 grand, and ask me to promise you something. You think I don't know what that means? You watch way too many TV dramas. Lin Jianchuan said flatly. I just want to hold your hand for 10 minutes. Li Qiqi was stunned. Just holding hands? Yes. Nothing else. Of course. Then why didn't you say so earlier? You made it sound like you were trying to pull some casting couch crap. Li Qiqi slammed the bottle on the table, whipped out her phone, and pulled up her payment QR code. Come on, scan and pay. Tonight these hands are yours. Even if you make some shameless request, I'll grit my teeth and bear it. Lin Jianchuan's face flushed. You're overthinking it. There won't be any other requests. With that, he transferred the 20,000 without hesitation. Ding. WeChat Pay received 20,000 yuan. The notification echoed through the private room. Li Qiqi stared at the number jumping on her phone screen, her mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. She rubbed her eyes vigorously. The number was still there. You actually paid. She looked up at Lin Jianchuan in disbelief. Of course. I'm a man of my word. Li Qiqi sent a quick WeChat message, then proactively offered both hands. Come on, my hands belong to you. Lin Jianchuan reached out and grasped her right hand. Holding just one is enough. Timer starts 959958957. Li Qiqi was stunned for a moment, then pulled one hand back, grabbed the microphone, and shoved it into Lin Jianchuan's hand. Uncle, sing a song. We can't just sit here holding hands, it's too awkward. I can't sing. You come to a KTV and can't sing. Then what did you come here for? To hold hands. Li Qiqi was speechless. She opened her mouth, then closed it. Fine, I'll sing, and you listen. How about that? Lin Jianchuan nodded. Deal. With that, Li Qiqi cleared her throat and picked a song. As the intro played, it turned out to be an old classic. Later, Lin Jianchuan heard the familiar melody, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The song this girl picked suited his age better. Later, I finally learned how to love. The moment Li Qiqi sang the first line, her voice was surprisingly pure. There was none of the usual KTV screaming or showing off. She simply sang like she was telling a story. Her pitch was excellent, and her voice carried a hint of huskiness, which gave the song a certain charm. Time ticked by, and Li Qiqi sang 3 songs in a row. Finally, the notification sound chimed in Lin Jianchuan's mind. Ding. Handholding successful. Congratulations, host, on completing the 8th handholding task. Reward 1, 5 years of lifespan. Reward 2, King Tier combat techniques. The moment the voice fell, a wealth of fighting knowledge flooded into Lin Jianchuan's mind. It was as if someone had directly carved decades of combat experience into his brain. He knew how to throw the fastest punch, how to exert the most force, and which parts of the human body were most vulnerable. Lin Jianchuan was absolutely certain that if he were to face Yi Feihong's lackeys again, he could take them all down in the span of 2 breaths. Just as he was thinking this, the door to the private room was suddenly shoved open. A young man with dyed yellow hair burst in, followed by 2 other thugs who looked just as shady. The yellow-haired man wore a garish vest and a gold chain around his neck that was clearly a cheap knockoff. As soon as he entered, his gaze locked onto Li Qiqi. Babe. Li Qiqi saw who it was, and instead of being alarmed, she was delighted. She quickly paused the music, plunging the room into silence. Lin Jianchuan let go of her hand. Li Qiqi shot him a grateful look before flinging herself onto the yellow-haired man. Did you get the 20 grand? The yellow-haired man asked impatiently. Got it. They'll transfer it to you now. Li Qiqi took out her phone and transferred the money to him right away. The yellow-haired man accepted it. The next second, a sharp smack echoed as he slapped Li Qiqi across the face. Lin Jianchuan was stunned. Li Qiqi clutched her cheek, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the yellow-haired man. Lucian, what are you doing? You slut. You have the nerve to ask me. Tell me, how many times have you slept with this guy? Slept with him? I have no idea what you're talking about. You lying bitch. You still dare to lie to me at a time like this. If he hadn't slept with you, why would he give you 20,000? Who do you think you are? That's not it at all. I just held hands with that uncle for a little over 10 minutes, and he gave me the 20,000. Bullshit. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Holding hands gets you 20 grand. Since when does the world work like that? He grabbed Li Qiqi by the hair and yanked her close. You little slut, I begged you for so long, and you never let me sleep with you. But this guy just throws money at you, and you're already spreading your legs. You're pathetic. That's not true, it's not. Li Qiqi screamed through her tears. Still lying. They'll beat you to death. The yellow-haired man raised his hand, ready to strike her hard. But this time his hand didn't fall. Lin Jianchuan's hand clamped around his wrist like a steel vise. The yellow-haired man felt like his wrist was caught in a bench vice, bones grinding and creaking pain, making him grimace. Let go of me, damn it. This has nothing to do with you. You paid your money, so sleeping with her is only fair. I'm just pissed off and need to teach this bitch a lesson. The yellow-haired man struggled and yelled, his face turning bright red. Lin Jianchuan didn't let go. He looked at him like he was watching a clown. Qiqi is telling the truth. I just held her hand, that's all. Don't let your imagination run wild. Screw you. I don't need you to tell me what to do. The yellow-haired man continued to bluster. I just want to hit her. What's it to you? Smack. Lin Jianchuan didn't say a word. He just slapped the man across the face. In front of me, you can't bully her. If you do, we'll beat you to death. The words were uttered with overwhelming dominance, not only cowing the yellow-haired man and his 2 cronies, but even leaving Li Qiqi frozen in shock. The blonde thug was stunned by the slap, taking a full 2 seconds to process what had happened. You dare hit me. He violently broke free from Lin Jianchuan's grip and waved at the 2 thugs behind him. Get him. Beat him to death. The 2 thugs exchanged a glance, grabbed beer bottles from the table, and charged forward. Lin Jianchuan instinctively dodged as the beer bottle swung toward his forehead. In the next instant, his fist shot out like a cannonball. The first punch connected squarely with the first thug's face. The crisp sound of a breaking nose echoed through the room and blood sprayed from his nostrils immediately. As the second thug's bottle arced through the air, Lin Jianchuan's elbow had already slammed into his chest. The searing pain from his ribs caused him to double over like a shrimp, a bittersweet taste rising in his throat. Lin Jianchuan didn't stop. He stepped forward, grabbed the blonde thug by the hair, and slammed his head against the wall. With a heavy thud, the blonde thug's face smashed against the wall, blood gushing from his nose on impact. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Pure instinct on Lin Jianchuan's part. Only after the three had fallen did he snap back to reality. He staggered back 2 steps and stared down at his own fists. He marveled inwardly, holy shit. That was incredible. I didn't even have time to react, and it was already over. This king-level combat skill is way too powerful. More than that, he had held back. If he hadn't restrained himself, these three would be lying on the ground with broken bones, unable to move. Even so, the three on the ground were in a miserable state, writhing and wailing in pain. Beside him, Li Qiqi was utterly stunned. Her gaze at Lin Jianchuan was a mixture of gratitude, fear, and a barely concealed spark of excitement. An ordinary-looking, handsome, middle-aged man who moved with such ferocity. It was simply captivating. Just then the staff of the Royal KTV, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. When they opened the door and saw the scene, several of them froze in place. 3 people lay on the floor, faces covered in blood, screaming in agony. All of them clearly low-life thugs. Meanwhile, the customer and the hostess stood aside, completely unharmed. Bro, what the hell happened here? The waiter, who had just received 3,000 yuan from Lin Jianchuan, couldn't help but lean in and ask. Before Lin Jianchuan could answer, Li Qiqi spoke up eagerly. You've come at the right time. These 3 thugs barged into our private room unprovoked. Their leader threatened me into transferring him 20,000 yuan, and then he slapped me. This handsome gentleman here couldn't stand it, so he stepped in and took them all down. Bullshit. Li Qiqi, you lying bitch, the blonde thug on the ground shouted in fury. What lies have I told? That's exactly what happened. If you don't believe me, just check the transfer records. Lin Jianchuan chimed in. Kiki's right. That's exactly what happened. Without a word, the waiter snatched the phone from the blonde thug's hand. He opened it and saw the recent incoming transfer of 20,000 yuan. He delivered a sharp slap across the thug's face and barked, "You son of a bitch. You dare try to extort people at our Royal KTV. You got a death wish." The blonde thug's head snapped to the side, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't dare fight back. His lips trembled. Bro, it's not what it looks like. She's my girlfriend. Girlfriend? The waiter sneered, shoving the phone screen into the thug's face. Girlfriend? Then why is she saved in your phone as ATM? Who are you trying to fool? The blonde thug opened his mouth, but no words came out. Hearing this, Li Qiqi was fuming. She stormed over and started kicking the thug viciously in the face. The blonde thug covered his head, screaming in agony. The sight terrified his 2 underlings, who trembled uncontrollably. The waiter then transferred the 20,000 yuan back to Li Qiqi. With a wave of his hand, he had the 3 thugs dragged out of the room like dead dogs. Bro, I'm really sorry about today. Letting them in to disturb you was our fault. But don't you worry. We'll make sure they learn a lesson they won't forget. And this won't affect you in any way. The Royal KTV takes full responsibility for everything. Hearing this, Lin Jianchuan's opinion of the Royal KTV rose considerably. You guys have really good service here. I'm impressed. Just set me up with a membership card. Put 100 yuan on it. As he spoke, he pulled a bank card from his pocket and tossed it to the waiter. The pin is 6/8. Go swipe it yourself. The waiter was overjoyed. A 100 yuan top-up meant at least 2,000 to 3,000 in commission for him. Almost half a month's salary. He took the card with both hands, bowed even lower, and his face lit up with a beaming smile. Bro, wait right here. They'll take care of this right away. He scurried out of the private room. Li Qiqi's eyes went wide as she stared at Lin Jianchuan as if he were insane. Uncle, have you lost your mind? Lin Jianchuan popped a grape into his mouth. What do you mean? That's 100,000 yuan. You just dropped it here without even batting an eye. When are you ever going to spend all that? He'll just take my time. It's not like I'm short on cash. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand, dismissively, looking every bit the picture of nonchalant wealth. Seeing that he wasn't pretending, Li Qiqi blushed and asked, "Since you're so rich, do I have to give you back the 20,000? Lin Jianchuan was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. When did I ever ask you to return it? The money I gave you is yours to spend. Really? Li Qiqi nearly jumped for joy. Of course. I'm a man of my word. Li Qiqi looked at him, her face turning red. She said shyly, "Why are you so good to me? Not only did you give me 20,000, but you also saved me earlier and taught that blonde bastard a lesson. It was no big deal. Besides, I couldn't stand watching him hit you. It made me sick." Li Qiqi felt something stir deep inside her. She gave Lin Jianchuan a long, lingering look, then turned and walked to the door, reaching out to switch off all the lights in the room. Lin Jianchuan's heart skipped a beat. Before he could even ask what was going on, he felt a soft, warm body press against him. In the darkness, a scent of alcohol mixed with a young woman's natural fragrance filled his senses. Li Qiqi wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him, her breath hot and rapid against his face. Uncle, I don't know how to say thank you, so let my actions speak for me. Tonight I'm yours. With that, she slipped off her strappy top and shorts. Lin Jianchuan, listening to the rustling sounds in the dark, stood there completely dumbfounded. He had merely taken out 20,000 yuan. Why was she offering herself to him in return? Lin Jianchuan instinctively reached out to push Li Qiqi away, but his hands met smooth, warm skin. The girl had already removed her straps and bra. Qiqi, don't do this. I'm much older than you. Lin Jianchuan's heart pounded wildly, cold sweat breaking out. Uncle, you're only in your early 30s. How much older can you be? Li Qiqi's voice came from the darkness. I don't care. Even if you were 80, I'd still have you tonight. Lin Jianchuan's scalp tingled with fear. Even at 80, she'd still want him. What kind of ferocious words were these? He wanted to persuade her, but his body suddenly jolted. The fiery desire within him could no longer be suppressed. After holding on for a moment, he finally gave up resisting and pushed Li Qiqi onto the sofa. An hour later, the storm subsided. Lin Jianchuan sat on the sofa in a dazed dress. His eyes were vacant, his mind a muddle. He had ultimately failed to resist. How many times had he made this mistake now? He was already 80, so why couldn't he control himself? Now he had ruined this young girl. What was he to do? Should he take her home as well? His head throbbed with worry. Beside him, Li Qiqi sat nonchalantly on the sofa, legs crossed, chewing gum and making calls. Hey, is this Cici? It's me, Qiqi. Got time tonight? Your big sister here just hit the jackpot. Yeah, just earned 20 grand. Dinner's on me tonight. Don't mention that blonde punk. We broke up. 8 o'clock at the Sha County Snacks Plaza branch. See you there. She hung up and then called Lulu, Huan, Guo, Lily, and others. The conversations were all the same, a string of boastful showboating. After bragging for half an hour, she reluctantly ended the calls. Only then did she turn her gaze to Lin Jianchuan. Uncle, why the long face? I'm much younger than you, so you're not losing out, are you? An old cow eating tender grass. You should be thrilled. Lin Jianchuan was speechless, looking at her seriously. He said, what do you plan to do from now on? What do you mean? Li Qiqi asked, puzzled. You are in the prime of your youth. Are you just going to sink like this? Do you think it's fun being a delinquent girl? Li Qiqi's eyes widened, forgetting to chew her gum. Uncle, you're not actually falling for me, are you? Didn't we agree? You help me, and I repay you. We're even. How can you be clinging to me now? Lin Jianchuan was left speechless by her words. What did she mean by agreed? When had they ever discussed this? That's not what I meant. I'm saying you're young and shouldn't just drift through life. Earn 20 grand today, spend it all tomorrow, then go back to running with guys like that blonde punk. If you keep this up, what's your future? Li Qiqi was moved. After a long pause, she said, Uncle, you're the only one who's ever been kind to me. What nonsense are you talking? Lin Jianchuan frowned. Your parents love you more than I do. Li Qiqi suddenly smiled. Uncle, you say that as if you knew my parents. If they loved me, I wouldn't have started fending for myself at 16. She began to recount her family story. I'm the second child. I have an older brother. Usually the youngest is doted on, but not in my family. All the love in my family is given to my brother. He's 10 years older than me, the little prince of the house. My mom almost miscarried him, so she believed he was a gift from heaven and treated him like gold from the start. My dad favored boys over girls, thinking a son is the family's root, while a daughter is raised for someone else's family. Ever since I can remember, all I ever heard was that I should grow up to look after my brother. When I was young, I didn't understand. I thought I wasn't good enough. I studied my hardest, scored perfect marks on exams, and brought them home to my dad. He wouldn't even look at them, saying, what's the use of a girl reading so much? You'll get married eventually and belong to another family. No matter how well you learn, you're learning for them. My mom would listen and nod along. Our family wasn't well off. My brother's grades were poor too. He went to a third-rate college and couldn't find a good job after graduating. But when he reached the right age, he started going on blind dates. He met over a dozen girls, but once they saw our family situation and my brother's slacker attitude, they all lost interest. My mom was so anxious she couldn't sleep at night, and my dad was asking everyone to set him up. Finally, a girl was willing to marry him, but she demanded a betrothal gift of 280,000 yuan. 280,000. How could our family afford that? So they turned their attention to me. They actually tried to marry me off. They wanted to use my bride price to get a wife for my brother. I was only 16 that year, just starting my second year of high school, ranked first in my grade. To force me into marriage, they went ahead and withdrew me from school. The man was 45, widowed with 2 kids. He was willing to pay 280,000 yuan as the bride price. That very night, I snuck out of the house and have been drifting around ever since. Li Qiqi looked at Lin Jianchuan. Do you still think my parents are good to me now? Lin Jianchuan fell silent, his heart filled with pity. Li Qiqi was only 20 and had already witnessed such a cruel side of the world. It was a relief she had escaped, though whether that was fortune or misfortune was hard to say. Lin Jianchuan sighed. Where are you staying now? If you have nowhere to go, you can stay at my place. Stay at your place? She tilted her head, looking at him with a strange expression. Uncle, are you trying to keep a mistress? Wasn't once enough. Want to go for round 2? Lin Jianchuan was so exasperated, he almost choked. That's not what I meant. You're still young, and there will be many opportunities ahead. How about I pay for you to continue your education? Li Qiqi shook her head. I've been out of school for 4 years now. I don't want to go back. Uncle, if you really want to help me, how about finding me a job instead? Lin Jianchuan pondered for a moment. Finding her a job wasn't difficult. With his connections to Zhao Jingxiang, he could easily get Li Qiqi into her company. The problem was she had no skills. What can you do? Do you know how to use a computer? Can you handle documents? Can you type? What about PowerPoint? Do you understand that? Lin Jianchuan fired off several questions in a row. Li Qiqi hung her head in shame. I've never even touched a computer in my life, so of course I don't know any of that. How about this? They'll enroll you in a school to learn these skills. Once you're proficient, they'll find you a job. What do you think? Really? Li Qiqi's face lit up with excitement. Of course. But I have one condition from today on: you can't have any contact with those punks. You need to start a new life and say goodbye to your old self. If you're determined, they'll definitely help you. Li Qiqi stared at Lin Jianchuan with wide eyes. Uncle, are you serious? You're not fooling me. Of course not, I never joke about such things. Alright, I agree. Li Qiqi excitedly wrapped her arms around his, pressing her whole body against him. Feeling the soft warmth on his arm, Lin Jianchuan's face flushed slightly. He subtly pulled away. Where are you staying now? He asked. I rented a room, but am already 2 months behind on the rent, Li Qiqi replied. How about moving into my place? The moment he said it, Lin Jianchuan regretted it. He already had Qin Yaru at home. How would he explain bringing Li Qiqi back? Great. Since you insist, he'll move out right away. Don't worry, I won't stay for free. Li Qiqi answered carelessly. Lin Jianchuan tried to backtrack. Well, my place is actually quite small. You might not be used to it. No problem, I'm not picky. I've slept under bridges, or a bed is all I need. Li Qiqi waved her hand grandly, looking indifferent. My place is quite messy, a hassle to clean up. I can clean. Laundry, cooking, tidying up. They'll take care of it all. I have a dog at home. It's very fierce, but I'm afraid it might bite you. I love dogs. What breed is it? Lin Jianchuan was speechless. He didn't know anything about a dog, he was just making it up. Li Qiqi looked at his flustered state, her eyes curving into crescents. Uncle, are you having second thoughts? No, Lin Jianchuan said stubbornly. It's just, a single man and woman living together doesn't look good. You didn't think about how it looked when you were on top of me just now, eh? Lin Jianchuan shut his mouth, completely at a loss for words. Alright, when are you moving? Li Qiqi pulled out her phone to check the time. Right now? It's just getting dark, there's still time. With that, she grabbed Lin Jianchuan and headed out. They reached the front desk, and the waiter, seeing him, scurried over eagerly and returned his bank card respectfully. Bro, I saw the private room wasn't convenient, so I didn't go in. Hey, erase your card and receipt. Keep them safe. Next time you come, just give your phone number. The waiter winked at him as he spoke. Lin Jianchuan shot him a glare. What was that look supposed to mean? Making it seem like he'd done something shady. Even if he had. Let's go. He pocketed the card and walked out. The waiter shouted enthusiastically from behind. Take care, bro. Come again. Exiting the KTV, a damp breeze hit him, refreshing his senses. Drip. Drip. As 2 raindrops struck Lin Jianchuan's face, the sky seemed to burst open and rain poured down without warning. The car's this way. Lin Jianchuan led Li Qiqi into the vehicle. As soon as he closed the door, Li Qiqi started exclaiming from the passenger seat. Holy crap. Uncle, you drive a Panamera. You didn't rent this, did you? Before Lin Jianchuan could answer, she lightly slapped her own cheek. Look at me running my mouth. You're the kind of person who casually drops 100 grand on a membership card. Driving this fits your status perfectly. My apologies for doubting you. Lin Jianchuan rolled his eyes. Give me directions. Let's go pack your things. You got it. Li Qiqi replied cheerfully and started guiding him. The car's headlights cut through the gloom as they merged into the flow of traffic. The rain intensified and the night grew darker. Even at maximum speed, the wipers couldn't clear the windshield enough to see clearly. However, Lin Jianchuan possessed king-level driving skills, navigating the downpour with ease. Half an hour later, the rain stopped. The car pulled up in front of a 3-story building in a shantytown. It was a desolate area, not even a single street lamp in sight. They climbed to the 3rd floor. A long corridor lined with small rooms stretched before them. Li Qiqi's room was at the very end. Pushing open the wooden door, they entered a space of only about a dozen square meters, furnished with an old wooden bed and a paint-chipped desk. The room was impeccably tidy, a stark contrast to Li Qiqi's punkish appearance. Your room is quite a contrast to how you look. It's my own place. A clean space feels better to live in. Lin Jianchuan nodded in agreement. Li Qiqi didn't have many belongings and packed quickly, filling just 2 suitcases, one large, one small. Just as they were about to leave, a lecherous voice sounded from outside the door. "Little Chi-Chi, you're back. Uncle Wong is coming in." The wooden door was pushed open from outside, revealing a skinny, sleazy-looking old man at the threshold. He wore a white undershirt and held a single rose in his hand. He clearly hadn't expected anyone else to be in the room. His face visibly soured at the sight of Lin Jianchuan. "Chi-Chi, who's this? I told you before I rented you this room with the condition that you never bring other men back here. Mind your own business. Wang Defo, I've had enough of you, you old pervert. I'm moving out today. I won't have to look at your disgusting face anymore." The old man's face changed. "I don't agree. I brought you a rose and was going to invite you to dinner. You're not my father, why can't I leave? You old lecher, you've had bad intentions since you rented me this place. You've knocked on my door late at night multiple times, even tried to peep at me in the shower. If I weren't so alert, you might have actually gotten your way. Someone like you deserves to be paralyzed in bed." Wang Defa's face turned crimson. "You wretch! How dare you speak to an old man like that? Believe me, he'll collapse right here and sue you for everything you've got." At this, Li Chi-Chi was visibly startled and hid behind Lin Jianchuan. "I'm warning you, this is a society governed by law. I will call the police." "Go ahead. I'm 70. You think I'm scared of the police?" Wang Defa said, emboldened. Without a word, Lin Jianchuan walked over and lightly tapped a spot below the old man's neck. The next second, Wang Defa started laughing uncontrollably. "Ga ga ga." Li Chi-Chi peeked out from behind Lin Jianchuan, her mouth agape. "Uncle, what did you do to him?" In Chinese medicine, there's a laughter acupoint. Pressing it causes involuntary laughter, Lin Jianchuan said calmly. However, this acupoint has a side effect. If it's pressed for over 3 minutes, it restricts breathing. Over 5 minutes, it causes cerebral hypoxia. Over 10 minutes, it leads to irreversible brain damage, what we commonly call becoming an idiot. Li Chi-Chi gasped. "That's so messed up." "Of course." Lin Jianchuan crouched down, looking at Wang Defa, who was now crying and laughing uncontrollably. "Little Wang, how do you feel? Still want to extort money?" Wang Defa couldn't speak, only shaking his head frantically. "Ga. No. Ga. I don't want it. Ga. I beg you." He was convulsing with laughter, his lips turning purple, on the verge of passing out. Lin Jianchuan reached out and tapped the spot below his neck again, and the laughter ceased abruptly. He stood up, looking down at Wang Defa. "Little Wang, you're 70. You probably have high blood pressure and coronary heart disease, right? That little episode just now must have spiked your blood pressure to at least 180. I suggest you see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Also, from the look of you, your body is quite weak. If you get any more crooked ideas, you might just kick the bucket. Consider yourself warned." With that, he picked up the 2 suitcases and led Li Chi-Chi out the door. Only Wang Defa was left behind, collapsed on the floor, gasping for air, his face etched with sheer terror. "Uncle, you looked so cool just now." After getting into the car, Li Chi-Chi stared at Lin Jianchuan with sparkling eyes. She leaned in so close that her nose nearly touched his arm, her gaze full of admiration. Uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Lin Jianchuan cleared his throat and started the engine. "I'm a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I know a few tricks. Fasten your seatbelt. We're leaving. My arm hurts. You do it for me." Li Chi-Chi leaned back, deliberately arching her chest, looking at him with watery eyes and a mischievous smirk. Lin Jianchuan's temple throbbed. This girl was clearly doing it on purpose. He leaned over to grab the seatbelt, their faces almost touching. The moment he seized the belt, Li Chi-Chi wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. He froze completely. Feeling the soft, sweet touch on his lips, his blood rushed to his head. He pulled her into a passionate kiss. "Ha ha ha." Li Chi-Chi laughed and pushed him away, her eyes mocking. "Weren't you just looking miserable? How come you lost control so quickly? My bestie was right. Men are all the same." Lin Jianchuan was left speechless. As his lifespan increased, his body, transformed by the body-strengthening pill, grew more vigorous and impulsive. That kiss had been too soft, too sweet. His reason had snapped, and his body had responded instinctively. Now exposed by Li Chi-Chi, his face flushed with embarrassment. "You started it. So what if I did?" Li Chi-Chi raised an eyebrow. "You could have pushed me away. Instead, you kissed me back. That's exactly what I wanted." Lin Jianchuan silenced and, annoyed, stopped talking and floored the accelerator. The car sped out of the urban village. Li Chi-Chi pulled out her phone and dialed. "Hey Cece. It's Chi-Chi. Something came up tonight, so the dinner's off. You handle telling everyone." "Damn. Don't curse at me like that. It's not like I did it on purpose." Alright, I'll transfer you 50, that's fine, right? "Okay, bye. Call me if something comes up." Li Chi-Chi hung up and turned to look at Lin Jianchuan, who was focused on driving. They were nearing Xiangxilish, and the closer they got to the compound, the more his head ached. Qin Yaru was still waiting for him at home, and he was bringing another woman home without a word. What would it be like when the 2 women met? "Uncle, I was just teasing you. You're not mad, are you?" Lin Jianchuan shook his head. "No. Then why are you so glum? Is there really another woman at home?" At that, Lin Jianchuan's expression changed. Li Kiki's eyes widened. "Damn, did I hit the nail on the head? Is she your wife or your girlfriend?" Her tone held no fear, only excitement. It's not what you think. Not girlfriend or wife. Then you're keeping a mistress. Nice, uncle. All prim and proper on the surface but with a woman on each arm. I like it. Don't talk nonsense. Her name is Chinyaru. She was my neighbor. Her mother just had a serious surgery and had nowhere to go, so I took her in. Understand. Have you slept with her? Li Qiqi asked bluntly without any euphemism. Lin Jianchuan nearly swerved off the road. Li Qiqi, watch your mouth. So you have slept with her? How many times? How old is she? Is she pretty? She was like a curious child. Lin Jianchuan clamped his mouth shut. From now on I refuse to answer any of your questions. Remember, once we're upstairs, keep your mouth shut. Got it. Relax. I won't tell anyone about our relationship. The car soon arrived at the underground garage of the compound. Li Qiqi calmly fixed her hair in the vanity mirror. Lin Jianchuan hesitated, then pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message. Yaru, are you asleep? The reply came instantly. Waiting for you. I'm bringing someone up with me. Get ready. Okay. Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath, grabbed the 2 suitcases, and walked to the elevator. Li Qiqi followed behind. The elevator reached the top floor, and he rang the doorbell. The door opened. Chinyaru stood at the entrance in a silk nightgown. Seeing Li Qiqi, she forced a smile and extended her hand. Hello, I'm Chinyaru. I'm brother Lin's neighbor. My mother is in the hospital, so I'm staying here for a few days. Li Qiqi shook her hand, eyes shining. Sister, you're so beautiful. And your skin is amazing. I'm so jealous. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Li Qiqi, a bit of a wild girl. Uncle felt sorry for me and wanted to help me get on the right track, so he brought me home to stay temporarily. Hearing this, Chinyaru finally relaxed, and her smile became more genuine. So that's how it is. Please come in. The house is quite spacious. With that, she led Li Qiqi inside. Seeing that the 2 women were getting along well, Lin Jianchuan's anxious heart finally settled. He dragged the suitcases into the house. Wow, the decoration is so nice. And it has 2 floors. Li Qiqi exclaimed as soon as she entered. Chinyaru smiled and showed her around, finally leading her to a bedroom on the 1st floor. Qiqi, you can stay in this room. How does it look? Li Qiqi pushed open the door and her eyes lit up. The room was spacious and bright with a soft large bed and a lamp on the nightstand. The curtains, sheets, and comforter were all brand new, clean, and cozy. This is amazing. She threw herself onto the bed. You even made the bed for me. Sister, I love you. Chinyaru laughed, touched by her warmth, and said gently, it's nothing. You just got here. Get some rest, and let me know if you need anything. You're beautiful and kind with a sweet temper. No wonder Uncle keeps praising you. What does he say about me? Chinyaru asked, blushing. Uncle says you're gentle, considerate, and beautiful. The kindest girl he's ever met. Chinyaru's cheeks grew even redder, and she couldn't help but smile. Lin Jianchuan, eavesdropping at the door, nodded approvingly. Li Qiqi had finally said something sensible. Chinyaru had already prepared dinner. Li Qiqi didn't stand on ceremony, as she picked up her chopsticks and ate heartily. Wow, sister, your cooking is even better than restaurant food. Uncle is so lucky to have you. Chinyaru's eyes curved into crescents as she kept adding food to her plate. If you like it, eat more. Tell me what you want next time, and I'll cook it for you. You're the best, sister. Li Qiqi's honeyed words continued, and she turned to Lin Jianchuan. Uncle, you really struck gold. Having such a gentle and skilled cook by your side. Your ancestors must have accumulated great merit. Lin Jianchuan shot her a glare, thinking this girl is wild, but she sure knows how to talk. At least she didn't cause any trouble. The meal was lively. Li Qiqi ate voraciously, and Chinyaru kindly refilled her dishes. Sitting between them, Lin Jianchuan felt a strange sense of warmth. After eating, Li Qiqi flopped onto the sofa and declared herself stuffed. Chinyaru silently cleared the dishes and went into the kitchen. Lin Jianchuan glanced at the time and hurried upstairs. After showering, he lay on the bed scrolling through his phone. Some time later, the door suddenly opened and Chinyaru, wearing a silk nightgown, walked in with a flushed face. Lin Jianchuan stared at Chinyaru, who had suddenly barged into the room completely unprepared. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Yaru, why are you here? Chinyaru said nothing, turned around, and locked the door. A click. The sound of the latch engaging was exceptionally clear. Lin Jianchuan's heart pounded like a drum. Before he could speak, Chinyaru had already reached up and slipped off her robe. The silk fabric slid silently down, revealing she wore nothing underneath. A perfect, exquisite body suddenly appeared before him. Delicate collarbones, slender waist, breathtaking curves. Under the lamplight, her skin glowed with a soft radiance. Lin Jianchuan's breath caught instantly. He felt as if he were on fire, all the blood in his body rushing to one place. Chinyaru stepped closer to him, her face flushed, and lowered her head to kiss his lips. The soft sensation spread through his body like an electric current. His mind went blank, all rationality collapsing in that moment. He wrapped his arms around her and responded passionately. Chinyaru was even more assertive than him. She pushed him onto the bed and climbed on top. The light swayed. The mattress let out a loud creaking. That night Lin Jianchuan once again experienced what madness truly meant. Qin Yaru acted like a woman possessed, swallowing her shyness, her initiative terrifyingly bold. However, Lin Jianchuan was not one to be trifled with either. The effect of his waist strength being enhanced by 50% was fully displayed that night. Qin Yaru went from being the initiator to being unable to withstand him, and finally, she lay limp in his arms, unable even to lift a finger. Early the next morning, sunlight squeezed through the gaps in the curtains into the room. Lin Jianchuan opened his eyes and reached out a hand to the side. The bedclothes were already cold out. Clearly she had been gone for a while. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. Exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. His biological clock had finally returned to normal. Beside the bed lay a neatly folded set of change of clothes. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Qin Yaru, truly a good wife and loving mother. If he were 50 years younger, he would definitely marry her no matter what. But for now he would take things one step at a time. He dressed and got up. While washing his face, his phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Shun Qingxue. Uncle Lin, are you awake? There's something I'd like to hear your opinion on. Before he could reply, a second message came through. Niu Fubo has been arrested. The director talked to me yesterday and wants me to become the vice director. I'm really panicked right now and don't know what to do. Lin Jianchuan chuckled and quickly replied, this is good news. There's nothing to think about. I fully support you becoming the vice director. Go for it. The message had barely been sent when his phone rang. Shun Qingxue was calling directly. Uncle Lin, how can you say it so casually? I have no mental preparation at all. Vice director, can I really do a good job? Her voice was filled with panic, completely unlike the calm and composed emergency department director she usually was. Of course you can. Haven't you been managing your department quite well? Being vice director just means managing a few more people. Go ahead and do it. Ooh, I believe in you. But there's no but. This is a great opportunity. If you don't take it, plenty of others will. It's better to take the position yourself than to let someone less capable get it. Encouraged by his words, Shin Kinx's voice gained confidence, so he'll give it a try. Not just try, you must win it. Vice Director Shin, I'd like to invite you to lunch. I hope you'll honor me with your presence. It's not even settled yet. Even if I agree, it won't be officially announced for 2 or 3 days. No problem, consider it an early celebration. He'll pick you up at noon. It's settled. After finishing his toiletries, Lin Jianchuan changed clothes and went downstairs. Qin Yaru was busy in the kitchen. Hearing footsteps, she poked her head out from the door. Brother Lin, wait a moment. Breakfast will be ready soon. Her voice was a little hoarse, obviously from last night's exhaustion. Lin Jianchuan smiled and nodded. No rush. He sat down on the sofa and had just picked up his phone when Li Qiqi came out of the bathroom. She had a head of yellowish-green hair and wore her signature tank top and hot pants. Clearly a rebellious girl. Spotting Lin Jianchuan, her eyes lit up. She sneaked over, plopped down next to him, and lowered her voice. Uncle, you guys were really loud last night. You woke me up. The smile on Lin Jianchuan's face froze. Li Qiqi grew even more excited. Sister Yaris moans were so nice. I really can't imitate that. As the person involved, who do you think is better, her or me? Give me a review. Lin Jianchuan's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. You're a girl. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Qiqi chuckled, unconcerned. We're all adults. What's wrong with asking? I'm just curious. Curious my ass. Go change clothes now. Later you're coming with me to the barber shop to get your hair dyed back, and then we'll find a school to enroll you. Why are you so mean? I'm not talking to you. Li Qiqi stormed off to her room. Qin Yaru came out carrying breakfast and asked curiously, why did Qiqi go back to her room? The food's ready. It's nothing. She thought her clothes weren't nice, so she went to change. Let's eat first. Lin Jianchuan sat down at the table and looked at the breakfast spread. He said with concern, don't bother making breakfast from now on. It's too tiring. Just buy something outside. Food from outside isn't hygienic. It's cleaner to eat at home. It's simple. It only takes half an hour to make. Qin Yaru smiled and set the tableware, then called toward the room, Qiqi, come out and eat. Coming. The door opened. Lin Jianchuan looked up and almost didn't recognize her. She had changed into a new outfit, a white Jake-style blouse with a dark blue bow tied at the collar. On the bottom, she wore a dark blue pleated miniskirt, the hem just above the knees revealing a stretch of fair straight calves. Although her hair was still a bit eye-catching, she had tied it up with a dark blue ribbon. She looked like a high school girl straight out of a manga. Lin Jianchuan was stunned and looked her up and down several times. This girl, changing clothes, was like changing into a different person. So, do I look good? Li Qiqi spun around. Qin Yaru praised her. Qiqi, you look really great in this outfit. Young and lively, much better than yesterday. Lin Jianchuan also nodded, which was rare. Not bad. The three of them sat down to eat breakfast. As soon as Li Qiqi took a bite, she started heaping praise on Qin Yaru's cooking skills. She praised her so much that Qin Yaru's eyes narrowed into slits, clearly delighted. After the meal, Li Qiqi insisted on washing the dishes. Qin Yaru didn't argue and turned to Lin Jianchuan. Brother Lin, my mother should be discharged soon. I'm going to the hospital to check on her. So soon? Lin Jianchuan asked in surprise. That's right, Qin Yara nodded. The doctor said the Chinese medicine you prescribed has been especially helpful for my mother's recovery. That's why she can be discharged so quickly. That's great. Do you want me to go with you? No, I can go by myself. You go ahead with your own business. After saying that while Li Qiqi was washing dishes in the kitchen, Qin Yara secretly kissed Lin Jianchuan on the cheek, then blushed, picked up her bag, and left. Lin Jianchuan watched her retreating figure as she fled and let out a silly chuckle. At 8:30 in the morning, Lin Jianchuan took Li Qiqi to the underground garage via elevator and drove out of the residential complex in his Porsche. Li Qiqi was still wearing her JK uniform, but her garish yellow wine-green dyed hair was a glaring sight. Even inside the car, it drew many sidelong glances. She didn't seem to care, casually sticking her head out the window, chewing gum while looking around. Uncle, where are we going to diet? Wanda Plaza. I know a reliable hairstylist. Is he any good? Don't ruin my beautiful hair. Don't worry, he's at the director level. A haircut costs thousands. Seriously, hairstylists make that much. You'll see soon enough. The two arrived at Wanda Plaza, and Lin Jianchuan led Li Qiqi into a hair salon with familiar ease. Welcome, sir. Haircut or styling? A young man with dyed yellow hair approached. I'm looking for Ajun, Lin Jianchuan said. Please wait a moment. The young man went inside to fetch him. Before long, a young man in a tight black t-shirt with tattoos on his arms walked over. It was Ajun, the very one who had once tried to swindle Lin Jianchuan out of over 3,000 yuan only to be extorted for 3,600 instead. Lin Jianchuan's appearance hadn't changed much. Ajun recognized him instantly, and his face turned green on the spot. Why are you back? We don't serve you here. He directly tried to kick them out. Damn. You run a hair salon open for business. Why won't you serve us? Li Qiqi cursed, hands on her hips, standing right in front of Ajun. Uncle coming here is doing you a favor. Don't be ungrateful. Ajun was scolded mercilessly, his face growing even uglier. Lin Jianchuan said calmly, Little Jun, let bygones be bygones. I'm here today to patronize your business. My name is Ajun, not Little Jun. Same thing. Lin Jianchuan pushed Li Qiqi forward. Little Jun, dye her hair back to black, remove the nose ring and earrings, and design a hairstyle that suits her. Something more refined and demure. Ajun looked skeptical. That's it. Of course. But don't try to rip me off on the price. Do a good job, and we'll be friends from now on. Do a bad job. Lin Jianchuan didn't finish, just smiled. That smile sent a chill down Ajun's spine. He had already learned his lesson with this old man, so he quickly invited Li Qiqi to sit down. Miss, right this way. Let me take a look at your hair quality first. Ajun examined Li Qiqi's hair, running his fingers through it. This young lady has excellent facial features. They're just being held back by this hair color and nose ring. Leave it to me, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Li Qiqi pouted. Don't brag. If I end up ugly, you'll hold you accountable. Don't worry. I'm a director-level stylist. Ajun first removed her nose ring, then her earrings, 3 on each ear, leaving small holes behind. Li Qiqi touched her now empty nose and ears, feeling a bit odd. Feels like something's missing. You'll get used to it. Ajun began cutting her hair. Most of the messy yellow wine-green strands were trimmed away, revealing dark jet black roots, her natural hair color. Miss, your natural hair color is beautiful. What made you dye it like that? Ajun couldn't help asking. Young and foolish, I guess. Li Qiqi glanced at herself in the mirror and suddenly felt nervous. She turned to Lin Jianchuan and threatened, Uncle, if I end up looking ugly this time, I'll never let you hear the end of it. Lin Jianchuan sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone without even looking up. Keep making noise and I'll leave you here. I'm so heartless. Over the next 2 hours, Li Qiqi endured the longest transformation of her life. After sitting for a while, Lin Jianchuan took out his phone and stepped outside to make a call. The call connected quickly, and Zhao Jingxiang's cheerful voice came through. Brother Lin, I was just about to call you. Great minds think alike. Lin Jianchuan coughed dryly. What did you want to tell me? The Economic Crimes Unit has filed the case. The evidence is solid and Wang Chong can't escape now. The other shareholders have turned against him, and I've officially regained control of the company. That fast? Lin Jianchuan was somewhat surprised. It's all thanks to that evidence. Zhao Jingxiang's voice was brimming with barely contained excitement. I just finished the board meeting. I'm now the company's chairman and general manager. Congratulations then. Lin Jianchuan was genuinely happy for her. Don't be so formal. I couldn't have done this without you. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Lin Jianchuan thought for a moment and agreed. Should be fine. What time and where? 8 o'clock. They'll send you the address later. Don't drive, just take a cab. Okay. Lin Jianchuan agreed readily, then asked, Jingxiang, I want to ask you something. What is it? Go ahead. Do you know any schools that teach computer skills? Zhao Jingxiang asked in surprise. Why are you looking for a school like that? Is there a kid in your family who needs to learn? Not exactly a kid. She's 20. Lin Jianchuan didn't hide it, but embellished slightly. I have a distant niece. Her family isn't well off and she dropped out after middle school. She wants to learn a trade now, and I thought computer skills might help her find a proper job. That's easy. Just send her to my company. I'll arrange for someone to mentor her. She can learn while working. That's better than any training program. Zhao Jingxiang said lightly. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback and quickly declined. No, that won't do. She doesn't know anything. She'd just be a burden at your company. Brother Lin, why are you being so polite with me? Without you, I'd never have gotten the company back. I'd gladly give you more than a position. I'd give you myself without hesitation. Zhao Jingxiang's voice grew softer as she spoke, and even through the phone one could imagine her blushing. Lin Jianchuan's face felt warm. Don't talk nonsense. You're the company's boss. It wouldn't look good if the staff heard you. I haven't told anyone else. Only you. Zhao Jingxiang said with a hint of coyness. Anyway, think it over. Whether she comes to my company, or I recommend a school, either works. Alright, I'll accept on her behalf. We'll discuss the details tonight. Great, Brother Lin. See you tonight. The call ended and Lin Jianchuan returned to the salon. After waiting another hour, Jun's voice finally rang out. Miss, it's done. His tone was filled with barely suppressed pride. Lin Jianchuan walked over to look, and then froze completely. Li Qiqi looked like a completely different person. Her hair was now a sleek, jet-black bob that brushed her shoulders with bangs perfectly framing her forehead and accentuating her delicate features. The nose ring was gone, the earrings were gone. Her face was clean and pure. Her skin was fair, her brows and eyes delicate, her lips soft pink. The whole of her exuded a quiet, gentle, and well-behaved charm. She was like a freshly bloomed lotus, so innocent and pure, it was almost unreal. Had Lin Jianchuan not seen it with his own eyes, he would hardly have believed this was the same wild girl from before. Uncle, how is it? Is it ugly? Li Qiqi looked at him nervously, her voice dropping several notches, completely devoid of her earlier brashness. Lin Jianchuan snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. Not bad, barely passable. Jun next to him couldn't help but laugh. Boss, your standards are too harsh. This lattice looks right now would be homecoming queen material at any school. Li Qiqi's face instantly turned red. She turned to look in the mirror and was startled herself. Holy shit. Is this really me? She reached out to touch her face, then her ears, looking left and right, up and down, growing more satisfied with each glance. Uncle, I actually look pretty good, don't I? Lin Jianchuan rolled his eyes. Full of yourself. But it's true, Li Qiqi said, blinking at the mirror. Suddenly shy, she added. Uncle, if I go out like this, do you think anyone will hit on me? Enough chatter, let's go. Lin Jianchuan got up and went to the front desk to scan the QR code and pay. This time, Jun didn't dare overcharge. He honestly collected 780 yuan and then watched them leave. Once in the car, Li Qiqi tilted her head and asked, Uncle, where are we going now? To get you a couple of outfits. Really? You're too kind. Stop flattering me. Lin Jianchuan started the engine and floored the gas, pulling out of the parking lot. Li Qiqi sat in the passenger seat, glancing at herself in the mirror, touching her hair, humming a tune. Her mood was absolutely splendid. The car soon stopped in the Dawei City parking lot. They got out. Li Qiqi stared at the huge billboard, her eyes widening more and more. Uncle, this is Dawei City, the most expensive mall in Luqing. I know. A full outfit costs at least a few thousand. I know. Are you sure you want to buy it from me here? With me you don't have to spend a dime. Come on, I'll get you a few business suits to wear when you start work in a couple of days. Lin Jianchuan grabbed Li Qiqi and led her into the first floor. She broke free as soon as they entered. Work? Where am I going to work? I thought I was going to school. I've already found a company for you. They said you can learn on the job. Really? I don't know anything. Li Qiqi looked guilty. Out of respect for me, they're willing to give you a chance. Lin Jianchuan glanced at her. But once you're there, study hard. Don't embarrass me. Li Qiqi opened her mouth as if to say something, then swallowed her words. She bowed her head, her eyes stinging. Never in her life had anyone been so good to her except herself. She was dragged by Lin Jianchuan into a store. As she looked up, her entire body froze. Orange lights, orange walls, orange shopping bags. Everywhere the iconic color of Hermes. She might have been a wild girl, but she knew Hermes, a brand she never dared to dream of. When scrolling through TikTok, she would glance twice at influencers showing off their Hermes bags, then silently swipe away. Authentic. She could never afford it in this lifetime. But now she was standing right in that store. Li Qiqi's face turned pale with fright. She anxiously tugged at Lin Jianchuan's sleeve and lowered her voice. Uncle, are you crazy? This is Hermes. A single outfit costs tens of thousands. Do you realize that? I know, Lin Jianchuan said, his expression unchanged. Then why did you come in? Li Qiqi stamped her foot in frustration. This JK outfit I'm wearing cost only 80 bucks. Me wearing clothes worth tens of thousands. Am I worthy? You are. Li Qiqi was left speechless by his words. Mr. Lin, welcome. Several salesladies spotted Lin Jianchuan, their eyes lighting up as they respectfully approached. Lin Jianchuan nodded slightly and gestured toward Li Qiqi behind him. Help her pick out a couple of business suits suitable for work. The salesladies finally noticed Li Qiqi. They looked her over their envy plane. This young lady has a great figure and fair skin. She'll look perfect in the new collection. With that they ushered Li Qiqi into the store. Li Qiqi looked back at Lin Jianchuan, her eyes full of panic. Lin Jianchuan waved her off dismissively, then settled onto the sofa, nibbling on snacks, as he waited patiently. A few minutes later the fitting room curtain was pulled open. Li Qiqi stood before the mirror in a white silk blouse, paired with black high-waisted wide-leg trousers and black pointed-toe heels. The wild girl aura was completely gone, replaced by an air of competence and intellect. Not bad, we'll take this one. Try another set. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand magnanimously. Half an hour later they walked out of the Hermes store together. Li Qiqi carried several large orange shopping bags in her hands, still in a daze. Only when she got into the car did she slap her thigh and snap out of it. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I actually bought Hermes. And 2 sets at that. Am I dreaming? She turned abruptly to Lin Jianchuan. Uncle slapped me awake. Lin Jianchuan rolled his eyes, pulled out his phone, and waved it in front of her. Hey, race the payment confirmation. Wanna see? No way, I can't bear to look. 2 outfits cost over 70,000. Am not worth that much even if you sold me. Li Qiqi said, then reconsidered. Since it wasn't her money, why feel bad? So she grinned foolishly again, pulled out her phone, and started snapping photos of the shopping bags. She also posted a moment on WeChat with just 4 words, a new beginning. Less than a minute later her phone rang. Li Qiqi answered on speaker, and a shrill female voice exploded from the speaker. Holy shit, Qiqi. Is that Hermes you posted? Did you land a sugar daddy? Li Qiqi's face flushed. She glanced at Lin Jianchuan and lowered her voice. Cici, keep your voice down. Why should I? How old is the sugar daddy? Good looking. Fit. Can I get in on that too? Put in a word for me. Cici, you're dreaming. I'm not talking to you anymore. After that Li Qiqi received 7 more calls. Her face grew more smug and excited with each one. 5 minutes later the phone finally stopped ringing. Li Qiqi giggled, leaned over the center console, and wrapped her arms around Lin Jianchuan's neck. Uncle, you're so good to me, I have no way to repay you. How about we go get a hotel room? Lin Jianchuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly pried her arms away. I've got things to do at noon. Really? Li Qiqi sounded suspicious. Of course. They'll take you home now. You'll have to figure out lunch on your own. Fine, Li Qiqi pouted. Lin Jianchuan started the car, drove her back to the apartment complex, told her the door code, then headed to the central hospital. It was already 1130. Time to pick up Shen Qingxue. In May, Green City was as hot as a steamer. The sunlight slammed harshly against the concrete, causing visible heat waves to rise. At 1145 Lin Jianchuan parked his car at the hospital entrance, sent a WeChat message to Shen Qingxue, and waited patiently. 5 minutes later an elegant figure emerged from the hospital gate. She wore a white dress with a thin belt at the waist highlighting her slender figure, and carried a Hermes bag. Her wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders and gold-rimmed glasses rested on her nose, giving her a look that was both aloof and intellectual. Lin Jianchuan, sitting in his car, was mesmerized. Shen Qingxue spotted his car, a sweet smile blooming on her face as she walked over. He scrambled out of the car, hurried to the passenger side, opened the door, and teased, "My beautiful vice director Shen, please get in." The appointment isn't official yet, don't call me that, Shen Qingxue said with a playful pout. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew intimate. After she got in and buckled her seatbelt, Lin Jianchuan asked, "What do you want for lunch?" "Anything you decide," Shen Qingxue replied, leaning back and glancing at him, a faint blush creeping up her ears. Lin Jianchuan thought for a moment. "How about Western food?" "Sounds good. Then Western food it is." He started the car and headed towards David City. Over a dozen minutes later Shen Qingxue looked at the road signs and said with some surprise, "Are we going to David City?" "Yeah, I went to a restaurant there with a friend last time. The ambience and the food were both great. I thought I'd bring you to try it." Shen Qingxue nodded, not asking further, but a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. "Last time? With who?" She opened her mouth to ask, but then thought better of it. Finally she said, "You've really learned to enjoy life lately." "I've worked hard all my life, it's time to enjoy the good things," Lin Jianchuan said with a smile. Shen Qingxue glanced at him, but said nothing. After parking, they took the elevator to the Michelin-starred restaurant on the 12th floor. Shen Qingxue paused at the sight of the restaurant's decor. "What's wrong?" "Uncle Lin, maybe we should go somewhere else. I saw this place on Douyin, it's pretty expensive." Lin Jianchuan laughed, taking her hand and leading her inside. "So what if it's expensive? It's not like we can't afford it. You're the vice director now, a place like this suits your status." "I'm not the vice director, yet it's not even confirmed." Blushing, Shen Qingxue let him lead her inside. Lin Jianchuan found a secluded corner. Just as he was about to sit down, he spotted a familiar face. By the window sat a meticulously dressed woman. She wore a cream silk blouse and a navy pencil skirt with long hair over her shoulders and flawless makeup elegantly cutting into her steak. It was Miss Gong, the woman had a blind date with last time. Across from her sat a man who was sweating profusely, dabbing his forehead with a napkin, clearly flustered. Lin Jianchuan narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. What a coincidence. Shen Qingxue followed his gaze and whispered, "You know her?" "Of course. Last time I had a meal with her right here." Shen Qingxue's expression changed. Lin Jianchuan said quietly, "Wait here for a moment. I'm going to save that guy. He'll explain everything when I get back." With that he walked straight over to Miss Gong's table. Miss Gong was enjoying her meal, occasionally glancing at the restless man opposite her. This guy was a cheapskate, had only offered to pay the 500 yuan cab fare, and had ordered just over 1,000 yuan worth of food. She had already decided to end this blind date after the meal, telling him they weren't a match. As she forked a piece of steak into her mouth, she caught a glimpse of someone approaching from the corner of her eye. She looked up and froze. Lin Jianchuan smiled at her. "Miss Gong, we meet again. You? What are you doing here?" Her voice trembled, her face turning pale. "I'm here for a meal with a friend." "Are you on another blind date?" "None of your damn business. Lin, I don't want to see you. Get lost." Miss Gong snapped, her face darkening as she regained her composure. "No need to be so hostile." Lin Jianchuan's smile didn't waver as he turned to the man opposite her. "Bro, are you here for a blind date with her?" The man nodded. "Did she say her phone was dead and ask you to cover the cab fare?" Yes, I paid over 500. "And did she order a bunch of expensive dishes?" "Exactly, it cost over 1,500, and she even wanted to order a 1,000 yuan bottle of red wine." "Have you eaten any of this food?" "No." Lin Jianchuan patted his shoulder. "Bro, you're in luck running into me. This woman is a scammer, always conning people into paying for her. Last time she got me to pay over 2,000 in cab fare, and the meal cost over 10,000. The man, terrified, bolted from his seat, but not before saying to the woman, "Consider that 500 my bad luck. I haven't touched this food, so you're paying for it yourself." He fled. Miss Gong was furious, lunging at Lin Jianchuan with her nails bared. Being tall, he easily held her at arm's length. "Lin, I've never wronged you. Why are you sabotaging me?" "Wronged me? Didn't you call the matchmaking agency to complain about me? Running into me today is your karma. You deserve it." Gnashing her teeth, Miss Gong suddenly spotted Shen Qingxue sitting nearby. Her eyes lit up, and she charged over. "Miss, let me tell you, the man you're with is a liar. When he went on a date with me, he ordered a ton of food and didn't even pay the bill. If I were you, I wouldn't say another word to a man like him." Lin Jianchuan's expression changed. He had only brought Shen Qingxue here to enjoy a meal and help out a fellow man. He never expected this woman to badmouth him in front of Shen Qingxue. Shen Qingxue frowned. "Ma'am, you say he's a liar. What exactly did he scam you out of?" Thinking she had found an ally, Miss Gong perked up and pointed accusingly at Lin Jianchuan. "He lied to me, tricked me into a date, made me order a huge feast, and then refused to pay. It was over 10,000 yuan. I had to pay for it all myself." "Oh," Shen Qingxue said calmly. "Did he eat any of it?" "What? I asked if he ate any of that 10,000 yuan meal." Miss Gong stammered. He didn't, did he? So you ordered over 10,000 yuan worth of food expecting him to pay, and when he didn't, you call him a liar." Miss Gong's face flushed a deep red. "What are you trying to say?" "It's simple. You're the kind of woman who uses her looks to swindle people. You ask men to pay for your cab, order the most expensive dishes, and then try to get them to foot the bill. Frankly, you're the real scammer here. If I were a man, I wouldn't even want to look at you, let alone go on a date." The words were sharp and precise, striking Miss Gong like a knife to the heart. Furious, Miss Gong yelled, "Why are women so cruel to each other? Why are you taking his side?" "Because he's my boyfriend," Shen Qingxue blurted out. Miss Gong's face turned ashen, her lips trembling before she spat out, "Fine. You two are just a pair of dogs." She grabbed her bag to leave. The waiter, who had been waiting nearby, immediately came over with the bill. "Ma'am, your total comes to 1688 yuan. Will that be card or cash?" Miss Gong's face turned green. Miss Gong slunk away to the front desk with the waiter to settle the bill, not forgetting to shoot Lin Jianchuan a fierce glare before she left. Lin Jianchuan ignored her entirely and returned to sit opposite Shen Qingxue. Another waiter approached. "Sir, madam, would you like to order now?" "Yes, now," Lin Jianchuan said, taking the menu. 1 lobster, 1 king crab, 2 portions of M9 wagyu, 2 portions of foie gras, and 2 portions of caviar. Oh, and a bottle of red wine, around 10,000 yuan. The waiter scribbled down the order, his smile growing ever brighter before he respectfully took his leave. Shen Qingxue was stunned, unable to help tugging at his sleeve. "Uncle Lin, there are only 2 of us. How can we finish all this? And these things are terribly expensive. Just order 1 to try." Lin Jianchuan waved a hand. "It's fine, I'm in a good mood today. We must eat well. What's there to be happy about?" "Why, because you said I'm your boyfriend, of course." The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Jianchuan regretted them, almost wanting to slap himself. He really had a loose tongue. Shen Qingxue was such a fine girl, how could he say such a thing? The age gap between them was far too large. She was only in her 20s, and now she was even a vice director. How could he possibly be worthy of her? Unaware of his inner turmoil, Shen Qingxue's pretty face flushed crimson at his words. How annoying. I only said that to help you out, and you're teasing me. I'm not talking to you anymore. Shen Qingxue pouted coquettishly, her demeanor betraying not a hint of displeasure. Seeing her like this, Lin Jianchuan's heart skipped a beat. Could she actually be falling for him? Then he recalled the kiss she gave him in the alley when he walked her home before, and his expression turned somewhat awkward. Uncle Lin, from what you said earlier, you've been on a blind date. Shen Qingxue snapped back to reality and voiced the question in her mind. Lin Jianchuan's heart raced, his mind scrambling for an answer, though his face betrayed nothing. Qingxue, do you remember, I told you last time that a cousin of mine was going to leave me an inheritance? I remember, but what does that have to do with your blind date? Of course it does. To be honest, the second part of my inheritance has a condition: I must go on blind dates with 10 beautiful unfamiliar women. Lin Jianchuan was lying through his teeth. 10 blind dates. And with strangers. Why? Shen Qingxue was curious. I don't know. That's what my cousin's lawyer said. I'm resistant to the condition too, but for the sake of the inheritance I have to go against my principles. Lin Jianchuan let out a helpless sigh. I know. Shen Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Jianchuan was baffled. What do you know? Your cousin must want you to see the ugly faces of more women, so that after you inherit you won't be easily deceived. I read a similar plot in a novel before. I never thought someone would actually do it in real life. Is that so? It must be, Shen Qingxue said with conviction. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jianchuan clapped his hands in praise. Qingxue, you're so clever. Why didn't I think of that reason? A wave of sweetness washed over Shen Qingxue, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. As they chatted, the waiter arrived with the dishes. 5 or 6 plates filled the table, and the red wine was opened and poured into a decanter. Lin Jianchuan poured 2 glasses and raised his. Vice Director Shen, congratulations in advance on your election. May your work go smoothly, and your career ascend step by step. Cheers. With that he downed his glass. Shen Qingxue smiled softly and took a large sip herself. As the wine slid down her throat, her pretty face grew even more rosy. The two ate and chatted, the atmosphere warm and easy. Before they knew it, the bottle of wine and the food on the table had been polished off. Most of it had gone into Lin Jianchuan's stomach. Ever since taking the body-strengthening pill and gaining extra years of life, his appetite had increased dramatically. Even after eating all that, he was only about 70% full. Shen Qingxue tried to pay, but Lin Jianchuan stopped her. How could I let you pay when you're eating with me? Next time it's your treat. Shen Qingxue blushed and nodded. Deal. Next time I'll treat you to thank you for prescribing medicine for my mother. Don't try to fight me for it. No problem. The meal cost over 18,000 yuan, which pained Shen Qingxue deeply. Uncle Lin, let's not come to places like this anymore. It's too wasteful. All right, whatever you say. Lin Jianchuan replied with a smile. He checked the time. It was 2 in the afternoon, and asked, what time do you go to work this afternoon? He'll drive you. Shen Qingxue shook her head. I'm off this afternoon. And you've been drinking, so you absolutely cannot drive. Don't worry, I know. Where do you want to go? I'm free this afternoon, I can keep you company. Shen Qingxue thought for a moment. I was planning to go to yoga practice, but it might not be convenient if you come along. Lin Jianchuan's interest was piqued. If he wasn't mistaken, there were bound to be plenty of beautiful women at the yoga studio. Who knows, he might even run into a potential match. He was in desperate need of one, so how could he let this opportunity slip? What's inconvenient about it? I saw men doing yoga on Douyin the other day. Just take me to see the sights, okay? Shen Qingxue couldn't talk him out of it and finally agreed, but warned, they'll take you, but you can only watch from outside the window. You can't go in. It's all women inside, not a single man. No problem. Lin Jianchuan agreed readily. The two went downstairs, hailed a ride-hailing car, and headed straight for the yoga studio. The studio was on the 3rd floor of an office building near the central hospital. The environment was elegant, with soundproof carpeting in the hallway and several framed paintings on the walls. The air was filled with the scent of lavender, involuntarily relaxing anyone who entered. Through the glass door, ethereal meditation music could be heard, accompanied by the soft laughter and chatter of women. Uncle Lin, this is the place. He'll be practicing for an hour. If you need to go, just head off and send me a WeChat message. No problem, go on in. Don't worry about me. Shen Qingxue waved at him, pushed open the door, and went inside. Lin Jianchuan pressed his face against the glass door to peek in. Inside, 20 or 30 young women, all with slender figures and dressed in various colored yoga outfits, were warming up. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he felt a slight disappointment. Their looks were only above average. It seemed this trip would be in vain. Just as he was thinking this, the changing room door opened. Shen Qingxue walked out. She had changed into a light purple yoga outfit, her figure curvaceous in all the right places. Full where it should be full, slender where it should be slender. The form-fitting fabric outlined her curves to perfection. With her stunning looks, she stood out among the crowd like a crane among chickens, exceptionally eye-catching. Lin Jianchuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Just as he was watching intently, Shen Qingxue suddenly glanced in his direction. Startled, he hurriedly stepped back, only to feel his back bump into something soft as cotton. Ouch! A pleasant female voice sounded. Startled Lin Jianchuan quickly turned around. There stood a young woman in her early 20s wearing headphones, a black shirt, and ultra-short denim shorts revealing two long, glowing white legs. She winced in pain. Ding. Target detected. Zhang Xiaoqian attractiveness score 80 meets handholding criteria. Host, please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan was stunned, marveling at how small the world was. This was the same long-legged girl who had been sitting on the bench outside the hospital earlier. Sorry, are you alright? Lin Jianchuan hurriedly reached out to help, but Zhang Xiaoqian dodged him. She took off her earphones, rubbing her aching chest, her almond-shaped eyes glaring. How can you stand at the door without watching where you're going? My apologies. I glanced inside and didn't notice anyone behind me. Lin Jianchuan pointed at the yoga studio's glass door. Zhang Xiaoqian followed his gaze, saw a group of women in yoga attire through the glass, and immediately showed a look of contempt. So you're a pervert. Lin Jianchuan's face darkened. My friend is practicing yoga inside. I came to escort her. Say whatever you like. Zhang Xiaoqian stepped forward to enter. As she took a step, Lin Jianchuan blocked her. What are you doing? She stumbled back 2 steps, hands shielding her chest. There are cameras everywhere here. Don't try anything. Lin Jianchuan ignored her wariness, his gaze fixed on her face, brows slightly furrowed. Do you often experience rapid heartbeat, cold sweats, and occasional palpitations? Zhang Xiaoqian was taken aback. How do you know? Lin Jianchuan didn't rush to answer, his eyes moving from her face to her neck, then to her wrists. You not only have palpitations, but also occasional dizziness, especially when you stand up suddenly. Your vision goes dark, right? Zhang Xiaoqian was completely stunned, staring at him with wide eyes, as if he were a monster. Lin Jianchuan pointed at his heart. And you sometimes feel a needle-like stabbing pain here lasting 1 or 2 seconds. It's terrifying when it happens. Are you a doctor? Zhang Xiaoqian's expression shifted. She indeed had these symptoms, and they had been increasing in frequency lately. But last time she went to the central hospital for a checkup, the doctor said it was nothing serious, just stress, and advised her to relax and rest more. Yet that stabbing pain felt so real. In traditional Chinese medicine, your condition is called heart vessel obstruction with phlegm and blood stasis. Zhang Xiaoqian was stunned, though she didn't understand the terms. The word heart vessel was clear enough. Are you saying there's something wrong with my heart? Her voice trembled. Exactly. But you're in luck today running into me. Lin Jianchuan resumed his normal demeanor, standing straight with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an indescribable aura. I can cure this illness, and with just 1 session of acupuncture. Zhang Xiaoqian's face lit up, but she remained cautious. How much do you charge? I don't have much money. I'm afraid I can't afford it. I can treat you for free as compensation for bumping into you earlier. Lin Jianchuan spoke. Endowed with king-level traditional Chinese medicine skills, he could be considered the best in the country. Curing such an ailment was indeed not difficult. Moreover, her appearance had passed the system's assessment. If he could succeed in holding her hand, the benefits would far exceed this consultation fee. Hearing he would treat her for free, Zhang Xiaoqian was overjoyed. Thank you so much. How do you plan to treat me? Lin Jianchuan looked around and shook his head. Not here, it's too noisy. I need a completely quiet place, and you'll have to lie down. Zhang Xiaoqian's heart tightened. A man and a woman alone, a stranger, a quiet place, and lying down. You're not some kind of con artist, are you? Her voice was laced with caution. I don't even know your name. Lin Jianchuan found it both amusing and exasperating. He directly pulled out his ID card. My name is Lin Jianchuan, not a con artist. Zhang Xiaoqian took it and exclaimed in shock. You're 80 years old. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. I'm a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Health preservation is the most basic skill. To intimidate her, Lin Jianchuan had to exaggerate his abilities. Zhang Xiaoqian pondered and found it plausible. Seeing his sincere expression and thinking of her own illness, she finally made up her mind. Fine, I'll trust you once. There's a hotel nearby. Come with me. With that, she started to head downstairs. Lin Jianchuan stopped her. I didn't bring any needles. Do I need to buy a set from the pharmacy? Let's add each other on WeChat first. You check into the room and send me the location. They'll come find you after buying the needles. All right then. Zhang Xiaoqian took out her phone. They exchanged WeChat contacts and then went their separate ways. 10 minutes later, Lin Jianchuan followed the location to a chain hotel next to the office building. The elevator went up to the 3rd floor. The corridor was carpeted in dark gray, muffling his footsteps. He found room 302 and knocked 3 times. The door opened, revealing Zhang Xiaoqian's pretty face. A faint, unnatural blush colored her cheeks as she stepped aside to let him in. Inside was a standard budget hotel setup. A 1.5-meter bed with white sheets and a duvet, a lamp on the nightstand. Lin Jianchuan didn't stand on ceremony. He directly instructed her to lie on the bed and then took her hand. Let me take your pulse first to confirm, then I'll insert the needles. About 10 minutes. My pulse taking technique is special, so don't speak. With that, he closed his eyes. Ding. Countdown begins. 959958957. Zhang Xiaoqian was initially nervous, but seeing him quietly take her pulse without any extra moves, her unease gradually subsided. 10 minutes passed without incident. Ding. Handholding successful. Congratulations, host, on completing the 9th handholding task. Reward 1, lifespan 3 years. Reward 2, insider information on stocks expected to surge over the next 30 trading days. Lin Jianchuan's mind was in turmoil. 30 trading days worth of stock insider tips. With enough capital, how much money could he make? Unfortunately, he only had about 1 million yuan left. And today was Saturday. Gathering enough funds before 9:30 Monday morning would be tight. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and slowly released her hand. Just as he was about to start the acupuncture, another system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has completed 9 handholding tasks. If you complete the 10th within 24 hours, in addition to the regular reward, you'll receive an extra cash bonus of 20 million yuan. Countdown: 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Lin Jianchuan's eyes lit up. He had to get that 20 million. He must complete the 10th handholding within 24 hours. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his gaze back to Zhang Xiaoqian. He'd think about the 20 million later. For now, he needed to cure this girl's illness. He took out the brand new set of silver needles and laid them out on the nightstand. Zhang Xiaoqian's body visibly tensed at the sight of the needles. Don't be nervous. Lin Jianchuan's tone was calm. Acupuncture doesn't hurt. Just a slight soreness when the needle goes in, much milder than that stabbing pain in your chest. Zhang Xiaoqian nodded and asked softly, where will you insert the needles? Lin Jianchuan pointed to her chest area. For heart vessel obstruction, we mainly target the heart meridian and pericardium meridian points, Shanzhong, Juk, Neguan, and Shinmen. He paused, then added, the Shanzhong point is right in the center of your chest, so you'll need to take off your top. Zhang Xiaoqian's pretty face instantly flushed with 2 rosy patches, making her look exquisitely charming. Zhang Xiaoqian bit her lip, glancing down at her clothes, and then up at Lin Jianchuan. Despite his age, he looked to be only in his early 30s, and was rather handsome. However, regardless of that, she couldn't bring herself to undress in front of a strange man. Is it possible not to take it off? She asked softly. Lin Jianchuan nodded. Sure, I can do it through the clothes, but the effect will be reduced, and it might require more sessions. Upon hearing that more sessions would be needed, Zhang Xiaoqian's face flushed even deeper. One time was already embarrassing enough, multiple times would be worse. Gritting her teeth, she reached for the buttons of her shirt. A black lace bra came into view, hugging her full curves. Her face was burning crimson, and her hands trembled so much she couldn't undo the last button. Seeing how shy she was, Lin Jianchuan sighed and turned his head away. Call me when you're ready. Oh, I want. Look. A wave of warmth washed over Zhang Xiaoqian. This man was quite the gentleman. Taking a deep breath, she quickly slipped off her shirt, lay back on the bed, and closed her eyes. Okay. Lin Jianchuan turned around, and the sight before him made his heart pound violently. Zhang Xiaoqian wore only an ultra-short denim skirt below her upper thighs, clearly visible. Combined with the lace lingerie on top, the visual impact was immense. He took a deep breath, struggling to compose himself. Silently, he reminded himself that it was standard practice for patients to remove clothing during acupuncture. He must not harbor any impure thoughts. Despite this, his gaze uncontrollably drifted towards her long, straight legs. He swore these were the most perfect legs he had ever seen, even surpassing Wang's iris. The lines from her thighs to her ankles were smooth, without a hint of imperfection. It took great effort for Lin Jianchuan to tear his eyes away. He silently scolded himself, you old lecher. Lying on the bed with her eyes closed, Zhang Xiaoqian's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She could feel Lin Jianchuan's gaze sweeping over her body, and the sensation of being watched made her feel hot all over. Are you ready yet? She asked softly, her voice trembling. Almost. Lin Jianchuan pulled a silver needle from his kit and carefully sterilized it with an alcohol swab. He then walked to the bedside and sat down beside Zhang Xiaoqian. I'm going to start now, try to relax. His fingers pressed against her chest, locating the Tanzhong point. Zhang Xiaoqian's body flinched visibly, as if shocked. Finding the acupoint, he gently inserted the silver needle. Zhang Xiaoqian let out a soft hiss, her brow furrowing slightly. Sore? A little. That's normal, bear with it, it'll be over soon. He took out a second needle, pressing around the juk point. This point was about 2 inches below Tanzhong, closer to the heart. His fingers inevitably brushed against the edge of her lingerie. Zhang Xiaoqian's breathing became noticeably rapid, her chest heaving. The full swell rose and fell with each breath, making Lin Jianchuan's heart race and his eyes burn. He gritted his teeth and quickly inserted the second needle. The third needle went into the Neguan point on the inner wrist. This one was easy to locate, no need to look at her chest. The fourth needle went into the Shinmen point, also on the wrist. After inserting all 4 needles, Lin Jianchuan took 2 steps back and let out a breath. Wait 10 minutes. After that you should feel a noticeable difference. Zhang Xiaoqian nodded, not daring to move a muscle. A warm current flowed through her chest, like an invisible hand gently massaging her. The discomfort was slowly receding. It's really working. I can feel it. Her voice was filled with surprise. Of course it works. I'm a master of Chinese medicine. There's no illness I can't cure. Zhang Xiaoqian couldn't help but laugh. Sir, you're not very modest. I'm just stating the facts. They chatted idly, and 10 minutes quickly passed. By now Zhang Xiaoqian was drenched in sweat, her underwear and shorts soaked through. She felt as if she had just been pulled out of water. She squirmed slightly in embarrassment, but found her body felt incredibly light and relaxed. The stifling sensation in her chest was gone, her heartbeat was steady, and her breathing had become smooth. So hot. That's a good sign. Lin Jianchuan stood up and began to remove the needles. This means the dampness and stagnation in your body are being expelled. Sweating is a sign of detoxification. He first removed the 2 needles from her wrist, pressing the points with an alcohol swab. Drink plenty of water when you get home to flush out the remaining toxins. Zhang Xiaoqian nodded obediently. After removing the last needle and putting it away, he turned his back. All right, you can get dressed now. Zhang Xiaoqian sat up and looked down at herself, her ears turning red. Her soaked underwear clung to her body, outlining her tempting curves. The waistband of her shorts was wet with sweat, and her thighs glistened with a fine sheen of moisture. She quickly grabbed her shirt and threw it on, fumbling with the buttons. Done. Lin Jianchuan turned back, his gaze lingering on her face for a second. When you get home, don't shower tonight. Wait until tomorrow morning. Avoid cold or spicy food, and don't stay up late for the next few days. Zhang Xiaoqian nodded while buttoning her shirt. Got it. She stood up, stretched, her eyes sparkling. Sir, I feel 10 pounds lighter. My chest isn't tight, and my heart isn't racing. That's good to hear. Lin Jianchuan glanced at his phone. Well, I need to get going. Wait. Zhang Xiaoqian called out, hesitating. Sir, do you use Douyin? Lin Jianchuan shook his head. I browse it occasionally. Why? Oh, that's great. You should follow me, Zhang Xiaoqian said with an embarrassed smile. I have 20,000 followers on Douyin. My username is Sister Qianqian. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback, looking her over. Sister Qianqian. He had actually come across that name on his local feed. A small-time internet celebrity with a great figure, her long legs were her signature, and each video got a few hundred likes. But the key thing was she looked completely different from this girl. He voiced his confusion. Zhang Xiaoqian giggled, covering her mouth. Sir, haven't you heard of beauty filters? Lin Jianchuan paused, then it dawned on him. Right, these internet celebrities with their filters could make their own mothers not recognize them, let alone strangers. So the way you look in your videos is because of a beauty filter, he asked. Zhang Xiaoqian shook her head, then nodded. It's not just the filter, I'm also pretty good at makeup. Plus, with the right lighting angles and post-editing, that's why I look different. Lin Jianchuan clicked his tongue in amazement. So wouldn't that be deceiving your fans? How is that deceiving? It's called packaging. Don't celebrities retouch their photos? Don't streamers use filters? Everyone does it. If I didn't, who would watch me? Lin Jianchuan supposed she had a point. In this day and age, looks were a form of productivity. Alright, so with 20,000 followers, how much do you make a month? Zhang Xiaoqian sighed. Not much, just 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. I could earn more with ads, but big brands don't want me and small brands are stingy, paying a few hundred per video with tons of demands. So life's pretty tough for you. Tell me about it, Zhang Xiaoqian said with a grimace. I film videos during the day, live stream at night, and hit the gym on weekends to keep in shape. I'm exhausted, and I can barely even afford the rent. Lin Jianchuan looked at her, suddenly feeling she had it rough. Working so hard for fame, yet struggling to make ends meet. He opened Douyin and searched for the name Sister Qianqian. Sure enough, a stunning beauty appeared on the screen. In the video, she was wearing a tight sports top and yoga pants doing squats. The comments section was filled with wife, goddess, and I could play with those legs for a year. Zhang Xiaoqian blushed furiously and quickly followed Lin Jianchuan on Douyin. She glanced at his username, Xiaolin age 80. Mr. Lin, thank you for treating me. They'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand. No need really. Since you're fine, I'll be on my way. If I have time, I'll drop by your live stream to show my support. Goodbye. With that, he opened the door and left. Zhang Xiaoqian watched his retreating back, her fondness for him growing. It seemed she had misjudged him earlier. As Lin Jianchuan stepped out of the hotel, the hot wind hit his face, clearing his mind somewhat. He took out his phone and sent Xin Xingxue a WeChat message saying he had something urgent to deal with. Then he hailed a taxi and headed home. Leaning back in the seat, his mind raced with calculations. There were only 23 hours left to complete the 10th handhold. 2 million plus the insider stock tips. If this plan succeeded, making over 100 million would be a breeze. But the problem was, where could he find a partner for the handhold? After racking his brains, only one person met the requirements: Lu Lingshuang, the chairman of Shuangqi International. With a beauty score of 91, she was mature, alluring with captivating curves. But she was a chairman accustomed to the big stage. Though he had showcased his extraordinary medical skills, she might not reach out to him immediately. His only remaining hope was the matchmaking agency. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone and called the agency. 5 minutes later, Lin Jianchuan set down the phone. The responses from 5 agencies were similar. Either they'd try their best, or they said few matched the criteria, and some even advised him to lower his standards. Lin Jianchuan was furious. Under the threat of a refund, several agencies promised to search diligently and find a suitable match within 7 days. After hanging up, he sighed. 23 hours, not long, not short. If he couldn't find someone, the 2 million would slip away along with the insider stock tips. Without sufficient capital, even knowing which stock would rise wouldn't yield much profit. The more Lin Jianchuan thought about it, the more restless he became, so he simply closed his eyes. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Champs-Élysées residence. He paid the fare and took the elevator upstairs. Opening the door, the living room was empty. Neither Qin Yaru nor Li Chichi was there. Lin Jianchuan changed into slippers and was about to head upstairs for a shower when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Lin Jianchuan? A sweet female voice came through the receiver. Yes, who are you? Hello, I'm the assistant to the chairman of Shuangqi International. My surname is Liu. You can just call me Xiao Liu. Lin Jianchuan's heart stirred. Shuangqi International. Liu Lingshuang's company. Assistant Liu, what can I do for you? Our chairman would like to invite you to the company tomorrow to examine her health. Would that be possible? Lin Jianchuan's heart pounded fiercely. Liu Lingshuang had taken the initiative to contact him. Yes, of course, he agreed hastily, afraid she might change her mind. What time tomorrow? Would 8:30 work? Our chairman has another engagement at 9:30. No problem, I'll be there by 8 o'clock sharp. Alright, I'll send you the address. When you arrive, just state your name, and the front desk will bring you up. Great, thank you. After hanging up, Lin Jianchuan was brimming with excitement. He tilted his head back and burst into raucous laughter. Truly, heaven never seals off all exits. Liu Lingshuang had indeed contacted him. As long as he held her hand for 10 minutes tomorrow, the 2 million would be his. With that capital combined with the insider tips, multiplying his funds several times over wouldn't be a problem. The more Lin Jianchuan thought about it, the more thrilled he became, wishing he could rush to Shuangqi International right now. He hummed a tune as he went upstairs, took a relaxing shower, and lay in bed waiting for Zhao Jingxiang to contact him. At 6:30 in the evening, his WeChat buzzed. He opened it and saw it was indeed a location from Zhao Jingxiang. Tapping on it, he saw Tianlong Bay Villa District. Another text message followed. Brother Lin, my home is at No. 18 Tianlong Bay. 8 p.m. I don't drive, see you there. A string of little red hearts followed. Lin Jianchuan was taken aback. Telling him not to drive could only mean she wanted him to drink. And after drinking, his mind involuntarily drifted back to the scene at the hotel last time. Zhao Jingxiang, drunk, had come to his room on her own, and then... Stop. He quickly shook his head and took a deep breath. She was treating him to dinner to express gratitude. Nothing else should happen. Otherwise, he'd truly be a beast. He immediately replied, got it, it'll be there at 8. After sending the message, Lin Jianchuan began to prepare. At 7 o'clock sharp, he changed into clean clothes, checked himself in the mirror, and left the house satisfied. Tianlong Bay was on the east side of Green City, a 30-minute drive under normal conditions, but it was rush hour now. He waited nearly 10 minutes by the roadside before flagging down a taxi. At 8 o'clock sharp, the car stopped at the main gate of Tianlong Bay. Lin Jianchuan paid the fare and stepped out. Looking up, he couldn't help but silently admire it. This residential area was impressively grand. The gate was European-style, 5 or 6 meters tall, with cream-colored stone walls adorned with intricate carvings. Above the lintel were 3 gilded characters, Tianlong Bay. At the entrance stood a guard booth with a security guard standing ramrod straight, wearing an earpiece and a walkie-talkie at his waist, a cut above the guards at ordinary complexes. As he was taking this in, a guard quickly approached. Hello, sir, who are you here to see? The guard's eyes held a hint of scrutiny as he looked him up and down. His outfit tonight wasn't bad. A white t-shirt, black casual pants, and a pair of sneakers, clean and neat. But in the guard's eyes, this attire fell far short of what the Tianlong Bay homeowners typically wore. Every homeowner had seen was decked out in designer brands with gleaming watches. Someone like Lin Jianchuan was either here to visit relatives or to do some work. I'm here to see Zhao Jingxiang at No. 18. The guard's brow twitched slightly. No. 18 was in the standalone villa area. Sir, do you have an appointment? Or could you call the homeowner to confirm? We need to register all outside vehicles and personnel, and we can't let anyone through without the homeowner's confirmation. Lin Jianchuan had no choice but to pull out his phone and dial Zhao Jingxiang's number. The call connected after just one ring. Brother Lin, are you here? Zhao Jingxiang's voice carried undisguised delight. I'm at the gate, but the guard won't let me in. Can you tell him? Lin Jianchuan handed his phone to the guard. The guard took the phone, and his demeanor instantly became respectful. Hello, miss. Zhao. Yes, of course I'll let him through right away. You're too kind. After hanging up, the guard returned the phone with both hands, his earlier scrutiny replaced by eager servility. My apologies, I didn't know you were Miss Zhao's guest. Please come in. No. 18 is straight ahead. Turn right past the central garden, and it's the second villa. Lin Jianchuan nodded and stepped into the complex. The moment he entered, it was like stepping into another world. The greenery on both sides of the road was immaculate. Tall trees, low shrubs, and a variety of flowers were layered in perfect harmony. The air was filled with the fragrance of gardenias mingled with the scent of fresh grass, refreshing the senses. Villa No. 18 sat at the heart of the complex. Lin Jianchuan arrived at the door and rang the bell. The door opened quickly, and Zhao Jingxiang poked her head out. Seeing it was him, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she welcomed him inside. Once through the door, Lin Jianchuan finally got a clear look at what she was wearing, a winered silk slip dress with a hem that barely grazed the top of her thighs. The soft fabric clung to her body, her rear pert and shapely, and the neckline plunged low, revealing a deep cleavage. Her jet black hair was swept up high, exuding an aura of mature femininity. Lin Jianchuan nearly froze in place. It took immense effort to lift his gaze, but he met Zhao Jingxiang's smiling eyes. "Brother Lin, am I beautiful?" Lin Jianchuan nodded eagerly, saying against his will, "Beautiful, so beautiful, Jingxiang, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingxiang's face flushed crimson, and her heart felt as sweet as if it had been filled with honey. She took Lin Jianchuan's hand and led him towards the dining room, saying, "Come on today, let me show you my cooking skills. I made all of this myself." Lin Jianchuan entered the dining room and looked at the table. Wow! King crab, lobster, abalone, mantis shrimp. A whole array of seafood filled the table, with a bottle of matai placed in the center. Seeing the matai, he looked at Zhao Jingxiang in surprise and asked, "Can you handle your liquor? Last time you got so drunk on red wine. If you drink this strong liquor, how drunk will you get?" Hearing this, Zhao Jingxiang blushed again. A memory of that night at the hotel flashed through her mind. She had gotten drunk and walked into his room on her own, and then she subconsciously crossed her legs, feeling a wave of heat wash over her, whether from nervousness or something else. "I'm just happy today you'll drink a little," she said, her head lowered, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing her shy demeanor, Lin Jianchuan didn't have the heart to dissuade her further. Zhao Jingxiang lit the red candles on the dining table and turned off the lights, plunging the entire villa into darkness. The two sat down across from each other. The candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on their faces, alternating between light and dark. An ambiguous atmosphere flowed slowly between them, like an invisible thread drawing them closer and closer. "Brother Lin, I toast to you," Zhao Jingxiang said, pouring 2 full glasses of liquor and raising one of them. "Thank you for helping me take back my company. You are my greatest benefactor." "Don't say that, there's no need for such formalities between us," Lin Jianchuan said, raising his glass. They clinked their glasses together firmly, and each took a large sip. The liquor burned its way down his throat like a fiery line, scorching its way to his stomach. Zhao Jingxiang suppressed the burning sensation and picked up a king crab leg for Lin Jianchuan, saying, "Try this, I specially picked it out at the supermarket. It's very fresh." Lin Jianchuan took a bite, the meat sweet, fresh, and springy. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, "Delicious. You're quite skilled at this." "Of course, I've had professional culinary training," Zhao Jingxiang said, raising her chin proudly as she lifted her glass again. The two ate and chatted, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate. As they talked, Zhao Jingxiang's eyes reddened. "Brother Lin, I'm so lucky I met you. Otherwise, I might still be deceived by that bastard Wang Chang. The past is behind us now. The days ahead will only get better." Lin Jianchuan comforted her softly. Zhao Jingxiang nodded emphatically, raising her glass once more. "Come, let me toast you again." Under Zhao Jingxiang's relentless toasts, the entire bottle of liquor was drained. Lin Jianchuan felt fine, but Zhao Jingxiang was done for. She was utterly flushed, her face as red as blood, and she began to slur her words incoherently. She pulled her chair right next to Lin Jianchuan, propped her head on her hand, and looked at him with hazy, dreamy eyes, her voice soft and moist. "Brother Lin, don't leave tonight, okay? They'll keep you good company tonight and show you what it means to be as gentle as water." Lin Jianchuan's heart seemed to skip a beat at her words. The alcohol surged up, and he felt his own face growing hot and his throat dry. "Jingxiang, you've had too much to drink." "I haven't had too much." Zhao Jingxiang shook her head, but her body wobbled, and she nearly slipped off the chair. Lin Jianchuan reacted swiftly, reaching out to steady her by the shoulders. Her skin felt smooth and warm under his touch. The strap of her nightgown slipped down half her shoulder, revealing a round, fair shoulder. A pang of panic shot through him, and he quickly let go. But Zhao Jingxiang took the opportunity to lean her entire body against him, resting her head on his shoulder and bringing her lips close to his ear. "Brother Lin, do you know? I've never been this happy before." "Happy about what?" "Happy that someone is good to me, someone cares about me, someone is willing to fight for me." Zhao Jingxiang shifted sideways to sit on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Brother Lin." She called him softly, her breath warm against his face, their noses almost touching. Lin Jianchuan froze, his hands hovering in midair, unsure whether to hold her or not. Before he could even figure it out, Zhao Jingxiang lowered her head and pressed her lips to his. The soft touch sent an electric current shooting through his entire body. Lin Jianchuan felt a boom in his head and instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist. Encouraged by his response, Zhao Jingxiang kissed him more passionately, her tongue gently prying open his teeth. They became entangled, their breathing growing more and more ragged. After a long while, Zhao Jingxiang finally pulled back, panting, and looked at him with drunken, hazy eyes. "Brother Lin, I beg you don't leave tonight, okay?" Lin Jianchuan's throat was parched as he struggled to speak. "Jingxiang, this isn't right." "What's not right about it?" Zhao Jingxiang interrupted, her eyes rimmed with red. "Do you despise me? Despise me for having been married before, for being tainted?" No, how could I ever despise you?" Lin Jianchuan said urgently. "Then why don't you want to stay?" Zhao Jingxiang's tears began to fall. "Do you know, ever since we parted at the company that day, I've thought about you every single day. I wanted to call you, but I was afraid of disturbing you. I wanted to come find you, but I was afraid of scaring you. I asked you here today, firstly to thank you, and secondly to tell you that I like you. I want to be with you." As she spoke, she grabbed Lin Jianchuan's hand and pressed it against her chest. "Listen, my heart is beating so fast, all because of you." Feeling the rapid heartbeat and the incredible softness beneath his hand, Lin Jianchuan felt like he was about to explode. "Jingxiang, I can't ruin you, and besides I can't marry you." "It doesn't matter," she said. "After what happened with Wang Chong, I've come to terms with things. As long as two people truly love each other, nothing else is important." Lin Jianchuan was completely numb, frantically telling himself, "You absolutely cannot stay. You've already been a beast twice before. Are you going to continue being one?" He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but unexpectedly Zhao Jingxiang reached out and covered his mouth. "Brother Lin, if you leave tonight, I will hate you for the rest of my life." These words were like a spark that completely ignited the last shred of reason left in Lin Jianchuan's heart. If he still left after she said that, wouldn't he be worse than a beast? He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and scooped Zhao Jingxiang up in his arms. She let out a startled gasp and clung tightly to his neck. "Where's the bedroom?" Lin Jianchuan's voice was hoarse. "Upstairs, the first door on the left," she answered, her voice filled with delight. Lin Jianchuan carried her up the stairs in big strides and kicked open the bedroom door with enough force to break the lock. The room was dark, but moonlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling window, laying a blanket of silver on the floor. He tossed Zhao Jingxiang onto the bed, his eyes red, panting heavily. In the moonlight, a triumphant smile played on Zhao Jingxiang's lips with not a trace of drunkenness left in her eyes. The silk nightgown had slipped away unnoticed. Gazing at the stunning vision before him, Lin Jianchuan's breathing grew heavier and heavier, and like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged forward. "Brother Lin, be gentle." That night the moonlight was like water, and only the sound of their breathing filled the bedroom. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that things finally quieted down. Early the next morning, Lin Jianchuan opened his eyes, stared at the unfamiliar ceiling for a full 2 seconds, and then came to his senses. He turned his head. Zhao Jingxiang was still lying beside him, sleeping deeply. The thin blanket only covered her slender waist, leaving a large expanse of snow-white skin exposed. Her long hair was messily scattered across the pillow, and a faint blush still lingered on her cheeks. Lin Jianchuan looked at her, his heart churning with mixed emotions. Counting from that night at the hotel, this was already the 3rd time. Last night before coming he had vowed to himself, but in the end he couldn't resist again. Alas, Lin Jianchuan, you're truly a beast. He rebuked himself severely in his mind. Zhao Jingxiang was young, beautiful, worth hundreds of millions, and had a bright future ahead. And what about him? Though his body was young, his age was still a factor. It wasn't right. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was a scoundrel. Just as he was about to slap himself twice, the person beside him opened her eyes. The corners of Zhao Jingxiang's mouth slowly curved up, and her voice was a little hoarse. "You're awake." Lin Jianchuan cleared his throat. "How do you feel? Any discomfort?" Zhao Jingxiang lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. "I'm fine, just my knees are a bit sore." His face flushed with embarrassment as certain scenes from last night flashed through his mind. He quickly looked away. "So, are you going to the company today?" "No, I'll rest at home." "What about you? Any plans today?" Lin Jianchuan was about to say no, but suddenly remembered yesterday's appointment. At 8:30, he was to go to Shuangqi International to treat Lu Lingshuang. Startled, he quickly grabbed his phone. There were a few unread WeChat messages. He checked the time. 7:50. Damn, he was going to be late. Lin Jianchuan sprang up from the bed like a bolt of lightning, frantically searching for his clothes. "What's wrong?" Zhao Jingxiang was startled by his reaction. "I have an appointment with a patient at 8:30. I'm running out of time." Zhao Jingxiang couldn't help but laugh at his flustered look. "Take it easy, don't fall. It's not worth risking your fall over that money." "It's not about the money. I can't just stand them up. Besides, she's a big boss, maybe you'll need her help someday." "A big boss? Who? Do I know her?" Zhao Jingxiang asked curiously. "Chairwoman of Shuangqi International, Lu Lingshuang." "What? Lu Lingshuang?" Zhao Jingxiang exclaimed. Lin Jianchuan paused, looking at her in surprise. "You know her?" "Of course I do. Zhao Jingxiang's eyes lit up, her voice brimming with excitement. Lu Lingshuang is the largest private enterprise owner in Lecheng. They say she's worth tens of billions, and together with Yi Jinshan they're known as the two titans of Lecheng. She's been my idol for years. A woman single-handedly building such a huge corporation. It's incredible. I've always wanted a chance to meet her, but I never had the connections. Lin Jianchuan was stunned. He knew Lu Lingshuang was wealthy, but he hadn't expected her to be this rich. Tens of billions in net worth. No wonder she had written a 20 million check without batting an eye last time. Zhao Jingxiang suddenly caught on. Wait, did you just say you were going to treat Lu Lingshuang? Yes, Lin Jianchuan continued to dress. How did you meet her? Zhao Jingxiang's eyes widened. Her daughter lives downstairs from me. I saved her once, and then we got to know each other. Zhao Jingxiang spoke excitedly. Brother Lin, could you help me get an introduction? I'd love to meet her. I really want to have a meal with her and ask for advice on company management. I can pay for it. If it's convenient for you, just mention it to her. No problem. Lin Jianchuan agreed without a second thought. Then he rushed to the bathroom, splashed his face, and was about to leave. Wait. It's hard to get a taxi around here. Take my car. Lin Jianchuan paused and turned back. Zhao Jingxiang pointed at the car keys on the nightstand. The BMW X5, you've seen it. It's parked downstairs. Alright, I'll contact you when I'm done. At 820 he drove to the Shuangqi International Building. The tower was 16 stories high, imposing and majestic, with a huge company logo embedded atop the glass curtain wall. He looked up, straightened his collar, and strode into the lobby. The receptionist flashed a professional smile. Hello, sir. Whom are you looking for? I'm Lin Jianchuan, here to see Chairwoman Lu. I have an appointment. The receptionist checked the computer, and her demeanor immediately became respectful. Mr. Lin, Assistant Lu has already informed me. Please come this way, I will take you up. She led Lin Jianchuan into the elevator, which rose all the way to the 16th floor. As the door opened, a young woman in her mid-20s, dressed in professional attire, was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Lin, I'm Assistant Lu, the chairwoman's assistant. We spoke on the phone yesterday. She extended her hand. Lin Jianchuan shook it. Hello, thank you for your trouble. Not at all. Please come this way, the chairwoman is already waiting for you in her office. Lu led him down a corridor, stopped before a dark wooden door, and gently knocked 3 times. Chairwoman, Mr. Lin is here. Come in, came a cool, clear female voice from inside. Lu pushed the door open, stepped aside to let Lin Jianchuan in, and then quietly closed the door. The office was spacious, at least 100 square meters, with floor-to-ceiling windows covering an entire wall. The decoration was not extravagant, but it exuded taste everywhere. In front of the window, Lu Lingshuang stood with her back to him, speaking on the phone. She wore a white silk blouse paired with black high-waisted wide-leg trousers and black pointed-toe high heels. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her back straight and poised, radiating an aura of cool, sharp authority. Lin Jianchuan stood by the door, not interrupting. A few minutes later, Lu Lingshuang ended the call and turned around. Even though it was their second meeting, Lin Jianchuan was still struck by her beauty, thinking to himself that the system had impeccable taste. Lu Lingshuang walked over to the sofa and sat down, gesturing with a slight chin lift. Have a seat. Lin Jianchuan didn't stand on ceremony. He sat across from her with a wide coffee table between them. She lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a stream of smoke. Mr. Lin, this is our second meeting. I've invited you here to treat me. Don't worry about the fee. If you can cure me, name your price. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand. It's not about the money. Shichi and I are friends, and you are her mother. Lu Lingshuang raised a hand to stop him. One thing at a time. Shichi is Shichi, I am I. 2 separate matters. Lin Jianchuan said no more. Since she had put it that way, further refusal would only seem pretentious. Alright, I'll do as you wish, Chairwoman Lu. Let me take your pulse first. But I should explain, my method is a bit special and takes a while. During that time, no talking. No problem, Lu Lingshuang said without hesitation, extending her hand. Her hand was very white and delicate, looking no different from a woman in her 20s. Clearly the result of meticulous care. Lin Jianchuan reached out, grasped it firmly, and closed his eyes. Ding. Countdown begins. 959958957. Time ticked by second after second. Lin Jianchuan held Lu Lingshuang's delicate hand tightly, his expression that of a focused pulse reader, but his mind was entirely on the countdown. 7 minutes had already passed. If he could just hold on for 3 more minutes, 20 million would be his. Lu Lingshuang's face appeared calm, but inside a storm was raging. She could clearly feel the warmth of Lin Jianchuan's palm. That warmth seeped through her skin, making her heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. She couldn't remember the last time she had been in such close contact with a man. Since her divorce, she had transformed herself into a formidable career woman. Days were consumed by company affairs and nights were spent in her empty villa with not a soul to talk to. In the quiet hours, loneliness would sometimes creep in, but her iron will always crushed such weakness. Now, having her hand held by a man in his 30s, a long-lost sense of intimacy surged over her like a rising tide. She stole a glance at Lin Jianchuan's face. His brows were sharp, his nose was high and straight, and his skin was firm. He looked nothing like his actual age. So his identification was indeed forged. Looking at the handsome Lin Jianchuan before her, a ridiculous thought suddenly crossed her mind. If she had met this man back, then would things have turned out differently? She quickly suppressed the thought, reminding herself that he was her daughter's friend, and she must not entertain such ideas. But the more she tried to suppress it, the more the thought grew. She took a deep breath, averted her gaze to the window, and tried to calm herself. Just then a startled cry echoed from outside the office door. "Young Master Yi, you can't go in. The chairman is with a guest." Assistant Liu's flustered voice came from the hallway, but the visitor ignored her and barged straight in. Though fuming inside, Lin Jianchuan opened his eyes. Yi Feihong strode in, followed by two bodyguards, one of whom carried an exquisite brocade box. He wore a tailored dark blue suit today, his hair impeccably styled. Lu Lingshuang's brows were already furrowed, her eyes blazing with anger. As the chairman of Shuangqi International, very few in Green City would dare to barge into her office like this. But upon seeing it was Yi Feihong, she forced her anger down. The Yi family had a deep partnership with Shuangqi International, and she had always hoped her daughter would marry Yi Feihong. Such a union would be a powerful alliance, paving a smoother path for her daughter's future. She subtly withdrew her hand, her expression returning to normal, and said in a flat tone, "Feihong, you're here. Is something the matter?" Lin Jianchuan looked at his now empty hand, feeling a pang of regret. "Damn you, Yi Feihong. I'm not done with you. I was just over 2 minutes short." He was so enraged at that moment, he could have killed Yi Feihong. He cursed Yi Feihong's ancestors for 18 generations in his mind, but his face remained impassive as he sat quietly on the sofa. Yi Feihong walked in, his gaze sweeping across the office before landing on Lin Jianchuan. He froze instantly. The man who had slapped him 3 times and forced him to call him daddy was sitting in Lu Lingshuang's office. His face turned ashen, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. But with Lu Lingshuang present, he dared not act out. Forcing a smile, he said, "Aunt Lu, about the little incident with Shichi at the school gate last time. I made her angry. She won't answer my calls or reply to my messages, and I feel terrible about it." He gestured for his subordinate to open the brocade box, revealing a scroll. Unfurled, it was an ancient painting. The painting, about 1 meter long and half a meter wide, was done on silk with vibrant colors. It depicted landscapes and pavilions with exquisite brushwork and elegant hues, clearly the work of a master. "This is a landscape painting by Fan Quan from the Northern Song Dynasty. My father bought it for 38 million. I brought it specifically to apologize to Shichi. Could you please pass it to her and ask her to forgive me?" As Yi Feihong spoke, his tone was full of pride, his chin slightly raised, but his gaze deliberately flickered towards Lin Jianchuan. The message was clear: "You poor bastard, you could never afford something this good in your lifetime." Lu Lingshuang's brow arched slightly. A painting by Fan Quan of the Northern Song Dynasty was naturally priceless. If it was authentic, its value would be at least 50 or 60 million, maybe even over 100 million. She said calmly, "Leave it for now. They'll pass it on to Shichi later." "Thank you, Aunt Lu." Yi Feihong nodded with a smile, then took out his phone and quickly sent a WeChat message. His gaze then shifted back to Lin Jianchuan. Lin Jianchuan noticed the man's subtle actions, but paid them no mind. After all, this was a society governed by law. No matter how powerful the Yi family was, they wouldn't dare to attack in broad daylight. He hadn't planned to get involved. What did it matter to him if Yi Feihong gave Lu Shichi a gift? He wasn't her boyfriend. If the man wanted to spend 38 million to win a girl's favor, that was his prerogative. However, when his eyes swept over the ancient painting, his brow furrowed slightly. The silk, the colors, the landscapes, and pavilions. The brushwork was indeed fine, and the colors were indeed elegant. At first glance, it did have a certain Northern Song charm. But Lin Jianchuan possessed king-level appraisal skills, and his ability to authenticate antiques was unmatched. One look was all it took for him to spot the problem. Yi Feihong noticed Lin Jianchuan's gaze, and assumed he was captivated by the famous painting. His spirits lifted, and he was ready to regain some confidence. "Lin Jianchuan, you're just a nobody. You've never seen art this expensive in your life, have you? Since it's still here, you might as well take a good long look. You won't get another chance." As he spoke, his chin was held high, his eyes full of contempt. Lu Lingshuang also noticed the change in Lin Jianchuan's expression and looked at him curiously. Lin Jianchuan let out a derisive snort. He didn't rush to speak, instead picking up his teacup and taking a leisurely sip. Then looking at Yi Feihong, he said with a faint smile, "Young master, don't you find yourself ridiculous? Trying to apologize to Shichi with a fake painting. Are you trying to make her angrier?" The air in the office instantly froze. Yi Feihong's face changed dramatically. "Bullshit. What do you know about art? You're a nobody who doesn't even know what antiques are. How dare you appraise treasure here?" Lin Jianchuan didn't get angry. He stood up, walked over to the painting, and pointed at the silk texture on the edge. Yi Feihong, take a closer look at the warp and weft density of this silk. Yi Feihong was taken aback, leaned in, but saw nothing special. Lin Jianchuan continued, Northern Song silk typically has a warp and weft density of around 50 threads per square centimeter due to the limited weaving technology of the time. But this painting's silk has a density of over 100 threads. That's a weaving technique that only appeared after the Qing dynasty. Based on this alone, it's clear this painting cannot be any older than the Qing dynasty. 38 million for a Qing dynasty imitation. Yi Feihong, are you trying to fool Chairman Liu like she's a fool? Yi Feihong was taken aback when Lin Jianchuan declared the painting he brought was a fake. You're talking nonsense. This painting was appraised by experts as an authentic Northern Song dynasty work. Which expert? Lin Jianchuan countered. Yi Feihong was left speechless, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Lin Jianchuan, however, had no intention of letting him off the hook. His gaze returned to the painting. Yi Feihong, let me ask you again. Do you know the most distinctive feature of Fan Quan's Northern Song paintings? Sweat beaded on Yi Feihong's forehead. How could he possibly know such a thing? This painting was a gift from his father, who had assured him it was an authentic piece, so he had brought it along. Could it be that his old man had deliberately sent him with a forgery to deceive Lu Lingshuan? Lin Jianchuan spoke directly. Fan Quan was renowned for his raindrop and bean dot texturing strokes, bold and vigorous in execution with distinct layers of ink tone. He extended his hand, pointing at a rocky outcrop in the painting. The texturing strokes here are weak and feeble, the lines erratic and unstable. This is far from the forceful brushwork that penetrates the paper. What's even more absurd is the appearance of hemp fiber texturing strokes. Isn't that simply preposterous? Lu Lingshuang's gaze wasn't on the painting, but fixed intently on Lin Jianchuan. She genuinely hadn't expected this man to not only know medicine, but also possess expertise in art appraisal. According to the information she had gathered, he had never been exposed to such things. So where did this skill come from? It seemed the information she had obtained previously was all wrong. Yi Feihong's face had lost most of its color, but he still held his ground, refusing to concede. You're spouting nonsense. This is just your one-sided claim. Enough. Lu Lingshuang's voice cut through soft, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Both Lin Jianchuan and Yi Feihong turned to look at her. Lu Lingshuang leaned back against the sofa, her expression indifferent. Feihong, I appreciate your kindness, but you should take this painting back. Yi Feihong started to speak, but Lu Lingshuang raised her hand to silence him. My home is already filled with calligraphy paintings and antiques, gathering dust in the storeroom with no time to manage them. This painting would only suffer the same fate there, so I won't accept it. As she spoke, she glanced at the clock on the wall. I have a meeting soon, so I won't keep you any longer. Feihong, you may leave now. The office fell silent. Yi Feihong stood rooted to the spot, his mouth twitching several times. The light in his eyes shifted from anger to humiliation, and then from humiliation to pure hatred. It was a blatant dismissal, not even offering him a cup of tea. All of this was because of that damned Lin Jianchuan. If he hadn't stuck his nose in and pointed out flaws in the painting, how could he have lost so much face in front of Lu Lingshuan? He gritted his molars, shot a deep venomous glance at Lin Jianchuan, and forced a smile. Since that's the case, Aunt Lu will be going now. He'll come back another day to apologize properly. Lu Lingshuan gave a slight nod, not even looking at him. Yi Feihong waved his hand, and his bodyguards hurriedly collected the painting, handling it with exaggerated care. All three of them left the office together. Assistant Lu immediately closed the door and took up his post outside. In the corridor, Yi Feihong walked with quick, agitated steps, his bodyguards having to jog to keep up. Once inside the elevator, as soon as the door slid shut, slap, slap, two vicious backhands landed on the bodyguards' faces. You two useless pieces of trash. Were you both struck mute in there? Couldn't you have said something for me? Yi Feihong's voice was shrill, his demeanor bordering on manic. Just stood there and watched that bastard Lin walk all over me. The bodyguards hardly dared to breathe. One seemed to want to say something, but meeting Yi Feihong's murderous glare, he quickly swallowed his words. Yi Feihong squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. Lin Jianchuan, I swear I'll make you pay today. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Yi Feihong's face instantly reverted to its cold, arrogant mask. The receptionist stood and bowed respectfully. Young master, Yi, please go slowly. Yi Feihong didn't even glance at her, striding straight out the main entrance. He pulled out his phone, found a number, and dialed. The call was answered after a single ring. I'll go away, he's still inside. Keep an eye on him. I want him in the hospital for a month. A hoarse voice came through the receiver. Don't worry, young master Yi. My men are already in position. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Yi Feihong's mouth. Make it clean. Money's no object. Understood. After hanging up, Yi Feihong turned and looked back at the Xuanqi, building, his eyes filled with venom. Lin Jianchuan, just you wait. You think you're so good with words. You think you're such a connoisseur of art. Let's see if that mouth of yours stays so tough after today. He turned and got into a black Maybach, disappearing without a trace. Back in the office, Lu Lingshuang's gaze settled on Lin Jianchuan, as if she were trying to see straight through him. Chairman Lu, could you not look at me like that? It's making me a bit uncomfortable, Lin Jianchuan said dryly. With a click, Lu Lingshuang lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew the smoke directly at Lin Jianchuan. He swallowed hard watching her. God, she was tempting. Especially the way she smoked. It stirred a primal urge within him. A mature, alluring woman indeed. I never expected you to know so much about art appraisal. She said, her voice pleasant, carrying more curiosity than the earlier coldness. Lin Jianchuan puffed out his chest. I'm not one to brag, but besides paintings I'm quite skilled at authenticating other antiques as well. Really? Lu Lingshuang raised an eyebrow. Of course. I never tell a lie. Well then, if the opportunity arises, perhaps I'll invite you to my place to take a look at some of my antiques, and tell me which are real and which are fake. As soon as she said it, a blush crept across Lu Lingshuang's face. What was she doing? Inviting him to her home. To cover her embarrassment, she quickly added, anyway, let's not talk about that. Our pulse reading was interrupted. Let's start over. Lin Jianchuan was all for it. He nodded, eagerly reached out, and took her delicate hand once more. The moment their skin touched, both fell silent, a charged, intimate atmosphere filling the air. He tightened his grip, focusing on the pulse at her wrist. Chairman Lu, please relax. You're too tense, your pulse is all tight. Lu Lingshuang shot him a glare, but didn't argue. Instead, she took a deep breath and willed herself to calm down. She closed her eyes, leaned back in her chair, and tried to clear her mind. Time ticked by, and 10 minutes quickly passed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the 10th hand-holding mission within 24 hours. Reward 1, lifespan 5 years. Reward 2, attractiveness to the opposite sex increased by 50. Bonus reward, cash of 20 million yuan, transferred to host's bank account. The moment the notification ended, his phone chimed with a deposit alert. Lin Jianchuan was utterly stunned by the second reward. Increased attractiveness to the opposite sex by 50. What was wrong with this system? At his age, what use did he have for increased attractiveness? If he weren't trying to maintain an image in front of Lu Lingshuang, he would have started cursing up a storm right then and there. Lin Jianchuan mentally cursed the system's entire lineage. What he didn't notice was that Lu Lingshuang's gaze on him had already changed. Lu Lingshuang herself didn't know what had come over her. In that instant, she felt as if the man before her had suddenly transformed into someone else. It was the same face, the same build, yet there was something indescribably alluring about him. It was a feeling hard to articulate. It was as if a layer of aura had suddenly enveloped him. Even though he was still just sitting there, it was impossible to look away. Her heartbeat began to quicken. She could clearly feel her cheeks growing warm, and her breathing became somewhat unsteady. It was a feeling she hadn't experienced in years. The last time was over 2 decades ago, when she first met her ex-husband. But even that encounter hadn't been this intense. She silently scolded herself. Lu Lingshuang, get a grip. He's your daughter's friend. How can you be having such thoughts? Yet the more she scolded herself, the more her gaze uncontrollably drifted towards Lin Jianchuan. His upright posture, handsome features, and composed demeanor. Unbidden images began to form in her mind. The two of them having dinner, taking walks, swimming together, going to bed together. Lu Lingshuang pinched her thigh hard, the sharp pain making her gasp, finally suppressing these absurd thoughts. Chairman Lu, are you alright? Lin Jianchuan looked over curiously, noticing her face had flushed deeply. I'm fine. Lu Lingshuang tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, trying to compose herself. Are you done with the pulse diagnosis? Yes. Lin Jianchuan released her wrist, his expression turning professional. As I suspected before, your condition is due to excessive yin energy overwhelming the yang, causing severe pain during your menstrual cycle. Can it be treated? She asked. Of course. Lin Jianchuan nodded. It requires acupuncture and massage. Lu Lingshuang's face turned even redder. Acupuncture and massage. Where exactly? She opened her mouth to ask, but was too embarrassed. Lin Jianchuan, realizing her unspoken question, also blushed and cleared his throat. The treatment needs to be applied to your lower abdomen. You'll need to remove your outer clothing, leaving only your undergarments. Lu Lingshuang's face was as red as blood. Standing before a man stripped down to her underwear. She hesitated. But then she thought of the excruciating pain she endured each month, and her resolve wavered. Over the years, she had seen countless doctors and taken countless medications, all to no avail. Now she had finally found someone who could potentially cure her. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, she felt a strange sense of trust in this man. Lu Lingshuang, as if compelled by an unseen force, nodded. Alright, I agree. Hearing this, Lin Jianchuan's heart raced with excitement. This was the chairman of Shuangqi International, the most powerful woman in Green City, and she was about to disrobe in front of him. Even though his intention was purely medical, the thought still stirred his imagination. He mentally reprimanded himself. Lin Jianchuan, you're here to treat her, not to take advantage. Get a grip. Yet his eyes still betrayed him, stealing a glance at Lu Lingshuang. Her white silk blouse, her curvaceous figure, her mature and enchanting demeanor. He couldn't help but wonder what a magnificent sight awaited him. He cleared his throat and pulled out his newly purchased silver needles from his pocket. So where would you like to lie down? Lin Jianchuan looked at the sofa, but although it was spacious, it was too soft for the precision required for acupuncture. Lin Shuang stood up, walked behind her desk, and pushed open a hidden door. Come in. Lin Jianchuan followed her in, his eyes widening in surprise. It was a small bedroom, about 20 square meters. A single bed 1.5 meters wide was dressed with plain, elegant linens. A small lamp sat on the nightstand. There was a mini fridge by the bed and a private bathroom in the corner. It was simply and warmly furnished, resembling a small hotel room. But then, his gaze landed on the coat rack in the corner, and his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Hanging there were several pieces of lingerie, black, red, and even sheer ones. Some had so little fabric, they were practically just a few strings. He couldn't fathom how they were worn. His face instantly flushed crimson. Following his gaze, Lin Shuang covered her own face in embarrassment. She usually rested here alone, and would casually hang her discarded undergarments on the rack, never imagining a man would ever enter this room. She hadn't thought twice about bringing Lin Jianchuan in here, just now, and now she wished she could crawl into a hole in the wall. She hurried over, snatched all the lingerie off the rack, and stuffed them into a nearby cabinet. I'm sorry, I'm used to being alone here, and didn't think anyone would come in. Her voice was tinged with fluster, a stark contrast to the cool and sharp businesswoman she had been moments ago. Lin Jianchuan coughed. No problem, no problem. I forget things sometimes too, I understand. Lin Shuang didn't respond, simply pointing to the bed. Is this all right? What do I need to do? Lin Jianchuan nodded. Of course. Just lie flat. Please remove your shirt and pants, leaving only your undergarments. Try to relax, and don't be nervous. Lin Shuang bit her lip, hesitating. Lin Jianchuan, being considerate, turned his back to her. Don't be nervous. In the eyes of a doctor, there is no man or woman, only patients and healthy people. Go ahead, I want look. Lin Shuang felt a bit more at ease, and raised her hands to unbutton her blouse. The white silk shirt slipped from her shoulders, revealing her smooth, rounded shoulders and delicate collarbone. Her skin was fair and impeccably maintained, showing no signs of a woman in her 40s. Next came the high-waisted, wide-leg trousers. The metal button came undone, the zipper descended, and the pants slid down her long, straight legs to the floor. Lin Shuang bent down to pick them up, folded them neatly, and placed them on the nightstand. Then she lay down on the bed and pulled a thin blanket over herself. All right. Her voice trembled slightly. Lin Jianchuan turned around to see Lin Shuang lying down, the blanket covering her up to her waist, leaving only her upper body exposed. She wore a set of white lace lingerie, and her cleavage was breathtakingly deep. Lin Jianchuan felt his blood pressure spike again. He forced himself to stay calm. The blanket needs to be moved aside, or I can't perform the acupuncture. Lin Shuang, feeling shy, pushed the thin blanket aside. Her lower abdomen was flat, without an ounce of excess fat. Lin Jianchuan only allowed himself a brief glance before quickly averting his eyes. He chanted in his mind, I am a doctor, I am a doctor, I am a doctor. After repeating this mantra a dozen times, he finally picked up the silver needle. After sterilizing the area and locating the acupoint, he gently inserted it. Lin Shuang's body trembled, and a soft moan escaped her lips. Does it hurt? No, it just tickles a bit. That's a good sign. I'm going to continue now. Bear with it. Lin Jianchuan withdrew a second needle and inserted it into a nearby acupoint. A third needle, a fourth. Lin Jianchuan inserted 6 needles in total, all positioned around the lower abdomen. Each needle was placed with swift precision, his technique flowing like a master acupuncturist with decades of experience. Lin Shuang lay on the bed, watching his focused profile, her heart pounding like a startled deer. The way this man focused was truly handsome, exuding an indescribable charm. She was nearly mesmerized. After inserting the needles, Lin Jianchuan stepped back and let out a breath. Wait 10 minutes, and then he'll give you a massage. Lin Shuang nodded, then closed her eyes, not daring to move a muscle. She had already begun to feel changes within her body. At the needle points, a subtle current of qi flowed, making her feel so comfortable she could barely suppress a hum of contentment. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Jianchuan withdrew the silver needles one by one. With each one removed, a drop of dark red liquid emerged. What is this? Lin Shuang asked curiously. Cold fluid, Lin Jianchuan said, wiping it carefully with a tissue. The cold energy that has accumulated in your body over the years is being expelled, which means the treatment is working. He used 3 tissues in succession before he had completely cleaned the cold fluid from all 6 needle points. The tissues were stained with dark red marks, and they were icy cold to the touch. A wave of fear washed over Lin Shuang. Had she really had that much cold energy inside her? No wonder her menstrual cramps were always so agonizing. Next is the massage. It might hurt a little, so bear with it. Lin Shuang nodded. Lin Jianchuan rubbed his hands together to warm them up, then pressed them onto her lower abdomen. The moment his palm touched her skin, a silky, delicate sensation came through his fingertips. Her skin was as smooth as satin, warm with a hint of coolness, almost addictive to the touch. He began the massage, his hands moving in circles, clockwise counterclockwise gentle, kneading pressing wave-like motions. His technique was professional, and it felt wonderful. Lu Lingshuang was a bit tense at first, but she soon relaxed, and even began to enjoy the feeling. A warm electric sensation spread from her lower abdomen, throughout her entire body, leaving her weak and tingling. Her eyes closed, and her breathing grew faster and faster. She even started to moan softly. The moment the sound escaped her lips, Lu Lingshuang's neck flushed crimson. How could she make a sound like that in front of a man? How utterly embarrassing. Lin Jianchuan heard it too. His hand paused for a moment, and his heart pounded fiercely. It was incredibly alluring, and he felt his own body grow hot, as if he were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and continued the massage, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. After another 5 minutes, Lin Jianchuan finally stopped. Done. Lu Lingshuang opened her eyes, feeling incredibly light and relaxed. The icy cold feeling in her lower abdomen was gone, replaced by a warm, comforting flow that made her want to cry out in pleasure. How do you feel? Wonderful. Lu Lingshuang sat up, quickly dressed, and immediately resumed her cold, professional demeanor. She took out her checkbook, wrote out a check, and handed it to him. This is your fee. See if it's enough. Lin Jianchuan took it, looked down, and his eyes widened in shock. 10 million. Last time Head turned down 2 million, just to show off. This time, without a second thought, he folded the check neatly and put it in his pocket. Head earned it with his own skills, only a fool would refuse it. You're too generous, Chairman Lu. Don't worry, 2 more treatments, and you'll be completely cured. You won't even need any medicine. Lu Lingshuang was taken aback, a suspicious look on her face. 2 more times. But I feel completely fine already. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Lin Jianchuan's heart skipped a beat. Chairman Lu, you may not know, but expelling the cold is only the first step. The energy channels in your body, which have been blocked for years, haven't been fully cleared yet. If we stop now, the cold energy will return within half a month, and it'll be worse than before. He spoke with such earnest conviction that he almost believed it himself. Lu Lingshuang stared into his eyes, trying to see through him. Lin Jianchuan met her gaze without flinching, his heart racing like a drum. He wasn't lying, at least not entirely. The cold energy hadn't been completely expelled, but it didn't really need to be. The body could naturally metabolize the rest over time. The only reason Head said 2 more sessions was because Head gotten caught up in the moment, and the words had just slipped out. Lu Lingshuang stared at him for a full 5 seconds. Fine, 2 more times it is. The two of them walked out of the small room. Click. Lu Lingshuang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew out a perfect smoke ring, looking incredibly alluring. Gulp. Lin Jianchuan swallowed hard, his voice dry as he spoke. You should smoke less, it's bad for your health. Lu Lingshuang smiled, a hint of challenge in her voice. You just focus on treating me. Everything else is none of your business. It's not like you're anyone to me. Lin Jianchuan was at a loss for words. He turned and headed for the door. They'll be going then. Wait. What? Lu Lingshuang crooked her finger at him. Come here. Lin Jianchuan reluctantly walked over. What is it? Open your WeChat. Why? Let's add each other. They'll contact you personally for the next treatment. Lin Jianchuan took out his phone, brought up his QR code, and they added each other on WeChat. Lu Lingshuang's WeChat name was The Lonely Island. A gray blue sea, no shore, no boats, only a single solitary island standing in the middle of the ocean. After Lin Jianchuan walked out of the company gates, he finally checked his unread messages on WeChat. There were 4 in total, 1 from Qin Yaru and 3 from Li Qiqi. He opened Qin Yaru's first. It had been sent at 11 p.m. the night before. Brother Lin, are you coming back tonight? Don't drink too much and stay safe wherever you are. Love you. He then opened Li Qiqi's messages. Hey old man, where have you been gallivanting off to? Sister Yaru and I waited for you all night. Why didn't you even reply to our messages? Damn, it's almost dawn and you're still not home. Don't tell me you went to a KTV bar. Hey old man, the sun's up. How was last night? Pick up any girls? Lin Jianchuan slapped his forehead. Oh no. Had been so caught up in the candlelit dinner with Zhao Jingxiang last night that had forgotten to tell Yaru beforehand, and she'd been worried sick. As for Li Qiqi, he simply filtered her out. He took out his phone and called Qin Yaru. She picked up instantly, her voice full of worry. Hello? Brother Lin. Are you okay? I'm fine, Lin Jianchuan said, thinking on his feet. I was treating a patient yesterday, and it ran late. I was afraid I'd wake you up if I came home, so I just crashed somewhere for the night. I forgot to let you know. She let out an audible sigh of relief. That's good. I was worried something had happened. I'm at the hospital right now checking my mom out. I have to go. Lin Jianchuan was startled. Do you need me to come help? No, I'm almost done. You go ahead and do what you need to. See you tonight. Alright, see you tonight. After hanging up, Lin Jianchuan got into his car and drove off towards Tianlong Bay. He needed to return the car to Jingxiang, and in the afternoon head deposit the check into his account. As his car drove away, 3 black sedans silently fell in behind him. Lin Jianchuan, driving his BMW X5, slowly merged onto the main road. He was in high spirits, having just earned 10 million yuan, and with the additional 20 million from the system reward, he now had a total of 30 million to play the stock market. With insider information, even a modest 5% daily gain would net him over 100 million within 30 trading days. At that point, he would finally be free from financial worries. He could spend recklessly, and the daily interest alone would be more than he could use. The thought made him hum a tune. He glanced at the rearview mirror out of habit. 3 black Magotans were trailing him at a steady pace. He frowned, but paid them little mind. 2 intersections later, the same cars were still behind him. His wariness grew. It wasn't rush hour and traffic was light. Why would these cars linger behind him instead of speeding past? He deliberately changed lanes, cutting from the far left to the far right. The 3 cars followed suit, maintaining a constant distance of 40 to 50 meters. Interesting. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Jianchuan's mouth. He had a good idea who these people were. It must be that little bastard Yi Feihong who sent them. With his king-level driving skills, shaking off a few tails was a matter of minutes. Just ahead, a large intersection loomed. A massive water truck was turning in from another road. Now, Lin Jianchuan floored the accelerator. The engine roared as the car shot forward like a bullet. In the rearview mirror, the 3 cars visibly hesitated, caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed. By the time they reacted, they had already lost a crucial half-beat. That half-beat was all Lin Jianchuan needed. His eyes locked on the intersection ahead, more precisely on the water truck. His speed surged past 100 kilometers per hour. Like a bolt of lightning, he threaded his car through the gap of less than 2 meters between the truck's front and the edge of the intersection. The water truck driver nearly jumped out of his skin. Lin Jianchuan sped off triumphantly, but the 3 Magotans behind him weren't so lucky. Screech. The sound of tires locking up pierced the air, followed by 3 thunderous crashes. All 3 cars slammed into the water truck, their engines smashed and leaking oil. The occupants, bloodied and battered, scrambled out in a panic. The leader pulled out his phone and with trembling hands made a call. The call connected quickly. He stammered, "Ghost Master, we lost him. He got away. Also, all 3 cars were in a crash. They're probably totaled." A furious voice crackled through the speaker. "FCK, are you maggots? Those cars only have basic liability insurance. That's 600,000 down the drain. Useless bastards." After a full 5 minutes of cursing, the voice finally calmed down. "Did you get his license plate?" "Yes, I'll send it to you right away." The leader wiped the sweat from his forehead and hung up. Back at the villa, Lin Jianchuan, of course, had no idea the cars were underinsured. After shaking off his tails, he took a long circuitous route to ensure he wasn't followed before finally returning to Tianlong Bay. As he entered the gated community, he saw the same male security guard from yesterday on duty. The guard visibly started when he saw Lin Jianchuan driving Zhao Jingxiang's car. He arrived at the entrance of Zhao Jingxiang's villa at exactly 10:30 in the morning. He rang the doorbell and waited. After a moment, Zhao Jingxiang's sultry voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me, Lin Jianchuan." The door swung open immediately. Zhao Jingxiang stood there wearing only a set of black lace lingerie. The fabric was scant, barely covering her vital areas, leaving large expanses of fair, creamy skin exposed to the open air. Her hair was damp, clearly from a recent shower. Her skin, glowing with a rosy flush, made her look like a lotus emerging from water. Lin Jianchuan was completely dumbstruck, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. "Jingxiang, do you always answer the door like this for others?" "What are you talking about? I'm only like this for you." Zhao Jingxiang pouted playfully, her eyes fixed intently on him, glistening with a watery allure. Before he could say another word, she grabbed his hand and pulled him inside. Click! The door was locked behind them. Before he could react, he was pushed against the wall. "What are you doing? What do you think?" Zhao Jingxiang stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her lips to his. Lin Jianchuan's mind went blank, his limbs frozen in place. This was nothing like he had imagined. He had only planned to return the keys and leave. He never expected this kind of welcome. Was he about to play the beast again? He tried to stop her to have a proper conversation. But the moment he opened his mouth, it was silenced. The feeling, he had to admit, was exquisite. His rationality was slowly eroding, his breath growing heavier, his body heating up. "Damn it, let me be a beast then." Lin Jianchuan said this to himself, and then, like dry wood meeting a raging fire, they burned fiercely. An hour later, Lin Jianchuan walked out of the villa looking a bit disheveled. He straightened his clothes and took a few deep breaths to regain his composure. They say a woman in her 30s is as fierce as a wolf, and in her 40s as powerful as a tiger. He had just experienced that truth firsthand. Zhao Jingxiang was only 33 and already this intense. He shuddered to think what Lu Lingshuang at 40 would be like. He let his mind wander as he strode towards the community gate. The security guard's face stiffened when he saw Lin Jianchuan approaching. He forced a tight smile and let him pass. His eyes followed Lin Jianchuan's receding figure, filled with a complex mix of envy, resentment, and a flicker of anger. He clenched his fists and kicked the landscape tree beside him. Shit, there's a hickey on his neck. That slut, Zhao Jingxiang, couldn't even wait after her divorce. She's such a cheap whore. He thought about seeing Zhao Jingxiang come and go every day, her long legs, her perky rear, her. He swallowed hard, his agitation growing. I'm such a coward. I knew she was divorced. Why didn't I make a move? I was too scared of everything. Now someone else has beaten me to it. The more he thought, the angrier. He got his eyes turning red. But then he had another thought, and slowly calmed down. I'm not after her body anyway. I'm after her money. He lit a cigarette, blew out a cloud of smoke, and a sinister smile crept across his face. She's lonely and vulnerable right now. He'll just hang around her, and eventually he'll find my chance. Once I get her, her money will be my money. He'll never have to work this dead-end job again. The more he fantasized, the brighter his smile became, as if he could already see Zhao Jingxiang kneeling before him, serving him. Lin Jianchuan stood on the roadside and glanced back towards the security booth. The guard's look had seemed hostile. He found it strange. He had no grievance with the man. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. A mere security guard was nothing to him now. Even if the guard did have some scheme in mind, he could handle it with ease. Lin Jianchuan withdrew his gaze, dismissing the thought of the security guard, and hailed a taxi. Driver to the nearest Chengjian bank. Got it. The taxi driver drove fiercely, covering a route that usually took 15 minutes in just 10. With a screeching halt, the taxi stopped at the entrance of a Chengjian bank branch. It was a sizable sub-branch with a grand entrance, gleaming glass windows, and a security guard outside. Lin Jianchuan scanned the QR code to pay and stepped out. As he entered the bank, a cold voice greeted him. Sorry, we're about to lock up. Come back this afternoon. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a crisp suit with a crew cut, standing at 1.6 meters, sporting a beer belly, and wearing a name tag, lobby manager Zhou Shuqi. Lin Jianchuan checked the time. It was 11:45, still 15 minutes before the 1200 closing time. Hello, I just need to deposit a check. It'll be quick. Please, he said politely. Zhou Shuqi looked him up and down with obvious disdain. A white t-shirt, black casual pants, and sneakers. Not a single branded item on him. His wrists were bare, not even a watch. Clearly a pauper. I said come back this afternoon, so come back this afternoon. Why are you still standing here? Move aside, I'm locking up. He reached out to push Lin Jianchuan away. Lin Jianchuan sidestepped, his tone turning cold. Your sign says business hours until 12, and it's only 11:45. Zhou Shuqi grew more impatient. We have a midday inventory. We're not open for business. Come back after 2 if you want to deposit a check. Lin Jianchuan sneered. What does your inventory have to do with me? It's not closing time yet. I demand service. Oh, young man, don't think you can act however you want just because you're young. I'm telling you, this is a bank, not your home. Zhou Shuqi planted his hands on his hips, thrusting out his beer belly, his face a picture of I am the rule. I've worked here for 20 years and seen all kinds of customers. I've had plenty of little punks like you depositing a few tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands and acting like big shots. Get out of here, don't delay our closing. He pulled out his keys as if to lock the door. Lin Jianchuan was furious. In his long life, he despised such people most. Those with a little power who thought they were someone, treating customers like dirt, disregarding rules, and casually insulting others. He grabbed the man by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Zhou Shuqi's feet dangled in the air as he flailed his arms, slapping at Lin Jianchuan's arm. What are you doing? Put me down. Security. Security, he yelled. The young security guard at the door, barely in his 20s, was stunned. In his 2 years here, he had never seen anyone dare to lift the lobby manager. Sir, please put him down. Let's talk calmly. There's nothing to talk about. He called me a little punk first, Lin Jianchuan said coldly. I warn you, this is a bank. Let go or I'll call the police. Zhou Shuqi was still blustering, but his voice wavered and his face was flushed. Call them. Do it now, Lin Jianchuan sneered. Let the police see how your bank closes 15 minutes early and insults customers. The commotion attracted the bank staff, who came out from behind the counters. Suddenly a notification chimed in Lin Jianchuan's ear. Ding. Target detected. Su 1, beauty score 90, qualifies for handholding condition. Please complete the handholding task as soon as possible. Lin Jianchuan was startled. He quickly looked around and spotted the target. 3 meters to his right stood a girl in a bank uniform, about 23 or 24, with a clean ponytail and strikingly beautiful features. It must be her, Lin Jianchuan immediately thought. Yet for some reason she seemed strangely familiar. Sir, please put Manager Zhou down. We'll handle your business right away, okay? The bank manager, informed by a subordinate, rushed over. Lin Jianchuan thought for a moment and nodded. He was only here to do business. There was no need to make a big scene. Though Zhou Shuqi deserved a beating, hitting him wouldn't solve the problem and would only delay his own matters. He let go. Zhou Shuqi crashed to the floor, landing on his backside, wincing in pain and looking utterly disheveled. He clutched his neck, coughing violently, tears and snot streaming down his face. He had nearly been choked to death. This young man was truly ruthless. He pointed at Lin Jianchuan, wanting to curse, but not daring, and finally gave up in frustration. Lin Jianchuan pointed at Su Wan. I want her to handle my business. The manager glanced at Su Wan and agreed directly. Su Wan, take care of this gentleman. Su Wan was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, Director Wang. She walked up to Lin Jianchuan with a smile. Sir, please follow me. He followed her to a counter and sat down. Su-Wan took her seat inside, adjusted the microphone, and asked, Sir, what business would you like to handle? Deposit the check into my account. Lin Jianchuan handed her the check. Su-Wan took it, glanced at the amount, and froze. This is 10 million. The other bank staff heard the sum, and all turned to look. Especially Zhou Shuqi, whose eyes nearly popped out. This kid had 10 million. A definite VIP. His face burned. He had just driven away such a premium customer. As he stewed, the manager, his face dark, approached him and said in a low voice, Zhou Shuqi, how many times have I told you? Don't rush to close early, don't push customers away, have some service spirit. This gentleman is a major client of our bank, and you actually drove him out. Sweat beaded on Zhou Shuqi's forehead. Director Wang, I didn't know he had 10 million. Dressed like that, who could tell? Just because he's dressed plainly doesn't mean he can't be wealthy. What kind of logic is that? You can't judge a book by its cover. You've been working here for 20 years and still don't understand that. Zhou Shuqi lowered his head, not daring to argue. Let it slide this time. If it happens again, you're suspended. The manager stomped off. Zhou Shuqi watched him leave, then fixed his gaze on Lin Jianchuan. Damn bastard, so what if you're rich? Would it have killed you to say you had a 10 million check when you walked in? Making me get scolded. He raged inwardly, his eyes burning with resentment. And he also took a dislike to Su-Wan, who was handling Lin Jianchuan's business. Su-Wan was naturally unaware that she had incurred someone's resentment. Seated behind the counter, she began to verify the check. Within 5 minutes, 10 million yuan was transferred into Lin Jianchuan's account. When she saw the balance in his account, her eyes widened in astonishment. Including the newly transferred 10 million, his card held over 31 million yuan in total. A veritable multimillionaire. Sir, your check has been deposited. Here is the receipt. Please verify and sign. Lin Jianchuan took the receipt, glanced at it, and signed his name. As he handed it back, he lowered his voice and said, Miss Su, may I add you on WeChat? I'd like to consult you on some investment matters. After all, with such a large sum sitting in my account, I can't just let it sit idle. Su-Wan was taken aback, looked up at Lin Jianchuan, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Many people had used that excuse to add her on WeChat before, but she had always declined. Yet this man before her gave her a different feeling. His stature was tall and straight, his features handsome, his demeanor composed. Somehow just looking at him made her heart race, as if drawn by a magnet. Although he seemed a few years older than her, and although bank regulations forbade employees from casually adding clients on WeChat, Su-Wan quietly took out a pen and paper, wrote down a number, and discreetly handed it to him. Only after doing this did she suddenly come to her senses, freezing in place. What was she doing? Why was she so impulsive? If the branch manager found out, she would be reprimanded. She instinctively wanted to ask for the note back, but her hand stopped mid-reach. The note was already in his hands, asking for it back would be too awkward. Su-Wan's face grew even redder, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Jianchuan's eyes. Lin Jianchuan took the note, glanced at the number on it, and quietly slipped it into his pocket. Thank you, Miss Su. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. With that, he rose and left without hesitation. Only after he walked out of the bank did the people in the lobby finally breathe a sigh of relief. Behind the counter, several young female tellers gathered around Su-Wan. Wan, that guy was so handsome. Exactly the moment I saw him, I was completely stunned. I almost drooled. Wow, I thought I was the only one swooning, but it turns out all of you were too. Su-Wan seized this opportunity. Maybe he's your Prince Charming. They chattered animatedly among themselves while Zhou Shuqi, who had clashed with Lin Jianchuan, gnashed his teeth in fury and shot Su-Wan a venomous glare. Lin Jianchuan hailed a taxi and headed straight for his residential complex. On the way, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Qin Yaru. Hello, brother Lin, where are you? I'm on my way home right now. What's wrong? Qin Yaru's tearful voice came through the receiver. I brought my mother to Xiangxiliju. But she insists on going back to her hometown. I've tried to persuade her, but nothing works. Lin Jianchuan frowned, his tone turning serious. Your mother's condition isn't suitable for going back. What if something happens on the road? That's what I told her, but she absolutely refuses to stay any longer. Qin Yaru's voice was filled with helplessness. I'm calling to let you know. I can't bear to let her go back alone, so I'll have to escort her myself. I might need to stay in her hometown to take care of her for a while. Lin Jianchuan felt a pang of reluctance, but still comforted her gently. That's the right thing to do. Have you bought the tickets? Yes, the train leaves at 2:30 this afternoon. Train? Your hometown is over 1,000 kilometers away. Why take a train? Qin Yaru hesitated. I bought a sleeper ticket. It should be fine. Cancel the tickets. They'll be at the complex soon. They'll take you to the airport. Fly instead. Lin Jianchuan hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, he returned to the 11th floor of Xiangxiliju. Opening the door, he immediately saw Qin Yaru and her mother sitting in the living room. Brother Lin. Qin Yaru's eyes reddened the moment she saw him. Qin's mother looked nervous and quickly rose to greet him. Hello, Boss Lin. Thank you so much for everything this time. Lin Jianchuan waved his hand. Actually, since you've just been discharged from the hospital, it would be best to stay here for a while, observe your condition, and then go back once everything is fine. Qin's mother looked a bit embarrassed. Boss Lin, I really can't get used to living here. It's like a birdcage here with no one to visit or chat with. It feels suffocating. Besides, I have farmland back home and my chickens and ducks are being looked after by the neighbors. I can't keep troubling them forever. Hearing this, Lin Jianchuan knew he couldn't persuade her to stay. Elderly people were all the same. There's no place like home, and even a day away feels like torture. He sighed and softened his tone. All right then, I won't force you to stay. He took out his phone and looked at Qin Yaru. Yaru will transfer some money to you. Don't be frugal when you get back. Eat well, drink well, buy whatever you need, and ask me for more if it runs out. With that, he began operating his phone. When Qin Yaru heard he was transferring money, she quickly waved her hands. Brother Lin, really, there's no need. I haven't even spent the 100,000 you transferred last time. Before she could finish, her phone chimed with a notification ding. Alipay received 1 million yuan. The sound startled Qin's mother so much she nearly jumped out of her skin. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. Boss Lin had directly transferred 1 million yuan to her daughter. Had she heard correctly? Qin Yaru was equally dumbfounded. She stood frozen, as if petrified, staring at the string of numbers on her phone screen, her mouth hanging wide open, unable to utter a single word. A full 5 seconds passed before she snapped back to her senses. Brother Lin, are you crazy? 1 million? We're not buying a house or a car back home. We don't need this much. Besides, do you even have money left? Just keep it. See what the family needs and buy it. This amount is nothing to me, don't worry. After some back and forth, Lin Jianchuan insisted that Qin Yaru accept the money. After all, he didn't need it at the moment. 30 million was more than enough for his stock trading. Qin Yaru took a deep breath and turned to her mother. Mom, wait for me downstairs. He'll go upstairs to grab something and come right down. Qin's mother, puzzled, nodded. Qin Yaru looked at Lin Jianchuan and signaled him with a glance. Brother Lin, come upstairs with me. I need to talk to you about something. Lin Jianchuan was curious about what she wanted to discuss, but he followed her anyway. The two entered the bedroom on the second floor. Just as Lin Jianchuan was about to speak, Qin Yaru locked the door behind them. The next second, a warm, soft body pressed against him from behind, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist. Yaru. Brother Lin, don't speak. I only have half an hour. Let me be with you one last time. As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out to unbutton his shirt and guided him toward the bed. For the next half hour, Qin Yaru was exceedingly tender, giving him the utmost pleasure. Afterwards, she dressed and left with her mother. Lin Jianchuan had intended to personally escort them to the airport, but yielded to Qin Yaru's insistence that he stay. After seeing off the mother and daughter, Lin Jianchuan felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Not long after, the bedroom door was pounded and Li Qiqi's crisp voice came from outside. Uncle, are you awake? Hurry up and get up for dinner. Lin Jianchuan groggily opened his eyes, reached for his phone on the nightstand, and saw it was 8 in the evening. He had slept for several hours. It seemed these past 2 days had really worn him out. Coming, he responded, got up, dressed, washed his face, and went downstairs. Dinner was already set on the table, still steaming. Li Qiqi was arranging the dishes with chopsticks. Lin Jianchuan raised an eyebrow. Is the sun rising from the west today? You actually know how to make dinner. Li Qiqi rolled her eyes. I didn't plan to cook dinner at all. Sister Yaru specifically called me saying she went back to her hometown and told me to take care of you. Just make do with this. I bought it all from outside. What's dirty won't kill you, so eat with confidence. Hearing her words, Lin Jianchuan felt a warmth in his heart. It had to be Yaru still thinking of him even after returning to her hometown. He picked up a fried dough stick, dipped it in tofu pudding, and began eating heartily. Li Qiqi couldn't keep her mouth shut while eating and asked, Uncle, when can I start working? I have clothes and shoes now, and I can't wait. Lin Jianchuan's expression immediately turned awkward. He had planned to bring up the matter with Zhao Jingxiang the day before, but after arriving, he got so busy with other things that he forgot. He took out his phone and directly called Zhao Jingxiang. Let me ask. If it's fine, you can go tomorrow. Li Qiqi's face lit up with joy as she nodded repeatedly. The call connected quickly, and Zhao Jingxiang's seductive voice came through. Brother Lin, you just left at noon. Could it be that you miss me already? Lin Jianchuan's face reddened and he coughed dryly. Well, I just wanted to ask, when can my distant niece start working at your company? Isn't that up to you? I'm all yours, so you can decide everything. How about tomorrow? It's Monday. No problem. Tell her to arrive at the company before 9 and go to the front desk. He'll arrange everything. You know the address. All right, it's settled then. Lin Jianchuan hung up. Li Qiqi stared at him with wide eyes, her tone full of suspicion. My intuition tells me that the woman on the phone just now has a very special relationship with you. Tell me, are you having an affair with her? Sister Yaru may be gone, but I still have to watch out for her. Lin Jianchuan nearly spat out his tofu pudding. He looked at Li Qiqi's round eyes, feeling a bit guilty. You're just a kid. What's always going on in that head of yours? She's a business partner, just a bit casual in her speech, but it doesn't mean anything. Don't you start overthinking. Lin Jianchuan remained calm. Since he hadn't put the call on speaker, he could just deny it. Sure enough, Li Qiqi, seeing she couldn't get anything out of him, gave up. After dinner, Lin Jianchuan told Li Qiqi to wake up at 7:30 the next morning so he could take her to the company. Then he went straight upstairs, entered his room, and locked the door behind him. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Qin Yaru asking if she had arrived at her hometown. For some reason, she didn't reply. He didn't think much of it and opened Douyin to scroll through videos. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared on the screen. It was Zhang Xiaoqian, whom he had mutually followed before. Her Douyin name was Chanchan's sister. She was live streaming indoors wearing a white spaghetti-strap tank top and light gray yoga pants. Her two long straight legs were dizzying to look at. The live stream had only about 100 viewers. A fan typed in the comments, "I'll send you a sunglasses emoji. Can you change into a miniskirt?" Zhang Xiaoqian's voice was soft and sweet. "Sorry, I don't wear miniskirts. Yoga pants are already my limit. Mwah." She made a heart gesture at the camera. The fan persisted, typing another line. "What if I send 5 sunglasses?" Zhang Xiaoqian shook her head firmly. "No, it's a matter of principle." Someone in the comments mocked. "You think sending 5 sunglasses will make Chanchan's sister change clothes? What are you dreaming about?" The man took a long time before gritting out, "What about a rocket? Will you change clothes?" Zhang Xiaoqian's tone turned cold. "Not even a rocket. I just want to chat with everyone. I don't want to mess around with that kind of stuff." The fan was clearly displeased. "Then why are you even live streaming? Others can wear it, but you're too good for that." Some viewers in the comments loved to stir up trouble. "Exactly who are you pretending to be? Who would watch you without some edge? Chanchan's sister, be realistic. An internet beggar is still a beggar." Zhang Xiaoqian's face turned pale with anger, and she nearly ended the stream. Lin Jianchuan frowned at the screen. These people were really annoying. He had to give Xiaoqian some support just as a way to repay her. He checked his balance. Aside from the 30 million, he still had over 70,000 left. He topped up 30,000 yuan into Douyin. He bought 10 carnival gifts and sent them all at once. The entire live stream was instantly flooded with special effects. Golden light filled the screen, fireworks bloomed, and colors streamed everywhere like a New Year celebration. Zhang Xiaoqian was completely stunned. Her eyes wide, she stared at the continuous special effects popping up on the screen, her mouth hanging open as if it could fit an egg. The comments exploded. "Holy crap. 10 carnivals. 1 carnival costs 3,000. 10 is 30,000. Little Lin at 80 is actually a terrifying top-tier whale. Chanchan's sister has met a real big spender." Zhang Xiaoqian snapped back to reality, looking at the ID Little Lin at 80 on the screen, instantly recalling the scene where Lin Jianchuan treated her illness, and her pretty face flushed crimson. Lin Jianchuan typed a line in the comments. "Chanchan's sister, be brave and be yourself. Keep it up." After that, he decisively quit Douyin. He left no trace hiding his merit and fame. He was about to sleep when, for some reason, he suddenly thought of the note Su-Wan had written him. He quickly took it out and searched for the number. An account with the WeChat name Wanwan appeared with a profile picture of an orange cat basking in the sun. Lin Jianchuan added her as a friend with the remark Lin Jianchuan. After a minute, she accepted. Su-Wan sent a message. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Su-Wan. Don't call me Mr. Lin. It sounds weird. Just call me Brother Lin." "All right, Brother Lin." Lin Jianchuan typed, "Nice to meet you. They'll have a large deposit in about a month, and they'll come to you to handle it." "Really? Thank you so much. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." "Sure. Do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for your help." After he sent the message, Su-Wan was silent for a minute. "I have to work tomorrow unless it's after work in the evening." "No problem. They'll contact you then. See you tomorrow." The night passed without incident. The next morning at 7 o'clock sharp, Lin Jianchuan opened his eyes. He stretched lazily, preparing to rise, when suddenly a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Today at 9:45 Chowling information will hit the daily limit." Host seized the opportunity. Lin Jianchuan sat up with a jolt. Here it comes. The 30 working days of stock insider tips rewarded by the system had finally arrived. Chowling information. He had never heard of this stock before, but since it came from the system, it couldn't be wrong. He glanced at his phone. 7:03 a.m. There were still over 2 hours before the market opened, so he had to hurry. Lin Jianchuan got out of bed, quickly dressed, and washed up. After finishing, he went downstairs to the bedroom door, where Li Qiqi was staying. "Qiqi, wake up." He knocked on the door. No response. "Qiqi, we need to report to the company today. Don't be late." "Got it." Li Qiqi's voice came from inside, and then the door was pulled open. Lin Jianchuan was completely stunned. Li Qiqi stood at the doorway wearing a sexy pink lingerie, set completely nonchalant. Her hair was messy, her eyes still half closed, and she yawned, utterly unaware of how revealing her attire was. Everything that should and shouldn't be exposed was tantalizingly visible. Lin Jianchuan's face reddened, and he quickly turned his head away. "Qiqi, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you dressed properly when coming out? What's there to be afraid of? Sister Yaru isn't home, and besides it's not like you've never seen it before. Why are you pretending to be a big shot? Li Qiqi waved her hand dismissively and turned into the bathroom. Lin Jianchuan, having nothing to say, simply went to the living room sofa to wait. He took out his phone, downloaded a stock trading app, and searched for Chaoling information. The stock was currently priced at 15.8 yuan. From the Klein chart, it had been oscillating sideways for the past 6 months with no major movements. He scrolled through the comments, which were all over the place. Some said it was a market maker shaking out weak hands, others said it was about to break down, and still others called it garbage destined for delisting. Lin Jianchuan glanced at them briefly and closed the app. If these people knew this stock would hit the daily limit today, they'd probably slap their thighs in regret. After waiting a full half hour, Li Qiqi finally finished her makeup and came to the living room. She was wearing the Hermes professional outfit Lin Jianchuan had bought her. A light blue blouse and jacket paired with a matching pencil skirt, black stockings, and white high-heeled sandals. Her shoulder-length black hair was neatly combed, and she wore light makeup, giving her an air of competence and sophistication. She looked nothing like a 20-year-old. How do I look, old man? Li Qiqi grinned, spinning around in front of Lin Jianchuan. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you have the look of a professional. Of course, who do you think I am? Li Qiqi said proudly. They took the elevator down together to the garage. Getting into the car, Lin Jianchuan stepped on the accelerator and drove toward Zhao Jingxiang's company. On the way, Li Qiqi sat in the passenger seat, alternating between checking her reflection in the mirror and adjusting her clothes, clearly nervous. Old man, do you think they'll look down on me for not knowing anything? No, they won't. What if someone bullies me? That won't happen either. But what if it does, eh? Then you call me, and I'll come deal with them. Hearing this, Li Qiqi felt much more at ease. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the building of Zhao Jingxiang's company. Not far away was a breakfast stall. Lin Jianchuan checked the time, 7:50. Come on, let's grab some breakfast. They entered the breakfast shop, ordered 2 bowls of wontons and 2 baskets of Xilong Bao, enjoying a hearty meal. After eating, Lin Jianchuan dropped Li Qiqi off at the company's entrance. Go ahead, go straight to the front desk and say you're looking for Zhao Jingxiang. Someone will take you upstairs. You're not coming up with me. Li Qiqi grew nervous again. I have things to do. You go up on your own. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Li Qiqi nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the company's courtyard. Lin Jianchuan drove off to the securities firm to open an account. Arriving at the securities firm, it was only 8:30, and they hadn't opened yet. With no choice, he waited by the door, scrolling through Douyin, biding his time until the doors opened. At 9 sharp, the doors finally opened. The lobby was nearly empty, and the counter had no one at all. Lin Jianchuan walked over. A female clerk in her 30s, hearing the commotion, looked up with a sullen face. But the moment she saw Lin Jianchuan, her eyes brightened noticeably, and her attitude instantly became warm. Hello, sir, how may I help you? Lin Jianchuan knew it was likely due to the enhanced opposite-sex attraction. He smiled and said, I'd like to open a stock trading account. No problem. Do you have your ID and bank card? How much capital do you plan to transfer in? The clerk asked while pulling out a stack of forms from the drawer, her smile growing even brighter. 30 million. The clerk's hand froze and she looked up at him wide-eyed. How much? 30 million. The woman gasped, completely stunned. She had worked in this industry for 7 or 8 years, handling countless clients, but the number of those who deposited 30 million in one go could be counted on one hand. Sir, are you sure it's 30 million, not 3 million? Of course, 30 million RMB, not Vietnamese dong. The female clerk couldn't help but chuckle. You're so funny. Please wait a moment, I'll handle it right away. With this amount you qualify as a major client, and I can apply for the lowest commission rate for you. That's great. Lin Jianchuan was delighted and immediately handed over his documents. The clerk typed away furiously on her computer, asking for his phone number in the process. By 9:18, all procedures were completed. Mr. Lin, your account is set up and the bank securities transfer function is bound. You can now transfer the funds into your securities account. Lin Jianchuan nodded. With the clerk's help, he downloaded the app, logged in, and transferred the 30 million into the stock account. After everything was done, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The female clerk's gaze toward him became intense. She discreetly took out her phone, trying to add him on WeChat. Unfortunately, he mercilessly declined. By now it was 9:27. The market was about to open. He quickly left the securities firm and returned to his car. He opened the stock app and checked the current price. When he looked in the morning, Chaoling information was at 15.8 yuan, but now it had dropped to 15.2 yuan. Time ticked by. 9:30. The market opened. Without a second thought, he bought all in with 30 million. Due to the massive buy order, the stock rose from 15.2 to 15.4 yuan. But it was still trading below the previous close, and Lin Jianchuan was completely unconcerned. Since the system said it would hit the daily limit at 9:45, it absolutely couldn't be wrong. Sure enough, after he bought, it was as if a fuse had been lit. Chowling information, which had been dormant for 6 months, began to surge wildly, hitting the daily limit in just over 10 minutes. Lin Jianchuan checked the time. It was exactly 9:45. Not a minute more, not a minute less. The system is incredible. Lin Jianchuan stared at the numbers on his phone screen, a grin stretching from ear to ear. His assets had reached 34 million. To be precise, 34120000. In less than half an hour, he had netted over 4 million. Who would believe this speed of money-making? He leaned back in the driver's seat, his initial excitement cooling into calm. The system had only told him the stock would hit its daily limit at 9:45, not when to sell the next day. But he quickly figured it out. As long as the stock the system recommended tomorrow wasn't chowling information, he would sell it immediately at the market open. Then he would invest everything into the newly recommended stock. Only this way could he minimize the risk. With this thought clear in his mind, he felt a sense of relief. He glanced at the time. It wasn't even 10 a.m. yet. A new WeChat message appeared on his phone. It was from Chin Yara, brother Lin, mom, and I have arrived home safely. Don't worry, everything is fine at home. Missing you. Followed by a shy emoji. A warmth spread through Lin Jianchuan's heart. He quickly typed a reply, got it. Take good care of your mom at home. Don't skimp on money, spend what you need to. After sending it, he was about to exit WeChat when another message popped up. It was from Wang Xiao. After several days of no contact, the girl had finally given in. Uncle Lin, do you have time today? You haven't contacted me for days. When are you going to make up for that movie you owe me? Followed by a pitiful emoji. Looking at the message, an image of Wang Xiao's innocent face immediately formed in Lin Jianchuan's mind. And those long, radiantly white legs. He swallowed hard and quickly typed a reply. Why not make it today? How about it? The message was sent, and she replied instantly, really? That's great. I'm off work today. Where are you? I'm out running errands. I'll head to the intersection where I picked you up last time. Should take about half an hour. Is that okay? No problem. He'll get changed and head out now. Drive safe, Uncle Lin, no need to rush. Lin Jianchuan smiled at the messages. He started the car and stepped on the gas, heading towards Wang Xiao's place. 20 minutes later, he parked at the familiar intersection, rolled down the window, and waited patiently. He didn't have to wait long before a stunning figure approached. His eyes lit up, and he sat up straighter. Wang Xiao was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a cartoon print on the front. The shirt was a bit tight, straining slightly and outlining distinct curves. She wore light blue denim shorts, still just barely covering the tops of her thighs. Her belly button was exposed, and even her toned abs were visible. Her two straight long legs seemed to glow in the sunlight, and she wore a pair of white canvas shoes on her feet. Today she had her hair tied up in a high ponytail that swayed with each step, radiating youthful energy. Lin Jianchuan stared mesmerized and had to swallow hard before she got in. Wang Xiao spotted his car, immediately jogged over, opened the door, and slid into the passenger seat. Her eyes curved into crescents as she grinned. Uncle Lin, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you seem even more handsome than before. Lin Jianchuan's face flushed slightly, and he cleared his throat. Stop with the flattery. Buckle up. I'm serious, you know. Wang Xiao said, buckling her seatbelt while turning to look at him. Did you get another facial treatment? Your skin looks even better than last time. There aren't that many treatments to get, Lin Jianchuan said, changing the subject. Where do you want to go? Wang Xiao thought for a moment. How about Wanda Plaza? The cinema there is nice, and we can grab a bite to eat after the movie. They'll treat you to lunch today as a thank you for saving my life last time. All right. Lin Jianchuan nodded with a smile and stepped on the gas, heading towards Wanda Plaza. On the way, Wang Xiao chattered away nonstop. Lin Jianchuan listened occasionally, adding a word or two. They soon arrived at Wanda Plaza and took the elevator up to the cinema on the 4th floor. It was just 1030, and the lobby was sparsely populated, with most of the people being couples. What genre do you want to watch? How about a comedy? Lin Jianchuan asked. No, I want to watch a romance today, okay? Wang Xiao blushed, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Her big eyes sparkled, and Lin Jianchuan was powerless to resist. Fine, whatever you say. He bought the tickets along with 2 cups of cola and a bucket of popcorn. They entered the screening room. It was pitch black inside. They stood by the door for a moment to let their eyes adjust before they could see the interior. The hall was small, with only a few dozen seats. Including them, there were only about 7 or 8 people in total, and they were all sitting in the middle or towards the front. Lin Jianchuan initially wanted to sit in the middle too, but Wang Xiao pulled him to the very back corner. Can you even see clearly from such a corner? Lin Jianchuan asked, a bit surprised. Wang Xiao nodded. It's fine. I don't like crowds. This spot is good, very quiet. All right, whatever you want, Lin Jianchuan said, not pressing further. The movie soon began. On the screen, the protagonist and heroine met by chance in the rain, their eyes locking as the background music swelled, creating a perfectly romantic atmosphere. Lin Jianchuan rarely watched movies and didn't care much for romantic stories, but he had to admit that modern films were quite well made. The visuals were beautiful, the music was pleasant, and the leads were attractive. He was watching intently when he suddenly felt something touch his hand. Looking down, it was Wang Xiaoro. She had reached out her hand at some point. Lin Jianchuan froze instinctively, wanting to pull his hand back. But Wang Xiaoro didn't give him the chance. Her fingers slid through his, gently intertwining. Her palm was warm, her fingertips cool. Lin Jianchuan's heart began to race, and his throat felt dry. Xiaoro. Shoo. Wang Xiaoro raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Then she pointed towards the other seats. Lin Jianchuan followed her gaze, and saw that the other men and women who had seemed so focused on the movie were now almost in unison, embracing and kissing passionately. He was startled, realizing that all those people were actually couples. Xiaoro holding his hand, could she be thinking of? Lin Jianchuan felt like his heart was about to leap out of his throat. As he was flustered, Wang Xiaoro suddenly lifted her head and leaned close to his ear. Uncle Lin, is there someone you like? Lin Jianchuan opened his mouth, but no words came out. Seeing his silence, Wang Xiaoro spoke again. I do. Who? Who is it? He asked instinctively, his voice dry. Wang Xiaoro looked up at him, then bravely leaned in and pressed her lips to his. The sound of the kiss echoed in Lin Jianchuan's ears, filling him with a sense of shame. The tender sensation on his lips sent his mind blank. He was completely stunned. Xiaoro, we can't do this. He tried to reason with her. You're still young with a bright future ahead of you. You'll meet your own Prince Charming. You can't make a mistake and ruin yourself because of me. Uncle Lin, do you not like me? Wang Xiaoro stopped, her voice tinged with hurt. No, how could I not like you? It's just that we're not right for each other. I'm too old for you. This can't work, it absolutely can't. But you look like you're just over 30 more handsome than many of the young doctors at our hospital. Besides, is age really a problem? I don't care about that. But I do. We have no future together. You're still young, and you'll regret this later. I can't ruin you. I won't regret it. Wang Xiaoro stared at him stubbornly, her eyes already turning red. Uncle Lin, do you know why I like you? All my life, besides my dad, you're the first man who's been genuinely good to me. When Li Hao was bothering me, you stood up for me. When Niu Fubo forced me to drink with clients, you rushed in to save me. You gave me a phone, you gave me bags, you took me out for good food, and you never asked for anything in return. Wang Xiaoro's voice choked up, but her gaze was resolute. I know I'm not much, I can't compare to Xin Qingxue, and I'm not good with words. But I just like you. I can't help it. With that, she threw herself at him again, hugging him tightly. Uncle Lin, don't say no. Just pretend to be my boyfriend for one day. Starting tomorrow, I won't bother you anymore, okay? Lin Jianchuan looked at the tearful Wang Xiaoro in his arms, his heart feeling as if it were being squeezed. A boyfriend for one day. This girl had lowered her pride so much. If he refused her now, would he even be human? Alright, but we can't have that kind of relationship. No problem. Wang Xiaoro lifted her head, tears still on her face, but her eyes were already sparkling with joy. From now on, you're my temporary boyfriend, right? Wang Xiaoro suddenly spoke up. That's right. Lin Jianchuan nodded. Then let's do something couples do. With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck again and puckered her lips, leaning in. Feeling her softness and initiative, Lin Jianchuan was stunned. He wanted to push her away, but remembering his promise, he hesitated. Aonati boyfriend was still a boyfriend. And since he was a boyfriend, a kiss seemed perfectly normal. He found an excuse for himself, then wrapped his arms around her and kissed her back fiercely. Wang Xiaoro was startled at first, then grew excited, and the two began kissing passionately, oblivious to the world. During this time, Wang Xiaoro pulled his hand to her chest several times, but being a man of principle, he quietly withdrew it each time. Wang Xiaoro was so angry, she itched to bite him, silently cursing him for being a blockhead. She had been so forward, what was he being shy about? It wasn't like she was asking him to take responsibility. Finally, the movie ended, the lights came on, and Lin Jianchuan let out a long breath. The situation had been too intense, he had nearly lost control. She was a veritable little enchantress. He stole a glance at Wang Xiaoro, who was glaring at him with a look full of resentment and unwillingness. Her lips were a bit swollen, clearly from kissing too hard. Lin Jianchuan blushed his old face, turning red, and quickly averted his gaze. Come on, time for lunch. Wang Xiaoro didn't move, still sitting in her seat, arms crossed, puffing with anger. What's wrong? You pull me. Lin Jianchuan sighed and reached out to pull her. Wang Xiaoro grabbed his hand, stood up, but refused to let go. Hold my hand while we walk. Lin Jianchuan coughed dryly. Stop it, people will see. So what if they see? You're my boyfriend, now can a boyfriend hold his girlfriend's hand? Wang Xiaoro said with righteous indignation, then simply hooked her arm through his and headed out. Lin Jianchuan could clearly feel her softness pressed against his arm, rubbing gently with each step. The sensation was very much like tofu, soft, tender, and yielding. His mind went blank, his body stiff, and he forgot how to walk. The two left the cinema and took the escalator to the fourth-floor food court. It was peak mealtime, and the place was packed with long queues snaking out from every restaurant. Lin Jianchuan finally managed to extract his arm and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Wang Xiaoro's gaze landed on a Sichuan restaurant. How about this? The one at Hao Yunlai was pretty good last time, this place should be decent too. Alright. They queued for a few minutes and finally got a window seat. The food arrived quickly: mouth-watering boiled fish and a plate of mapo tofu. Wang Xiaoro picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Lin Jianchuan's bowl. Boyfriend, try this. Lin Jianchuan's mouth twitched slightly, but he picked up the fish slice and put it in his mouth. The numbing spicy and savory flavors exploded on his tongue. It was delicious. Good. Let me get you some more. Wang Xiaoro picked up another piece, this time holding it directly to his lips. Open up. Lin Jianchuan felt a bit embarrassed, looked around, and lowered his voice. I can manage myself. No, you're my boyfriend. You have to enjoy being fed by your girlfriend. Wang Xiaoro stubbornly held the chopsticks aloft. Lin Jianchuan had no choice but to open his mouth and accept it. She smiled in satisfaction, and only then began to eat herself. After the meal they walked out of the mall, and the scorching sun beat down on them, making them sweat profusely. Where to next? Wang Xiaoro answered without hesitation. Let's go get a hotel room for a few hours. Lin Jianchuan stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Well, what did you say? Get a room. Isn't that what couples do? After a meal they get a room to rest. It's perfectly normal. Did you just say that for nothing? I told you we can't do that. Lin Jianchuan was furious. Can't do what? Say it clearly. Wang Xiaoro blinked, asking with a look of pure innocence. You know? A man and a woman taking off their clothes. Lin Jianchuan couldn't bring himself to say it. Wang Xiaoro burst out laughing. Uncle Lin, you look so cute when you're like that. Don't worry, I'm just too hot, and want to find a place to take a shower. I won't do anything to you, I promise. Lin Jianchuan looked at her face, which was full of feigned innocence, and felt he had been played. Are you sure? He asked, somewhat suspicious. Wang Xiaoro raised 3 fingers and said solemnly, I swear I will not do anything improper to Uncle Lin unless he is willing, or may I be struck by lightning. After saying this, she looked at him with a grin. See, can you trust me now? Lin Jianchuan hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly agreeing. He thought to himself if things went south, he would just make a run for it. They went to a nearby express hotel and booked a 3-hour room. The front desk clerk gave Lin Jianchuan a look full of meaning. Upon entering the room and inserting the key card, Wang Xiaoro's first act was to turn on the air conditioning. Lin Jianchuan walked in and looked around. It was a standard double room. A white bed, 2 nightstands, a TV mounted on the wall, and the window was sealed shut. The only things that seemed suggestive were the 2 conspicuous boxes on the nightstand and the towels folded into 2 hearts on the bed. Wang Xiaoro obviously noticed them too, but she didn't care. She kicked off her shoes, stepped barefoot onto the carpet, and stretched her arms wide. Finally cool. Her t-shirt rode up as she stretched, revealing a large expanse of smooth, fair skin on her waist. Lin Jianchuan glanced at her, quickly looked away, turned on the TV, and pretended to watch the news. Uncle Lin, will you shower first, or should I? Wang Xiaoro asked. I'm not showering, you go ahead. Lin Jianchuan waved his hands hastily. Okay, then wait outside and watch TV. No peeking. With that she went into the bathroom. Soon the sound of rushing water filled the room. Wang Xiaoro hummed a tune while she showered. Lin Jianchuan turned his head to look and nearly had his eyes pop out. The bathroom in this room had frosted glass walls. While you couldn't see clearly inside, you could make out a general silhouette. He hadn't noticed this when he first entered the room. Now a blurry fair figure was cast upon the frosted glass. Lin Jianchuan only glanced at it once, but his heart rate instantly shot up to 180. Even through the shadow he could tell that Wang Xiaoro had a great figure. Especially those long legs with their stunning proportions. The sight of them stirred a fire within him. His body, enhanced by the body-strengthening pill, and with his lifespan increased by 20 or 30 years, was now in better shape than most men in their late 20s. Seeing such a tempting scene before him, he couldn't control his gaze, stealing glances towards the bathroom every now and then. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of water stopped, and Wang Xiaoro's voice called out, Uncle Lin, there's no bath towel in here. Could you bring me one? Okay, I'm coming. Lin Jianchuan replied, took a deep breath, grabbed a clean towel, and walked over. Uncle Lin, did you get it? Got it. Well, pass it in, then the door's unlocked. Lin Jianchuan took a deep breath, pushed the bathroom door open a crack, and handed the bath towel in. A damp, tender hand reached out, her fingertips brushing against the back of his hand, cold, smooth, and slippery. Thanks. The door clicked shut. Lin Jianchuan finally relaxed. Yet deep down a faint trace of disappointment stirred within him. He sat on the bed outside, idly watching TV. Soon the bathroom door opened, and Wang Xiaoro stepped out wrapped in a bath towel, wearing slippers. The towel was far too short to conceal her voluptuous figure. Her dazzlingly white shoulders and collarbones were fully exposed, the top edge of the towel barely pressing against the full curves of her chest. As for her lower half, it went without saying. It was even a few centimeters shorter than the denim shorts she had worn earlier. With every step she took, the towel's edge crept higher, teasingly revealing glimpses that made Lin Jianchuan's face flush red. Wang Xiaoro, casually combing her hair, walked boldly over to the TV. She bent over, and with a soft thud the entire towel fell to the floor. Lin Jianchuan's mind went completely blank. His vision was filled with a sea of white. The air conditioning was cold, but his body burned. Oh my! The towel fell off. Uncle Lin, I really didn't mean to. As she spoke, she turned around to face Lin Jianchuan. That movement made Lin Jianchuan's pupils dilate instantly. All the blood in his body surged uncontrollably. You? Wrap the towel back on. Why? I think this is great, so much cooler. Wang Xiaoro came over and sat down right next to him, pressing close. Turning her head to look at him, a victorious smile played on her lips. Uncle Lin, why are you sweating? You look so hot. Let me cool you down. As she spoke, she bent down, reached out, and unbuckled his pants. Lin Jianchuan's eyes flew wide open, his mind roaring as if something had utterly collapsed. His inner self screamed, to hell with restraint. I can't take it anymore. He shot out a hand, grabbed Wang Xiao's wrist, and flipped her onto the bed. Instead of being afraid, Wang Xiaoro wore an excited expression and actively cooperated. Half an hour later, the storm subsided. Everything returned to calm. Lin Jianchuan stared at the crimson stain on the sheets, utterly stunned. What a beast I am. How did this happen again? How did I lose control again? Wang Xiaoro was such a good girl, pure, lovely, gentle, and kind. How could he have done something so beastly to her? He was truly a scoundrel. Xiaoro, don't worry. He'll turn myself in. This is all my fault. He'll atone for it. Wang Xiaoro was caught between laughter and tears. Uncle Lin, are you out of your mind? First, I wasn't forced. I did it willingly, very willingly. Second, you're not allowed to turn yourself in. If you dare, I'll tell the police I forced you. Third. She paused, her eyes curving into crescents. See, now that we have this kind of relationship, I'd like to see you try to get rid of me. Lin Jianchuan's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Xiaoro, moi, do you really not regret this? Wang Xiaoro said seriously, the thing I regret least in my life is tricking you into this bed today. But I can't give you a title. Who cares about that? That's just a tool your generation uses to bind people. We only live in the moment. We'll worry about the future when it comes. Lin Jianchuan looked into Wang Xiaoro's bright, sparkling eyes, and the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart finally thudded to the ground. Not because he was off the hook, but because she truly didn't care. He silently vowed that even though he couldn't give Wang Xiaoro a title, he would never let her suffer any grievance again. With everything out in the open, their relationship became even closer than before. In this private space, Lin Jianchuan could temporarily shed his moral baggage and do things had always wanted to but never dared. 3 hours clearly wasn't enough, so Lin Jianchuan called the front desk and extended their stay by another 2 hours. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the two finally walked out of the hotel together. Wang Xiaoro now carried an indescribable allure compared to just hours earlier. The youthful innocence in her eyes had faded, replaced by a languid, satisfied charm. Her steps were unsteady, limping slightly, relying entirely on Lin Jianchuan for support. Lin Jianchuan felt both guilty and secretly proud. Where should we go next? He asked. Go where? I can barely walk. Wang Xiaoro's voice was tinged with complaint. It's all your fault. At your age, how are you still so? Her pretty face flushed, unable to finish the sentence. Lin Jianchuan grinned sheepishly. Stop grinning. Take me home. I need to rest properly. You got it. Lin Jianchuan scurried off to get the car. He drove Wang Xiaoro back to the intersection where Head picked her up. Only after watching her limp out of sight did he pull out his phone, open Su Wan's WeChat, and make a voice call. Head promised to treat her to dinner this afternoon. The call connected quickly, and Su Wan's crisp voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Yes, Miss Su. You should be off work by now, right? Send me your location and he'll pick you up for dinner. I'm off work, Mr. Lin. If you're busy, we can do it another day. Su Wan's voice was polite, carrying a perfectly measured sense of distance. No, I'm free today, Lin Jianchuan quickly said. This was his potential match after all. He had to meet her. Who knows, maybe he'd get a chance to hold her hand. There was a second of silence on the other end before she replied. All right then, I want stand on ceremony. They'll send you my location on WeChat. Great, I'll be there within 20 minutes guaranteed. After hanging up, Lin Jianchuan drove off to pick up Su Wan for dinner. At the same time, Zhao Jingxiang drove her BMW X5 back to her villa. Her villa No. 18 at Tianlong Bay was a standalone house, the second best in the complex. It had spacious open-air yards, front and back separated by iron railings. She drove straight into the yard, got out, and carrying a bag full of groceries took out her keys to unlock the door. Suddenly a man's voice came from behind. Miss Zhao, hello. Need any help? Zhao Jingxiang was startled and spun around. Security guard Zhang Wei stood 2 steps away, an ingratiating smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed on her with an unsettling stare. Who let you into my yard? Zhao Jingxiang frowned, her tone clearly displeased. This was her private villa. By the rules, even a security guard shouldn't enter without her permission. Zhang Wei's smile turned fawning. Miss Zhao, I was just passing by and saw you carrying a bag. I figured you might need a hand, so I thought I'd help. I don't need it. Remember this, you're not to set foot in my yard without my permission, understand? Zhao Jingxiang said bluntly. Zhang Wei's smile froze, a flicker of barely concealed malice flashing in his eyes, but he quickly piled on an even deeper layer of fawning. Yes, Miss Zhao is absolutely right. I didn't think it through. My apologies. He'll be going now. If you need anything at all, just call me. He'll be happy to help. With that, he slunk out of the yard. Once he reached a secluded corner, his face twisted into a vicious snarl. You ungrateful bitch. Just you wait. Soon enough I'll have you beneath me, and he'll fuck you raw. Zhang Wei spat fiercely, fished a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and reluctantly headed for the main gate of the complex. The man he was relieving was already impatient. Seeing him approach, the man lashed out immediately. Where the hell have you been? I've been waiting for almost half an hour. Zhang Wei's face turned ashen from the scolding, but he forced a smile. Brother Chong, I'm sorry, something came up. Please calm down. As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one. The security guard named Chong snatched the entire pack, took one out, and put it between his lips, eyeing him sideways. Zhang Wei, I'm warning you, if you make me wait again, I'll report you for slacking off. Don't blame me for not warning you when your pay gets docked. Yes, you're right, Brother Chong. It won't happen again. Zhang Wei nodded and bowed, watching Chong leave. Only when the man was out of sight did his smile gradually fade. That bootlicking bastard. Once I get my hands on that bitch, Zhao Jingxiang, you'll be the first one I take care of. He had just finished cursing when he suddenly noticed two black Volkswagen sedans stopping near the main gate. The parking spot didn't block the entrance, and it was out of the surveillance camera's view. But having been berated by both Zhao Jingxiang and Zhang Wei was looking for an outlet for his pent-up anger. He barely paused for a moment before rushing over. What the FCK? Do you know where this is? How dare you park here? Are you blind? Do you know Tianlong Bay? This is the most upscale villa complex in all of Green City. Get the hell out of here and don't park your cars in front of the gate. Before he could finish his sentence, 3 or 4 young men got out of the car behind. One of them approached him and without a word pressed a gleaming switchblade against his neck. You little punk looking for death. How dare you talk to us like that? The cold blade against his skin made Zhang Wei's mind go blank for a second before he snapped back to reality. He froze, his legs turning weak, nearly soiling himself in fear. Be brother. I didn't mean it. His voice trembled with tears, clearly terrified. Just then a man got out of the front car. He was in his 30s, tall and lean, wearing a black t-shirt with a hint of a tattoo peeking out from his arm. This was Brother Gui, the man Yi Feihong had hired. His appearance was unremarkable, but his eyes were chilling, cold, ruthless like a viper's. He walked up to Zhang Wei and without a word delivered 3 resounding slaps. Zhang Wei's cheeks swelled, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his ears rang. Is there an owner named Zhao Jingxiang here? Brother Gui asked, his voice hoarse. Zhang Wei saw stars from the beating, but the name Zhao Jingxiang instantly snapped him back to full alertness. He nodded frantically. Yes, Villa 18. What about her? Brother Gui pulled a photo from his pocket and held it up. The photo showed a man in his 30s, handsome and composed. It was Lin Jianchuan. Zhang Wei recognized him immediately. Know him? Yeah, he came by yesterday to see Zhao Jingxiang. Stayed the night, left around 10 in the morning. A flicker of delight crossed Brother Gui's eyes. Take us to her. Zhang Wei perked up. Brother, are you her enemy? You could say that. Then I have a small request. Spit it out. When you leave, could you let me play the hero? Pretend to chase you guys off. Brother Gui squinted, sizing Zhang Wei up, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You want to be the hero? Yes. Zhang Wei nodded eagerly. Don't laugh at me, brother, but I've had my eye on Zhao Jingxiang for a while. I just never had a chance to get close. You're going to see her anyway, right? I can take you there, and I can even disable the security cameras. But you've got to help me put on a show, give me a shot at winning her over. Brother Gui stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Aren't you curious about what we're going to do at this woman's place? What if we force her to do something she doesn't wanna? Won't you be angry? What's a woman? No big deal. If you want to have some fun, brother, go right ahead. I'm after her money, not her. Zhang Wei said this without flinching. You're something else, kid. You've got yourself a deal. Thank you, Brother Gui. Zhang Wei was so excited he nearly knelt. Brother Gui glanced at him. Don't get ahead of yourself. Lead the way. Sure thing. Just a moment, brother. Let me handle the cameras first, then I'll take you there. He took out a walkie-talkie and said, Brother Wang, it's Zhang Wei. There's a short circuit in the surveillance room. I need to cut the power to fix it. It'll take about an hour and a half. A lazy voice crackled back. All right, just be quick about it. Don't dawdle. Got it, thanks, Brother Wang. Zhang Wei put away the walkie-talkie and flashed an ingratiating smile at Brother Gui. Brother Gui, it's done. Let's go. Brother Gui grunted in acknowledgement. The group entered the complex and quickly arrived outside the courtyard of Villa 18. Some of the henchmen spotted the BMW and got excited. That's the car. Looks like the kid wasn't lying. Brother Gui looked at Zhang Wei. You? Go knock on the door. Zhang Wei's face fell. Brother Gui, I can't knock. If I trick her into opening the door, she'll never trust me again. And I might even have to go inside. What's that got to do with me? He'll say this one last time you trick her into opening the door, or he'll beat you to death. Zhang Wei looked into Brother Gui's cold eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Brother Gui wasn't joking. If he refused again, that switchblade wouldn't just be pressed against his neck, it would be shoved right in. All right, he'll do it, he said, his face crumpling as he turned and walked into the courtyard. Brother Gui and his men positioned themselves on either side of the door. Zhang Wei reached out and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. After a while, Zhao Jingxiang's voice came from inside. Who is it? It's the security guard, Miss Zhao. There's something I need to discuss with you. Zhao Jingxiang peered through the intercom camera, saw Zhang Wei and frowned. Just say it through the door. I can hear you fine. Zhang Wei swallowed hard and pressed on. Miss Zhao, it's about the exterior wall of your courtyard. I was on patrol and noticed some footprints on the wall like someone climbed over. You should come out and check if anything's missing. There was a moment of silence. Then the door opened. Zhao Jingxiang stood there in a modest nightgown, her hair damp, clearly just out of the shower. She looked at Zhang Wei with a cold expression. Where are the footprints? The moment she spoke, Brother Gui and his men rushed out from either side of the door, shoving both her and Zhang Wei back into the villa. Zhao Jingxiang's expression tightened instantly as she stared at the uninvited guests who had barged into her home. Excluding the security guard Zhang Wei, there were 7 of them in total. Leading them was a tall, lean man in his early 30s, clad in a black t-shirt with a glimpse of tattoo on his arm and a pair of sinister hawk-like eyes. The lackeys behind him all bore a shifty, disreputable air, clearly not men of good character. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. As the head of a corporation, she had weathered countless storms. The more dire the situation, the more crucial it was to keep her composure. Zhang Wei, as a community security guard, you conspired with outsiders to force your way into my home. Do you realize that's illegal? Zhao Jingxiang's voice was steady, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. Zhang Wei adopted a look of a wronged victim. Miss Zhao, please don't say that. I was forced into this. They threatened me with knives. If I hadn't complied, I wouldn't have survived. Is that so? Of course. Zhang Wei never tell a lie, he vowed, thumping his chest. Brother Gui, standing by, grew impatient. He seized Zhang Wei by the collar and delivered a sharp slap across his face. You son of a bitch. Are you still putting on an act now? Weren't you the one who led us here? You even suggested pretending to be a hero, saving the damsel in distress, so she'd be grateful, and you could swindle some cash from her. Zhang Wei's head spun from the blow. He clutched his face, not daring to utter a word. Brother Gui shoved him aside. Zhang Wei stumbled, crashed against the wall, and slid down to the floor, looking utterly dejected like a wilted eggplant. Zhao Jingxiang's gaze was filled with contempt. Scum, she spat before turning her attention back to Brother Gui, her composure restored. I don't care who you are. Breaking and entering is a serious crime. You'd better think about the consequences. Of course, if this is about money, name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll transfer the funds immediately. We'll pretend this never happened and go our separate ways. Brother Gu, it didn't get angry, instead he laughed. He took 2 steps forward, looking down at Zhao Jingxiang, his gaze raking over her from head to toe, from her chest to her legs. This woman was a true gem. Her features were delicate, her figure curvaceous, and she exuded the mature charm of a sophisticated woman. The thought of it stirred a fire within him. But he knew he was here for business, so he suppressed his lascivious thoughts. He pulled a photo of Lin Jianchuan from his pocket and held it up in front of her. Drop the act. Do you know this man or not? Zhao Jingxiang's heart skipped a beat, but she forced a calm facade and quickly averted her gaze. No, I don't. Bullshit. The guard says you've slept with him. Her face paled, and she felt a surge of hatred towards Zhang Wei. Do you have a grudge against Brother Lin? That's right. Now call him immediately and tell him to get over here. Otherwise there will be serious consequences. You can discuss matters with me. If he owes you money, I can pay it on his behalf. Brother Gui's face darkened. Bitch, are you deaf? I told you to call him and have him come here personally. I don't have his number. You're looking for death. He grabbed her hair and slapped her across the face. Where's your phone? Zhao Jingxiang covered her cheek, remaining silent. One of the thugs walked over with the phone. Boss found it. Brother Gui snatched it. The screen was still lit, showing a WeChat chat with Lin Jianchuan pinned at the top. He immediately initiated a voice call. At that same moment, Lin Jianchuan's phone rang. He was almost at his meeting point with Su Wan. Seeing it was Zhao Jingxiang calling, he pulled over to the side of the road. As soon as he answered, Brother Gui's hoarse, icy voice came through. Lin Jianchuan, I have Zhao Jingxiang. You have half an hour to get to know 18 Tianlong Bay. Otherwise you bear the consequences. And don't call the police. The line went dead. Rage surged within Lin Jianchuan to its peak. He floored the accelerator, speeding towards Tianlong Bay. In less than 20 minutes, his Panamera screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Tianlong Bay residential complex. The security booth was empty. Not daring to waste a moment, Lin Jianchuan sprinted to Villa No. 18. At the door, he took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. The door creaked open a crack, and a man with dyed yellow hair peered out, sizing him up. Lin Jianchuan. It's me. The yellow-haired man opened the door and let him in. The moment he stepped through the entrance, Lin Jianchuan sensed a rush of wind from his left. His king-level combat instincts took over. Pivoting on his left foot, he spun around sharply. A steel pipe whistled past his chest, smashing into the wall with a loud clang, sending sparks flying. The impact numbed the yellow-haired man's hand, and the pipe nearly flew out of his grip. Before he could regain his balance, Lin Jianchuan's right fist slammed into his face. A sickening crunch echoed as his nose shattered. The man let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed unconscious. 4 more men rushed at him, 3 wielding steel pipes and 1 brandishing a machete. Lin Jianchuan charged forward instead of retreating. He grabbed an ashtray from the shoe cabinet and smashed it down hard on the head of the man with the machete. A muffled grunt escaped the man as he crumpled to the ground motionless. The remaining 3 were stunned, their advance faltering. Seizing the opening, Lin Jianchuan took them down with a flurry of kicks and punches, leaving them groaning in pain on the floor. 5 seconds. 5 men. All down. Brother Gui and his 1 remaining lackey gasped in disbelief at the scene. Zhang Wei, cowering in the corner of the living room, was pale, with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Only Zhao Jingxiang, bound to a chair in the dining room with her mouth gagged, let out excited muffled cries. Lin Jianchuan hurried over to untie her. The moment the ropes were off, she threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Jianchuan gently lifted her chin, his anger flaring again at the bright red handprint on her cheek. "Who hit you?" he asked, struggling to keep his voice level. Zhao Jingxiang pointed at Brother Gui. "He did. He also pulled my hair." Then, her face turning cold, she gestured toward Zhang Wei. "And that guard is no good either. He brought them into the complex and tricked me into opening the door." Lin Jianchuan nodded, then walked slowly towards Brother Gui. "Brother, let's talk this out. I was just following orders." Brother Gui swallowed hard, his tone softening. He had realized that Lin Jianchuan was far too skilled to be taken on in a fight. "Yi Fei Hong." "Yes. Brother, I was wrong. Am willing to pay compensation. Just let me go. Sorry, I don't need the money. So you'd better stay?" No sooner had he spoken than Lin Jianchuan's fist connected with Brother Gui's face. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed from Brother Gui's nose. He let out a pained shriek and stumbled backward. Lin Jianchuan wasn't about to let him fall. He grabbed him by the collar, yanked him forward, and began raining down slaps on his face with his open palm. He struck him again and again, over 20 times in total. Finally, he released his grip. Brother Gui collapsed to the ground like a wet noodle, spitting out 3 bloody teeth before falling into unconsciousness. The remaining thug, terrified out of his wits, dropped to his knees with a thud, weeping and wailing. "Big brother, I'm so sorry, please." Before he could finish, Lin Jianchuan kicked him, sending him flying 3 meters away, leaving him in too much pain to speak. Zhang Wei, hiding in the corner, watched the scene unfold, trembling so violently that he felt a sudden urge to urinate. He immediately tried to slip away, but Lin Jianchuan blocked his path and gave him a thorough beating. He didn't stop until 10 minutes had passed. Naturally, the police were called next. The officers arrived promptly and took Brother Gui and his men, along with Lin Jianchuan and Zhao Jingxiang, to the police station for questioning. Inside the police station, the fluorescent lights were harsh and glaring. Zhao Jingxiang sat on a bench in the reception area, leaning her head against Lin Jianchuan's shoulder. She held a cup of warm water in her hands. The swelling on her face had been treated with ointment, but the 5 clear finger marks were still visible. The door swung open, and a young officer stepped in. "Zhao Jingxiang, Lin Jianchuan, you 2 are free to go." Lin Jianchuan looked up, asking, "What about those men? How will they be dealt with?" "They're being transferred to the Criminal Investigation Unit. I don't have the details on that. But with the charges of armed home invasion, kidnapping, and intentional injury, they're in for a world of trouble." The young officer smiled at Lin Jianchuan. "You're quite something, you know. The lightest injury among them is still a minor one. Lucky for you, it was self-defense, or things could have gotten messy." Relieved, the 2 stood up, shook hands with the officer, and walked out of the station. "Jingxiang, you've been through so much," Lin Jianchuan said, his voice full of concern. Zhao Jingxiang shook her head. "For you, I'm not afraid of hardship." Touched, Lin Jianchuan said, "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer for nothing. Gui is in custody, but behind him is Yi Fei Hong. This score must be settled." Alarmed, Zhao Jingxiang quickly tried to dissuade him. "Yi Fei Hong is the young master of the Yi family, one of the 2 giants in Greentown. You can't fight them. Let it go. It's impossible to just let it go." Lin Jianchuan's tone was calm, but his eyes held an unyielding determination. "If they had come for me alone, I could bear it. But they shouldn't have touched you. Don't worry, I'm not impulsive. They'll handle this properly." Hearing this, Zhao Jingxiang knew she couldn't persuade him and could only concede. "All right, just remember, no matter what, you must protect yourself. Relax, I'm not ready to die yet. They'll be careful." Lin Jianchuan looked at Zhao Jingxiang. She looked back at him. Their eyes met with deep affection, and they instinctively drew closer, embracing tightly in a passionate kiss. Just as they were lost in the kiss, Lin Jianchuan's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Su Wan calling. His heart skipped a beat. He had been so focused on the rescue that he had completely forgotten about her. "Who is it?" Zhao Jingxiang asked curiously. Lin Jianchuan's expression remained unchanged. "No one important, just a business contact. I need to take this." He stepped aside and answered the call. Suwon's voice came through laced with irritation. Mr. Lin, just because you're wealthy doesn't mean you can toy with people, does it? I've been waiting here for over an hour. Why haven't you arrived? And you haven't even replied to my messages. I'm truly sorry, Miss Su. An urgent matter came up on my end. I have to break our appointment today. I will make it up to you another time, I promise. Fine. We'll talk later. Before Lin Jianchuan could say another word, she had already hung up. He smiled wryly to himself. He had truly offended Suwon now. He sent a quick WeChat message to Li Qiqi telling her he wouldn't be home tonight. Li Qiqi replied instantly. Uncle Sister Yaru just left, and now you're not coming home at all. You're such a player. Humph. Lin Jianchuan ignored her message, pocketed his phone, and drove Zhao Jingxiang to a small restaurant for a simple meal. After they had eaten their fill, the two returned to Tianlong Bay. The moment the front door was locked, Zhao Jingxiang eagerly threw herself into Lin Jianchuan's arms. The kiss at the police station had already stirred her desires, and now alone in the villa, she could no longer contain herself. Brother Lin, I want to show you something. Zhao Jingxiang said shyly. What is it? Lin Jianchuan asked, curious. Come follow me upstairs. She took his hand and led him up to the second floor. Once in the bedroom, she locked the door, told him to wait, and then went into the adjacent dressing room. 5 minutes later, Zhao Jingxiang returned. She was wearing a black lace lingerie set so small and sheer it was nearly transparent. Under the glow of the lights, her already voluptuous figure was even more enticing, her curves on full display. The sight instantly stirred Lin Jianchuan. Before he could speak, she walked over, turned around, and cast a sultry glance over her shoulder before bending over. Hiss! Lin Jianchuan drew in a sharp breath, nearly getting a nosebleed. Then, trembling with anticipation, he stepped forward. They spent a passionate night together. The next morning, Lin Jianchuan opened his eyes feeling completely content. Zhao Jingxiang was already up and gone, leaving a note beside him. Brother Lin, I've gone to the office. Remember to have breakfast when you wake up. Just lock the door on your way out. Love you. A happy smile spread across Lin Jianchuan's face. He got out of bed and was about to wash up when a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. At 9:30 a.m. today, Chowling Information will hit its daily limit again. No action needed from the host to profit. Lin Jianchuan was overjoyed. This was fantastic. He could make money without lifting a finger. Humming a tune, he went to the bathroom, freshened up, got dressed, and headed downstairs. A simple breakfast was already laid out on the table, clearly prepared by Zhao Jingxiang before she left. Jingxiang is truly virtuous, graceful in the living room, skilled in the kitchen, and passionate in the bedroom. She's perfect. I can't fathom what that idiot Wang Chong was thinking, not appreciating a woman like her, Lin Jianchuan mused to himself as he sat down to eat. His mind was already racing with plans. Yi Feihong was the young master of the Yi family, so targeting him was essentially going against the entire Yi clan. He had to tread carefully, otherwise his plan could easily backfire. He thought of someone who knew Yi Feihong well. He took out his phone, scrolled to Lu Shiqi's contact, and sent a message. Shiqi, are you there? Lu Shiqi replied instantly, Brother Lin. You finally remembered to message me. Well, I've been waiting so long for you. A crying emoji followed. As Lin Jianchuan was about to reply, a voice call came in from her. He accepted, and Lu Shiqi's tearful voice came through the speaker. You bad Brother Lin. Well, I've missed you so much these past few days, and you didn't call or message me. I hate you. Lin Jianchuan smiled. I didn't message you, but you could have messaged me. Lu Shiqi replied, Humph. I made a bet with my mom that you would definitely message or call me first. She didn't believe me, so I was determined to win. Well, I've missed you so much. You have no idea how I've been. I even dream about you at night. Lin Jianchuan said apologetically, I'm sorry, Shiqi. I didn't know. Her tone became livelier, and he could hear the smile in her voice. It's okay. No matter what you finally thought of me. So what did you want to talk about? Are you missing me too? Lin Jianchuan's face flushed slightly. Ahem, don't say that. I do have something to ask you. Are you free? We could meet up and talk. No problem. Let's meet at the coffee shop near my school at 10 a.m. See you there? Alright, see you then. Lin Jianchuan said, and ended the call.